Chapter 201 The Scapegoat? What, you're not happy about it? Zhao Dezhu looked at the scarred man. He raised his gun and shot another man in the head. This man was one of the ones who had been assassinating Zhao Dezhu with the scarred man. He had just stood up and was about to charge at Zhao Dezhu when Zhao Dezhu shot him dead. At such close range, even with only one shot already fired, Zhao Dezhu still managed to kill him with a single shot. The man fell to the ground without even a chance to groan. Zhao Dezhu then looked indifferently at the man kneeling on the ground. You should have known you would die when you tried to kill me. You should have been prepared for that. You brought this on yourselves. He raised his gun to fire again. I'll fight you to the death. The scarred man clutched his severed arm, veins bulging on his forehead. Zhao Dezhu ignored him completely, didn't kill him, and fired again, killing the other two men who had participated in the assassination attempt. The scarred man, caught up in his rage, hadn't considered a crucial issue. Even though Zhao Dezhu and Yang Wenlong could see his face by the firelight after he removed his hood, everyone except the 5 who were killed had always worn hoods. But now, Zhao Dezhu could pinpoint the remaining men. Now that he had discovered this, his fear of Zhao Dezhu was palpable. However, after saying a few words, Zhao Dezhu stopped talking. Another shot, and Scarface was dead as well. Scarface died believing that Gao Xing had betrayed them when Zhao Dezhu had discovered their scheme. Otherwise, why hadn't Zhao Dezhu killed Gao Xing yet? He soon found out the answer to this question, because Gao Xing, the instigator of the whole affair, also died soon after, following Scarface and his men. Gao Xing was now kneeling on the ground, completely subdued, visibly trembling. This man who had so readily threatened to kill Zhao Dezhu was now visibly shaking. Is living so painful? Zhao Dezhu simply walked up to Gao Xing and asked calmly. Just that one sentence was enough to terrify Gao Xing into silence. He could only look at Zhao Dezhu with pleading eyes. He knew that of all the people in this group, he was the one who deserved to die. Before, without evidence, he could perhaps say he didn't know Scarface and his gang. But today, Zhao Dezhu had caught him directly. There was no doubt he was doomed. So, in his immense fear, Gao Xing lost control of his bladder and bowels, nearly fainting from shock. Zhao Dezhu shook his head. He had thought this gang leader would be tough, but when faced with death, he was no different from anyone else, even more afraid of death than others. Zhao Dezhu didn't speak again, but simply fired a shot into Gao Xing's chest, to inflict pain without dying immediately. By this time, Zhao Dezhu had matured into a ruthless and decisive leader, no longer the weak little boy he once was. He handed the gun to Dasan. It only had one bullet left. He didn't intend to kill any more of these people. Although these men were all core assassins of the Dakan group, they were essentially acting under orders. Sending them all in was the end of it. Just then, sirens wailed incessantly. Police from Yeyu City and Shencheng County, along with ambulances. There were probably dozens of vehicles. When Zhao Dezhu saw the ambulances, he suddenly had a premonition that Gao Xing would be saved once they arrived. Wasting resources for such scum was simply not worth it. So he took the pistol back from Deshan and shot him in the forehead again. This time, Gao Xing was beyond dead. What chilled everyone to the bone was this. Zhao Dezhu could have given Gao Xing a quick death, but he chose not to. He first inflicted unbearable pain on Gao Xing, and then sent him away. This scene was witnessed by Wang Fu, who was not far away, and he couldn't help but feel a chill of fear. Yes, this man was Wang Fu. After he and Zhao Dezhu expressed their submission, Zhao Dezhu never contacted him again, nor did he give him any reply. But today, he received a call from Zhao Dezhu's driver, Yang Wenlong, who told him that he and Zhao Dezhu had come to Shancheng County, and that they needed his cooperation, asking him to bring men and follow behind Zhao Dezhu's car. Although he didn't know what this was about, he knew it was an opportunity, so he immediately brought his men 40 or 50 in total and followed behind Zhao Dezhu's car. However, to his surprise, when they encountered this checkpoint, Zhao Dezhu's Cullinan was overtaken by one car, and another car closely followed behind. It wasn't until the armed men jumped out that he realized these two cars, along with the others behind them, were all there to protect Zhao Dezhu. Before this, they had followed Zhao Dezhu's Cullinan for over half an hour, but hadn't noticed anything unusual. What he didn't expect was even more shocking. On this highway, Zhao Dezhu actually pulled out a pistol and killed 6 policemen, including the driver of a police car, and drove the vehicle off a cliff. This left him drenched in sweat. Before this, because they didn't know what Zhao Dezhu was up to, and no one had informed them, they even thought it was a routine vehicle check, and no one got out of their car. Everything happened so fast that they didn't even have time to get out of the car. They witnessed everything from inside. While constantly speculating about Zhao Dezhu's identity, Wang Fu also wondered why Zhao Dezhu had called him here that evening. He felt that Zhao Dezhu was definitely trying to frame him and his men, making them scapegoats. But he was helpless, because he knew that if he and his men made any move to leave, the burly men with axes around Zhao Dezhu would surely riddle their cars and dozens of men with bullets. After all, a ruthless man who had killed so many police officers so easily wouldn't let witnesses like them go. So he didn't dare move. Waiting for the police car to take him away might give him a few more days to live. Uncle Fu, what do we do? The police are here. At this moment, one of the underlings, who had been stunned by the initial shock, finally came to his senses. There were police cars everywhere, in front and behind. There was no way to escape. Wang Fu didn't speak, only trembling as he took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and shook his head, his face full of helplessness. To their astonishment, the police cars simply overtook their vehicle without stopping, heading straight for Zhao Dezhu and his group. Zhao Dezhu didn't say anything, only glancing at Wang Fu and his group. Instead of getting into his car and fleeing as Wang Fu and his group had expected, he stood there waiting for dozens of police cars to approach. Chapter 202, Overturning Common Sense. This piqued Wang Fu's curiosity as he nervously watched Zhao Dezhu. Deshan and Yang Wenlong, standing beside Zhao Dezhu, noticed that although Zhao Dezhu had remained calm, sweat was now beading on his forehead. While Zhao Dezhu had previously had a few fools killed, this was the first time he had killed someone himself. They noticed his hands were trembling, likely due to nervousness. But who was Yang Wenlong? He knew Zhao Dezhu had to take this step, only then would he gain genuine trust. Otherwise, many would think Zhao Dezhu was just someone who needed protection and couldn't do anything else. That's why Yang Wenlong didn't stop Zhao Dezhu from acting himself. He took off his coat and covered Zhao Dezhu with it, saying, "Boss, it's cold." Zhao Dezhu didn't say anything, but simply pulled a pack of cigarettes from Yang Wenlong's coat. He was indeed nervous, but he knew that sometimes ruthlessness was necessary. There was no other choice. Yang Wenlong smoked, but very rarely. Zhao Dezhu took out a cigarette, put it in his mouth, and then, with trembling hands, lit it with a lighter, taking a deep drag. He found that cigarettes could indeed calm a person's emotions. Just then, the police cars on both sides stopped. Seeing a group of uniformed officers kneeling on the road, some of whom appeared to be dead, they immediately tensed up. Furthermore, many of Deshan's men were armed. So, the armed police officers got out of their cars, nervously grabbed their guns, and hid behind their vehicles, shouting for Deshan and his men to put down their weapons. However, no one on Deshan's side listened to them. Just when the atmosphere reached its peak of tension, Wang Xingwang ran out of a police car. He ran directly to Zhao Dezhu and his men, shouting, "Put down your guns! Put down your guns!" They were there because Yang Wenlong had notified him. Then he notified his subordinates in Shancheng County. But he didn't know what was going on. He only knew that these armed men all had legal identification and the right to act first and report later. If his men got into a gunfight with the other side, he was finished. Even if one of them came out casually, they were all higher-ranking officials than him. However, when he saw the policemen's corpses on the ground, his face changed, and he almost died of fright. The policemen here could only be his subordinates. With so many dead, how could he not be nervous? He looked at Zhao Dezhu with some confusion and anger, but Zhao Dezhu was smoking and completely ignored him. Zhao Dezhu hadn't recovered yet. Dasan looked at Wang Xingwang, his gaze indifferent, as if the deaths of these people were insignificant. "Chief, this." Zhao Dezhu didn't speak, so Wang Xingwang could only look at Dasan, hoping to hear what had happened from him. Deshan glanced at Wang Xingwang. "Director Wang, so many thugs impersonating police officers have appeared in your jurisdiction, and they even tried to harm our boss. This is a serious matter. I will report this truthfully to my superiors." "What? Thugs impersonating police officers?" Wang Xingwang seemed to remember something. He quickly and nervously looked towards the crowd, but everyone was looking down, so there was no way to tell. Wang Xingwang could only shout at the kneeling men, "Raise your heads." As he shouted, he ordered his men to point their guns at them. Having witnessed Zhao Dezhu's ruthless decisiveness, these men saw the police as saviors, obediently raising their heads to look at Wang Xingwang and his group of uniformed officers. It was like seeing their own parents. After carefully looking them over, Wang Xingwang realized that, just as Dasan had said, he didn't recognize any of them. This relieved him. As long as none of his men were among them, everything was fine. "Cuff them quickly," Wang Xingwang shouted, ordering his men to handcuff them all. But he felt a considerable sense of relief. A group of police officers rushed over after hearing Wang Xingwang's words and arrested them all. An inspection revealed that their uniforms were all fake, and even their car was modified. After giving his orders to his men, Wang Xingwang hurriedly went to Zhao Dezhu and apologized repeatedly, saying it was his fault. Zhao Dezhu waved his hand. He hadn't allowed Wang Xingwang to get involved in this matter in the first place. He was the one who had set a trap for them, so naturally, he couldn't blame Wang Xingwang. "Director Wang, this is no small matter. You handle it yourself. As for the dead men, they were trying to kidnap our boss, and we shot them dead. That's all," Deshan said bluntly. Seeing Zhao Dezhu gesture for him to speak with Wang Xingwang, he explained the situation directly. Wang Xingwang immediately lowered his head. Yes, sir, this is my dereliction of duty. I will handle it properly. The criminals being shot dead is entirely in accordance with the law. I will submit the report to my superiors." Wang Xingwang now fully understood Zhao Dezhu's ruthlessness and why Deshan hadn't allowed him to intervene in the first place. If he had intervened, these men wouldn't have died today. This was clearly not what Zhao Dezhu wanted to see. Well, I'm leaving the rest to you. I don't want anyone out of here. Zhao Dezhu looked at Wang Xingwang for the first time before getting into his car. I mean, anyone. Yes, I understand. Wang Xingwang looked at the corpse on the ground. He could feel Zhao Dezhu's anger even without him saying it. Even if Zhao Dezhu hadn't said it, he wouldn't have released these people who had caused him so much trouble, let alone after Zhao Dezhu had so clearly told him. However, he also knew that as long as Zhao Dezhu had made it clear, Zhao Dezhu wouldn't target him. As long as he chose the right side, nothing would happen. As for what Deshan said, sitting in his position, he naturally understood that it was just empty talk. The other party wouldn't care about the aftermath, he only needed to clean up the mess. Before getting into his car, Yang Wenlong waved to the stunned Wang Fu and the others, signaling them to follow, and then got into the Cullinan as well. The burly men who arrived before the police got into their car and left the scene. The police did not stop them at all. Instead, a high-ranking official respectfully saw Zhao Dezhu and his group off. Wang Fu and his men were completely stunned by this scene that defied their understanding. Who are these people? They killed so many policemen and got away scot-free? Wang Fu shook his head, he naturally knew nothing. He was still in shock. The scenario he expected Zhao Dezhu and his group leaving directly and being made scapegoats did not happen. Instead, the police appeared and treated them with utmost respect, even bowing as they left. How incredibly powerful must someone be to dare kill policemen in public and escape unscathed? The crucial point was that he knew Zhao Dezhu was indeed from Xiaoxing village in Shancheng County. Drive. Follow them. Wang Fu kept thinking, but he couldn't figure it out. Having no other choice, he could only have his men follow Yang Wenlong's instructions and head towards Yayo City. Chapter 203 Zhao Dezhu's thoughts. Uncle Fu, who exactly are these people? Wang Fu's men watched Zhao Dezhu and his group's car drive away, feeling a sense of relief. They all thought Zhao Dezhu and his men would eventually leave them behind, making them scapegoats for killing the police. But they hadn't expected this. That wasn't the case at all. They had no such intention. Not only did they not use them as scapegoats, but they were also ordered to follow them. Wang Fu, naturally, didn't know who Zhao Dezhu and his group were either. He knew that after witnessing this scene, he would never dare to harbor any disloyal thoughts towards Zhao Dezhu again. The only long-term solution was to stick with Zhao Dezhu. So he looked at his men and said sternly, I don't know either, and you can't ask too many questions. Just know to follow my lead. If you don't listen to me, you'll end up like those people. Wang Fu's car followed behind Zhao Dezhu and his group, just passing the scene of the incident, where the police were covering several dead bodies with white sheets. Wang Fu's men, looking at the corpses from the car, nodded in agreement. No one dared to question it. None of them wanted to become corpses, so naturally they wouldn't provoke Zhao Dezhu's men. Silence fell in the car. They simply drove steadily behind Zhao Dezhu and his group. By this time, Zhao Dezhu's car was heavily guarded by more than 10 other vehicles. Damn, Brother Long, you know what? Killing someone for the first time was actually a bit nerve-wracking, Zhao Dezhu muttered, sitting in the car. Yang Wenlong took a cigarette from Zhao Dezhu, glanced at him, and then drove seriously. Boss, you've done enough. I remember the first time I killed someone, I peed my pants. Yang Wenlong chuckled self-deprecatingly. I had nightmares for days afterward. Zhao Dezhu lit Yang Wenlong's cigarette, somewhat incredulous. In his eyes, Yang Wenlong had always been a tough guy, always calm and collected no matter what. Even when the two of them were nearly killed last time, he seemed indifferent. He never imagined such a past would exist. Is it that serious? Yang Wenlong took a drag of his cigarette, his eyes filled with reminiscence, and nodded firmly. Yes, it's quite normal. Almost no one can escape unscathed, many are even left with psychological trauma. To avoid making Zhao Dezhu feel useless, Yang Wenlong patiently explained to him. Actually, he thought Zhao Dezhu was already quite calm. Yes, it's truly inhuman. Zhao Dezhu shook his head. He genuinely didn't want to kill unless forced to. However, he found that even after killing someone, he felt no guilt, he just couldn't get over it himself. But with Yang Wenlong's comforting words, he understood that if he wanted to protect himself and his family, this was something he had to go through, there was no other choice. His transformation from an ordinary rural youth into a respected figure requires more than just his precognitive abilities, he has much to learn and accept. Everything he was doing now was simply the path he was destined to walk sooner or later. Having figured all this out, Zhao Dezhu relaxed considerably. Brother Long, is everything alright at home? Yang Wenlong nodded. Everything's fine at home. The people from Dasan are all incredibly capable, each one could take on 100. You can rest assured. Zhao Dezhu nodded and continued, how's things at Dakang Group? Their plan tonight wasn't aimed at Scarface and Gao Xing, those small fry. Now, everyone from Dakang Group is gathered at headquarters. It's Song Yanjai-yuan's way of preventing any unforeseen events. Yang Wenlong glanced at Zhao Dezhu. There should be nearly 1,000 people in total. The exact number is uncertain, but what is certain is that all of Dakang's top management are at headquarters tonight. Zhao Dezhu didn't speak after hearing Yang Wenlong's words, leaning back in his chair. He was predicting what would happen later. After a long while, he smiled and shook his head. Song Yangyuan still takes us quite seriously. In Zhao Dezhu's mind, since Song Yangyuan dared to attack him, it meant he was very confident. In other words, he no longer took him seriously. He hadn't expected that not only would Gao Seng and a few dozen of his henchmen be sent, but hundreds, even thousands, of people would be stationed at headquarters. Yang Wenlong, driving, said to Zhao Dezhu, "That's normal. Song Yangyuan is a cunning old fox. He'll definitely consider what he would have done if Dashan and the others hadn't left." Zhao Dezhu nodded. "This is a bit tricky. 1,000 or so people, we can't just fight our way in." Through his premonition, he realized that if he forced his way in, he'd have to go on a killing spree. But in this era, that was clearly impossible. For the first time, he realized that even with the ability to foresee the future, some things were still very difficult to handle, because foresight doesn't guarantee a perfect solution. Yang Wenlong nodded, then looked at the car in front and said, "Dashan and the others will have a way. Then let's watch their show. We must take down Dakang Group. This is our first step, and arguably our last, in establishing ourselves in Yayo City. If we lose this time, there will be no place for us in Yayo City." Zhao Dezhu knew this wasn't just a battle with Dakang Group, but also a warning to other forces that coveted his territory. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it making an example of someone. While the destruction of Dakang Group wouldn't be enough to make everyone tremble, it would at least let the world know that Zhao Dezhu wasn't someone anyone could easily bully. "Yeah, don't worry, boss, we know." Yang Wenlong flicked his cigarette butt away and closed the car window. Because they had now crossed the mountains of Shancheng County and entered Yayo City, a cold wind was beginning to blow into the car. The wind is a unique feature of Yayo. Anyone who has visited Yayo knows that even in summer, the wind is quite chilly at night. It gives one a refreshing feeling. This is one of the reasons why many people around the world consider Yayo a must-visit tourist destination at least once in their lifetime. Zhao Dezhu didn't say anything more. He knew Dashan and his group's abilities. Breaking through the encirclement of over 1,000 men and capturing Song Yangyuan, the local tyrant of Yayo City, without being able to unleash a massacre, was indeed a test. He closed his eyes, constantly simulating the consequences of various methods in his mind. His plan was to simulate a scenario where no one on his side would be injured. He knew that Dashan and the others were all precious to their families, even losing one would be a huge blow. As for the people from the demon realm, he had heard from Yang Wenlong that although they seemed like mercenaries who were paid to do their jobs, they didn't care about losing their lives. But these were all people who had helped their families abroad. Even when they were abroad, they always cared about their families and had never done anything to harm them. He naturally didn't want to see anything happen to them. So, throughout the journey, Zhao Dezhu's mind was constantly engaged in complex simulations and predictions. Chapter 204: A win-win situation. Meanwhile, Wang Xingwang had already disposed of all the bodies of Gao Sing and the others, cleaning up the bloodstains. Even the bullet wound where Zhao Dezhu's bullet had pierced a brain and struck the asphalt road had been resurfaced with asphalt by Wang Xingwang's men. Unwitting witnesses would have no idea that such a horrific massacre had occurred here so recently. Wang Xingwang then called in professional fire and rescue personnel to search for the vehicle that had plunged off the cliff. Below the cliff lay farmland in a village. After examination, no survivors were found. Therefore, they had to hold the area for the time being and deal with the situation the following day. The official report stated that last night, a Jinbei van traveling from Shancheng County to Yayo City, attempting to evade traffic police checks, had installed police lights on its roof, ultimately resulting in an overloaded accident that killed nearly 20 people on board. Although this report was riddled with inconsistencies, that was the official version. This incident was simply considered a relatively normal serious traffic accident. It didn't attract much attention. The Shanyu Highway is known for its numerous cliffs and sharp bends. Countless accidents occur there annually, varying only in severity. This is hardly surprising. That night, Wang Xingwang, along with over 100 police officers, guarded the city's public security bureau. He knew Zhao Dezhu would be meeting with Song Yangyuan that evening. He hadn't made it public, but fearing unforeseen circumstances, he had brought in many of his men from a neighboring county, just in case. While the police officers themselves didn't know what had happened, they all understood that Wang Xingwang's summons meant something was amiss, though no one dared to inquire. This night was destined to be extraordinary. Many were destined to be sleepless, including Song Yangyuan, the head of the Dakang Group, and all the senior executives. They didn't know why Song Yangyuan had summoned them all to headquarters, but considering Song Yanjai-yuan's decision to gather everyone at headquarters, everyone knew something serious had happened. It might even be a matter of life and death for the group. A group of powerful figures who usually wielded considerable influence in Yayo City were now relegated to the sofa in the chairman's office, none daring to question Song Yuan. They occasionally cast questioning glances at Song Xiaobao, but he completely ignored them. The group of bigwigs could only hold their breath, smoking, and staring at each other. However, they didn't raise any loud objections as expected. This clearly demonstrated Song Yuan's considerable prestige within the company. After a long while, Song Yuan looked out at the brightly lit Yayo City and asked, Xiaobao, still no news from Gao Xing and the others? Song Xiaobao couldn't see his cousin's expression, but he could tell from his voice that his cousin's face was definitely not happy. Because his cousin must have already answered the question before asking him. If there were any news, he would naturally tell him. Since there was no news, it was probably because Song Xiaobao didn't answer, but instead offered words of comfort. Chairman, something unexpected happened while they were on their business, so they agreed to contact us only after they finished. We couldn't reach them. Perhaps they are currently on business and therefore unable to contact us. These few words left the other high-ranking officials completely bewildered. Song Yuan had always believed that he could easily handle Zhao Dezhu. Therefore, besides himself and Song Xiaobao, only Gao Xing and his group knew about this. Now that this group was completely unaware, their bewilderment was understandable. Everyone exchanged questioning glances, but no one dared to speak. Song Yuan remained silent after hearing his cousin's words. He felt his cousin's assessment was sound. Even if Gao Xing and his group failed, he had over 1,000 men on his side, so he wasn't overly anxious. He feared Zhao Dezhu might resort to underhanded tactics, so he had brought his family to the headquarters building. Now, the thousands of henchmen inside the building seemed like an impenetrable fortress to him. Even if Gao Xing failed, Zhao Dezhu had come here, and with the 20 special forces soldiers helping him, there was no way he could break in. After all, even though they had guns, they couldn't just kill all his men and then arrest him, could they? Song Yuan was quite confident in his arrangements. He summoned his top lieutenants here partly to show them his capabilities. According to his plan, after Zhao Dezhu was captured by Gao Xing and his men, he would be brought here, a perfect opportunity for his older, self-important subordinates to see that he still had the strength to wield a machete. He knew that the years of peace had been too long. Although on the surface everything seemed to be developing in a positive direction, in reality, some of his top lieutenants were slowly trying to break free from his control. They weren't just secretly doing business behind his back, attempting to escape his control, some were even wealthier than him, their elder brother, and were using money to bribe his close associates, trying to undermine his authority. This was indeed a good opportunity to establish his authority. He had originally only asked Song Xiaobao to instruct Gao Xing to act discreetly, but in the end, he considered his internal problems. He saw Zhao Dezhu as a perfect tool to establish his authority, so he instructed Song Xiaobao to notify Gao Xing to bring his men here. He also summoned his own men to his office and gathered them all here. He was essentially playing a double game. If successful, he could establish his authority over everyone. If he failed, he could have everyone protect him. It must be said that Song Yuan, after decades in the business, did have some brains. However, his main goal was to use Zhao Dezhu's death to deal with his internal problems. He hadn't given much thought to the possibility of Gao Xing and his group failing, because just before the operation today, his men who had been following Zhao Dezhu reported back that there were indeed only 2 of them. Furthermore, the people protecting Zhao Dezhu's family hadn't made any moves. In other words, Zhao Dezhu only had 2 men. Meanwhile, Gao Xing and his group had dozens of men. He figured that Yang Wenlong, with Zhao Dezhu and his burden, had no chance of escape. Gao Xing was considered one of his confidants, and he knew the abilities of Scarface and the others, so he trusted them a great deal. As for what happened last time, he felt a large part of the reason was that Scarface and his men underestimated their enemy. He turned to his group of high-ranking officers, took out a bottle of red wine, personally poured a glass for each of them, and then raised his glass, saying, "Brothers, don't be curious. The reason I called you all here tonight is simply to have a good drink together. After all, it's been a long time since we've sat down together for a hearty drink, hasn't it?" Chapter 205. A merciful commander cannot lead an army. As soon as one person spoke, others immediately echoed, raising their glasses to toast Song Yuan. Although the Dukhan Group had long been a conglomerate and a shareholding company, these people were all Song Yuan's henchmen. The actual leader of the group was still Song Yuan, and things were done according to the old ways. If Song Yuan wanted to kick someone out, it was just a matter of a word. Therefore, everyone here was still very afraid of Song Yuan. If they angered this big brother, they might lose not only their current status and money, but even their lives. Song Yuan felt smug seeing everyone's fear of him, even though he knew some of them were only superficially obedient. What they were really thinking was unknown, but sometimes that was enough. What those in power fear most is people who aren't even willing to do the superficial work. Just as Song Yuan was congratulating himself on his way of managing people, Zhao Dezhu and his group had arrived at the road next to the Dakang group headquarters, dozens of cars neatly parked together. Zhao Dezhu got out and stood by the roadside. He lit another cigarette. Looking at the brightly lit Dakang group building in the distance, he exhaled a puff of smoke, the smoke making his eyes uncomfortable. Behind him, dozens of cars were parked neatly, and including the dozens of people Wang Fu had brought, there were over 100 people in total, all standing beside their cars. From Dasen's side, apart from a few armed guards protecting their home, more than 10 people had arrived. The 100 mercenaries from the Demon Realm mercenary group were no longer hiding in the shadows, they had all come. These men were all trained regular soldiers, standing there in an orderly fashion, awaiting Zhao Dezhu's instructions. Only Wang Fu and his group of dozens seemed somewhat out of place. This scene completely stunned them. Chairman. Wang Fu's men looked at the orderly group standing beside the car, speechless. They all stared at Wang Fu in surprise. Are these people from the military? I don't know. Wang Fu himself was taken aback by the sheer number of people. He never expected Zhao Dezhu to be surrounded by so many clearly extraordinary individuals. Wang Fu had seen far more of the world than his men. He felt that none of these people were simple. He thought that even if all of his men attacked together, they might not be a match for any one of these individuals. How terrifying was that? Shut up, stand still. Wang Fu dared not imagine any further and quietly reprimanded his men, instructing them to stand properly by the car, their eyes fixed on Zhao Dezhu and his group. Meanwhile, on Zhao Dezhu's side, Deshan and Sima Nan, the mercenary leader of the Demon Realm, also stood beside him. After taking a few puffs of his cigarette, Zhao Dezhu looked at the distant building and said, "Gentlemen, tonight, no matter what, I want Song Yangyuan dead. But I have one condition, I don't want any casualties among our brothers. Do you have any good suggestions?" After hearing Zhao Dezhu's words, Yang Wenlong, Dasan, and Sima Nan exchanged glances. They both knew Zhao Dezhu's character. Ruthless towards his enemies. His decisive shooting of Gao Seng and his men tonight was a clear indication of his character. His kindness towards his own men was evident in his everyday actions. However, Zhao Dezhu's words now put everyone in a difficult position. Based on previous intelligence, the Dakang group currently had hundreds, even 1,000, of people. Preventing casualties among their own men was indeed a challenge. The three men were deeply moved by Zhao Dezhu's words. Each of their subordinates was a comrade in arms, like brothers. But ensuring their men's safety against an enemy 10 times their size required careful consideration. "Boss, let's discuss this," Deshan said, looking at Zhao Dezhu. To be honest, his opinion of Zhao Dezhu had changed drastically after tonight's events. Before this, his opinion of Zhao Dezhu was purely based on Zhao Dezhu's ability to generate profits for his family. His family had sent him to protect Zhao Dezhu, simply out of a soldier's duty. But tonight, after witnessing Zhao Dezhu personally shoot and kill the 5 men who had previously attempted to assassinate him, Dasen realized that this young man, barely 20 years old, possessed a chillingly fierce spirit. This spirit was precisely the quality that soldiers were expected of. Therefore, his gaze towards Zhao Dezhu now held not only respect for his employer, but also admiration for his courage. His tone of voice when speaking to Zhao Dezhu unconsciously became even more respectful. Zhao Dezhu nodded. "Okay, it's all right. We have all night. As long as things turn out in our favor, we can discuss it slowly." Deshan and the others looked at Zhao Dezhu and nodded. Indeed, if there were a better way to do things well on the one hand, while minimizing their own losses on the other, they had plenty of time. Yang Wenlong, Deshan, and Sima Nan huddled together in a circle, discussing the matter around Zhao Dezhu. The three of them opened up to each other. They shared all their thoughts. Although they came from 3 different groups, their goal was the same, to ensure Zhao Dezhu's safety. And Song Yangyuan, who had repeatedly tried to kill Zhao Dezhu, was naturally their target. Zhao Dezhu stood by, not uttering a word. He knew these people were all professionals who had experienced life and death. He himself was utterly unworthy to even carry their shoes. He shouldn't interfere with their decisions. Frankly, he had already put too much pressure on them, insisting on using the Dakang group to establish his authority. If he only wanted Song Yanjiayuan's life, any one of their teams could have done it easily. There was no need for all this trouble. Take Deshan and his team, for example. A single sniper rifle would have taken care of them in minutes. Even 10 heads wouldn't be enough for these grim reapers. Why go through all this trouble? Zhao Dezhu shook his head, lost in thought. The reason he said those things earlier was because he had simulated many scenarios on the way, but he had discovered in the final, predicted results. Regardless of whether they launched a direct assault or not, Song Yangyuan was determined to fight to the death, and their side would inevitably suffer casualties in the counterattack of those thousands. Therefore, Zhao Dezhu wanted them to discuss the matter further. He genuinely wanted to deal with Song Yangyuan and take over his Dakang group, but he didn't want his own selfishness to cause any losses to his people. Although there's a saying that a merciful general cannot command an army, Zhao Dezhu still felt that he could treat the enemy however he wanted, but he truly couldn't bring himself to harm his own people for his own benefit. Chapter 206 No Casualties Accepted. After a while, the three seemed to have come up with a plan. They walked up to Zhao Dezhu. Boss, we have a plan. Tell us, Zhao Dezhu said, looking at the three. The three glanced at Zhao Dezhu and noticed the complex expression on his face. They exchanged a look. Being seasoned veterans, they quickly realized that Zhao Dezhu was still worried about the safety of his men. Yang Wenlong pondered for a moment and said to Zhao Dezhu, Boss, Song Yuan wants your life and your property. It's normal to pay a price when we try to deal with him. Don't feel guilty. Dashan and Sima Nan also nodded at Zhao Dezhu. That's life, you have to give and you have to take. If you don't want others to bully you, you have to show your fangs. There's no doubt that you have to pay a price. No, Zhao Dezhu shook his head again. At that moment, he also foresaw Yang Wenlong's next plan. Unsurprisingly, even with these measures, there would still be casualties. Therefore, Zhao Dezhu didn't ask further, but decided to abandon their plan. If it's truly unavoidable, that's another story, but it's not entirely unavoidable. Zhao Dezhu glanced firmly at the 100+ people behind him. At worst, I'll give up the Dukhan group. He then glanced at the Dukhan group headquarters in the distance. Yang Wenlong and the other two looked at Zhao Dezhu, following his gaze to the Dukhan group. Then Zhao Dezhu said, I've thought about it seriously. No matter what method we use, we can't guarantee there won't be casualties. In that case, let's abandon the original plan. A ruthless glint appeared in Zhao Dezhu's eyes. Right now, I only want Song Yanjiayuan's life. As for the Dukhan group, let them make a scene for a while. If they get it, great, if not, so be it. I don't lack that little bit of money. Indeed, Zhao Dezhu had come to terms with it. Now, in his eyes, the Dukhan group was nothing compared to one of his own people. Especially someone like Dashan, whom his family considered a treasure. He didn't need to send them to their deaths just to establish his authority. But boss, this might make taking over the Dalao group much harder later, Dashan said, admiring Zhao Dezhu's magnanimity. He naturally didn't want his brothers to storm the Dukhan group, which had over 1,000 employees. But if they didn't cause this scene, perhaps others wouldn't fear Zhao Dezhu. It's alright, that's how it'll be. Have everyone disperse. You guys take him out tonight. We'll figure out the rest later. I don't want anyone to get hurt or even lose their lives. Zhao Dezhu's attitude was very clear. His original plan was to storm Song Yanjiayuan's office and let everyone know he wasn't someone to mess with. But after countless predictions, he realized that this would inevitably result in casualties on his side. This was unacceptable to him, so he abandoned the plan. He only wanted Song Yanjiayuan dead now. The three people beside him looked at the resolute expressions on Zhao Dezhu's and my youthful faces. They couldn't help but feel a sense of respect for him. Especially Sima Nan, when they accepted the assignments before, the employer only considered whether they could complete the task. They didn't care about their safety at all. They originally thought this trip back to China was just to protect a rich second-generation heir, no different from the previous ones. They even thought it was normal for them to take money and risk their lives. They never expected their employer to be so afraid of them getting hurt. He was willing to change the plan and sacrifice his own interests rather than take any risks. This was a kind of camaraderie these mercenaries on the run, had never experienced before. They couldn't help but admire Zhao Dezhu from the bottom of their hearts. They felt that someone so young with such vision would surely stand at the top of the world one day. Dashan and Yang Wenlong saw that Zhao Dezhu's mind was made up, so they didn't say anything. Needless to say, they were also grateful to Zhao Dezhu. After all, Zhao Dezhu only needed to say a word, and it was they who risked their lives. If they could avoid fighting and killing, no one would want to throw their life away. Disperse them first. Those who need to rest, rest. Those who need to work, go back to work. We'll discuss the details when they get home. Seeing the three men remain silent, Zhao Dezhu made the final decision, silencing them. Yes, sir. The three tough men stood at attention, saluted, and arranged for their men to return to their posts. In a flash, over 100 men boarded the vehicles and quickly dispersed, disappearing into the night. Yang Wenlong also sent Wang Fu and his men back to Shancheng County. Wang Fu repeatedly agreed, but inwardly he was filled with doubt. He didn't understand why Zhao Dezhu had brought him here for so long, and why he was sending them back so suddenly. He could only ponder these thoughts before quickly leaving the scene. On the way, he instructed his men not to reveal a single word about what had happened that night. Otherwise, they would be going against him, Wang Fu. His men naturally agreed readily. No one wanted to suffer the same fate as Gao Seng and the others for saying the wrong thing. Boss, after tonight, Wang Fu should behave himself. Dashan watched Wang Fu's car drive away and smilingly. Zhao Dezhu nodded, yeah, definitely. We wanted to give him a warning tonight, so he wouldn't have any other ideas. The reason he called Wang Fu and his group here tonight was twofold: first, to have more people if they really wanted to infiltrate the Dakang group; second, to flex his muscles and reassure him, since for Zhao Dezhu and his team, it was just a matter of a phone call. But it would make Wang Fu think about many things. If he's smart enough, he might understand many things. That would make it easier to manage him later. That's why he spared his life back then. Overall, he's still valuable. After all the cars had driven away, Zhao Dezhu let Sima Nan go back to protect his family. Deshan, on the other hand, arranged for several people to keep an eye on Song Yangyuan to ensure he didn't leave the Dakang group. He got into Zhao Dezhu and Yang Wenlong's car, and they went to Villa number 8 together. When they arrived home, it was already past midnight, and his family was asleep. The three of them went up to the 3rd floor and made a pot of tea. Zhao Dezhu picked up his computer and bought a few more stocks and futures. Then the three of them started talking about Song Yangyuan. Dashan immediately took out his phone and showed Zhao Dezhu and Yang Wenlong a photo. Zhao Dezhu and Yang Wenlong burst out laughing as soon as they saw it. This photo was taken from a not-too-tall building, showing a bald man holding a wine glass and looking down at the night view. It's clearly taken with a high-definition camera. Even the expressions on the faces of the people in it are crystal clear. He seems to be enjoying himself. Dashan smiled. Looks like he really likes standing at the window looking at the scenery. Chapter 207: The Death of Song Yangyuan. Isn't it convenient for us to make our move with him here? Zhao Dezhu looked at Song Yangyuan's somewhat gloomy expression in the photo. Yes, boss. From this position, with just a word from you, he can be dead immediately. Deshan nodded confidently after hearing Zhao Dezhu's words. At this distance, in this position, Deshan naturally knew what kind of methods his men possessed. Good. Zhao Dezhu listened to Deshan's confident assurance. A sudden surge of triumphant confidence welled up within him, a feeling of commanding victory from afar. After all, Deshan had said that Song Yangyuan's life now rested on his word. Then let's do it. Zhao Dezhu didn't even glance at the photo. Casually, he lightly touched the tip of his fruit knife to Song Yangyuan's forehead in the picture. The knife tip left a small white dot on Song Yangyuan's forehead after contact. Yes, boss. Deshan looked at Zhao Dezhu calmly, as if Zhao Dezhu's words were nothing more than a trivial matter. Then, right in front of Zhao Dezhu and Yang Wenlong, he took out his phone and pressed a few buttons. Then he said into the phone, "Do it." Then, without waiting for a reply, he hung up the phone. Zhao Dezhu thought he would be very nervous when he said those words. After all, he was about to kill a local tyrant. But when he actually made up his mind, he found himself eerily calm. Perhaps he had truly become heartless, or perhaps he felt that not killing Song Yangyuan was tantamount to killing himself. Zhao Dezhu was now completely calm. After seeing Deshan hang up the phone, Zhao Dezhu nodded slightly, then calmly processed a few orders on the computer. Yang Wenlong and Deshan exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with admiration for Zhao Dezhu's composure. The maturity of their boss was truly beyond what a 20-year-old could possess. Such maturity filled them with envy. Meanwhile, at Dakang Group, a group of senior executives were also becoming restless. Their eldest brother had kept saying he was there tonight to drink with them, but he kept standing by the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking outside as if waiting for something. This fueled their suspicions, yet they dared not question him, causing them considerable distress. The Song brothers, Yang Yuan and Zhao Dezhu, who knew the reason for the situation, were also anxious. After all, there was still no news from Gao Xing and the others, and they couldn't contact them. It was getting late. Could something have happened? But they truly couldn't understand why. According to their intelligence and their arrangements, nothing should have gone wrong. Why was there still no news from Gao Xing and the others? Thinking this, the two men lost their initial composure, their brows furrowing tightly. This made the higher UPS even more nervous, wondering what had happened. Song Yangyuan looked out the window, then glanced impatiently at his cousin. Song Xiaobao walked to Song Yangyuan's side, looking at his cousin's expression, and shook his head helplessly. He no longer believed that Gao Xing and his group were unable to contact them because they were currently engaged in action. "Chairman, how about I send someone to Shancheng County to investigate?" Song Xiaobao was at his wit's end. He could only look at his cousin. They couldn't just wait like this forever, could they? This was too unbearable. They knew nothing. "Yes, go ahead." Song Yangyuan's face was ashen. Something must have happened to Gao Xing and his group. A vague unease settled over Song Yangyuan. "Okay." Song Xiaobao walked out directly, without saying goodbye to anyone, but they didn't notice. Hundreds of meters away, on the rooftop of a building, a burly man in a black suit, wearing a Bluetooth headset, was watching Song Yangyuan through binoculars. Another man was aiming a sniper rifle at Song Yangyuan. The two men exchanged a glance, then nodded. The burly man with the sniper rifle quickly aimed his eyes at the binoculars on his weapon. Without a word, he pulled the trigger. Bang! A not-so-loud gunshot rang out in the night air. It turned out the rifle had a silencer. Almost simultaneously, a fist-sized hole appeared in the floor-to-ceiling window in front of Song Yangyuan. Before Song Yangyuan's expression could even change, he collapsed to the ground. He never imagined that his life, filled with power and influence, would end so swiftly and ignominiously. Meanwhile, the group of high-ranking officials in the office, upon hearing the sound, instinctively dropped to the floor. A group of seemingly invincible Yeoyu city bosses, at this moment, appeared remarkably cowardly and pathetic. Only when they saw their elder brother lying in a pool of blood did they stand up in stunned silence, shouting in panic, "Brother!" Perhaps genuinely, perhaps feigned, but everyone rushed forward. "It's over, it's over. Brother's dead." The first person who reached Song Yangyuan's side saw a gaping hole in his forehead, blood gushing out, and panic gripped them instantly. "Damn it!" One person cursed, running behind the wall to draw the curtains. The group reacted incredibly quickly, in just a few seconds. Someone checked Song Yangyuan's pulse and found no sign of life. They collapsed to the ground, their faces deathly pale. The first thought in everyone's mind was whether this would implicate them. After all, Song Yangyuan had always suppressed them. Now that Song Yangyuan was dead, they all had a motive, they were suspects. In an instant, everyone's expression became subtle. They looked at each other, none daring to trust the other. At this moment, no one dared to speak. They didn't know what to do. Meanwhile, the two men in black suits on the opposite building watched their bullets carve a hole in Song Yangyuan's forehead, then without a word, they left the rooftop. Tonight in Yayo City, a sleepless night was destined to be. Putting everything else aside, the powerful figures of the Dukhan group in Yayo City were completely panicked. Song Yangyuan was dead. In fact, the biggest impact of Song Yangyuan's death was undoubtedly on these high-ranking executives. Not only would it affect the group's profits, directly reducing their funds, but they would also be suspected by the police. Once investigated by the police, it was no joke. After all, none of these people were clean. Song Xiaobao also received the news immediately and rushed back. With Song Yangyuan dead, he was the most influential person in the entire Dukhan group. He was stunned at first, unable to accept his cousin's death. However, there was no other way. This wasn't the time to discuss that issue. His priority was to calm everyone down, otherwise, given the current state of the Dukhan group, it might fall apart with Song Yangyuan's death. So he looked at everyone and told them to close the room door, forbidding anyone from entering or leaving. Chapter 208 Hiding the cause of Song Yangyuan's death. Song Xiaobao's already dark face darkened even further. He had no time to grieve for his cousin's death. He immediately issued a gag order to everyone. As long as outsiders didn't know his cousin was dead, many things could still be dealt with. At least the police wouldn't get involved. As for Zhao Dezhu, although he knew Song Yangyuan was dead, as long as the Dukhan group hadn't collapsed, he might be somewhat hesitant and wouldn't dare to act again in the short term. Of course, these were just Song Xiaobao's own thoughts. The other high-ranking officials were unaware of this and remained suspicious of each other. Song Xiaobao knew that this was most likely done by Zhao Dezhu's men, but there was nothing he could do. His cousin's death plunged him into an icy abyss. He knew that since Zhao Dezhu dared to kill his cousin, he might also kill him. Now he was certain that Zhao Dezhu was responsible, and all his previous contempt for Zhao Dezhu vanished. Instead, he was filled with worry for his own safety. After all, Zhao Dezhu dared to kill even a powerful figure like his own cousin, so what was Song Xiaobao compared to him? Therefore, he clearly understood that the key was to unite the people of his Dukhan group, at least superficially. This way, others wouldn't dare to act recklessly against their people. Otherwise, seeing the Dukhan group shattered, Zhao Dezhu would naturally become even more fearless. Having figured this out, he instructed everyone not to tell anyone about this. He decided to figure out what to do next himself. Everyone knew that if word got out about Song Yangyuan's death, there would definitely be a lot of trouble. So they all agreed with Song Xiaobao's words. They all nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, on Zhao Dezhu's side, Dasen looked at Zhao Dezhu. "Boss, it's done." "Good." Zhao Dezhu replied as if he had heard something very ordinary. He simply gave a curt answer. In fact, he had already foreseen this. At this moment, Li Feng also arrived at the villa, bringing out his computer. Then he played an audio clip for a few people. It was the conversation in the chairman's office of Dukhan Group after Song Yangyuan's death. After listening, Zhao Dezhu sold one of his stocks. Then he glanced at the people opposite him. This Song Xiaobao is actually quite shrewd. He knows that if people find out about Song Yangyuan's death, it won't benefit any of them, so he's kept it quiet. Indeed, the three nodded, agreeing with Zhao Dezhu's words. "Boss, should we spread the news of Song Yangyuan's death?" Yang Wenlong awaited Zhao Dezhu's instructions. "No need, that's too much trouble." Zhao Dezhu waved his hand. "Since he thinks that news of Song Yangyuan's death shouldn't be spread, I won't dare to lay a hand on him. Let him know he's wrong. Kill Song Xiaobao too. He can keep the upper echelons of Dukhan Group in check, so kill him." Whoever can keep Dakang Group in check from now on, kill them. That way, Dakang Group will inevitably fall apart. Then their internal strife will be severe, and we can easily take over Dakang Group. Zhao Dezhu looked at the three people in front of him, his tone very calm. Even before this, despite possessing immense wealth, Zhao Dezhu still acted according to the rules of this world. But what did he gain from adhering to the rules? He was bullied and assassinated by Gao Xing and his associates. Since that's the case, why bother with these so-called messy rules? It's better to treat others the way they treat you. Only then can you instill fear in them. Only then can you protect your family. From this perspective, the so-called rules seem less important. He now understands that many so-called rules are merely created by the wealthy to control the poor. Even if he's not the world's richest man now, he's still among the top in the country. Therefore, some rules should naturally be set by me, Zhao Dezhu. Zhao Dezhu thought to himself. The three men, seeing Zhao Dezhu's calm, almost joking tone, yet his unusually confident demeanor, felt a chill run down their spines. Zhao Dezhu's words truly shocked them. What era is this? According to Zhao Dezhu, he would kill any person in charge of the Dakang Group. That's fucking ruthless. While it sounds satisfying to say, actually doing it is. However, after thinking about it, they realized it wasn't impossible. After all, Zhao Dezhu's backing was his family. The Dakang Group wanted him dead, so he was retaliating in anger. Isn't that reasonable? Having figured this out, the three of them stopped worrying. Yang Wenlong and Dasan looked at each other, then nodded firmly, both seeing the determination in each other's eyes. They would do their best to do whatever Zhao Dezhu said. It was their mission, let alone killing a few people who wanted Zhao Dezhu dead. Dasan had guns, so naturally, his men were more suitable for this task. So Deshan looked at Zhao Dezhu and asked, "Boss, should I send someone to make a move now?" Zhao Dezhu, seeing Deshan's impatience, smiled and stopped him. "Brother Shan, don't rush this. You see, I only want to kill the person who controls the Dakang Group, not Song Xiaobao personally." Zhao Dezhu paused for a moment. "We'll make our move after he completely controls the Dakang Group. Only then can the Dakang Group collapse from within." Deshan thought for a moment, then looked at Zhao Dezhu. "Yes, boss. Alright, let's take it slow. Let this matter settle down first. It's getting late, go get some rest." The group chatted for a while, then stayed with Zhao Dezhu to monitor the stock market for some time. It was already past 3 a.m., and Zhao Dezhu was almost done with his work. "Okay, boss." The three nodded. Zhao Dezhu stood up, stretched, and casually remarked, "Looks like I'll have to ask Sister Luoxu to hire a few traders for me this afternoon, otherwise this is just too tiring." The three people looked at Zhao Dezhu and laughed. Indeed, Zhao Dezhu was making billions, even tens of billions of US dollars a day, all by himself and with just one computer. Even those who didn't understand stock trading found it somewhat unbelievable. He hadn't expected Zhao Dezhu to bring it up so late. "I've been saying for a while that I need to find some people, but you kept ignoring me, boss," Yang Wenlong said. He'd actually discussed this with Zhao Dezhu before, so he couldn't help but joke with him now that Zhao Dezhu brought it up. "Sigh, I'll have Sister Luoxu find them after I wake up. I'll leave this to Brother Long, okay?" Zhao Dezhu remembered Yang Wenlong mentioning finding some traders. He'd previously thought hiring people wouldn't be very useful, since he made his money using his precognitive abilities. Now it seemed much better to direct their operations himself. So he decided to have Lin Luoxu find some traders. When Yang Wenlong heard Zhao Dezhu tell him to go find Lin Luoxu, he saw it as creating an opportunity for him, and he nodded repeatedly. He was as happy as a child. Chapter 209 Relationship Progresses. When Zhao Dezhu woke up, it was around 1 p.m. His family was all home. Yang Wenlong and his father were playing chess, while his grandfather watched silently. The atmosphere was peaceful and harmonious. Seeing Zhao Dezhu get up and come out, Lin Luoxu quietly went to the kitchen and heated up some food for him. This made Zhao Dezhu sigh. Such a capable girl, whoever marries her will be incredibly lucky. Not only can she manage such a large company so well, but she's also an excellent cook. He just wondered if their brother Long would be so fortunate. Zhao Dezhu called for everyone to come and eat some more, but since they had already eaten, he told them to eat by himself. Zhao Dezhu felt it was pointless to eat alone in the kitchen, so he simply grabbed a large bowl, filled it with food, and watched his father and the others play chess. While eating, he didn't forget to give Yang Wenlong a few pointers. He even told Zhao Hai to yell at Zhao Dezhu to get lost and eat somewhere else. This caused everyone to burst into laughter. After he finished eating, his father and the others finished their game, and his grandfather took Yang Wenlong's place. Yang Wenlong's seat was now empty. The two of them went to Villa Number 1 to take a look. Renovations had already begun, and many workers were already busy at work. Because Zhao Dezhu wanted to expand the villa, it wouldn't be finished anytime soon. Fortunately, Zhao Dezhu wasn't in a hurry to use it. Zhao Dezhu looked at the enormous villa before him. He couldn't help but sigh. After all, It was because of this villa that Gao Xing and Song Yangyuan wanted to kill him and take it from him. Now Gao Xing was dead, and Song Yangyuan was dead, but the feud with the Dekong group had been forged. It seems life is like that, many things are unknowingly propelled by an invisible force. Even after gaining his supernatural abilities, Zhao Dezhu only thought he would have endless money and live a carefree life. But who could have imagined the many things he would encounter along the way? These events slowly transformed him from a kind little boy into the ruthless and decisive person he is today. These were things Zhao Dezhu never expected, but there was nothing he could do. All he could do was expand his power to protect himself and his family. He had no other options. After looking around for a while, Zhao Dezhu glanced at the house's design, which he had previously finalized and was still quite satisfied with. Seeing nothing that needed improvement, the two left villa number 1. Just then, Yang Wenlong remembered the work Zhao Dezhu had arranged earlier that morning. He had already told Lin Luoxiu about it, and Lin Luoxiu had given him an answer. "Boss, Miss Lin said she can arrive tonight." Yang Wenlong told Zhao Dezhu about this. Yang Wenlong had told Lin Luoxiu about it before going to bed. When he woke up at noon, Lin Luoxiu gave him her reply. Currently, Dingliangzhou Investment Company deals with various investments, including securities and stocks. There are naturally traders involved. So, when Yang Wenlong mentioned it, Lin Luoxiu already had the personnel she needed. After seeing Yang Wenlong's WeChat message, Lin Luoxiu immediately replied. She simply told them to sleep during the day and go to work with Zhao Dezhu at night. Okay, add a few computers for them on the 3rd floor before tonight. Moving them from the company isn't convenient, Zhao Dezhu nodded, instructing Yang Wenlong to add a few computers. Yes, boss, I'll go buy them myself later. This needs to be highly confidential, I don't trust others to handle it. Yang Wenlong thought for a moment. Zhao Dezhu felt he had indeed overlooked this. Before, he knew that mobile phones and computers could be compromised through viruses and external plugins. However, it was just hearsay. But after meeting Li Feng, he felt this much more acutely. Li Feng could install a small virus on a computer and directly monitor all the contents of that computer from other computers. In other words, if someone installed a virus on Zhao Dezhu's computer, all his stock trading activities would be monitored. This would significantly impact Zhao Dezhu's income. After all, Zhao Dezhu needs to keep each stock trade within a certain amount to ensure a profit. If someone monitors Zhao Dezhu's computer and follows his trades, the larger the amount, the less Zhao Dezhu's profits will be. Therefore, after Yang Wenlong raised this issue, Zhao Dezhu realized it was indeed a serious matter. Okay, Brother Long, this definitely needs to be kept secret, Zhao Dezhu nodded. The two went to villa number 8 together. When they returned to the villa, Lin Luoxiu was peeling garlic with her mother in the living room. Zhao Dezhu went over. Sister Luoxiu, could you please go with Brother Long to buy a few computers for tonight's work? I don't trust anyone else to go. Yang Wenlong looked at Zhao Dezhu, feeling a surge of gratitude. He knew Zhao Dezhu had always been creating opportunities for him and Lin Luoxiu. Their relationship had indeed progressed significantly. Lin Luoxiu blushed upon hearing Zhao Dezhu's words. Previously, Zhao Dezhu always liked to pair her with Yang Wenlong for work, but at that time, they were the only 2 employees Zhao Dezhu had. Lin Luoxiu thought Zhao Dezhu genuinely paired them together for work purposes. However, later, the workload increased, and the number of employees grew. But Zhao Dezhu still preferred to pair her with Yang Wenlong. Even if Lin Luoxiu was naive, she should have realized that Zhao Dezhu was creating opportunities for the two of them. However, she genuinely didn't dislike Yang Wenlong, and with Zhao Dezhu's repeated matchmaking and her own understanding of Yang Wenlong, Lin Luoxiu gradually developed feelings for him. After all, Yang Wenlong wasn't ugly, and he was very caring towards her. He just wasn't always good at expressing himself. Such men are often the most suitable for a life together. Of course, Lin Luoxiu felt she was thinking too far ahead. These thoughts came to mind in an instant. Lin Luoxiu stood up and looked respectfully at Zhao Dezhu. Yes, boss. Okay, go ahead. Call a few people and take 2 cars, Zhao Dezhu said to the 2 of them. Actually, he said it on purpose, because even if he didn't say it, Lin Luoxiu and the others already knew what he meant. Okay, Lin Luoxiu agreed, then greeted Li Ying and the others before walking out the door with Yang Wenlong. Zhao Dezhu subtly gave Yang Wenlong a look, and Yang Wenlong returned a grateful glance before following behind Lin Luoxiu. Chapter 210 Leisure Time. Seeing Yang Wenlong and Lin Luoxiu walk out, Li Ying watched their retreating figures and said with a smile, "Son, do you think Yang has a chance?" Zhao Dezhu naturally knew his mother was referring to whether Yang Wenlong had a chance of winning Lin Luoxiu's heart. As for Yang Wenlong, one of their earliest employees, the Zhao family treated him like family. Therefore, they were very concerned about his marriage prospects. For example, Li Ying herself spent more time with Lin Luoxiu, as Lin Luoxiu would chat with her whenever she had time and help her in the kitchen. Li Ying would chat with Lin Luoxiu whenever she had a spare moment, and would occasionally, intentionally or unintentionally, speak well of Yang Wenlong in front of Lin Luoxiu. Zhao Dezhu sat down on the spot where Lin Luoxiu had just been, peeling a clove of garlic. "Mom," he said, "I think it's about time." Luoxiu's attitude towards Long Ge has changed a lot. She even scolds him occasionally, but she's very careful about what she says in front of you elders, so you haven't noticed. "Oh, really?" Li Ying was taken aback, then looked at her son. "If that's really the case, that's good." "I think so," Zhao Dezhu nodded. Soon, his mother changed the subject again. "Sai, your sister's taking the high school entrance exam. I wonder how her results will be." "Ugh, Mom, why do you have to think about everything?" Zhao Dezhu gave his mother a helpless look. His mother was like that. Whenever she had time, she would nag incessantly, worrying about everything. First, it was Yang Wenlong's marriage, then his and his sister's grades. She had to go over everything. It was genuinely out of concern, but Zhao Dezhu felt his mother was overthinking things and making her too stressed. "My sister's grades have always been good, and now she's studying at the top high school, where the teaching quality is incomparable to her previous school. She'll definitely do well on the exam," Zhao Dezhu said without stopping his work. "Even if she doesn't do well, we can just pay for her to go to the best school," Zhao Dezhu said casually, trying to reassure his mother. Actually, this was just to comfort his mother. With his sister's grades, there was no problem. He had been checking his sister's mock exam results every time and sometimes even helped her with some problems. So Zhao Dezhu knew his sister Zhao Yuan's grades best. "Sai, what you get yourself and what you buy are completely different." Li Ying wiped the garlic peels off the table and threw them in the trash can. Now that Zhao Dezhu had been admitted to university, the adults in the family were most worried about Zhao Yuan. You see, she was the youngest in the family and had always been the most pampered. Now that she was at the crucial stage of transitioning from junior high to senior high, her mother was very worried. His father wasn't doing much better. He kept asking Zhao Dezhu to tutor his sister whenever he had free time, but seeing how busy his son was with work, he didn't say much. Zhao Dezhu, however, had confidence in his sister, so he often reassured his parents. "It's okay, Mom, my sister's grades are very good, you don't need to worry," Zhao Dezhu comforted his mother. "I'm just worried she'll be under too much pressure and underperform," Mom muttered. Zhao Dezhu listened. His heart was filled with warmth. After peeling the garlic, Zhao Dezhu played chess with his father and the others. For a moment, he suddenly felt like he was living the life of an old man prematurely. After a few games, Zhao Dezhu felt a little bored. He called Dasen over and asked him to teach him a few moves at the gym. He knew Dasen was a legendary figure in China, a master of martial arts, and his skills were unfathomable. Now that he had some free time, he should naturally learn a few more moves from him. At first, Dasen thought Zhao Dezhu was just curious about kung fu, so he taught him some very basic moves. These were the moves Yang Wenlong had taught Zhao Dezhu before. Zhao Dezhu had already learned them. "Brother Dasan, teach me something a little more difficult. I've already learned these." Zhao Dezhu had already mastered these moves quite well. He immediately demonstrated them to Dasan. At first, Dasan thought Zhao Dezhu was just being overly ambitious. He hadn't expected Zhao Dezhu's movements to be so skillful, and his strength was just right. He had learned all of this in just a few days. Not bad, Dasan sincerely praised. "Very skilled. You can definitely learn some more difficult moves." Although these moves were already difficult for beginners, Dasan considered them merely introductory moves. With that, Dasan got into a fighting stance and began teaching Zhao Dezhu. After 10 minutes or so, Dasan's gaze towards Zhao Dezhu grew increasingly astonished. He realized that the moves he was teaching were difficult even for someone who had studied martial arts for years. But Zhao Dezhu could learn them in such a short time. Although somewhat stiff, with a little practice, he could master it all in no time. This made Deshan's eyes gleam as he looked at Zhao Dezhu. He realized that the young man before him was simply a martial arts prodigy. Even as he continuously increased the difficulty and speed of the movements, Zhao Dezhu could still learn them very quickly. Such coordinated movements, such comprehension, he had never seen anything like it in all his years in the military. Deshan couldn't understand why Zhao Dezhu possessed such extraordinary talent. If Zhao Dezhu were an ordinary person, he would definitely try to recruit him into the army. Unfortunately, the money Zhao Dezhu earned each day meant that even if he wanted to, his powerful family wouldn't agree. However, Deshan felt that even if he couldn't recruit Zhao Dezhu into the army, being able to personally teach him was a blessing in itself. With this in mind, Deshan began to teach Zhao Dezhu seriously. The two practiced until it was time for dinner before stopping. After washing away the smelly sweat, Zhao Dezhu felt sore all over, but also incredibly comfortable. Even his spirit felt richer. This must be why so many people enjoy fitness and martial arts. At this time, Yang Wenlong and Lin Luoxiu returned, accompanied by 2 armed soldiers. It seemed Yang Wenlong and his team were very serious about maintaining secrecy. According to them, they had also bought several high-definition cameras and some computers for monitoring, precisely to prevent anyone from tampering with the computers. Zhao Dezhu was very satisfied with their arrangements. He originally wanted to eat first, but 2 installation technicians from the computer store refused to eat with them. Unable to do anything else, the group had to help the technicians with the computer installation. Zhao Dezhu pointed out a room on the 3rd floor for them to install the computers and cameras there. This room could then serve as a permanent workspace. Dasan and the other 2 installation technicians from the computer store also went to help. This delayed the mealtime. Zhao Dezhu told the adults to eat first, and the rest of them could eat later. However, Grandma and Grandpa disagreed and insisted on waiting for them. The group had to finish installing the computers first. Only then could they all eat together in a lively atmosphere. Chapter 211 The Trader Arrives. It was a little past 8 p.m. The 5 traders Zhao Dezhu had asked Lin Luoxiu to find had arrived. They were all stunned upon seeing Zhao Dezhu. They knew that although Lin Luoxiu was the nominal boss, there was actually a behind-the-scenes boss. However, none of them knew who their real boss was. Now, through Lin Luoxiu's introduction, they realized that the young-looking Zhao Dezhu was their boss. Therefore, they were all stunned. Zhao Dezhu, seeing the surprised faces before him, was unfazed. After all, this wasn't the first time someone his age had surprised people. "Chairman, hello." The 5 traders quickly recovered. They greeted Zhao Dezhu respectfully. They were only surprised by Zhao Dezhu's youth. But that was all. They still held Zhao Dezhu in the highest regard. After all, they knew that Zhao Dezhu was the one who paid their salaries. In Yayo City today, Dingliangzhou Investment Company is a household name, not because of its size, but because, although it's only recently established, its salaries are comparable to those in big cities. According to its recruitment announcement, the base salary is over 10,000 yuan, plus commission. Therefore, it quickly became famous in this small city where the average wage is less than 2,000 yuan. If the company didn't only hire professionals with relevant skills, it would probably be overflowing with applicants. So the group was very satisfied with their jobs and naturally held Zhao Dezhu in the highest esteem. "Hello everyone, no need to be so polite. From now on, we're colleagues," Zhao Dezhu said, as always, with his affable manner. He never put on airs with his own people. This has always been his style. Seeing their chairman so kind, the 5 previously tense people all breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Dezhu exchanged polite greetings with the group and led them directly to the newly arranged office. 5 computers were arranged in an arc, with Zhao Dezhu himself sitting at a desk behind them. This way, Zhao Dezhu could see all the operations on the 5 computers in front of him. Of course, it was fortunate that Zhao Dezhu wasn't nearsighted. Otherwise, it would have been quite difficult. When the 5 men saw that each seat in the office had only one computer, they couldn't help but frown. These were professional stock traders. In their view, every piece of data in stock trading was crucial, such as charts and other data. Therefore, they often needed multiple screens to maximize their view of changes in each data point, the primary factor in ensuring profitability. But now, in this office, each person only had one computer and one screen. This made them question Zhao Dezhu's arrangement. After all, they had no idea that Zhao Dezhu had only asked them to perform some actions. He wouldn't be asking them to do any analysis or anything like that. So the group exchanged glances, all seeing skepticism in each other's eyes. Zhao Dezhu noticed the change in their expressions upon entering and knew the office's layout had puzzled them. Without explanation, he simply sat down at his desk and looked at the group. "Everyone, find a seat. This will be your office from now on." Although hesitant, the group each found a seat. "Yes, Chairman." They all shared the same thought. They were just employees, and would do as their boss instructed. After all, they wouldn't be investing their own money. The profits and losses all went to the boss. Zhao Dezhu had them turn on their computers and log into the accounts he had set up. These accounts were all branched from Zhao Dezhu's main account, and all available funds were at his discretion. After they logged in, Zhao Dezhu allocated $10 billion to each of them. Since this was their first time operating in this office, he wanted to allow them to get used to each other first. Zhao Dezhu thought this way, but the 5 men were completely stunned. They used to work at investment companies. Even receiving a few hundred million or tens of millions of dollars involved numerous procedures. They never expected their young boss to give each of them $1 billion, and in US dollars. This left all 5 men speechless. Luckily, they were all seasoned veterans, with plenty of experience in the stock market, and could immediately tell that these were real account balances. Otherwise, they would have thought Zhao Dezhu had given them virtual accounts to contact. But knowing that the money was real cash made them all break out in a cold sweat. They didn't dare to do anything, let alone touch the keyboard. They were terrified of accidentally pressing a wrong key. Zhao Dezhu was focused on operating his computer, allocating funds to the men. He didn't even notice that these 5 new traders were now barely daring to breathe. Only a few people who knew how incredibly wealthy Zhao Dezhu was calmly observing the 5 nervous men. After finishing his work, Zhao Dezhu noticed the room was completely silent. He then looked at the people in front and said, "The main reason I brought you here is to simply follow my instructions. Do not operate on your own." The 5 men were puzzled by Zhao Dezhu's words. They didn't understand what he meant. After all, in their eyes, Zhao Dezhu was just a young, rich second-generation heir. They didn't think he had any talent for investing, but looking at the long string of numbers on the screen in front of them, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. With so much money, if they were really left to manage it themselves, they really weren't confident. Now that Zhao Dezhu said to just follow his instructions, the 5 men nodded vigorously, like chickens pecking at rice. "Yes, Chairman." Zhao Dezhu nodded in satisfaction and began to give instructions one by one. However, the sheer volume of transactions, often involving hundreds of millions, still left the group sweating with envy. After seeing them by according to his instructions, Zhao Dezhu fell silent and began operating his own account. After all, the amount he gave to the unattended accounts tonight was just a number. He still had a lot more money to process. What the 5 people in front of him hadn't expected was this. They stared nervously at the numbers on their computers, but Zhao Dezhu, the true owner of that money, remained incredibly calm. He was typing away on the keyboard while chatting casually with Lin Luoxiu, Dasan, and Yang Wenlong beside him. It was as if those billions of dollars didn't even belong to him. His calmness made the 5 people in front of him wonder if the accounts Zhao Dezhu had given them were some kind of new software. They looked real, but were the amounts inside all fake? Otherwise, why would Zhao Dezhu be so calm? They didn't know how much money Zhao Dezhu himself had processed, but they knew that the 5 accounts they themselves operated contained a full $5 billion. That's over 30 billion yuan at the exchange rate between USD and RMB. A single misstep could result in a loss of billions. But he remained so calm. Thinking about it this way, all 5 of them realized the account was most likely fake. Otherwise, they couldn't explain why their young boss was so calm. So, the 5 of them relaxed considerably. Chapter 212. Wang Can is in trouble. Just then, Mom brought over a large plate of washed fruit. Lin Luoxiu quickly took it, then handed it to Zhao Dezhu first, who took an apple. Afterward, Lin Luoxiu passed the fruit plate to the others. Yang Wenlong and the others were already used to this, so they didn't stand on ceremony and each grabbed an apple and started eating. This made the 5 traders feel awkward. When Lin Luoxiu handed them the fruit plate, they were all flattered. Finally, Zhao Dezhu told them not to be shy and to just eat. Then, the 5 traders nervously ate 1 apple each. Because they thought they were operating virtual accounts, and seeing how easygoing Zhao Dezhu and Lin Luoxiu were, the 5 traders, who had been extremely tense, finally relaxed. When they saw the amount in their accounts steadily increasing, their eyes lit up with excitement. "Wow, mine went up a full 50%. One of them exclaimed softly. "What? Yours went up too?" "Mine went up 40%. "Mine too. If this were real money, we'd be rolling in it." They all turned to look at Zhao Dezhu in disbelief. They all seemed a little disappointed. Zhao Dezhu couldn't help but chuckle at their naivete. They actually thought the account was virtual? Zhao Dezhu looked at them helplessly. "This isn't a virtual account. All the money in it is real." "Ah, really?" The 5 grown men were completely stunned by Zhao Dezhu's words. Their previously calmed emotions were jolted back into focus. In other words, in the short few tens of minutes that Zhao Dezhu and his men were chatting, Zhao Dezhu had earned billions. This almost left the 5 men speechless. Lin Luoxiu looked at her subordinates and chuckled softly. She remembered having the same expression when she first witnessed Zhao Dezhu's incredible earning speed. She smiled at the 5 people. "Of course it's true. Would the chairman have time to joke with you?" Without exception, all 5 of them stared wide-eyed. Their eyes were filled with disbelief as they looked at Zhao Dezhu. After all, they had acted entirely according to Zhao Dezhu's instructions, meaning it was all based on his personal opinion. They were astonished by Zhao Dezhu's accurate predictions of stock market trends. It was simply unbelievable. But now the facts were undeniable. No one doubted that Zhao Dezhu could actually make money. After all, the money earned in just a few tens of minutes on the account was more than many people could ever achieve in a lifetime. Don't be surprised. This is just the beginning. The chairman will give you more surprises in the future. Don't be alarmed. Lin Luoxiu offered them some psychological counseling. Otherwise, she was afraid they would be frightened by Zhao Dezhu. Just follow the chairman's instructions carefully. You must be serious and not make any mistakes. As you have seen, pressing the wrong button can lead to incalculable losses. Lin Luoxiu saw Zhao Dezhu's gaze instructing her to continue. There's one more thing. I'll reiterate it again. Everything seen and done in this office must not be revealed to anyone. Although you've already signed confidentiality agreements, I think I should tell you again in front of the chairman. Zhao Dezhu had instructed Lin Luoxiu on this during dinner, so seeing Zhao Dezhu's gaze, Lin Luoxiu repeated it. After all, it was very important. Yes, the 5 men nodded quickly, knowing it was a trade secret. If it were revealed, it would mean jail time, no doubt about it. So they all agreed readily. All right, monitor the market. After saying a few words, Lin Luoxiu directly told them to look at the computer. Yes, President Lin. All 5 men nodded and turned to look at the computer. Now that they knew every transaction on the screen involved real money, they all looked extremely serious. Chairman, 54,005 has started to decline. Soon, they were all focused and began reporting the stock's movement to Zhao Dezhu. Okay, sell it all. Zhao Dezhu began giving instructions. Soon everyone got into the swing of things. Zhao Dezhu realized that having help made all the difference. He was so much more relaxed than before. He only needed to tell them his predicted buy and sell points, and they could buy and sell directly without him having to monitor the market. He could now make money while leisurely chatting and drinking tea with Yang Wenlong and the others. It couldn't be more comfortable. After arranging a few people for the operation, Zhao Dezhu looked at Lin Luoxiu and asked, Sister Luoxiu, when should Huang Chao deliver the goods? Boss, tomorrow is the day he delivers 10,000 tons of steel bars. Lin Luoxiu had many things to manage, but she didn't need to think too much. She directly stated that Huang Chao's delivery deadline was tomorrow. Okay, I'll be there too. Zhao Dezhu had absolutely no sympathy for someone like Huang Chao, and he still remembered Huang Cancan's arrogant demeanor the night before last. He wanted to see if Huang Cancan could still be so arrogant tomorrow. Yes, boss. It was Dasen who said this, because his elite soldiers had gun licenses, so wherever Zhao Dezhu went, his men had to set up defenses first. For example, snipers had to find the best positions. Okay, thanks for your hard work, everyone. Zhao Dezhu said with a smile, then asked Yang Wenlong, Brother Long, how did Huang Cancan do after she went back? After you beat her up, she wanted to kill me. What kind of fight did she have with her father? Zhao Dezhu figured that judging from how Huang Cancan seemed to want to kill him that night, she must be having a fight with her father. But he hadn't had time to pay attention to them these past 2 days. Now that he had time, his curiosity was piqued. Boss, Huang Cancan has gotten herself into big trouble. Yang Wenlong only remembered that he hadn't reported Huang Chao's family to Zhao Dezhu these past 2 days when Zhao Dezhu asked him about Huang Cancan. Oh, she's gotten herself into big trouble? Zhao Dezhu was very curious. He had always wanted Huang Cancan to experience despair. Yes, Yang Wenlong nodded, taking out his phone. After I slapped Huang Cancan a few times, her father took her to the hospital, but the next morning she ran away in a huff, driving her father's car. Yang Wenlong continued, she didn't have a driver's license. Huang Cancan didn't drive back to Shanchang County, instead, she got completely drunk at the Hongguan bar in Yao City. Zhao Dezhu listened intently as Yang Wenlong finished speaking. Huang Cancan's trouble was likely related to drunk driving. Chapter 213 Setting off to collect debts. After leaving the Hongguan bar, she drove off and crashed into a tricycle on Kangshan Road. The tricycle driver died instantly. Yang Wenlong said this with anger. What? She killed someone? Zhao Dezhu took the phone from Yang Wenlong in disbelief. Seeing the photo on the screen also filled him with rage. According to Yang Wenlong, Huang Cancan didn't have a driver's license and was driving under the influence. And now this serious incident had occurred. Was she arrested? Zhao Dezhu's impression of Huang Cancan worsened. He even regretted not acting sooner, giving her the opportunity to kill someone. No, her car wasn't damaged beyond repair at the time, so she fled. After she got back, Huang Chao immediately arranged a scapegoat for her. When the police found the car, she immediately admitted to driving it. Yang Wenlong shook his head. This is seriously infuriating. There are cameras everywhere on the streets now. Even though it's nighttime and you can't tell who it is, how can you mistake a man for a woman? Zhao Dezhu hadn't sworn in a while. Not even when Song Yangyuan tried to kill him the day before yesterday, but now he felt inexplicably angry. Huang Chao must have bribed him a lot, right? Yang Wenlong nodded. He also found these people utterly despicable. However, these systems had been in place for a while, and he couldn't do anything about it because Huang Cancan is still a month away from adulthood. We haven't reported her. After all, even if she went in, the sentence wouldn't be much. Yang Wenlong had actually been having people follow Huang Cancan, and he knew all about it. But, as if he had told Zhao Dezhu, Huang Cancan was exceptionally vicious. If they reported her, perhaps her punishment wouldn't be too severe. It was better to ask the boss. Indeed, if she's not yet 18, sending her to jail would be too lenient. Zhao Dezhu took a bite of his apple. This woman is young, but her heart is far too cruel. Let them do whatever they want. After giving a few instructions to the traders in front of him, Zhao Dezhu continued, Huang Chao is spending my money. Yang Wenlong and the others naturally knew that Zhao Dezhu wasn't worried about their money, but rather that he couldn't stand Huang Chao's behavior. Up until now, no matter what, he still indulged his spendthrift daughter. After chatting for a while, they stopped talking about these things and began to discuss other matters, but because the 5 traders were present, they only talked about very ordinary things and didn't mention Song Xiaobao and his group again. After all, some things had to be kept secret, they couldn't just tell everyone they met. During this time, Zhao Dezhu even had Yang Wenlong buy some barbecue and beer, and they had a few drinks. This made the 5 new traders secretly marvel. This was truly something they'd never seen before. In the companies they'd worked for before, they'd never seen anything like it. Zhao Dezhu was far too relaxed here. The key point is that around 4 a.m., when they were finishing work, each of them had their original 1 billion yuan increased by at least 40%. This left them all wide-eyed. It was hard to imagine that in just one night, their 5 accounts had grown to at least $1.4 billion. This was an achievement they had never seen before. But what the 5 didn't expect was this. Zhao Dezhu actually stood up, stretched, and then lazily said to the group in the office, "Tonight's profits were a bit lackluster, less than 9 billion. Zhao Dezhu was telling the truth, their usual earnings were over 10 billion. Tonight, he had taken it easy to manage the 5 traders. Yang Wenlong and Dasan weren't too surprised, as they knew Zhao Dezhu was telling the truth. However, the 5 traders were stunned. Less than 9 billion US dollars. And he said it was a bit lackluster. Listen to this. Listen to this. Is their boss even speaking human language? Zhao Dezhu looked at the 5 stunned people. Knowing they weren't used to it, Zhao Dezhu said, "It's alright, you'll get used to it." Looking at the group, he said, "Everyone worked hard tonight. Each of you will receive a 200,000 yuan bonus. Sister Luoxu will have the finance department transfer it directly to your personal accounts." Haha, thank you, boss. Yang Wenlong knew Zhao Dezhu was very generous, giving out bonuses was a regular occurrence. So he happily thanked Zhao Dezhu. Lin Luoxu was used to it too, and smiled broadly, saying, "Yes, boss." Dasan was the most serious person among them, but he had also received a bonus from Zhao Dezhu before, so he naturally thanked him as well. Only the 5 newcomers were still somewhat incredulous. They hadn't done anything special tonight, they had simply followed Zhao Dezhu's instructions to operate the computer. Even a complete novice who had never touched stocks before could handle it. They hadn't expected it to be so simple, and their boss had given each of them a 200,000 yuan bonus. In a small city like Yayu, 200,000 yuan was a considerable sum. After a moment's hesitation, they all bowed deeply in gratitude to Zhao Dezhu. Alright, no need to be so polite. Take a good rest today and the day after. We'll continue on Monday. Zhao Dezhu told them, dismissing them. He also assigned Yang Wenlong to escort Lin Luoxu. Afterwards, he told everyone to rest and go find Huang Chao after their afternoon naps. Today was the delivery date stipulated in the contract. Okay. Everyone left one after another. Zhao Dezhu also collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep. Afternoon. Zhao Dezhu woke up. He ate the meal his mother had prepared for him, then took Yang Wenlong and the others to Shancheng County. Because Yang Wenlong and the others had found out that Huang Chao had returned to Shancheng County. Although he had only been in a car accident a few days ago and hadn't fully recovered, he had no choice. His daughter had been causing him trouble, and he had to clean up her messes. Most importantly, today was the day to deliver 10,000 tons of steel bars. Although he couldn't gather the 10,000 tons of steel bars himself, he now knew that he couldn't afford to offend Zhao Dezhu's power, nor could he run away. So he could only wait for Zhao Dezhu's people to come to his steel bar factory. Huang Chao smoked his cigarette, looking utterly dejected, as if he had aged decades. To be honest, these past few days hadn't just been bad for him physically, due to the car accident, but also because he couldn't buy steel bars, knowing that Lin Luoxu had set him up. But he was helpless, completely distressed by the impending debt of over 10 million yuan to Zhao Dezhu. He was overjoyed when he first received this deal. Now, he was utterly desperate. Chapter 214 Super Strong Steel Bars. On the highway from Yayo City to Shancheng County, Zhao Dezhu's convoy was quite luxurious this time, at least for Yayo City. After all, Zhao Dezhu's convoy included a Rolls-Royce Cullinan and 10 Autos. It was undeniably high-profile. Is Huang Chao at the steel yard now? Zhao Dezhu asked Yang Wenlong. Yes, boss, our men have been following him. Today, Dasan was driving, and Yang Wenlong and Lin Luoxu sat next to Zhao Dezhu. He glanced at the passing trees and scenery outside the window and nodded. That's good. We won't have to search the whole county for him later. Don't worry, boss, Yang Wenlong said confidently. And so, the group chatted as they headed towards Huang Chao's super strong steel plant in Shancheng County. A little over an hour later, 11 luxury cars drove directly into Huang Chao's steel plant. Only after the car stopped did Zhao Dezhu and his group realize that the already small factory was now completely deserted, devoid of any vehicles. It was more of a large open space with a small office building, a steel reinforcement forming machine, and a crane for loading trucks. Zhao Dezhu and his group got out of the car, but not a single person came to greet them. However, Zhao Dezhu and his group ignored this and followed Lin Luoxiu. Lin Luoxiu had been here before when signing contracts, so she knew the area well. Two burly men with guns stood beside Lin Luoxiu, likely because Huang Chao was desperate. Zhao Dezhu and his group followed Lin Luoxiu into the small office building. The first thing Zhao Dezhu saw was Huang Chao in a wheelchair, sitting behind a 2-meter-long wooden tea table. Beside him was a dark-skinned man, presumably one of the employees. Beside him, there was no one else. Huang Chao wasn't particularly surprised to see Lin Luoxiu. Today was the delivery day, and he knew Zhao Dezhu's men would definitely come looking for him. He was prepared to go bankrupt compensating Zhao Dezhu, so even though he was utterly despondent inside, he maintained a calm facade. However, he was startled when he saw the two burly men with guns, nearly falling out of his wheelchair. His assistant was even more terrified, almost collapsing to the ground, frozen in place, mouth agape, afraid to move lest he frighten them and be killed. Zhao Dezhu walked in, looked at Huang Chao, and said with a smile, "Boss Huang, don't be nervous, we're just here to pick up the goods." Zhao Dezhu's tone was incredibly calm, as if discussing something perfectly ordinary. But this composure, to Huang Chao, was like the presence of a demon. He had never imagined that a 20-year-old could be so terrifying. But there was nothing he could do. The conflict between him and Zhao Dezhu seemed to have reached an irreversible point. "Mr. Zhao, I admit defeat." Huang Chao lowered his head, realizing the vast difference in power between himself and Zhao Dezhu. A man who dared to bring armed guards into public, let alone a small business owner like himself with millions in assets, was someone who would do that. Even if someone's wealth were 10 or 100 times greater than his, he still couldn't afford to offend them. Besides, he knew Zhao Dezhu wouldn't offer him any more excuses. He had originally planned to sue Zhao Dezhu, but after Wang Xingguang's explanation, he realized he was in the wrong. Even if he took Zhao Dezhu to court, he would still lose in the end. Moreover, it would only anger Zhao Dezhu, leading to even more vengeful retaliation. Zhao Dezhu looked at Huang Chao, a half-smile on his face. "Mr. Huang, it's just business. Don't talk about admitting defeat or anything like that. There's no need." Huang Chao looked at Zhao Dezhu, his face dejected. He knew Zhao Dezhu was deliberately mocking him, but he was powerless to do anything about it. "I just checked, Mr. Huang, it seems you haven't prepared the goods for me. Where am I supposed to get them? Or is Mr. Huang going to breach the contract?" Huang Chao glanced at Zhao Dezhu, staring intently at him. In his eyes, this young man was utterly ruthless and cruel. He couldn't buy the steel bars, which was undoubtedly the young man's fault, yet he pretended to know nothing. This infuriated Huang Chao. "Mr. Zhao, please leave me a way out," Huang Chao said, his tone hardening as he looked at Zhao Dezhu. "Are you threatening me?" Zhao Dezhu looked at Huang Chao, not angry. He had come specifically to see Huang Chao's despair. The more Huang Chao acted this way, the happier he became. "Mr. Huang, my company urgently needs steel bars for the project. If you delay, you'll go to jail." Zhao Dezhu still looked at Huang Chao with a half-smile. "Isn't that right?" "Heh, I said I admit it. Huang Chao shook his head. "I can't deliver the goods. I admit defeat. I'll compensate you." After saying this, Huang Chao deflated like a punctured balloon. He was completely limp. Zhao Dezhu feigned distress. "Boss Huang, you should have said you couldn't produce the goods sooner. Your late arrival has delayed many of our plans." Zhao Dezhu looked at Huang Chao. "Sigh, but it's our bad luck. We won't pursue any further responsibility, as long as you compensate us according to the contract. How about that?" Huang Chao was nearly driven mad with anger by Zhao Dezhu's words, but he was powerless to do anything, as if all his strength had been drained away. He even forgot to sigh. "All right, I'll have my men handle the compensation with you." Zhao Dezhu laughed and left Huang Chao's office. Then he glanced at the factory. He figured this factory would be his from today onwards. Lin Luoxiu's actions were truly brilliant. She earned 30% of 14.7 million without spending a single penny. She was a genius. She made money for herself and also vented her anger. Where can you find another employee like that? Soon, Zhao Dezhu and his group got into their car and left Huang Chao's factory, leaving behind a lawyer and 2 armed soldiers. Now there's no legal dispute, all that's left is for Huang Chao to produce the money. If Huang Chao can't produce the total of 63.7 million yuan in cash within the stipulated time, he'll have to sell his house and car. As for this amount, it was enough to bankrupt Huang Chao, but not enough to drive him to suicide. Zhao Dezhu couldn't help but admire Lin Luoxiu even more. Needless to say, it was all calculated by Lin Luoxiu. Truly brilliant. After leaving the super-strong steel structure, the group didn't leave Shancheng County directly. Instead, they led dozens of people directly to the ancient city of Shancheng County. Shancheng County was once the capital of a small country. In its heyday, even many neighboring countries, such as the current Elephant Kingdom and Emerald Kingdom, belonged to this country. Although times have changed, many ancient buildings still remain. Zhao Dezhu brought them here today for two reasons: first, to explore the ancient city, and second, to sample all the local snacks. Chapter 215: Strolling through the ancient city. As Zhao Dezhu's convoy entered Shancheng County, it unsurprisingly stunned everyone on the street. Such a spectacle was unprecedented in a small town like Shancheng. Everyone couldn't help but take pictures upon seeing the luxurious convoy. Wow! What kind of VIP is visiting the ancient city? Visiting? You're kidding! Who would want to drive such nice cars here for a vacation? You're here for vacation too, would you really spend that much? Exactly, this must be a local big boss. Shaw, how could such a small town have such rich people? Someone disagreed with the first person's statement. What do you know? Where is this? This person gave the first person a disdainful look. This is the ancient Nanzhao kingdom, a truly ancient city with a rich history. What's so strange about having some rich people here? The passers-by had all sorts of opinions, and some even argued incessantly. Because the license plates of these cars were from Yao City, the claim that the convoy belonged to someone from Shancheng County wasn't entirely unfounded. This made Zhao Dezhu's identity even more mysterious. Fortunately, people gave way to Zhao Dezhu's convoy wherever it went. There was no traffic congestion. Zhao Dezhu hadn't expected his convoy to cause such a stir in his hometown. Unable to avoid being stared at like animals, he told everyone to find their own parking spaces and then led them to meet at the next street. The ancient city's structure was incredibly complex, with numerous alleyways leading from one street to another. So, when Zhao Dezhu and his group entered an alley, they emerged onto a completely different street. At Zhao Dezhu's signal, the group of dozens quickly dispersed, leaving only a few to watch the cars. While one group entered different alleyways, Zhao Dezhu led Yang Wenlong, Lin Luoxiu, and Dasen directly into the nearest one. Once inside, Lin Luoxiu looked at the countless smaller alleyways within. It was like a giant maze. Boss, why does this feel like a maze? Lin Luoxiu asked, looking around at the numerous alleyways with the curiosity of a curious child. Well, this is the ancient city. Look at all the houses around here. The structure seems to have been designed to protect against war, Zhao Dezhu replied, though he had only heard about it. There were undoubtedly many other reasons, but Zhao Dezhu didn't know. Oh, I see, Lin Luoxiu said, feigning understanding. She was also a local from Yao City and had visited Shancheng County many times, but had never been inside this alley before, so she had no idea that the alleys inside the ancient city of Shancheng County were so interesting. When Zhao Dezhu led them to the next street, they had arrived at the actual ancient city street, which was entirely pedestrianized, without even a bicycle in sight. The people who had been taking pictures with Zhao Dezhu and his group were gone. Clearly, they had only been there to watch the spectacle and hadn't followed Zhao Dezhu and his group inside. Ah, finally we can have some fun, Zhao Dezhu said, glancing behind him to make sure no one was still surrounding them. He breathed a sigh of relief. The other three nodded in agreement. However, Yang Wenlong and Dasen still cautiously scanned the pedestrians coming and going on the ancient city streets. Only after finding nothing amiss did they relax. Dasen looked around the street and noticed that many of their group had already blended in with the tourists, secretly protecting Zhao Dezhu's safety. Zhao Dezhu, seeing everyone's tense expressions, remained silent. This was their job, and it was best not to interfere. Come on, I'll take you to get some good food. Zhao Dezhu waved his hand grandly, leading the group toward the food street with an air of extravagance. Yang Wenlong and Dasen grinned. That was one of Zhao Dezhu's good points. He liked to joke. With his current wealth, he could buy the entire ancient city without needing to put on such a show of wealth. Haha, come on, what are you laughing at? Two grown men, your laughter is so unsightly, Zhao Dezhu said, looking at the two with obvious disdain. The words only deepened Yang Wenlong and Dasen's smiles. The group sampled all sorts of famous snacks on the food street in Shancheng County, but after spending only a few hundred yuan per person, they were already stuffed. After they were full, they sat on a long stone bench in the ancient town. Brother Dasan, tell the brothers to go get something to eat too. There's no danger here. We've come all this way for fun, don't let them go hungry. Zhao Dezhu looked at Dasan, asking him to tell the men to get something to eat as well. Yes, boss. Dasan was already used to Zhao Dezhu's habit of always remembering his men while he ate and drank, so he didn't stand on ceremony. Even though his men were the elite of the elite, they still needed to eat and drink. Dasan pressed his earpiece and told everyone to go get something to eat first. Then he told them to bring some for the people guarding the vehicle as well. Several men sat on stone benches, chatting and watching the tourists come and go, enjoying a strange sense of peace. After about an hour, Zhao Dezhu looked at the endless streets of the ancient city. Brother Dasan, ask everyone if they've finished eating? It's getting dark. The brothers already told me through their earpieces, they've finished eating. Dasan nodded, looking at Zhao Dezhu. Good, let's head back then. Zhao Dezhu stood up, patted his backside, and walked ahead. The others followed. Dasan and Yang Wenlong each had one hand in their pocket, presumably holding a pistol, and the other hand subtly positioned to protect Zhao Dezhu, a gesture of protection, in case of any unexpected events, to immediately shield Zhao Dezhu, even with their own bodies. After protecting Zhao Dezhu, Dasan and the others thoroughly investigated all his connections and associates. And in the days that followed, Dasan and Yang Wenlong became comrades in arms, sharing both joy and sorrow. Zhao Dezhu had no idea just how powerful Dasan's identity was, that he had even managed to obtain a gun license for Yang Wenlong. It's important to understand that while Dasan was supposedly there to protect Zhao Dezhu and take his orders, he was essentially an active duty soldier, so carrying a gun was still somewhat justifiable. But Yang Wenlong was already retired. Dasan's ability to obtain a gun license for Yang Wenlong made Zhao Dezhu extremely curious about Dasan's true identity. However, out of respect for the mountains, he didn't ask. After all, whether he knew or not made no difference. The group drove away from Shancheng County and returned to Yayou City. Because it was Saturday, Zhao Dezhu didn't have to work and instead watched a movie with his family. Chapter 216 Let's Go Out for Tea. After spending 2 days relaxing at home with his family, Zhao Dezhu decided to take his 5 traders and make some money today. After all, he could earn over 10 billion yuan a day on his own. If he added 5 people, their income wouldn't even be as high as when he was alone. Wouldn't that be a bit unreasonable? So, he abandoned his usual laziness and started making predictions on his laptop during the day. While making predictions, Zhao Dezhu discovered a company that was quite unusual, with its stock price rising by a staggering 400 points in a single day. This made Zhao Dezhu's expression change. Since he started trading US stocks, he had seen impressive gains before. But 400 points was something he had never seen before. Zhao Dezhu's expression turned serious. This was an opportunity. But there might be many twists and turns involved. Zhao Dezhu didn't want to worry about that anymore. He felt this was an opportunity, and he decided to take advantage of it. Through his predictions, he discovered that the stock's movement would be somewhat complex, from a sharp drop to a subsequent surge, like a roller coaster ride. The price fluctuations were too large, enough to shake out many retail investors. Zhao Dezhu, although a stock trader, only knew how to predict price movements due to his superpower. He understood nothing else, so he didn't quite grasp the intricacies of the market. He was practically a novice, yet he could clearly see that this stock was being manipulated. Otherwise, how could it be experiencing such wild price swings? Since someone was manipulating the market, Zhao Dezhu felt even less pressure. So, he took out a small notebook and meticulously recorded when the stock would rise and fall, then drew the chart on it. At first glance, it looked ridiculously volatile. Zhao Dezhu estimated that even the most skilled investor would be caught off guard by this method. Having thought it through, Zhao Dezhu closed his eyes and began mentally predicting the results of buying different amounts of stock. He realized that no matter how much he bought, he would inevitably get burned if he wasn't careful. His brow furrowed deeply. It was obvious someone was trying to drag him down with them. There were 2 ways to avoid this. The first was to simply stay out of it and do his own thing. That way, Zhao Dezhu wouldn't be dragged in. The second was to seize every second, so he could escape unscathed when the other party was about to close the net. However, the other party would probably hate him, since he had essentially harvested the, a metaphor for easily exploited investors. But for the past few days, Zhao Dezhu had been constantly robbing others of their profits. This was perfectly normal. The stock market is a place where luck and foresight matter. It's a battlefield without gunpowder. Zhao Dezhu naturally wouldn't sympathize with anyone. After all, the other party wouldn't sympathize with anyone when they were harvesting others, would they? Having figured this out, Zhao Dezhu decided that tonight he was determined to make a killing on this stock. He put the notebook back in his room. "Brother Long, let's go out for tea," Zhao Dezhu called Yang Wenlong over. "Boss, where to go for a drink? Manhwa Road?" Yang Wenlong walked up to Zhao Dezhu, asking for his preference so he could plan the route. Because Zhao Dezhu frequented Manhwa Road, that was the first direction he thought of. No, not Manhwa Road. Zhao Dezhu shook his head. "Isn't there the Dakang building? Let's stroll around there today." "Ha, over there." Yang Wenlong was startled by Zhao Dezhu's words. Zhao Dezhu and the Dakang group were now sworn enemies. Going there now was definitely not the right time. That's it. If some clueless Dakang group employee dares to mess with us, wouldn't that be a good excuse to take down the Dakang group? Zhao Dezhu smiled. He wasn't just thinking about going for tea out of boredom. His idea was to test Song Xiaobao. Actually, to put it bluntly, it was just boredom. Otherwise, if he wanted to deal with Song Xiaobao, he could just have Dasan take care of him with a single shot. Why go through all this trouble? Yang Wenlong nodded after listening to Zhao Dezhu's words. Ma Shan pressed the earpiece to notify Dasan. Although Song Xiaobao and the others might not dare to disrespect their boss, it's always good to be prepared. Soon, Yang Wenlong was waiting for Zhao Dezhu in the yard. Because it was Monday, in his family's eyes, it was Zhao Dezhu's workday. So no one asked where Zhao Dezhu was going. Soon, Zhao Dezhu and Lin Luoxiu got into Yang Wenlong's Cullinan. Zhao Dezhu got into the trunk, while Lin Luoxiu got into the passenger seat. Zhao Dezhu touched the car window, seemingly recalling the time when Deshan's top soldier had shot and killed Song Yang Yuan. He jokingly asked Yang Wenlong, "Brother Long, do you have bulletproof Rolls Royces?" Yang Wenlong shook his head, unsure what his boss was getting at, and truthfully replied, "Boss, it seems there aren't any bulletproof versions supplied to the domestic market." "That's fucking garbage, they don't even have bulletproof versions," Zhao Dezhu chuckled and cursed. "Boss, we can customize them, but the price will be higher, and the lead time will be longer." "No, that's too much trouble. I'd definitely have to ask this and that, wouldn't I?" Zhao Dezhu shook his head. He was used to asking for favors no matter what he did. Now, customizing a Rolls-Royce, such a big brand, would probably involve a lot of paperwork. "No need," Yang Wenlong said with a smile as he drove. "Boss, as long as the money's right, people will be begging us for it." "Money? No need for that. Money makes things easy. How much more expensive is an armored car compared to the regular one?" Zhao Dezhu and Yang Wenlong chatted idly, bored anyway. "I estimate that, for example, the one we have now would normally cost over 8 million. If it were the armored version, it would be around 20 million, Yang Wenlong said after a moment's thought. "Holy crap, over 10 million. Zhao Dezhu was incredulous. "That's outrageous. I'm just using military standards for estimation. As for the exact price, we'll have to hear their quote." Yang Wenlong had spent his entire military career before retiring, so his perspective was naturally based on military standards. So, although it's expensive, the modifications made to his standards are naturally top of the line. However, this still surprised Zhao Dezhu, who hadn't really cared much about money since becoming wealthy. "The modifications cost much more than the car itself. It's probably much cheaper than you said. I think rather than being ripped off, I'd rather just buy the BBA, BMW, Mercedes-Benz, Audi, directly. That way, I can modify it however I want." Yang Wenlong, Lin Luoxiu, Chapter 217 Buying BBA. Zhao Dezhu's words completely stunned the two men. Zhao Dezhu had just complained about the high cost of modifications, but the next moment he announced he wanted to buy the entire BBA, BMW, Mercedes-Benz, Audi brand. This logic was truly beyond the comprehension of most people. What kind of company is BBA? They are world-renowned corporations. Zhao Dezhu wanted to buy the entire car simply because he thought the cost of modifying it into an armored vehicle was too high. It was truly baffling. However, the two men were only slightly taken aback. With Zhao Dezhu's current wealth, he certainly had the right to say such a thing. "Boss, are you serious?" Yang Wenlong was almost speechless at Zhao Dezhu's words. "Yes, very serious." Zhao Dezhu didn't understand why these two men reacted this way to his question, but he was genuinely serious. He really liked Rolls-Royces. He felt that not only could he buy one, but his family could buy several. But these foreigners had a habit of deliberately teasing people, making this one limited edition, that one unavailable. Since that's the case, if he just bought the BBA, BMW, Mercedes-Benz, Audi, directly, wouldn't he be able to have whatever he wanted? Then, limited editions, rare finds, whatever he wanted, he could have it. Furthermore, it could also be considered an investment, right? No matter how much money he had, it was just a number. Buying a few cars was all an investment. He thought the BBA company was quite good. "Okay, boss, I'll arrange it as soon as possible. If necessary, I'll go abroad to negotiate." Lin Luoxiu nodded directly, noting down Zhao Dezhu's words. This left Yang Wenlong somewhat bewildered. He hadn't expected Zhao Dezhu and Lin Luoxiu to finalize such a big deal in just a few words. "Okay, a higher price is fine, as long as we acquire the company. If we can't acquire the whole company, becoming a shareholder is also acceptable." Zhao Dezhu opened the refrigerator in the car and took out an apple to eat. The fruit in there was washed, so it was safe to eat directly. "Yes, boss." Lin Luoxiu turned her head and glanced at Zhao Dezhu. Zhao Dezhu took 2 more apples from the refrigerator and handed them to Yang Wenlong and Lin Luoxiu. Lin Luoxiu took them but just held them without eating. Yang Wenlong, however, was different. He immediately started eating while driving, saying, "These apples are really sweet." Zhao Dezhu chuckled coldly, then said ambiguously, "You want to compliment my sister Luoxiu on her shopping skills, right? Just say so." Lin Luoxiu's face instantly turned bright red. Yang Wenlong didn't seem to care. He had developed a thick skin now, and besides, he wasn't exactly a stranger to Lin Luoxiu. They're naturally sweet. These words made Lin Luoxiu's cheeks turn even redder, just like the bright red apple in Yang Wenlong's hand. Soon, the Cullinan stopped on a street less than 100 meters from the Dakang group, next to a tea house. With its tall floor-to-ceiling windows, you can see Erhai Lake directly from inside. Boss, this tea house is also under the Dukhan group. Earlier on the way, Li Feng had used the navigation to find places to drink tea in the area. After finding a suitable tea house, he immediately investigated the tea house and even the surrounding shops. No problem, this is fine. We can't just not drink tea because it's a Dukhan group property. Zhao Dezhu looked around and found the scenery quite nice. The tea house faced Huanhai Road, and then there was an unobstructed view of Erhai Lake. Okay. Yang Wenlong and Dasin carefully inspected the place before entering the tea house, named Wang Haichuan, with Zhao Dezhu. The other armed soldiers remained in their vehicles nearby to avoid causing panic, and a sniper continuously observed Zhao Dezhu's area. Furthermore, Yang Wenlong and Dasin were both carrying concealed pistols, so Zhao Dezhu's safety was relatively assured. Upon entering the tea house, a large wooden tea table came into view. It was engraved with many patterns. They looked incredibly lifelike. Zhao Dezhu had never seen anything like it before and couldn't help but sigh. He looked at Yang Wenlong and the other two beside him. This thing is really beautiful. Brother Long, can you buy one for me to take home? It'll make our tea experience more comfortable. Okay, boss. Yang Wenlong nodded. The table was indeed large and beautiful. No wonder Zhao Dezhu liked it. What would you like to drink? After Yang Wenlong agreed, Zhao Dezhu looked at the various packaged teas on the wall. To be honest, although Zhao Dezhu was a true Chinese, his previous social circles were very limited. Therefore, he was completely ignorant about such a high-end item as tea. Hearing their voices, a young man sitting behind the bar stood up, fiddling with his phone. He glanced apologetically at Zhao Dezhu and his companion, then quickly looked back down at his phone, pressed a few more buttons, and hurriedly asked, "Excuse me, are you buying tea?" Zhao Dezhu glanced at the young man's phone screen and saw that he was genuinely busy, having just been forced to the bottom of the tower and looking like he was about to die. He couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed this game was quite effective at trapping young people, especially those his own age. Zhao Dezhu wasn't in a hurry. "Young man, finish your game first, we're not in a rush." No, I'll be quick. Just tell me what you want to drink, we have a wide variety." The young man looked a year or two younger than Zhao Dezhu, probably a recent high school graduate, waiting to go to university. Zhao Dezhu looked at the young man, who seemed apologetic but couldn't bear to put down his phone, and couldn't help but chuckle. His conflicted expression was truly hilarious. He completely understood the young man's inability to stop playing. After all, this was a team game. Stopping abruptly would get him a complaint. "It's okay, I'll wait for you," Zhao Dezhu said, noticing that Yang Wenlong and Dasin didn't seem inclined to speak, and Lin Luoxiu was engrossed in working on her tablet. He knew relying on the three of them was a dead end. They could only wait for the young man to finish his game. After hearing Zhao Dezhu's words, the young man gave him a grateful look, then smiled and apologized repeatedly to the others. He gestured for Zhao Dezhu and the others to sit down while continuing to play his game on his phone. However, soon after, Zhao Dezhu heard a system notification that the crystal had been attacked, and then the game was immediately cancelled. Clearly, he had lost. However, the young man wasn't discouraged. Instead, he smiled, put down his phone, and politely entertained Zhao Dezhu and the others. Chapter 218 Yefan. "Sorry, everyone," the young man said, putting down his phone. He looked apologetically at Zhao Dezhu and the others. Zhao Dezhu, sitting in a wooden chair of some unknown material, waved his hand, indicating it was alright. "I love playing this game too, I understand." The young man smiled sheepishly at Zhao Dezhu's words. "Brother, I'll make you some good tea, please wait a moment." He didn't even ask what kind of tea they wanted. It seemed he was going to offer them some. Watching the young man hurriedly run to make tea, Zhao Dezhu looked around the tea room and remarked, "This young man is really interesting." The others all nodded. Young people these days were indeed too obsessed with games. Fortunately, Zhao Dezhu didn't mind leaving them standing there. After all, the young man's attitude was very good. "You know, in such a big shop, how come there's only one young man?" Zhao Dezhu asked them curiously. These past few days, the Dukhan group has been in complete chaos. All the small business owners under the group have been gathered together by Song Xiaobao. Yang Wenlong chuckled. "This young man is probably just looking after the shop for his family. Besides, tea isn't selling well these days, one person is enough." "I see." Zhao Dezhu glanced at the young man preparing tea a short distance away. He didn't seem very skilled. "How's the Dukhan group doing these days?" "Very chaotic." Yang Wenlong looked at Zhao Dezhu. "Although it seems calm on the surface, things are turbulent underneath. Song Xiaobao is still a bit less experienced than Song Yang Yuan, so many people are resentful of him." "That's normal. Anyone with a bit of ability wants to be for the top position at Dukhan group." Although young, Zhao Dezhu knew that Dukhan group was a lucrative opportunity. If one could take over this lucrative opportunity in Yeyu City, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it would be a meteoric rise. Profit is something people always pursue, so it's not surprising that things have turned out this way for the sake of profit. The three men nodded in agreement with Zhao Dezhu's words. At this moment, the young man brought over a pot of tea on a tray. Zhao Dezhu and his companion stopped their previous conversation. The young man walked over to Zhao Dezhu and his group, rinsing the teacups as he said, "This is the shop's finest taiguanyan. Please try some." "Okay," Zhao Dezhu replied without hesitation, taking the teacup from the young man. Yang Wenlong glanced at Zhao Dezhu, indicating that he could drink. It turned out that Yang Wenlong had been watching the young man the whole time while he was brewing the tea. He was afraid that the young man might do something underhanded. Zhao Dezhu smiled wryly. He hadn't expected that one day he would be so suspicious even about drinking a cup of tea. However, Yang Wenlong and the other man were simply doing their duty. "Thank you, brother," Zhao Dezhu said politely to the young man. "It's all right, brother. I was the one who neglected you." The young man realized that Zhao Dezhu was the backbone of this group, and apologized again to Zhao Dezhu. "This taiguanyan tea is for you to try." Zhao Dezhu glanced at Yang Wenlong and the other two beside him, and smiled at the young man, saying, "Then thank you, young brother. Don't be so polite. This shop hardly gets any customers, I'm so bored. You guys are here to keep me company and chat." The young man poured himself a cup of tea. It was clear this guy was a generous person. It was indeed a bit of a waste to have him running a tea house with so few customers. Now, seeing Zhao Dezhu and his friends was like finding companions. He was afraid they would leave. No wonder he was so bored he was playing games. The young man took a sip of tea and started chatting with Zhao Dezhu. The two were about the same age, so they got along very well. Before long, Zhao Dezhu learned that the young man's name was Yafan. He was 17, and had just graduated from high school. When he heard that Zhao Dezhu was also a graduate this year, his face was full of disbelief. It was understandable that he didn't believe it. After all, the city had a large population, so there wasn't a shortage of students, and they wouldn't recruit every other year. Therefore, they couldn't imagine graduating from high school at 20 in a sparsely populated area. But that's quite normal in the countryside. Zhao Dezhu felt he got along well with Yafan, so he explained the differences between the countryside and the city, which made Yafan understand. "Brother Zhu, your name is really imposing. Who gave you that name?" After chatting for a while, Yafan and Zhao Dezhu had become somewhat familiar. Yafan was already calling him Brother Zhu. Upon hearing Zhao Dezhu's name, he found it very imposing and became curious. This wasn't the first time Zhao Dezhu had been asked about the origin of his name. He smiled and explained to Yafan, "When I was little, people always asked me that. I was quite puzzled, since the name sounds so rustic. So I went home and asked my dad." Zhao Dezhu noticed that not only Yafan, but also Lin Luoxiu and Dasan were watching him with great interest and anticipation. He didn't rush to answer, first taking a sip of tea before slowly saying, "My dad says I'm simple. Zhao is my surname, and Dezhu means pillar of support, which literally means having gained a pillar of support." "Wow, uncle's thinking is amazing. His education is so high," Yafan praised Zhao Dezhu immediately after hearing his explanation. Zhao Dezhu was completely bewildered. He hadn't expected this boy, several years younger than himself, to be such a good conversationalist. He could only smile and remain silent. Then they changed the subject, talking about hypothetical scenarios for university. Yafan felt that graduating from high school was a good start, and university wouldn't be so tough. He'd heard university life was like playing, very carefree. Zhao Dezhu, however, believed that whether university or high school was easy or not depended on the individual. If you were willing to study hard, it would definitely be tiring. If you weren't willing to study, then it would naturally be easy. Finally, Yafan asked for Zhao Dezhu's WeChat, so they could chat when they had time. Zhao Dezhu found Yafan quite interesting and naturally agreed. This made Yafan extremely happy. After a short chat of 1 or 2 hours, Yafan discovered a unique aura about this young man, only a year or two older than himself. Whether it was his speech or the imposing presence he exuded, it inspired a sense of respect without being distant. This made Yafan a complete fanboy of Zhao Dezhu within those short hours. He felt that Zhao Dezhu's aura was truly commanding. He also developed a desire to befriend Zhao Dezhu and learn from his commanding presence. Zhao Dezhu noticed the young man's fervent gaze. However, he simply smiled, wondering how the young man would react once he learned that he might one day become the head of the Dekang Group. Chapter 219 The Store's Treasure. "Xiao Fan, don't you have private rooms on the second floor? We'd like to go up and watch the sunset." Zhao Dezhu had learned from Yang Wenlong that the first floor was actually for customers who came to buy tea to sample the flavors. The second floor was where they would actually drink tea and discuss business. "Brother Zhu, yes, please come upstairs." Hearing Zhao Dezhu's request, Yafan naturally led Zhao Dezhu and his group upstairs very politely. Upon reaching the second floor, Zhao Dezhu noticed several private rooms, and they appeared to be very soundproof. The walls between the rooms were unusually thick, and upon closer inspection, it seemed they were even lined with soundproofing material. It seemed this place wasn't just suitable for drinking tea and chatting, but also convenient for business discussions. In the past, business discussions were mainly held over drinks, but now people's living standards have improved, and they pay more attention to health. Therefore, only low-end gatherings still involve discussing business over drinks. The more you drink, the greater the chance of success. Who among the truly powerful and influential would risk their lives drinking and negotiating business deals? They're all sitting at tea tables, recovering their health while simultaneously closing deals worth hundreds of millions, even billions, or tens of billions. Brother Zhu, this is the best room in our shop. It's not just the location, but the lighting is excellent, Ye Fan said, seeing Zhao Dezhu and his group standing at the door, quickly ushering them into the largest room in the center. Zhao Dezhu and his group followed him inside and found the room exceptionally spacious, with tables and chairs made entirely of dark redwood. Needless to say, the country bumpkin Zhao Dezhu wouldn't recognize it, but it was clearly a natural color, and the chairs were very comfortable to sit on. Ye Fan picked up a remote control from the tea table, pressed a button, and the curtains in the window immediately opened to both sides. Sunlight streamed in. At that moment, the floor-to-ceiling windows offering panoramic views of the second and third floors were a sight to behold. Zhao Dezhu sat comfortably in a chair and said to Ye Fan, "Xiao Fan, the view from here is truly amazing." The other three were also stunned by the interior design and the view outside the windows. It had to be said, the room was incredibly spacious and bright. Ye Fan felt a surge of pride upon hearing Zhao Dezhu's praise. "Is that Kangshan Mountain over there?" Zhao Dezhu asked, looking at a towering mountain to the north, hidden in the clouds. Only a high, cloud-piercing peak and a faint white hue could be vaguely seen. This is indeed the famous Kangshan Mountain in Yayu City. As for that patch of white, that's the snow on Kangshan Mountain. Yes, that mountain is Kangshan. Ye Fan was curious to see Zhao Dezhu had such a question. After all, Zhao Dezhu's accent was definitely from Yayu. He should have recognized him at a glance. "Brother Zhu, aren't you a local?" Ye Fan couldn't help but ask. "I'm from Shancheng County. I never came to the city when I was a child. We can see Kangshan from where we are, but once we get here, we don't know exactly which one it is or from what position we can see it." Zhao Dezhu explained truthfully. "I see. Shancheng County is more than an hour from the city. It's indeed difficult to recognize it from there." Ye Fan understood. After exchanging a few words, Zhao Dezhu looked at Ye Fan and said, half jokingly, "Xiao Fan, bring us a pot of tea. You treated us earlier, so we should at least generate some revenue for you." After all, they were running a business. It would be too impolite for them to just walk in, drink a pot of tea for free, and then leave. So Zhao Dezhu waved his hand dismissively. "What's the most expensive tea you have here?" It was the typical nouveau riche attitude. Ye Fan was taken aback, but judging from Zhao Dezhu and his companions' attire, they certainly didn't seem like poor people. He thought for a moment, then said, "Brother Zhu, the most expensive tea in our shop is Anhui Taiping Hukui, 2 million per kilogram." As he spoke, he seemed to remember something and shook his head. "No, wait, my dad said we also have a lump of century-old PUERT, only a few ounces." Ye Fan gestured with his hand, indicating a size roughly the size of a small bowl, and then exaggeratedly said, "My dad says this is the shop's prized possession, just that one lump, worth 1.5 million. Zhao Dezhu was shocked by Ye Fan's words. According to Ye Fan, a small lump of tea was worth over $1 million. Wow! A phrase involuntarily flashed through Zhao Dezhu's mind. "Behind the red gates, meat and wine go to waste, on the road, frozen bones lie." This was probably the most fitting description for this lump of tea. "Xiao Fan, are you selling your shop's prized possession?" Zhao Dezhu asked Ye Fan. "Your brother Zhu is a bit naive, and I'd like to see what this 1.5 million yuan worth of tea looks like and tastes like." Ye Fan hadn't expected Zhao Dezhu to immediately want to buy it after just a casual remark. However, a troubled expression immediately appeared on his face, and he looked at Zhao Dezhu apologetically. "Brother, my dad said he bought this at a high price from a master tea collector, and he's not selling it. It's mainly for the shop's prized possession." It's all right, I understand." Zhao Dezhu didn't press Ye Fan. After all, such a large shop definitely needed a prestigious item to showcase its business. Clearly, this 1.5 million yuan worth of tea was more than enough to qualify as a shop's prized possession in a small city like Yayu. Zhao Dezhu wouldn't insist that Ye Fan brew the tea for him. Ye Fan glanced at the group somewhat embarrassedly, then complained, "My dad treasures that lump of tea leaves. Not only is it locked in a special bulletproof glass case, but it also has a special temperature control system. I've only seen it once." Zhao Dezhu was surprised by Ye Fan's words. It seemed that people in the collecting world were quite obsessed with antiques and tea. He smiled and shook his head. "Then how about the one you mentioned, the one that costs 2 million per kilogram?" "Okay." Ye Fan readily agreed at first. Then his expression turned troubled. "But brother, my dad said brewing tea requires many steps, otherwise the taste will be greatly reduced, and I don't know how." "It's okay, just brew it however you like, the same as before." We're not fussy. Zhao Dezhu chuckled. This young man was really too honest. If it were any other salesperson, they'd probably just be happy to sell whatever they were selling, and wouldn't care about all that. But Ye Fan was very honest. Zhao Dezhu, however, was a simple man. He just rinsed the tea leaves and brewed it, no need for all the fancy formalities. So he didn't care what Ye Fan said at all. Seeing how easygoing Zhao Dezhu was, Ye Fan felt grateful and quickly agreed, saying he was about to go brew the tea. Just then, his phone beeped. He picked it up and saw that a customer had entered the shop. Brother, please wait a moment. We have a customer. I'll go greet him and then brew you some tea. Okay, we're not in a hurry. You go ahead and do your work. Zhao Dezhu nodded. Chapter 220 Song Qi-wen. Ye Fan was indeed polite. After sincerely thanking Zhao Dezhu and the others, he went downstairs to greet the guests. This Kangshan mountain is truly magical. It's the height of summer down here, but the mountain is covered in snow. Deshan was the only one who wasn't from Yeyu City. Even though he spent many years on missions and had seen many strange people and events, he still found this mountain very mysterious. Zhao Dezhu and the others nodded. Kangshan Mountain was like a religion to the locals. However, not everyone knew the reason for its formation. It's quite amazing. When I was a child, I saw this mountain from afar and thought it was somewhere very, very far away. It must be like this all around here. Zhao Dezhu said, I only learned when I grew up that this mountain is in our city, and it's the only mountain that's covered in snow all year round. While the group was chatting idly, a haughty male voice suddenly rang out from the first floor. What? Where's your master? That room is always my reserved spot, and you let someone else take it? Followed by Ye Fan's apologetic voice. No, young Master Song, we have a distinguished guest today. Could you please make an exception? Zhao Dezhu and the others understood the situation. It seemed the visitor was a regular customer, always staying in the room they were currently in. Ye Fan hadn't known he'd be coming today, so he'd given the room to Zhao Dezhu and his group. And this person just happened to be here for tea. So, they wanted the room, while Ye Fan requested that they could change rooms. That's roughly how it went. Zhao Dezhu thought Ye Fan was a nice person and didn't want to put him in a difficult position. He raised his hand, wanting Lin Luoxiu to tell Ye Fan that if it wasn't possible, they could just give the room to the guest, since the tea hadn't even been served yet. He'd only come here by chance this time, perhaps only a few times in his life. But this person was clearly a regular. There was no need for Zhao Dezhu to offend him for his sake. Just as Zhao Dezhu was about to speak, the man on the first floor, upon hearing Ye Fan say that the person upstairs was a VIP and that he needed to make an exception, exploded. He yelled at the top of his lungs, VIP. You son of a bitch, even your father wouldn't dare talk to me like that. Don't you know who I am? Zhao Dezhu and the others hadn't closed their door, so they could hear the voices from the first floor clearly. They heard the man shout, followed by a loud slap. Clearly, someone had been slapped. Needless to say, it was the man Ye Fan called Young Master Song who had slapped Ye Fan. I know. Ye Fan's voice sounded very aggrieved, and he kept apologizing. I'll fucking swear you know. You still dare to tell me you have a distinguished guest? The man arrogantly cursed at Ye Fan. My name is Song Qi-wen. My dad's name is Song Xiaobao. He's the chairman of the Dakang Group. Your shop is also affiliated with the Dakang Group. That means you're nothing but my dog. Ye Fan didn't say a word. Seeing that Ye Fan didn't dare to speak again, Song Qi-wen said smugly, Let's go upstairs. I'll see who dares to pretend to be a distinguished guest in front of me. Song Qi-wen seemed to be talking to someone else. Good, young Master Song is awesome. What a piece of trash, daring to put on airs in front of young Master Song. It was a woman's voice. That's right. Several voices echoed, men and women, probably in their early 20s to 30s. Then came the sound of them storming upstairs, cursing and swearing. Zhao Dezhu, who had initially intended to settle things peacefully, smiled and looked at Yang Wenlong and the others. See, before I came, didn't I say it would be best if some fool dared to mess with us? And here they are. He chuckled as he spoke. Yang Wenlong and Dasan both smiled. It seemed their boss was right. Before they came, they hadn't expected to run into the current prince of Yayo City while having tea. Zhao Dezhu had seen Song Qi-wen and the information Yang Wenlong had given him. He was Song Xiaobao's son, and his only son. Spoiled rotten by Song Xiaobao, Song Qi-wen grew up with an arrogant personality, believing himself to be above everyone else because his father, Song Xiaobao, was a powerful underworld figure. As his father's influence grew, so did Song Qi-wen's influence in Yeyu City, until his father, Song Xiaobao, became the de facto head of the Dakang Group. Song Qi-wen became the most powerful second-generation heir in Yeyu City. Even the mayor had to show him respect, because while the mayor could be replaced at any time, the Dakang Group, led by the Song family, was deeply entrenched in Yeyu City. Their power was virtually unshakable. So, after learning last night that his father, Song Xiaobao, had become the acting head of the Dakang Group, Song Qiwen immediately took his group of cronies to a bar and partied all night, not leaving until 2 a.m. when it closed. After sleeping until the afternoon and having lunch, he took his friends to this refined teahouse for a while. Already tipsy and dizzy, Song Qiwen hadn't expected this kid to be so clueless. He completely forgot his father's warning to stay out of trouble. Of course, it was also because he didn't take Ye Fan seriously at all. The group strode aggressively upstairs, all of them, men and women alike, glaring and determined to see who dared to call themselves distinguished guests in front of young Master Song. Unbeknownst to them, their information had already been sent to Yang Wenlong's phone. The people in the room were simply waiting for Song Qiwen and his group to enter. Soon, a man with a buzz cut and wearing a suit led 5 or 6 men and women into Zhao Dezhu's room. The man with the buzz cut looked like a gangster from 1970s Hong Kong, not only with an arrogant expression but also a gold chain around his neck. A complete thug. Zhao Dezhu simply couldn't understand why such people still had a place in society in this day and age. It was disgusting. Zhao Dezhu sat in a chair, legs crossed, watching the group of people walk in with complete indifference. Song Qiwen spotted Zhao Dezhu and his 3 companions at the doorway. A young man sat calmly in his usual spot. A sudden surge of anger welled up within him, and he was about to unleash a torrent of abuse when he noticed Yang Wenlong and Dasan, both dressed in suits and with muscular builds. For a moment, Song Qiwen felt a chill creep down his spine for no apparent reason. He instinctively took a step back. Chapter 221 Get Out. Having grown up surrounded by his father, Song Xiaobao, and influenced by his father's influence, Song Qiwen could immediately tell these 2 men were no ordinary people. He knew perfectly well that even if his group of good-for-nothings attacked together, they wouldn't be a match for one of them. But after a chill ran down his spine, he also knew that if he left without a word, he would truly lose face completely. He glanced at Zhao Dezhu, who seemed to be the central figure, and even at the others. He realized he didn't recognize any of them. He then cast questioning glances at his companions. They all shook their heads. Seeing his companions' reactions, the seasoned Song Qiwen knew these people were definitely not locals. Otherwise, he would definitely recognize them. At this moment, he completely relaxed, and the fierceness that had faded from his face instantly returned. This didn't matter if they were outsiders or even locals. He was now considered the #1 young master in Yeyu, and he wasn't afraid of anyone. Besides, the people in front of him were clearly from out of town, so there was no need to be afraid. After all, even a powerful dragon can't suppress a local snake. This is an immutable law. No matter how powerful he was, he'd have to behave in Yayo City. Thinking this, Song Qiwen's face became arrogant again, and he looked at Zhao Dezhu sitting in the middle with a boastful expression. Get out of the way, this is my private room. He felt he had to regain face in front of his cronies. While his words might seem rude to others, they were incredibly prestigious to his friends. He was confident that with just one sentence, these outsiders would obediently leave. The people behind him also looked at Zhao Dezhu and his group with schadenfreude, their faces full of mockery. Ye Fan stood at the back of the group, feeling wronged, wanting to speak, but he hesitated. He seemed genuinely terrified of this new young master. It seemed he had already used all his courage to argue with Song Qiwen on behalf of Zhao Dezhu and the others. Zhao Dezhu didn't even glance at the rude Song Qiwen. Instead, he looked at Ye Fan, who was still standing outside the door looking at him apologetically. For some reason, he seemed to see his former self in Ye Fan's current state. His former self had suffered so much hardship because of poverty. Now, Ye Fan, whom his former self considered a wealthy young master, was still being bullied by Song Qiwen. It seemed that bullying the weak and fearing the strong existed across all social classes. Damn it, didn't you hear me, you out-of-towner? Song Qiwen glared fiercely at Zhao Dezhu. Yang Wenlong and Dasan, upon hearing Song Qiwen's words, immediately stood up. At this point, their already imposing and tall figures were clearly visible, standing like 2 iron towers protecting Zhao Dezhu. Both of them took a step forward, appearing as if they were walking towards Song Qiwen. Coupled with their expressionless faces, not only Song Qiwen, but also the young men with him were startled and instinctively took a step back. Zhao Dezhu also withdrew his gaze from Ye Fan at this moment, looked at Song Qiwen, and then raised his hand to wave at Yang Wenlong and Dasan, signaling them not to make a move. What did you say? Say it again, Zhao Dezhu said with a slight smile to Song Qiwen. Upon hearing Zhao Dezhu's deliberately local accent, Song Qiwen was first stunned. He never expected that this young man, who looked to be under 20, would speak the local dialect, but he didn't recognize this person at all. Although he was already 25 or 26, he felt extremely uneasy looking at the young man. He looked at Zhao Dezhu suspiciously, wondering who this person was. To possess such an aura at his age was clearly not that of an ordinary person, not to mention that he was accompanied by 2 bodyguards and an assistant. This further confirmed that the young man before him was no ordinary person. However, having mingled in the circle of wealthy second-generation individuals in Yeyu for over 20 years, he had never seen anyone like this before. This was perfectly logical. After all, he knew every wealthy second-generation individual in Yeyu City with even a slight reputation, or at least someone he barely knew, but he had absolutely no recollection of this person. Yet, judging from the man's accent, he was clearly a native of Yeyu City. It's well known that in many parts of China, the accents of different villages vary greatly. He naturally recognized that Zhao Dezhu's accent belonged to Yeyu City. However, these thoughts only lasted for a fleeting moment. After learning that Zhao Dezhu was a local, he felt much more relieved, because he figured that since he didn't recognize him, the man could only be either a minor wealthy second generation from a small county under Yeyu City, or someone who had recently become rich. That's why he didn't know him. Once he revealed his identity, the other party would definitely admit their mistake. Thinking this, Song Qiwen's anger surged again. He sneered at Zhao Dezhu. Do I have to say it again? Are you deaf? I told you to get out. Zhao Dezhu looked at Song Qiwen, unaware of the many thoughts flashing through his mind. He knew he had come to the right place today. Song Qiwen was bound to stay. However, looking at the arrogant Song Qiwen, he still felt a playful urge. So, after stopping Yang Wenlong and Dasan from moving forward, he sat calmly in his chair. First, he gave Ye Fan, who was looking at him with concern, a reassuring smile. Then, still with that same ambiguous smile, he looked at Song Qiwen and slowly said, "Get the hell out of here." As soon as he finished speaking, Song Qiwen's eyes widened as if he had heard something unbelievable. "What the hell did you say? Can't you understand human language?" Zhao Dezhu's expression was calm, even carrying a slight smile. But he wasn't intimidated at all, directly retorting to the exact same words Song Qiwen had just said. He felt that Song Qiwen had absolutely no manners. He constantly swore, acting like a teenager. He seemed to be spoiled by his father. Zhao Dezhu, on the other hand, didn't indulge him at all. He directly retorted. Song Qiwen was also a clear hypocrite. He himself used foul language with Zhao Dezhu. The name Zhao Dezhu, however, instantly enraged him. Very well, very well. Song Qiwen had never been spoken to like that before, especially by a mere 20-something kid. This instantly made him furious. Chapter 222. I'm so scared. Fine, of course I'm fine, unlike a sickly weakling like you. Zhao Dezhu watched as Song Qiwen trembled with rage at his words. Then he looked at Song Qiwen's deathly pale face. Even though Zhao Dezhu had no medical training, he could tell at a glance that the arrogant Song Qiwen's body had been ravaged by wine and women. You dare call me a sickly weakling? Song Qiwen was truly enraged by Zhao Dezhu, his words even becoming incoherent. If it weren't for the two towering men standing beside Zhao Dezhu, given Song Qiwen's temper, he would have already charged at him. However, although he didn't dare to lay a hand on him, he still held Zhao Dezhu in utter contempt. Looks like you're really deaf. Zhao Dezhu still smiled at Song Qiwen. He wouldn't mind driving Song Qiwen to his death. I only said a few words to you, and you asked me several times, your dad's so rich, why didn't he get you medical treatment? Song Qiwen was practically going crazy listening to Zhao Dezhu's unbridled insults. He struggled to suppress his anger, gritting his teeth and glaring at Zhao Dezhu. Do you know who I am? That's right, this is young Master Song, the young master of the Dekang group. Kid, you're dead meat. How dare you mess with young Master Song? After Song Qiwen uttered that arrogant "Do you know who I am?" his henchman, who had just been intimidated by Yang Wenlong and Deshan, immediately chimed in smugly. Yeah, the person in front of them was the young master of the Dekang group. Just how powerful was the Dekang group? The Dekang group had businesses in Yeyu and even in many surrounding areas, encompassing various industries, with assets exceeding 5 billion yuan. Such a behemoth was among the top in Yunnan province. He was now following behind the young master of the Dekang group. Why be afraid of a nobody like him? The group seemed to have just woken up from a dream. While flattering Song Qiwen, they spoke to Zhao Dezhu with an arrogant attitude. In their view, now was the time to make their presence felt in front of Song Qiwen. Some of them were simply friends with Song Qiwen. Others were sent by their elders to Song Qiwen's side to cultivate a good relationship with him, seeing the power of Song Qiwen's father, Song Xiaobao. Regardless of the reason, undoubtedly, it all boiled down to two words: self-interest. Zhao Dezhu's lips curled slightly, as if he had heard something very amusing. Dekang Group. Then, looking very curious, he asked, is it a very prestigious company? Idiot, you don't even know Dekang Group. At this moment, Song Qiwen smugly took out a cigarette and lit it. Then he looked down at Zhao Dezhu. Now he was even more certain that Zhao Dezhu was a nouveau riche from a small county under Yeyu City. Otherwise, he would definitely know about the Dekang Group. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant in front of me, you don't even know about the Dekang Group. Song Qiwen glanced at his henchman and put his arm around one of the women beside him. Tell him what the Dekang Group is. Oh, I'd really like to hear it. Zhao Dezhu was simply trying to tease this arrogant Prince Sealing, so he wasn't in a hurry. He spoke in a very mocking tone. However, in Song Qiwen's eyes, Zhao Dezhu genuinely didn't know how powerful the Dekang Group was. Otherwise, any normal person wouldn't be so calm. After hearing Zhao Dezhu's words, his henchmen inexplicably felt a sense of superiority. They exchanged glances, looking at Zhao Dezhu as if he were a fool. One of them, a man around 30 years old, took a step forward, standing a few centimeters behind Song Qiwen. But it was still clear that this man deliberately positioned himself a few centimeters behind Song Qiwen. He looked at Zhao Dezhu arrogantly. "You don't even know about the Dekong group? That's truly your tragedy. I'll tell you now." Zhao Dezhu remained completely calm, as if watching a clown's performance. This made him seem even more disrespectful to these men. The man snorted coldly, clearly displeased with Zhao Dezhu's attitude. "I hope you'll still be so calm after I tell you. Is this your subordinate? He's like an idiot, talking too much nonsense." Zhao Dezhu glanced at Song Qiwen, his face full of disdain. The men were nearly driven mad with anger by Zhao Dezhu's words. They never expected this young man, who looked to be in his late teens or early 20s, to either remain silent or, when he did speak, infuriate everyone. The crucial point was that they didn't dare to lay a hand on him. Song Qiwen was so angry he was practically grinding his teeth to powder. He felt Zhao Dezhu's words were utterly humiliating. He glared at the man, signaling him to shut up. Then he watched Zhao Dezhu with a look of anticipation, wanting to see what Zhao Dezhu's expression would be after learning about the power of the Dekong group. Would he kneel and beg for mercy? Or panic? Or perhaps both? This was what he was most curious about. After all, he'd played the fool to deceive others countless times since childhood. He loved this feeling. When the man saw Song Qiwen glaring at him, he trembled and dared not pretend anymore. He raised his voice, looking directly at Zhao Dezhu, his sense of superiority instantly rising. "Let me tell you, Dekong Group is the largest group in Yayo City, with properties including hotels, chemical plants, nightclubs, restaurants, card rooms." The man rattled off a long list of businesses, leaving Zhao Dezhu somewhat exhausted. Then he arrogantly declared, "Total assets exceed 10 billion. How about that? Scared yet?" The man pulled a hand out of his pocket and arrogantly pointed around the room. "Even this tea house you're in now belongs to Dekong Group. It's part of our Song family." As he said this, Zhao Dezhu clearly saw Song Qiwen's eye twitch slightly. He probably also thought the man was exaggerating. After all, while Dekong Group was indeed large, a market capitalization of 10 billion was pure nonsense. Moreover, Dekong Group didn't even belong to his family. The Song family merely owned the majority of the shares. However, he didn't speak at this moment. Instead, he exhaled a puff of smoke and looked at Zhao Dezhu with a smug expression, as if to say, "Scared now?" Zhao Dezhu squinted at Song Qiwen. Then, feigning surprise, he opened his mouth wide. "Wow, 10 billion. Young Master Song, does that mean you're the only one who calls the shots in Yayo City? Scared now?" Song Qiwen was still hungover, his head a little fuzzy, and naturally couldn't hear the mockery in Zhao Dezhu's tone. He smugly thought Zhao Dezhu was genuinely frightened after hearing about his background. "Scared? I'm so scared." Zhao Dezhu put on a terrified expression, looking at Song Qiwen. But apart from his facial expression, there was no change whatsoever. He still had his legs crossed, hands resting on the armrests of the chair. Chapter 223. Wait for me to call for help. Even if Song Qiwen were completely naive, he would know that Zhao Dezhu was deliberately toying with him. You're not afraid of death?" "I already said I am," Zhao Dezhu said with a smile. His face hardened with mockery, looking at Song Qiwen as if he were a fool. Then he slowly stood up, looking at Song Qiwen with utter disdain. "I am afraid of death, but you don't have the ability. Even if I gave you the chance, you wouldn't necessarily be able to handle it." Zhao Dezhu's aura suddenly intensified. Song Qiwen felt the young man before him suddenly lose his previous harmless demeanor, becoming incredibly imposing. It made it difficult for him to even breathe. Watching Zhao Dezhu approach him, Song Qiwen instinctively felt a tremor run through him, and took 2 steps back. What are you doing?" He forced himself to stop. "I'm the young master of the Dekong Group." I know, I don't know how many times you've said that," Zhao Dezhu said nonchalantly. He slowly walked up to Song Qiwen, and before Song Qiwen could react, he slapped him hard across the face. "But you hit my friend, I have to get back at you." Slap. The sound of the slap was crisp and clear. Ye Fan was stunned. He didn't feel any satisfaction at Zhao Dezhu avenging him. Instead, he trembled all over. He knew all too well that the Dekong Group, though called a company, was actually a den of iniquity. He knew how ruthless they were from a young age, especially this so-called young master, who was incredibly ruthless. Now Zhao Dezhu had actually slapped Song Qiwen in front of so many people. How could this be allowed? It would definitely provoke a furious retaliation from the entire Dekong Group. It's important to understand that while Dekong Group might not be the most powerful company, its nature is different from other companies. If they were to retaliate, even those wealthier than Dekong Group might not be a match for them. Ye Fan looked at Zhao Dezhu, who didn't seem like a poor man, but he didn't believe Zhao Dezhu was richer than Dekong Group. Furthermore, he couldn't believe that Zhao Dezhu could wield more power than Dekong Group. Not only him, but even Song Qiwen and his henchmen were stunned. They couldn't believe that in Yeyu City, someone would dare to lay a hand on Song Qiwen, especially with such an insulting slap. "You dare to hit me?" Song Qiwen covered his burning face with one hand, pointing at Zhao Dezhu with the other. Even though only one side of his face was visible, his disbelief was evident. "I'm going to kill you," he shouted, charging towards Zhao Dezhu. Yang Wenlong and Deshan were now about 2 meters away from Zhao Dezhu. He instinctively felt that Zhao Dezhu was no match for him. Even if he struck Zhao Dezhu, his 2 bodyguards wouldn't dare to do anything to him. After all, his status was undeniable. With that thought, he released his hand from his chest and swung a punch at Zhao Dezhu. However, to Zhao Dezhu, Song Qiwen's strength was truly like that of a child. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was utterly powerless. His hand didn't even touch Zhao Dezhu's clothes, but Zhao Dezhu slapped Song Qiwen hard across the other cheek. Slap! Ah! A crisp slap accompanied by Song Qiwen's scream echoed from the room. This slap sent Song Qiwen flying a meter away. Luckily, he was caught by the men behind him. "Damn it, kill him. I'll take responsibility." Song Qiwen glared angrily at Zhao Dezhu and shouted to the 3 or 4 men beside him. "Yes, young Master Song." The men were eager to impress Song Qiwen. Seeing that Yang Wenlong and Dasan behind Zhao Dezhu showed no intention of attacking, the 4 men rushed forward. "Stop, stop." Ye Fan pleaded loudly with Song Qiwen, "Young Master Song, I beg you, please stop." Brother, don't be stubborn," quickly apologized to young Master Song. Ye Fan didn't know why the 2 behind him weren't attacking, but he was genuinely afraid that Zhao Dezhu would face retaliation from Song Qiwen. He quickly looked at Zhao Dezhu to see if there was any room for negotiation. But he was, after all, still just a child. Unbeknownst to him, Song Qiwen now considered Zhao Dezhu his mortal enemy. He vowed to make this young man die a horrible death. He wasn't going to let it go so easily with just a few words. "You son of a bitch, you traitor." Song Qiwen glared at Ye Fan, his eyes wide with malice. If he weren't still dazed from Zhao Dezhu's 2 slaps, he would definitely have beaten Ye Fan to a pulp. Ye Fan was terrified and didn't dare to speak again. It was clear that Ye Fan had mustered a great deal of courage to say a word for Zhao Dezhu. "Xiao Fan, it's alright, just watch from the side," Zhao Dezhu said confidently, giving Ye Fan a friendly look. "Watch? Yes, watch you get beaten to death." The man in his 30s roared, and he and several other men began throwing punches at Zhao Dezhu. These men looked like they were no strangers to this kind of bullying. Their teamwork was very skillful. In an instant, they blocked all of Zhao Dezhu's escape routes. And each of them was aiming their fists at Zhao Dezhu's vital points. Eyes, back of the head, temples, groin. They used every means possible. Each blow was vicious and cruel. Zhao Dezhu chuckled softly. If it were the old him, he probably would have fallen for these people's tricks in no time. But now, he had learned several moves from Yang Wenlong and Dasan. He could even hold his own against Dasan, let alone these good-for-nothings. Therefore, Zhao Dezhu didn't bother using his predictive abilities to see their next moves. He simply used the moves Dasan and the others had taught him. With an extremely unpredictable movement, he sent 2 men flying with a single strike. Before the other 2 could even land their punches, his 2 fists had already landed precisely on the 2 remaining men. Before the 4 of them could even react, they all collapsed to the ground, temporarily incapacitated. Because although Zhao Dezhu's fists only landed 1 punch on each of them, they both struck vulnerable areas. This was only because Zhao Dezhu had held back. Otherwise, he might have beaten them to a pulp. "Ah! Ouch!" The 4 men finally felt the pain and involuntarily cried out. Song Qiwen, supported by 2 women, stood to the side, waiting to see Zhao Dezhu get his comeuppance. He hadn't expected Zhao Dezhu to not only be completely unharmed, but to have knocked his men to the ground in an instant, so fast that he hadn't even had time to react. He was completely stunned. He had seen powerful men before, but never anyone so fast. This gave him a sense of crisis for the first time. His previous belief that Zhao Dezhu wouldn't dare to touch him vanished without a trace. After all, this guy didn't even know about the Dekong Group, and his own name couldn't intimidate him. As the saying goes, the tough are afraid of the stubborn. In his eyes, Zhao Dezhu was simply ignorant and fearless, like a newborn calf unafraid of a tiger. He might even cripple him. By then, even if his father arrived, it would be too late. "You've got guts," he said, forcing himself to remain calm. "You'd better wait until I call for help." Chapter 224 Tie Your Mother. After speaking, he looked at Zhao Dezhu with trepidation and unusual wariness. He thought to himself, if Zhao Dezhu didn't listen to him and charged at him, he would definitely run away. He felt his request was indeed a bit excessive. After all, the other man had the upper hand and could easily beat him up, so why wait for him to call for backup? Wouldn't that be stupid? Thinking this to himself, he had no other choice but to say it. After all, he couldn't win in a fight, and his biggest asset was the Dekong Group. But the other man didn't seem to care. He had exhausted all his options except to provoke Zhao Dezhu. What he couldn't believe was that Zhao Dezhu actually nodded directly. Okay, I'll wait for you to call for backup, preferably your black old man father. Fine, you just wait. Song Qiwen was surprised but overjoyed upon hearing Zhao Dezhu's words. It was great that Zhao Dezhu had asked him to call for help. He figured Zhao Dezhu was just arrogant, relying on his superior skills. He was clearly a young man who hadn't experienced the harsh realities of life. Song Qiwen took out his phone, found his father's number, and was about to dial when he suddenly remembered his father's appearance. His most distinctive feature was his dark complexion. He froze, as if suddenly realizing something. You know my dad? He suddenly remembered Zhao Dezhu saying something like, your black dad. That meant he knew his father? Zhao Dezhu remained non-committal, just looking at Song Qiwen. Guess? Guess? Is there even a need to guess? Sweat streamed down Song Qiwen's forehead, but he still shakily dialed his father's number. The phone rang for a long time, and no one answered even after he hung up the first time. Needless to say, Song Xiaobao had been incredibly busy these past few days, so it was normal that he hadn't had time to check his phone, especially his lazy, good-for-nothing son. Most of the time, the calls were just him asking for money. So, even if Song Xiaobao saw the call, he often wouldn't answer, which was perfectly normal. Song Qiwen, of course, knew what kind of person his father thought of him, so he wasn't annoyed and pressed the dial button again. He glanced at Zhao Dezhu, afraid that Zhao Dezhu would get impatient and beat him up again. So he asked out his curiosity, who exactly are you? How do you know my dad? You'll find out when your dad gets here, Zhao Dezhu retorted, not bothering with pleasantries. Song Qiwen didn't ask any more questions. He knew that at least for now, Zhao Dezhu wouldn't lay a hand on him. As long as his father arrived, this young man, whoever he was, would be brought down. He was confident of that. He focused his attention on his phone. However, when his phone went busy again, Song Xiaobao still didn't answer, which made Song Qiwen feel a little awkward. He angrily hung up on the incessant English chatter on the other end of the line and found another number. This one was answered quickly. Hey, Xiaoan, what's up? Mom, call Dad, and tell him I've been kidnapped. Tell him to come rescue me. Song Qiwen's tone was curt, and he hung up the phone immediately. He didn't even wait for his mother's anxious questions. Zhao Dezhu looked at Song Qiwen mockingly. Looks like your dad doesn't like you. Bullshit, he's just busy. Song Qiwen couldn't stand anyone saying his father didn't care about him. You dare swear in front of me? Without another word, Zhao Dezhu moved and slapped Song Qiwen across the face. His cheeks were already swollen to almost the same size, and now they were even more uneven. Song Qiwen was completely unprepared. He didn't expect Zhao Dezhu to be smiling and talking to him one moment, and then suddenly hitting him the next. Caught completely off guard, and with Zhao Dezhu's forceful blow, Song Qiwen, who had already managed to break free from the two women's support and was standing to the side, stumbled. His head slammed against the wall. The double blow left Song Qiwen disoriented, and he collapsed to the ground. The others froze in place. Even the two women didn't have time to scream, stunned by Zhao Dezhu's attack. After recovering, they rushed to help Song Qiwen, but the dazed man pushed them away. Song Qiwen felt utterly humiliated, especially in front of Zhao Dezhu and his group. But losing so much face in front of his henchmen nearly broke him. If he hadn't known Zhao Dezhu was truly capable of violence, he would have exploded. In all his life, Song Qiwen had never suffered such humiliation, let alone being slapped until his face was swollen like a pig's head, and not daring to utter a word. Even those who had a verbal altercation with him never fared well. This humiliation was unprecedented in his life. He secretly vowed that when his father arrived, he would kill Zhao Dezhu. He glared fiercely at Zhao Dezhu, wishing he could kill him with his eyes, but dared not utter a word, nor dared he run, because he realized that two towering men had already blocked both sides of the room, leaving him nowhere to go. He was certain that if he made any attempt to run, not only would he be unable to escape, but he would also be absolutely certain of being beaten. Just as his mind was racing with anxious thoughts, his phone rang. He picked it up and saw it was his father. Song Qiwen, as if grasping at a lifeline, frantically pressed the answer button, terrified that Zhao Dezhu would change his mind and snatch his phone. Where are you? Song Xiaobao's voice was weary. He was truly exhausted these past few days. He had indeed just received a call from his spendthrift son, but he knew his son's nature all too well. He was probably asking for money again, or had gotten into some trouble that needed his cleanup. So he simply put the phone on the table and didn't answer. However, to his surprise, less than a minute later, his wife called, crying and wailing, saying that her spendthrift son had been kidnapped and that if he didn't answer the phone, she would immediately release the ransom. Upon hearing the news, Song Xiaobao's immediate thought was that his spendthrift son had gotten into some serious trouble again, and he'd have to clean up the mess. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a hurry, lying to his mother instead of him. As for being kidnapped, he'd never considered it before, especially not after becoming the acting chairman of Dakang Group. In Yayu City, who would dare? Would they want their whole family wiped out? He simply didn't believe it, so he said impatiently, "What trouble have you gotten yourself into this time?" "Dad, I've really been kidnapped, Song Ki-wen said anxiously. But Song Xiaobao interrupted him impatiently, "Kidnap your mother. If you want money, just say so. Believe me, I'll break your legs." Song Ki-wen stood there, stunned, his face full of grievance. Chapter 225 He's going to kill me. But he was still afraid his father would hang up, so he quickly continued, "Dad, it's true. I'm at Wanghaixuan right now. They said they'd kill me if you didn't come." His words, half truth and half lie, finally caught Song Xiaobao's attention. Normally, in situations like this, his son would ask for money. But today, he was directly asking him to come, which meant something must have happened. Otherwise, wouldn't he be exposed when he arrived? Wouldn't he really break his son's legs then? Song Xiaobao pressed his palm against the phone's receiver, somewhat nervous. He might scold him, he might complain, but if something really happened, he would be incredibly worried. After all, many older people struggle for their children, and Song Xiaobao was no exception. "I'm coming. Tell him not to act rashly. We can discuss anything, otherwise I'll never let him off the hook." Song Xiaobao thought for a moment. His son was still the most important. As for the matters at hand, they could be put aside for now. Okay, Song Ki-wen said 3 times. He was somewhat touched by his father's words. It seemed he still held some weight in his father's heart. Before he could speak again, Song Xiaobao hung up the phone. Not bad, very obedient. The phone had been on speakerphone, and Zhao Dezhu had heard everything Song Xiaobao said. He smiled and praised Song Ki-wen. However, in Song Ki-wen's eyes, this was a great insult from Zhao Dezhu. But now he understood, there was no need to argue with Zhao Dezhu. Once his father arrived, Zhao Dezhu's death was imminent. Meanwhile, on Song Xiaobao's side, the chairman's office was no longer Song Yanjiayuan's original one. To prevent a repeat of the assassination attempt, Song Xiaobao had moved his office to a room closer to the center. This made it impossible for a sniper outside to kill the people inside, but even so, he still had all the glass replaced with bulletproof glass. After all, at his age, he was incredibly afraid of death. He didn't want to follow in his cousin's footsteps. He had been in his office reviewing the company's documents he'd been working on for days. His cousin's death had brought many problems to the surface. As the acting chairman, he naturally had to deal with these loose ends. He was already troubled, but then this happened. It added to his worry and anger. After hanging up on his son, Song Xiaobao slammed his hand on the table. In this area, someone dared to kidnap his son. And this wasn't a case of accidentally kidnapping him because they didn't know him. It was blatant defiance. According to his spendthrift son, the kidnapper demanded that he come to ransom the boy himself. They were after him. This infuriated Song Xiaobao. His Dakang group had been completely controlled by Zhao Dezhu recently. Needless to say, Zhao Dezhu had also killed his cousin, but all things considered, Zhao Dezhu was the only person in the entire Yayo city who dared to challenge the Dakang group. The humiliation was indescribable. But for someone to dare act so arrogantly in front of him at this time was simply courting death. He abruptly stood up and roared towards the door, "Someone come here." Almost instantly, the door opened, and a voluptuous, beautiful woman walked in. "Chairman, call Black Dragon and the others. Tell them I have something important to deal with." Song Xiaobao's expression was very serious. His already dark complexion turned even darker. "Yes, Chairman." The woman nodded respectfully to Song Xiaobao, then took out her phone and called Black Dragon, whom Song Xiaobao had mentioned. This man was Song Xiaobao's top confidant, or rather, his top enforcer. Upon receiving the call from his boss's secretary, he immediately agreed. Song Xiaobao glanced at the woman, grabbed a coat from his leather chair, and left the office. "If anyone comes looking for me, tell them I'm not here." "Yes, Chairman." The woman nodded. Song Xiaobao went straight downstairs. In just 2 minutes, he went from the rooftop to the first floor. There, a group of 30 or 40 men were waiting for him. A tall, burly man with a face full of menacing features stood at the front. This was Black Dragon, the man Song Xiaobao had mentioned. "Chairman, are these enough?" Black Dragon looked at Song Xiaobao. These men had been waiting here for the past few days, awaiting Song Xiaobao's instructions. That's why they were able to arrive so quickly. However, if they needed more people, they would have to wait a while. "No need, let's go." Song Xiaobao glanced at the dozens of men in front of him. "Yes." Black Dragon nodded, but didn't ask Song Xiaobao what the matter was. After all, in Black Dragon's view, whatever his boss said was law, he just had to do it, no need to ask questions. With that, Black Dragon opened the car door. Song Xiaobao nodded, his face dark, and got into the car. Heilong stood still, waving to the group of people waiting nearby, and everyone got into the other cars. Then Heilong himself took the driver's seat and started the car. To Wang Haichuan on Huanhai Road, Song Xiaobao said without further ado, instructing Heilong to drive to Wang Haichuan. Because this tea house had a high-end decor and layout, a good view, and belonged to the Dakang group, Song Xiaobao had been there several times. Heilong, needless to say, had been there many times, so he knew immediately when Song Xiaobao mentioned it. However, Heilong paused for a moment when he heard Song Xiaobao's words, because Wang Haichuan was not far away, only a few minutes walk away, incredibly close. But Song Xiaobao naturally knew this as well. Seeing that his boss didn't say anything, Heilong naturally drove directly to Wang Haichuan. Soon, a few minutes later, 5 autos brazenly stopped on Huanhai Road. Song Xiaobao lit a cigarette, just as Heilong opened the car door. Song Xiaobao strode out of the car. "Get in." "Yes, Chairman." Hearing Song Xiaobao's words, Heilong gestured directly to his group of men. A dozen or so henchmen immediately led the way for Song Xiaobao. They made their way to the first floor, only to find it completely empty, not a soul was there. Song Xiaobao frowned. "Go to the second floor." The group nodded and went upstairs. Even at this point, none of them, including Black Dragon, knew why Song Xiaobao had come, but they still nodded and rushed upstairs. Chapter 226 Meeting. Song Xiaobao simply followed behind the crowd. A classic big shots demeanor. Sure enough, the door to the large private room in the center of the second floor was open, and a group of people could be seen standing inside. Without a doubt, his son was in this room. He wanted to see who was in there, daring to send him here to see him. Did they not know the meaning of death? He smoked, appearing calm, but inside he was burning with rage. "Boss, the person has arrived." Deshan's expression was as usual, completely ignoring the dozens of people packed into the second floor hallway. Zhao Dezhu sat in a chair, leisurely crossing his legs, drinking the Anhui Taiping Hukui tea worth 2 million yuan per kilogram that Yafan had brewed. Yang Wenlong stood behind Zhao Dezhu, massaging his shoulders. Clearly, he also didn't take Song Xiaobao's arrival seriously. Hearing Deshan's report, Song Qiwen merely smiled and nodded slightly. Song Qiwen naturally saw his father's top henchman, Black Dragon, leading dozens of men menacingly towards them, and soon saw his father appear, protected by several others. Instantly, he was overjoyed. After all, he had grasped at a lifeline. In his mind, as long as his father arrived, he was safe. Even if Zhao Dezhu had immense power, he wouldn't dare to attack him at this time. "Dad! I'm here!" Song Qiwen roared, his face instantly turning vicious. "You're dead, you son of a bitch, I'm going to kill you." After hearing Song Qiwen shout, Black Dragon and his men grasped the idea why the chairman had summoned them. Most likely, their young master had gotten into some trouble again, and the chairman had called them here to clean up his mess. Upon hearing Song Qiwen's shout, they quickened their pace. Song Qiwen saw them quicken their pace and run towards him. He was completely relieved. He looked at Zhao Dezhu defiantly. His men, seeing this, reacted the same way as Song Qiwen, staring directly at Zhao Dezhu. "That's right, you're just asking for it. Humph, you dare to lay a hand on our young master Song, you're dead, kid. Ha, I told you not to swear at me, but you just didn't like it." To Song Qiwen and his henchman's utter surprise, Zhao Dezhu, who had been leisurely sipping tea in his chair just moments before, suddenly stood up after hearing Song Qiwen's words. While still speaking, he stood up with lightning speed, walked up to Song Qiwen, and slapped him hard across the face. After some time, Song Qiwen's face became even more swollen, and he almost lost sight of his eyes. He truly hadn't expected Zhao Dezhu to dare hit him at this moment. In disbelief, the pent-up grievances inside him exploded, and this grown man was actually brought to tears by Zhao Dezhu's beating. He began to sob softly. The group of people in the room were completely bewildered by his crying, falling into an eerie silence. "Damn it! You dare hit our young master? You're asking for death." Several of Song Xiaobao's henchmen watched helplessly as a young man slapped Song Qiwen across the face. They immediately flew into a rage, roaring as they charged towards Zhao Dezhu's room. Deshan sneered, taking 2 large steps forward to block the doorway. At this moment, Heilong's group also arrived at the door. "Let them in," Zhao Dezhu said, not allowing Deshan to block the door. Otherwise, given Deshan's abilities even with a gun, unarmed these men wouldn't be able to get close to him in such a confined space. However, upon hearing Zhao Dezhu's words, Deshan nodded, "Yes, boss." At this moment, a group of angry henchmen rushed into the room, immediately protecting Song Qiwen. Song Xiaobao, incredibly proud, watched his men roar and charge in, then slowly followed behind, but not in a great hurry. His anger was twofold. On one hand, he was furious at his troublesome son, on the other hand, he was enraged that someone dared to use his son to threaten him, so he wanted to know who had the audacity. After entering the house, he didn't even glance at the others, but instead looked at his son, who was being protected by his own men. And what he saw stunned him. His son's face was swollen, resembling a pig's head. If he had seen him elsewhere, he certainly wouldn't have recognized him. His son had truly been beaten to the point where even his mother wouldn't recognize him. This fueled his anger even more. He turned and scanned the room. Who did this? Oh, Chairman Song's been promoted, and his temper has gotten a bit more temper too. Zhao Dezhu sat back down in his chair. He replied dismissively. When Song Xiaobao heard Zhao Dezhu's voice, he froze. He knew that voice all too well. It was etched into his very being. He abruptly turned towards the direction of the voice and realized that the person in front of him was Zhao Dezhu, the one who had almost shot him dead. Moreover, he knew that Zhao Dezhu had definitely killed his cousin, Song Yangyuan. He trembled, frozen in place. Dad, you have to avenge me. He almost killed me, Song Qiwen burst into tears. Seeing his father standing before him, the pent-up grievances in his heart overflowed like a flood. He grabbed his father's trouser leg and burst into tears. But he didn't notice his father was still standing there, frozen in place. He thought his father was waiting for his men to make a move, so he yelled at Black Dragon, beat him to death. Yes, young master. Black Dragon was also incredulous at seeing his young master beaten like this. After all these years, his young master had been known for being beaten into a pulp, and few dared to argue with him. He knew this was a slap in the face to his boss, and upon hearing Song Qiwen's words, he immediately rushed forward. A group of burly men pulled out iron bars over 10 centimeters long from their clothes, slammed them to the ground, and the short bars transformed into long iron rods. Zhao Dezhu saw that dozens of men were all wielding black batons. Stop it right now. Song Xiaobao roared at his men. He was already furious, thinking he could take advantage of Zhao Dezhu's current state and subdue him with a few men. But when he saw the slight upturn of Zhao Dezhu's lips, Song Xiaobao panicked. He suddenly remembered that Zhao Dezhu had a gun last time, and that his cousin, Song Yangyuan, had been killed by a sniper rifle. Zhao Dezhu's calm demeanor meant he must have something to rely on. If he made a move, he would be finished. So he immediately stopped his men from charging forward. Chapter 227. Do you think I'm joking? Sweat poured down Song Xiaobao's face. He glanced at Zhao Dezhu, then at Yang Wenlong and Dasan beside him. He was thankful he hadn't let Heilong and the others take action. He still remembered the oppressive feeling Dasan and his group had given him that day. And seeing Dasan made him realize that the story of the Special Forces soldiers leaving Zhao Dezhu before his cousin's death was a lie. He swallowed hard, standing there silently. Heilong and the others, whom he had called out to, looked at him with questioning eyes. Dad, what are you doing? Song Qiwen, naturally oblivious to what was happening, looked at his father with a bewildered expression, his face full of grievance. Tell brother Long to kill this little beast. Shut up, or I'll kill you, you unlucky bastard. Song Xiaobao turned and kicked his son lightly, but only symbolically. He didn't use much force. Everyone could see that he was just putting on an act. Deep down, he still doted on his son. Song Qiwen was indeed somewhat afraid of his father. Although he didn't understand why his father acted this way, his experience growing up in the underworld gave him a sense that something was amiss. Although he glared at Zhao Dezhu with resentment, he ultimately didn't dare to speak again. Song Xiaobao then looked at Zhao Dezhu. He scanned the room and even the hallway outside, confirming that besides Zhao Dezhu, Yang Wenlong, Lin Luoxiu, and Dasan, there was no one else he didn't recognize. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Then, looking at Zhao Dezhu, he asked, Mr. Zhao, what do you mean by this? Why did you beat my son like this? Everyone was stunned. After all, the person speaking was the current underworld emperor, and no one expected him to actually know Zhao Dezhu, and he even addressed him as Mr. Zhao. For Song Xiaobao, with his status, to address a young man as Mr. Zhao meant that this person's identity was extraordinary, even very extraordinary. Even Song Qiwen's mouth dropped open, filled with curiosity about Zhao Dezhu's identity. But even if his identity was extraordinary, the person he beat was Song Qiwen, the only son of the underworld emperor of Yeyu City. Everyone wanted to know how Zhao Dezhu would respond to Song Xiaobao's questioning. Are you talking to me? To everyone's surprise, facing Song Xiaobao's questioning, Zhao Dezhu remained incredibly calm, looking at Song Xiaobao. His tone even carried a hint of mockery. Yang Wenlong and his two companions didn't think much of it. However, to Heilong and the dozens of Song Xiaobao's men, Zhao Dezhu's answer was far too frivolous and infuriating. To dare say such a thing in front of the underworld emperor of Yayo City was practically courting death. Ye Fan was practically dying of tension. He clenched his fists tightly, sweat beading on his skin. He felt like he was suffocating, his heart was in his throat. Song Xiaobao looked at Zhao Dezhu, his palms sweating involuntarily. For some reason, he felt incredibly nervous around Zhao Dezhu today, even though Zhao Dezhu wasn't pointing a gun at his forehead again. He stood there, looking at Zhao Dezhu, then at his son, whose face was swollen like a pig's head. Finally, he spoke, but his voice lacked confidence. Yes, I'm talking to you. I don't know what my son did to offend President Zhao, that he would beat my son like this. Song Xiaobao paused. I hope President Zhao can give me an explanation. Haha, as expected of Chairman Song, the underworld emperor of Yayo City, Zhao Dezhu praised. To others, Song Xiaobao's reaction today was utterly incomprehensible. To be so tolerant of a young man who had beaten his son like this, even appearing somewhat cautious, was unbelievable. But to Zhao Dezhu, Song Xiaobao's reaction today was perfectly befitting of his status. An ordinary person, nearly killed at gunpoint by Zhao Dezhu and knowing he was responsible for their cousin's death, would be terrified at the mere sight of him. But Song Xiaobao wasn't. He not only realized Zhao Dezhu must have some backing to dare wait for him there, but he also called his men to stop him. Crucially, he dared to confront Zhao Dezhu directly, demonstrating both intelligence and courage. Zhao Dezhu had always wanted to eliminate Song Xiaobao as well. But now, it seemed that if he could be used, keeping him alive wouldn't be so bad. Zhao Dezhu took a sip of tea. He pondered to himself. After all, sometimes it's best to avoid violence, right? That way, the consequences are minimized. Explain yourself, Zhao Dezhu said calmly to Song Xiaobao. Now that you're in charge of Dakang, you'll have to compensate me for the entire company. After all, your son scared me, so you have to compensate me, right? What? The man was stunned again, thinking he must have misheard. What the hell was he saying? He actually wanted Song Xiaobao to compensate him for the entire Dakang company? Was this man insane? The Black Dragon group was also enraged by Zhao Dezhu's words. Black Dragon took 2 steps forward. Kid, what the hell are you saying? You think I won't kill you? Zhao Dezhu ignored him, exuding unparalleled arrogance. He looked at Song Xiaobao. What do you think? Mr. Zhao, are you joking? Song Xiaobao didn't stop Black Dragon but looked at Zhao Dezhu. It has to be said, Song Xiaobao was truly furious at this moment. If it weren't for the fear of almost being killed by Zhao Dezhu, he would have already attacked Zhao Dezhu. He would have thought Zhao Dezhu's arrogance was just youthful impetuosity. But after experiencing all that, Song Xiaobao truly understood that he couldn't be fooled by Zhao Dezhu's age. To underestimate Zhao Dezhu because of his age and background was tantamount to courting death, just like his cousin. His cousin died without even knowing why, because he underestimated Zhao Dezhu. He scrutinized Zhao Dezhu, his words a joke, but his expression was unusually cautious and serious. He didn't know what Zhao Dezhu was thinking, or whether his words were true. Meanwhile, Song Xiaobao was unaware that he had unconsciously begun to cautiously speculate about the thoughts of Zhao Dezhu, a young man in his early 20s. Compared to Song Xiaobao's nervousness, Zhao Dezhu remained calm and composed. Chairman Song, do you think someone of my status would joke? A seemingly calm statement, but to everyone present, it conveyed immense authority and an unquestionable air. Chapter 228 Testing Each Other. Mr. Zhao, that's enough. I, Song Xiaobao, am not someone to be trifled with in Yayo City. Please do me a favor today and let this matter drop, is that alright? Song Xiaobao's aura sharpened at this moment. Having been the second in command at Dakang Group for so many years, his presence was naturally imposing. It was only in front of Zhao Dezhu that he was so cautious. If an ordinary person dared to speak to him like this, they would be dead long ago. But now, faced with Zhao Dezhu's excessive request, Song Xiaobao couldn't hold back any longer. Your face. Zhao Dezhu scoffed, then looked at Song Xiaobao with disdain. What face do you think you have in front of me? Seeing Song Xiaobao's expression harden, Zhao Dezhu no longer held back. It seemed that to make Song Xiaobao his frontman, he would need to use some methods. After hearing Zhao Dezhu's words, Song Xiaobao remained silent, unsure how to respond. I don't even consider Song Yangyuan a threat, so what are you? Zhao Dezhu said bluntly. His words revealed Song Xiaobao's predicament. Previously, Song Yangyuan was considered the undisputed underground emperor of Yayo City because he held the entire Dakang group firmly in his hands. Under his control, the entire Dakang group could be maximized. But even so, he was still taken down by Zhao Dezhu. And today, although Song Xiaobao was nominally the acting chairman of the Dakang group, he didn't even have half the people who truly respected him. In other words, the power he could truly wield within the Dakang group was only half of what Song Yangyuan had previously possessed. Even less. He knew this himself, but hearing Zhao Dezhu say it made Song Xiaobao's expression change. He hadn't expected Zhao Dezhu to know even this. He froze on the spot. After a moment, he looked at Zhao Dezhu again. Mr. Zhao, are you threatening me? Song Xiaobao, I think you've never known your place. I can kill you with just one sentence. Do you have the right to say these things to me? Zhao Dezhu stood up slightly, still holding his teacup. His tone was incredibly calm, and he didn't even glance at Song Xiaobao while speaking. But Song Xiaobao felt as if a mountain had suddenly pressed down on his heart, making it hard to breathe. He even forgot to retort. Because he knew Zhao Dezhu was telling the truth, and he knew that Zhao Dezhu had many mysterious special forces soldiers around him. Although he couldn't even find out exactly how many of these people there were or what their identities were. But he knew that these people were truly capable of killing, and perhaps the kind who didn't need to hide it. Zhao Dezhu's blunt statement that he could be killed with just one sentence sent chills down his spine. He had no doubt about the truth of Zhao Dezhu's words. Realizing he'd said the wrong thing, Song Xiaobao's back was instantly soaked with sweat. He felt his life was in grave danger. But he simply didn't dare to make a move. He clearly had dozens of people on his side, while Zhao Dezhu's side, including himself and his female assistant, only had 4. What the hell are you talking about? Heilong didn't recognize Zhao Dezhu. Seeing his boss remain silent, he assumed his boss had something he couldn't say directly. After all, given his position and years of service to Song Xiaobao, he often said things Song Xiaobao couldn't say and did things he couldn't do. He felt this was the situation now. And indeed, Song Xiaobao, with his status, naturally couldn't say too much. He needed a tool to test Zhao Dezhu's attitude. Zhao Dezhu naturally understood Song Xiaobao's intention. From the fact that this man had repeatedly contradicted him, and Song Xiaobao had remained silent, Zhao Dezhu knew Song Xiaobao was using this man to test his attitude. He had simply disdained to pay him any attention, but he hadn't expected this man to be so unrestrained. Zhao Dezhu glanced at Heilong, then took a sip of tea and looked at Song Xiaobao. Are you that afraid of me? You don't even dare to talk to me, needing someone else to do it for you? Before Song Xiaobao could speak, Zhao Dezhu continued, let me warn you, if your dog says another word in front of me, I'll kill him. You can try. Even the usually composed Song Xiaobao was startled and shuddered. He suppressed his anger and reached out to stop Heilong, who was about to continue speaking. Shut up. Don't say another word. He remembered that time in his cousin's office, when Zhao Dezhu pulled out a gun, pointed it at his forehead, and said the same thing. He clearly remembered how terrified he was then. He even felt that if he uttered another word, Zhao Dezhu would end his life with a single shot. Back then, he didn't dare gamble. Today, he didn't dare gamble either. He didn't want to test Zhao Dezhu's patience with the life of a loyal brother. He was filled with resentment. He had dozens of men on his side, yet Zhao Dezhu stood there calmly, and he was so intimidated he didn't dare utter a single harsh word. He had never seen anyone so calm and so reckless as Zhao Dezhu in all his years. And the man was so young. In that instant, many thoughts raced through his mind. He even thought that if his spendthrift son were half as good as Zhao Dezhu, he would be truly satisfied. Chairman Song, your son angered me greatly today. I only came for a cup of tea, but he told me to get lost. Tell me, shouldn't he be hit? Zhao Dezhu walked up to Song Xiaobao. He gently reached out and lightly brushed his hand across Song Xiaobao's dark face, like a slap. This humiliating scene made everyone's hearts race. Even Yang Wenlong and the others tensed up, fearing that Song Xiaobao might suddenly be provoked and attack Zhao Dezhu. Yang Wenlong and Dasin both put their hands in their pockets, gripping their pistols. They shared the same attitude. If Song Xiaobao dared to make a move, they would fire immediately, regardless of the consequences, to prevent Zhao Dezhu from being injured. The entire room fell silent, as if it had been paused. Even breathing was taken aback. Zhao Dezhu watched Song Xiaobao, secretly hoping he would make a move. Because if he did, it would prove this person wasn't worth training. He could simply eliminate him. Conversely, if he could endure any humiliation, it showed his mental fortitude and intelligence were exceptional. Such a person was naturally qualified to be his front man. Chapter 229 I will consider it. Zhao Dezhu stood before Song Xiaobao, his tone and actions utterly infuriating. This made everyone in the room incredibly tense. Everyone feared Song Xiaobao would suddenly lash out. Yang Wenlong and Dasin even released the safety on their pistols. However, to everyone's surprise, Song Xiaobao struggled to control his emotions. Veins bulged on his forehead, his breathing rapid, as if he were about to launch an attack at any moment. But he remained restrained, even though everyone could see that Song Xiaobao was now extremely angry. On the other hand, Zhao Dezhu's lips curled into a slight smile, as if he were facing merely an insignificant figure. Not the fearsome underground emperor, Song Xiaobao. The two faced off like this, neither willing to yield. Those few minutes felt like centuries to everyone in the room. Finally, Song Xiaobao lowered his head, his clenched fists reluctantly loosening. Yang Wenlong and the others witnessed this scene and involuntarily breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Dezhu also smiled. His expression was like that of a friendly neighborhood boy. Harmless. Seeing Song Xiaobao give in first and return to his chair, Zhao Dezhu looked up at Song Xiaobao. I know that the Dakang group, although it seems you're in charge on the surface, is actually riddled with internal factions. You can only truly control less than 50% of it, and you could even be overthrown and lose your life. Upon hearing this, Song Xiaobao abruptly looked up at Zhao Dezhu. His previous show of weakness to Zhao Dezhu was merely out of fear that Yang Wenlong and Deshan, who were behind Zhao Dezhu, would kill him. But now, Zhao Dezhu's words succinctly revealed his current predicament. This greatly surprised him. He didn't know how Zhao Dezhu knew. After all, while it was true, it was still an internal matter within the Dakan group. They hadn't expected Zhao Dezhu to know so much. There were only two possibilities: either Zhao Dezhu had connections within the Dakan group's upper echelons, or his people had installed surveillance throughout the entire group. Both possibilities indicated that Zhao Dezhu's identity was extraordinary. And the reason you can't get the entire group's upper echelons to follow you is simply one thing, Zhao Dezhu said meaningfully, then paused. He took a sip of tea. Seeing that Zhao Dezhu's teacup was almost empty, Ye Fan quickly refilled it. What's the reason? Song Xiaobao's eyes gleamed. Zhao Dezhu had not only explained his entire situation, but also revealed the reason he was in this predicament. This piqued Song Xiaobao's curiosity. He quickly asked. And after saying this, the anger in her gaze towards Zhao Dezhu lessened. A complex emotion appeared. Zhao Dezhu calmly replied, one word, money. Although your Dakang group's predecessor was a gangster, frankly speaking, it was all about money. That's why the Dakang gang became a corporation. As long as you have money and give them enough benefits, they will naturally submit to you. The room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Only Zhao Dezhu's voice remained. This society is no longer about fighting and killing, everyone just wants to live and work in peace. What do you say? Song Xiaobao looked at Zhao Dezhu, just stared at him, without speaking, as if time had stood still. Mr. Zhao, I understand what you mean. Song Xiaobao looked at the boy in front of him, who was decades younger than him. He seemed lost in thought. No, you don't understand. Zhao Dezhu shook his head with a smile. If you understood, you wouldn't be standing here asking me for an explanation. Zhao Dezhu's current aura seemed to influence the surrounding atmosphere with every word. One sentence made the already somewhat relaxed atmosphere oppressive again. I remained silent for a while, no one spoke. Even Song Xiaobao was trying to decipher the meaning of Zhao Dezhu's words. Although Song Quen and his gang couldn't understand what Zhao Dezhu and Song Xiaobao were saying, they were all very uncomfortable. However, due to Song Xiaobao's previous warning, none of them dared to speak. You can leave now. Think it over carefully, Zhao Dezhu said, sitting in his chair with his legs crossed. Song Xiaobao hesitated for a moment, then remained silent. He glanced at his son, then at his group of men. For some reason, Zhao Dezhu's words seemed to send shivers down his spine. Even though Zhao Dezhu hadn't said it aloud, he felt that Zhao Dezhu's meaning could be summarized in 8 words. Those who obey me prosper, those who defy me perish. After a while, Song Xiaobao looked at Zhao Dezhu and said solemnly, Mr. Zhao, I will consider it carefully. This jaw-dropping sentence made everyone think they were hallucinating. After all, this scene was too unreal. The underground emperor of Yayo City was actually so respectful, even fearful, before such a young person. What the hell was going on? Despite everyone's disbelief, it was the truth. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, Zhao Dezhu didn't even glance at Song Xiaobao again. Song Xiaobao didn't say anything more, turned and walked out of the room. Dad, wait for me. Seeing his father leave, Song Quen dared not stay any longer. Zhao Dezhu's slaps would probably leave him with a lifelong fear of Wang Haixuan. Heilong also glanced at Zhao Dezhu, then followed Song Xiaobao out with a puzzled look. Suddenly, only Zhao Dezhu, his 2 companions, and Ye Fan remained in the large room. Ye Fan stood there, still reeling from what had just happened. Yang Wenlong stared blankly at Zhao Dezhu. No way, boss, Song Xiaobao actually chickened out? This was truly unexpected. Everyone thought taking over the Dakang group would involve some setbacks, but now it seems less difficult? Zhao Dezhu smiled. Brother Long, do you think Song Xiaobao will fight us to the death, or will he obediently admit defeat? Yang Wenlong pondered for a moment. I think he'll fight us to the death. After all, he's a powerful figure, someone whose every move shakes not only Yayo City but the entire Yun province. He certainly won't give up so easily, right? In Yang Wenlong's view, Song Xiaobao was now a powerful figure in his own right, and he must have his own pride. Even if he dies, he should die like Song Yangyuan, shouldn't he? Zhao Dezhu then looked at Lin Luoxiu. As Zhao Dezhu's most capable assistant, Lin Luoxiu wasn't without her own thoughts, but she knew she shouldn't interrupt when men were discussing matters. Now that Zhao Dezhu was looking at her, Lin Luoxiu naturally spoke up. Chapter 230. Guess what he'll do? Boss, I think Song Xiaobao will admit defeat. I saw his gaze sweep seriously over Song Quen and his group of henchmen. Lin Luoxiu continued, although it was brief, I could still see the worry in his eyes. In short, he's not alone. He might not be afraid of death, but he has to consider the people around him. Zhao Dezhu smiled but didn't speak, then shifted his gaze to Dasan. I think Miss Lin is right. This Song Xiaobao is clearly smarter than his cousin. Dasan stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the cars Song Xiaobao and his group had driven away. Look at Brother Long, Sister Luoxiu's observation is much more meticulous than yours. Zhao Dezhu smiled and glanced at Yang Wenlong. Yang Wenlong touched his buzz cut sheepishly. He still didn't agree with Lin Luoxiu's opinion. However, since Lin Luoxiu had said it, he didn't dare to say anything. Alright, sit down and have some tea. Zhao Dezhu gestured for everyone to sit down and drink. The sun was setting just then, its rays illuminating Zhao Dezhu's profile. It bathed his already angular face in a golden glow. This caused Ye Fan, standing in the room, to momentarily lose himself when he looked at Zhao Dezhu. He felt this was the goal a man should pursue in his life. Dad, who is that person? Why won't you avenge me? Song Qiwen was dragged into the car by his father, his ear twisted. Already furious, he became even angrier. Looking at his useless and troublesome son, Song Xiaobao was truly disappointed in him. His attitude was clearly so. Not only did he not notice anything amiss, but he also blamed Song Xiaobao for not avenging him. This infuriated Song Xiaobao, and the anger he had been suppressing in front of Zhao Dezhu exploded. You idiot, I'll beat you to death. It's all your fault. Song Xiaobao scolded his son while slapping him across the face. Do you know he really dares to kill? If I hadn't gone to save you, you'd be dead by now. Song Xiaobao's anger was barely contained. He didn't know if Zhao Dezhu would kill his son on the spot, but he knew Zhao Dezhu was truly capable of killing. His mind was in complete turmoil. He was even certain that if he didn't agree to Zhao Dezhu's offer and went to him, not only himself, but perhaps his entire family would suffer the same fate as his cousin, Song Yangyuan. For some reason, he had never seen Zhao Dezhu kill anyone, yet he was inexplicably afraid. If this got out, no one would believe it. After all, a powerful figure like Song Xiaobao, were you suggesting he was afraid of a teenager? Who wouldn't laugh their head off? But this deep-seated fear genuinely haunted Song Xiaobao. Song Qiwen was stunned by his father's 2 slaps, but what terrified him even more were Song Xiaobao's words and his undisguised fear. He had never seen his father so cowardly in his life. Especially Song Xiaobao's statement that he really dared to kill him. This made Song Qiwen belatedly realize he had just escaped death. Although curious about Zhao Dezhu's identity, he knew his father was furious, and any further words would surely result in a beating, so he remained silent. Song Xiaobao, seeing his son cowering to the side, no longer speaking or striking, said angrily, I told you to keep your distance these next few days, afraid you'd provoke him. I didn't expect you to live up to my expectations. Song Qiwen was even more frightened. His father had repeatedly told him not to cause trouble for him, so this was all to avoid this kid? Although he didn't know Zhao Dezhu's identity, Song Qiwen was genuinely afraid now. Someone even his father feared couldn't be an ordinary person. From today onwards, you stay home obediently. Without my order, you are not to step out of the house. Song Xiaobao sighed. Despite the beatings and scolding, he still cared deeply for his only son. He was terrified that Zhao Dezhu might kill his son again in a fit of anger. Oh, Song Qiwen said reluctantly, but obediently hid. Wang Haixuan. Zhao Dezhu, seeing Ye Fan still somewhat dazed, beckoned him to his side. Xiao Fan, don't be afraid. They won't dare bully you anymore after today. Yes, Mr. Zhao. Clearly, Ye Fan was terrified by what had just happened. Even though a fight hadn't broken out, the atmosphere was even more tense than if a fight had occurred. Ye Fan felt like he was being roasted over a fire, each day feeling like an eternity. Now Song Xiaobao and his son were gone, but Ye Fan couldn't be as relaxed with Zhao Dezhu as before. After all, in his eyes, Song Xiaobao was someone extremely high and mighty. Ye Fan, however, was meek and submissive in front of Zhao Dezhu. That meant Zhao Dezhu was at least on par with Song Xiaobao, or even more than that. How could he not be nervous? Hey, don't be nervous, just call me Brother Zhu, okay? Zhao Dezhu said somewhat helplessly. Ye Fan was actually intimidated, now he was even being polite when speaking to him. Yes, Brother Zhu, Ye Fan replied verbally, but his gaze towards Zhao Dezhu was still somewhat cautious, no longer as natural as before. But there was nothing Zhao Dezhu could do about it, so he could only smile and let it go. Zhao Dezhu and his group drank tea there for a while longer, and soon the sun set, and they watched the fiery clouds for a while. Then they left Wang Haixuan. Zhao Dezhu's mood was completely different from that of Song Xiaobao and his son. He had come here for tea with a bit of a troublemaking element to it. He had successfully completed his mission, so he was naturally in a relaxed mood. Soon, the group drove home. When his mother saw Zhao Dezhu and the others return, she quickly brought out the dishes, and Lin Luoxiu went to help. It was only then that Zhao Dezhu noticed 2 more women serving the dishes. He immediately remembered that these were the women Lin Luoxiu had found a few days ago to help his mother cook. Zhao Dezhu recalled that Dashan and his group had gone to great lengths to find these 2 women. They had investigated not only the women themselves, but also their relatives and friends, confirming everything was in order before finally sending them to his home. Food is of utmost importance, and precautions must be taken. This is why it took so long for them to get home. Now there are many more people, and the dining table has increased from 1 to 2. Sitting at the table, Zhao Dezhu's mother, Li Ying, looked at him reproachfully and said, I could have cooked all this myself, why did you invite 2 people back? Chapter 231 Didn't go begging? Li Ying remained true to her nature, afraid of hurting the feelings of the 2 new housekeepers. She kept her voice very low. To onlookers, it looked like a mother and son whispering, nothing out of the ordinary. Zhao Dezhu smiled wryly, picked up a piece of braised pork his mother had cooked, and said to her with concern, Mom, look, we have so many people eating at home now. Grandma is too old to help you much. You're working so hard all by yourself. These were Zhao Dezhu's true feelings. Seeing his mother cook for so many people pained him deeply. What's so hard about it? Back in our hometown, I had to do farm work and feed the pigs. Wasn't it all just me doing it all by myself? Li Ying was deeply moved by her son's explanation. Anyone would be touched to see their children appreciate their hard work. Li Ying was no exception. Mom, the past is the past. If you're still working as hard as before, what's the point of me growing up? Seeing his mother about to say something, Zhao Dezhu smiled and continued, Mom, don't dwell on this. Only when you're happy can I concentrate on my work, right? You don't want me constantly worrying about you while I'm working, do you? Zhao Dezhu knew his mother too well. She just couldn't shake her peasant mentality. If she could do it herself, she wouldn't spend a penny. But if she wanted a comfortable life, this kind of thinking was unacceptable. After hearing Zhao Dezhu say that worrying about her would affect her work, Li Ying indeed fell silent. Although she had been a farmer her whole life, she was always very principled in important matters, so she let it go. Seeing that his mother had come to her senses, Zhao Dezhu smiled happily and kept putting food into the bowls of his elders. Yang Wenlong and his group followed suit, continuing until the elders' bowls were piled high with food before they stopped. After dinner, Zhao Dezhu and his group went up to the 3rd floor. While drinking tea with Yang Wenlong and the others, they gazed at the distant night view and felt the pleasant breeze. Zhao Dezhu asked, how's the Wang Chao matter going? This matter was mainly handled by Lin Luoxiu's side, primarily focusing on debt collection, while Yang Wenlong's side was only doing surveillance and monitoring, providing support. So Lin Luoxiu poured Zhao Dezhu another cup of tea and said, Boss, this Huang Chao is really something. He paid back most of the money he owed us, but he also sold off all his assets and is now penniless. Penniless. Zhao Dezhu looked into the distance and muttered to himself, he certainly has some skill. I originally thought that 14.7 million would be enough to drive him to desperation, but it turns out he's only penniless. Before this, Zhao Dezhu had someone investigate. Although Huang Chao was considered a very powerful figure in Shanchang, his total assets were only around 10 million at most. This was why Lin Luoxiu used the supply contract to force him to pay 14 million. She wanted to make him despair once and for all. Unexpectedly, after receiving 14 million in compensation, Huang Chao was still not begging on the streets. This was completely beyond Zhao Dezhu's expectations. Huang Chao's savings, including the factory and several other houses, total a little over 10 million. As for the rest, he borrowed it from others. Lin Luoxiu told Zhao Dezhu what she knew. I see. Zhao Dezhu nodded. That made sense. But I still have a question. His reputation is so bad now, how come anyone dares to lend him money? 2 million was given to him by his parents in Fujian province, and the other 2 million was borrowed from several of his friends. Yang Wenlong knew more about this than Lin Luoxiu. Li Feng had checked all this information online. It seems Huang Chao hasn't reached the point of complete disgrace. We still need to work harder. Zhao Dezhu sighed. He had absolutely no sympathy for Huang Cancan. If someone like her isn't properly dealt with, the same thing will happen again. Zhao Dezhu didn't want Huang Cancan's family to completely admit defeat, but rather to be unable to recover. Where does his family live now? Zhao Dezhu asked. His wife and daughter have moved to his in-laws' house. As for him, he lives in a house in Yayo City with his mistress and son. This house is also under his mistress's name, Lin Luoxiu replied. This is truly outrageous, Zhao Dezhu said after hearing Lin Luoxiu's words. A sudden feeling of helplessness washed over him. He didn't know what to do. If he continued to act, Huang Chao's son and in-laws would obviously be implicated. To be honest, they hadn't done anything wrong. But if he didn't act, Huang Chao and Huang Cancan would obviously not be driven to despair. This put him in a dilemma. So, what do you think? Should I let them go now, or should we continue? Zhao Dezhu seemed to be asking Yang Wenlong, Dasan, and Lin Luoxiu, but also seemed to be asking himself. Lin Luoxiu shook her head, remaining silent. In her eyes, this was a man's matter, and she certainly wouldn't interrupt. Dasan, however, remained calm. Boss, we soldiers have an old saying, mercy towards the enemy is cruelty towards oneself. I think this applies equally well to life. Zhao Dezhu glanced at Dasan with interest. He had a fairly good understanding of Dasan's personality. He rarely spoke on serious matters, usually just giving orders and then carrying them out. This time, however, he was surprisingly direct, indicating that Dasan had indeed done his research. Yang Wenlong nodded in agreement with Dasan. Boss, we've investigated this father and daughter. Neither Huang Chao nor Huang Cancan are good people. Huang Cancan has a history of smoking, drinking, bullying, and even assaulting classmates at school. And this time, she caused a pedestrian's death while driving under the influence. And this Huang Chao is cut from the same cloth. Not only does he spoil Huang Cancan in every way, but it's fair to say that Huang Cancan's arrogance is largely due to him. Moreover, in business, he's used plenty of underhanded tactics to compete maliciously. Yang Wenlong gave a general overview of Huang Chao and his son's situation, then added, his in-laws are naturally no better. The fact that Huang Chao, an outsider, was able to establish himself in Shanchang County back then was largely due to their underhanded methods. The mistress and her son aren't good people either, they've done their fair share of bullying. This was all information Yang Wenlong and his team had uncovered, and Deshan knew it too. In short, it all boils down to this: birds of a feather flock together. Chapter 232 Record-breaking revenue. Is it really that bad? Zhao Dezhu was somewhat taken aback. For two upright older men to agree on such a thing, how wicked must this family be? The three nodded in unison. Well, that makes things easier. Since they're so despicable, let them go begging. They won't starve. Whoever lends them money can just send them begging too. Yang Wenlong and Dasan's words cleared up Zhao Dezhu's doubts. He reflected on himself. He had indeed been too sympathetic. When Huang Cancan bullied his sister, he hadn't shown her any mercy. Huang Chao even kept saying, "What's wrong with being poor?" Now he was actually thinking that going too far might be unfair to their family. It was truly speechless. Yes, boss, Yang Wenlong nodded. I'll take care of it. Okay, I heard that begging is considered middle class these days. Zhao Dezhu smiled. Now, with just a single word from him, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Huang Chao's family would be reduced to begging. A casual remark, almost like a joke, sealed the fate of Huang Chao's family. The group didn't dwell on the matter further. In Zhao Dezhu's eyes, it was a trivial matter, not worth holding on to. At this moment, Sima Nan joined in, sharing his observations and experiences abroad, including the unique characteristics of various underground forces. Yang Wenlong and Dasan couldn't speak of many things due to confidentiality regulations, fearing it would harm their family's interests. But Sima Nan was different. He wasn't a member of the family's military, nor did he operate within the family. He could speak freely about everything he saw and heard to Zhao Dezhu and the others. In fact, he said that if anything he said was beneficial to the family, he hoped Dasan and the others would report it. This was his greatest honor. This earned the deep respect of Zhao Dezhu and the others. Sima Nan, even abroad, remained deeply concerned for his family. Truly admirable. The group chatted as they walked, and it was almost time for the market to open. Zhao Dezhu took out his notebook from the day and led the group to his office. The 5 traders were already there. They greeted Zhao Dezhu warmly. Zhao Dezhu told them not to be so polite and then explained that tonight's task was very important. Having witnessed Zhao Dezhu's earning power, the group greatly admired his abilities, even revering him. Now that Zhao Dezhu was so serious, everyone became tense. After a night of hard work, Zhao Dezhu and his 5 traders broke records, achieving a staggering 60 billion. This drove everyone wild. After the day's work was over, everyone was stunned. Over 60 billion. This was something many people wouldn't even dare to dream of. But they had witnessed it firsthand. Zhao Dezhu's palms were sweaty, and he slumped into his chair. Even though he possessed the ability to foresee the future, many orders tonight required accuracy down to the minute, even the second, demanding extreme concentration. Because the slightest misstep could lead to total ruin, it was practically like fighting a war. Thankfully, it all ended perfectly. Zhao Dezhu was also afraid of unforeseen circumstances, but he had no choice. He wanted to make as much money as possible while he could. He feared that one day he would lose his precognitive abilities and become just another ordinary young man, so he wanted to accumulate more leverage. That way, even if his precognitive abilities were to disappear one day, he would still be at the top. Tonight, 1 million RMB for everyone. Zhao Dezhu let out a long breath, then looked at everyone. You mustn't reveal what happened today to anyone. Everyone understands, right? Yes, boss. Everyone replied in unison. However, the 5 traders were completely stunned by Zhao Dezhu's generous bonus 1 million. This was truly, outrageously extravagant. But while they were happy, they also knew that this million was a bonus. If they spoke carelessly, it would likely be their life's compensation. The next day, Zhao Dezhu slept in late, not getting out of bed until after 10 a.m. After washing up, he went to the gym for a workout. Only then did he eat the breakfast his mother had prepared for him. Tomorrow was his younger sister's high school entrance exam. Zhao Dezhu had initially considered using his superpowers to predict the exam questions and tell Zhao Yuanyuan. However, this thought quickly vanished, and he shook his head. If he did that, he would probably regret it for the rest of his life. Now he had everything, and his sister's future was destined to be worry-free. This high school entrance exam was a crucial step in her life. Simply put, it was a chance to prove his efforts over the past 9 years. More complexly, it was a chance to complete the most important part of her life. If he gave his sister the answers, wouldn't that be like planting a seed of doubt in her heart? Of course, even if he didn't consider these things, Zhao Yuanyuan might not accept it. After all, Zhao Dezhu knew that his younger sister's grades hadn't been outstanding since childhood, but they were acceptable. Besides, Zhao Yuanyuan was a particularly proud person. If he asked her to cheat, she probably wouldn't accept it herself. He ate his meal, his thoughts wandering aimlessly. Just after he finished eating, his parents, grandparents, and other family members came down from the second floor. Dezhu, go change your clothes quickly, we're going to the first middle school. Zhao Hai glanced at Zhao Dezhu, who had finished eating and was wiping his mouth. Why are you all dressed so formally? Zhao Dezhu looked at his family members and noticed that they were all dressed quite formally today, something they'd never done before. Yuanyuan has her high school entrance exam tomorrow, which is a big deal. But the school said that no one is allowed to visit the students during the 2 days of exams, to avoid affecting their performance. We can see her today, though. We need to go and comfort her and encourage her. Li Ying glanced at Zhao Dezhu. She was clearly a little nervous. Zhao Dezhu seemed to see the tension his parents felt before his exams, and now that his younger sister was taking her exams, the whole family was also feeling nervous. Okay, I'll go change my clothes. Zhao Dezhu thought for a moment. His parents were right. According to them, Zhao Yuanyuan would be staying in a hotel arranged by the school from today onwards, under closed management, until the exams were over before her family could see her. In that case, he naturally should go see her and offer some words of comfort. Okay, hurry up, Zhao Hai urged. He had received a notification from the teacher in the WeChat group that they could only meet for an hour in the afternoon. He was afraid that he would be late and miss seeing Zhao Yuanyuan, so even though it was still early, he kept urging him. Zhao Dezhu had no choice but to quickly change into a more formal suit and then head to the first middle school with Dashan and the others. A Rolls-Royce drove in front, followed by an Audi, entering the school without any hindrance. They were surrounded by onlookers wherever they went, quite a show of power, but if anyone knew Zhao Dezhu's wealth, they would all think he was being too modest. Because students weren't allowed to bring cell phones, there was no way to contact Zhao Yuanyuan. So, after arriving at school, Zhao Hai sent a WeChat message to his daughter's homeroom teacher, asking him to inform his daughter to come to the parking lot to meet him and his family. The teacher politely agreed, whether out of genuine good manners or because the principal had informed him that Zhao Yuanyuan's identity was special. A short while later, Zhao Yuanyuan came running over. Although the parking lot was large, she immediately spotted her family's Rolls-Royce. Grandma, Grandpa, Mom, Dad, Brother, what brings you here? Zhao Yuanyuan asked, but her face showed her genuine joy. After all, in her eyes, the high school entrance exam was probably the most important turning point in her life, and she was naturally happy that her family could come to see her. Yuanyuan, look how thin you've become after just 2 days away from home, her grandmother said, looking at Zhao Yuanyuan with a face full of concern. Grandma, I was just cramming these last few days, staying up all night. It'll be alright, Zhao Yuanyuan said calmly, her smile reassuring her grandmother. The whole family encouraged Zhao Yuanyuan, deeply moving her. Just relax, you can do it. Zhao Dezhu could tell his sister was actually quite nervous despite her cheerful demeanor, so he offered some words of comfort. Brother, don't worry, I have confidence in myself. Zhao Yuanyuan clenched her fist, clearly very confident. Zhao Dezhu wanted to predict his sister's grades, but since the results wouldn't be available for several days, he could only predict up to 24 hours, so he had to give up. After a while, an announcement came over the loudspeaker, instructing students to return to their classrooms. Zhao Yuanyuan reluctantly went back to her classroom, and the family finally left the school. Chapter 233 Zhao Yun seizes land. What Zhao Dezhu hadn't expected was that the 60 billion yuan he'd painstakingly earned in one night would keep many people up all night. Because everything last night was manipulated. They'd been playing this game for months, hoping to make a hefty profit, but Zhao Dezhu had snatched it all away. They'd lost everything overnight. In Beijing, inside a tall office building, a group of men in suits sat in front of computers, their eyes bloodshot, their faces weary. A man who appeared to be the leader stood at the front, slamming an ashtray on the table. Still no findings. Everyone lowered their heads, no one dared to speak. The man at the front glared angrily, but was powerless. The group at the computers included not only traders but also internet experts. They'd exhausted every method but couldn't find any information. The accounts that attacked them in the stock market early this morning, causing them direct losses of 40 to 50 billion yuan, seemed to appear out of thin air and then vanish without a trace. It's over. The higher UPS set up this scheme for so long, investing so much money, just to harvest a harvest of retail investors. But they didn't expect that instead of harvesting the retail investors, they'd be outmaneuvered. Now I'm completely finished. The man slumped into a chair, filled with fear. Zhao Dezhu had no idea that he had merely seized an opportunity to make a fortune, but had actually taken away someone else's share. Fortunately, his current stock trading account was directly registered by his family, who not only provided him with various disguises, but also used the most advanced disguises for the account number and its location. In other words, for example, when he was trading, he might use one account to buy 100 million yuan worth of a stock, but in reality, countless seemingly unrelated accounts from different regions were simultaneously making the purchase, just like retail investors. This way, no one could trace it back to the fact that it was all just Zhao Dezhu operating alone. Only the family's resources could handle such a workload. The reason for this is easy to understand. If someone could easily find out that this account was earning hundreds of billions of dollars daily, and that its owner was Zhao Dezhu from China, foreign lenders certainly wouldn't lend money. But if someone investigated, they would find that these hundreds of billions of dollars were earned by countless individuals from different countries. This is quite normal. It's common in the stock market. There are gains and losses. Nobody knows that the funds will ultimately flow back into Zhao Dezhu's account through various means. This is also why Zhao Dezhu's rampant wealth accumulation has gone unnoticed. If anyone with influence could find out how much money he'd made, many countries or powerful groups would have already found Zhao Dezhu, tried to control him, or even killed him. This demonstrates how much effort the family's talents put into managing Zhao Dezhu's current account. However, the stocks that Zhao Dezhu chose to see significant price increases were all stocks selected and manipulated by these same people, and the timing of his buy and sell orders was perfect, which aroused suspicion, but it's impossible to trace it back to him. Unless the other party possesses technical skills comparable to the top talents in his family, it would be impossible to achieve this. Zhao Dezhu was unaware of this. After returning home, he took out his computer to study the market for the evening. However, as expected, the market performance tonight wasn't as outstanding as yesterday. He browsed the entire stock market and found that his returns were only at the usual level. However, this still satisfied Zhao Dezhu. After dinner, before the stock market opened, Zhao Dezhu took Yang Wenlong and Dasan to the third floor to watch the sunset and drink tea. This seemed to have become a habit for Zhao Dezhu. He felt that in such an environment, his mind could be greatly relaxed, which he thoroughly enjoyed. At this time, Lin Luoxiu, who had gone to handle company affairs, returned to the villa. She looked at Zhao Dezhu. "Boss, I have work to report." Zhao Dezhu was somewhat puzzled. These days, Lin Luoxiu had been making all the decisions in the company alone. She wouldn't discuss company matters with Zhao Dezhu unless she was truly unsure. Because they all knew that stock trading was Zhao Dezhu's main job, company affairs were practically secondary. Of course, this meant the company's profits were secondary, but the power he built was still very important. Clearly, what Lin Luoxiu was about to report was quite important. Zhao Dezhu looked at Lin Luoxiu. "Sister Luoxiu, what's up?" "It's about Xiaoxing village." Lin Luoxiu stood to the side, holding a document, looking very professional. Zhao Dezhu immediately became interested when he heard Lin Luoxiu mention his village. After all, Lin Luoxiu had said a few days ago that the village's redevelopment had been approved. All that was needed was to compensate the villagers for the land requisition before construction could begin. What's wrong?" Zhao Dezhu asked instinctively. "It's still about the compensation for the expropriated land," Lin Luoxiu said. "We already have the renderings for the Xiaoxing village redevelopment, and they've been posted throughout the village. We'll compensate anyone with land within our redevelopment area." Everything was going smoothly until we encountered some trouble verifying the expropriated land. Zhao Dezhu frowned upon hearing this. This should have been a minor matter. Determining the amount of land expropriated from each household was a simple matter of circling the land on a map, comparing it with the owners, and signing a contract to settle the compensation. Why was there trouble? Zhao Dezhu wondered, waiting for Lin Luoxiu to explain further. Lin Luoxiu took out a tablet and showed Zhao Dezhu the prepared materials. Zhao Dezhu saw that it displayed a satellite image of Xiaoxing village, with many markings. Lin Luoxiu pointed to some of the markings and explained to Zhao Dezhu their future purpose, what would be built, and so on. Afterwards, Lin Luoxiu found an open space on the satellite map. "We've decided to build an activity center here, mainly for fitness and leisure for the elderly. This land was designated by my uncle, who claimed it belonged to your family. But when the village checked, one of the older men said it was his land and the compensation should go to him. After checking, we found out he's my uncle's older brother, Zhao Yun. The land in this village doesn't have any certificates. It said that much of it is inherited from families and there's no dispute. But this is where things get stuck. Besides, this should be your family matter, and we don't dare make a decision on our own, so I came to you." Zhao Dezhu knew at a glance that this was land his family had always claimed. It was all rocks, unsuitable for farming. But when he was a child, his family used to throw all sorts of odds and ends here, and everyone knew that. There had never been any conflict with anyone over the ownership of this land. But now, his uncle sees that the village is being developed, and this land happens to be included in the construction plan, with compensation available, and he's just trying to claim it. This is truly an old man who's asking for trouble. If he weren't an elder, Zhao Dezhu would have really wanted to slap him a few times to teach him a lesson. He also understood why Lin Luoxiu was in a difficult position. After all, this person was his relative, so it was natural for Lin Luoxiu and the others to have concerns. Chapter 234 Zhao Hai's Anger. Zhao Dezhu gave a wry smile. This is originally my family's land, how shameless. Zhao Dezhu paused again, but we really need to hear what my dad wants to do about this. After all, they're brothers. If I act independently, it might upset my dad. Everyone nodded. Zhao Dezhu could probably make decisions on other matters, but it was best for his father to give his opinion on matters between his brothers. Sister Luoxiu, please sit down and rest. I'll go talk to my dad. With that, Zhao Dezhu took the tablet from Lin Luoxiu. He went downstairs. Zhao Hai was chatting with his grandfather, a pot of liquor in front of them, which Zhao Hai had bought himself. Neither he nor his grandfather drank tea in the afternoon. According to his grandfather, once you get old, drinking tea will cause insomnia at night. Neither his grandfather nor Zhao Hai paid any attention to Zhao Dezhu coming downstairs. Zhao Dezhu sat down next to his grandfather and placed the tablet on the table. Dad, you want to build an activity center on this land? Zhao Hai glanced at the land on the tablet and immediately recognized it. Yes? What's wrong? Will it affect the overall design? Seeing his father's worried expression, Zhao Dezhu felt a pang of heartache. His father's personality was such that he always thought of the bigger picture and others, no matter what. He was like that before, and even now that his family had completely changed, he was still the same. Zhao Dezhu laughed and joked, no, this is for the benefit of the village. You're providing the money and the land, I'm a little reluctant. That's all right. It'll be good for us too, Zhao Hai nodded, hearing his son say it was fine. No, it's like this, my uncle says the land is his, so he's asking the company for compensation. I felt I had to talk to you about this, after all, he's my uncle, and to be honest, I really don't have the right to argue with him. Zhao Dezhu said this mostly to appease his father. Like he and Lin Luoxiu had said, if his father were gone, he could do whatever he wanted, but since his father was still alive, matters between the brothers should be decided by him. If he made decisions arbitrarily, it would easily upset his father. After hearing Zhao Dezhu's words, his grandfather nodded, clearly agreeing with his grandson's actions. Zhao Hai was furious after hearing his son's words. Zhao Dezhu felt that if his father-in-law hadn't been there, Zhao Hai would have slammed his fist on the table. What? His? Zhao Hai was clearly trying hard to suppress his anger, but he was still extremely furious. This land has belonged to the Zhao family since ancient times, but he's already gone to someone else's house. What right does he have? It's not about the money, it's that he's gone too far. Dad, it's all right. He can't take it anyway. Just tell him to stop dreaming. Zhao Dezhu smiled. He understood his father's attitude. This matter wasn't too difficult to resolve. Actually, this is very simple. None of you are home. There's compensation for this land. Zhao Yun saw that none of you came out to sign and claim it, so he took over. All you need to do is tell him that no one can take this land away. Grandpa, looking at the tablet, also shared his opinion. Dad, I'm just so angry. He was in the village when our parents died, and he didn't even glance at them. Now that there's something to gain, he's rushing to take advantage. I really don't understand how there can be such a person in this world. Zhao Hai complained to his father-in-law. The fact that his older brother, who lived in the same village, didn't even show up when his parents died was a thorn in Zhao Hai's side. He could never forgive Zhao Yun, even in death. If it weren't for this, even if we gave him the compensation money, it wouldn't have mattered. A clear sense of desolation was evident in Zhao Hai's eyes. After all, they were brothers, the bond was hard to sever. Speaking of the past, he was always unusually melancholic. It's all in the past. Don't think about it so much. Zhao Yun really wasn't a good person, his grandfather comforted Zhao Hai, pouring him a small cup of liquor. The whole village knew about Zhao Yun's actions, everyone talked about him behind his back. His grandfather, as an elder, valued filial piety above all else, and he utterly despised Zhao Yun's behavior. While comforting his son-in-law, he couldn't resist adding a sarcastic remark. If he knew this real estate company belonged to our family, I wonder what his expression would be. Zhao Dezhu said with a laugh. Come on, he definitely won't believe it. There's no one in our village more capable than his Li Kang. Zhao Hai laughed upon hearing his son's words. Though he said it like that, everyone could hear the pride in his tone. In the past, Zhao Yun, because his son Li Kang got into a third-tier university, would go around bragging that his son had gotten into college and would definitely be an outstanding person. He claimed that no one in the entire Xiaoxing village could rival him. He was once arrogant and looked down on everyone in the village, saying that only city people were worthy of marrying his son. Until these past few years, he did indeed find a wife from the town. Her family owned a coffin shop, making them quite wealthy in Xiaoxing village, with urban residency. However, Zhao Yun's daughter-in-law looked like a large lump of pork belly and particularly looked down on his family. No one envied city dwellers like him. Besides, with the increased emphasis on education in recent years, China is now full of college graduates. In Daxing village alone, there are dozens from over 100 households. Furthermore, his son only found a job paying a couple thousand yuan, so he stopped bragging so much. Needless to say, Zhao Hai was teasing his older brother, because he knew that compared to his son, Li Kang was truly a joke. Seeing that Zhao Hai was in the mood for jokes, Zhao Dezhu felt relieved. Then continue construction according to the original plan. Don't worry about my uncle, Zhao Dezhu said to Zhao Hai. Yes, don't worry about him. We'll develop our own land ourselves, and it's been approved. We don't need to worry about his attitude. Zhao Hai was decisive on matters of principle. Okay, Dad. Zhao Dezhu nodded. Grandpa, Dad, you two drink. I'm going to work now. This matter wasn't difficult, it just required discussing it with his father. Okay, go ahead. Grandpa waved his hand, took out a cigarette, and Zhao Hai quickly lit it for him. Zhao Dezhu returned to the third floor and handed the tablet to Lin Luoxiu. Sister Luoxiu, I told my dad not to worry about my uncle, just continue with the original schedule. Okay, boss. Lin Luoxiu brought Zhao Dezhu a stool. Zhao Dezhu took a sip of tea, then returned to his office and began his money-making work. Dasen stayed with Zhao Dezhu, while Yang Wenlong was rushed by Zhao Dezhu to see Lin Luoxiu off, as Lin Luoxiu had a lot of work the next day and couldn't stay up all night. Zhao Dezhu felt it was time to hire another assistant. Having Lin Luoxiu around to serve him tea and water was a waste of her abilities. Chapter 235 The Shameless Zhao Yun and His Wife. After a night of hard work with Deshan and 5 traders, the results weren't great, earning less than 9 billion yuan. But there was nothing they could do. To others, it was already a miracle. Zhao Dezhu knew this, so he wasn't particularly bothered. The next day, Lin Luoxiu, following Zhao Dezhu's instructions, personally led a team to Xiaoxing village to settle the compensation payments. Construction work in Xiaoxing village officially began. Zhao Dezhu happened to have Wang Fu's Li group under his command. Now it would come in handy. When Wang Fu heard that Zhao Dezhu had assigned him a task to renovate Zhao Dezhu's hometown, he was overjoyed. While this didn't necessarily mean Zhao Dezhu trusted him, at least he was useful to Zhao Dezhu. For Wang Fu, a person with a criminal record, this was undoubtedly a huge surprise. On that very day, Wang Fu, along with workers from the Li group and various surveying equipment, entered Xiaoxing village. Once all the necessary measurements were taken, the machinery could begin demolition. Everything was going smoothly until the compensation payments were distributed in the council hall, when Zhao Yun started causing trouble again. He blocked the compensation staff's path, declaring that if Fang Yin didn't compensate him for the land slated for construction in Xiaoxing village, the entire construction project in Xiaoxing village would be abandoned, and he wouldn't allow the construction team into the village. His words thoroughly enraged the entire village. A company was investing in the village, not only building new houses but also receiving the same compensation as in the city for the land it occupied. This was a huge boon for the village, but now Zhao Yun was saying construction couldn't begin, affecting everyone's interests. Instantly, everyone began verbally attacking Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun, this land wasn't even yours. Don't cause trouble here. An elderly man scolded Zhao Yun. This land has always belonged to old Zhao's family, everyone in the village knows that. Now that Zhao Hai isn't causing trouble, it's Zhao Yun who's trying to create chaos, and naturally, no one will allow it. That's right, this originally belonged to Uncle Hai's family. Don't make things difficult for the staff. We're waiting to move back after our houses are built, another villager advised Zhao Yun. Everyone echoed this sentiment. The company has rented houses for everyone in the county, or if they don't want to live in the county, they can stay in the model houses the company built for them. Everyone is looking forward to their villas being built so they can move back as soon as possible. Now, Zhao Yun's actions are clearly harming the interests of the entire village. Nonsense. You all know this land belongs to old Zhao's family? Isn't my parents' land mine too? Zhao Yun, seeing everyone contradicting him, acted like a dead pig unafraid of boiling water. Hearing this, the entire village erupted in anger. Those who knew the inside story of what happened back then pointed at Zhao Yun and cursed, "Are you even from the Zhao family? What business is it of yours? You didn't even visit your parents when they died, so why should you inherit their property? That's right, Zhao Yun, you're utterly shameless. When your father was dying, he wanted to see you one last time. Dahai knelt before you, begging you to see him one last time, but you were afraid Dahai would make you pay for his funeral expenses, so you didn't go." A woman in her 60s, a witness to this event, still spoke of it with righteous indignation even after nearly 20 years. A group of young people in the village, hearing the old woman's words, also started pointing and whispering about Zhao Yun. A few even spat on him. This clearly showed their contempt for Zhao Yun. It's not hard to understand why Zhao Hai, raised in an environment where elder brothers are revered like fathers, hated his older brother so much. I had a hard time back then, you all know. Zhao Yun immediately feigned pity when he saw someone bringing up the past. That's right, back then Kang Gang was just born, and his older sister was still young. We had to raise 2 children and a father with mental problems, you all know that. Zhao Yun's wife, standing to the side, also defended her husband. What business is it of ours? Your father was mentally unstable back then, wandering around naked, and you never took him in. He was always begging for food, living off the kindness of everyone. And now you have the nerve to mention your father. An old man was furious when Zhao Yun's wife mentioned his father. They were already at an age where they needed their children's care, and remembering Zhao Yun's past actions made them even angrier than the younger generation. Auntie Pang, watch your mouth. What do you mean we didn't take in my dad and made him beg? Did he come to your house to beg? Zhao Yun had already lowered his head in shame, because it was all true, but his wife was enraged. She was a notorious shrew in the surrounding area, and she had played a part in Zhao Yun's failure to even see his parents one last time. Now, hearing someone publicly expose their shameful past, she couldn't stand it and started yelling at the old woman. Ask everyone if it's true or not. The old man didn't want to argue with her, but glanced at the dozens of villagers around him. Nobody's blind. Everyone knows about these things except for the unborn child. Zhao Yun's wife, don't you have any self-awareness? If those things happened now, you and your husband would be in jail. A man about their age also looked at Zhao Yun and his wife with disdain. Even if you took in your father, life must have been difficult. Zhao Yun, as a son, shouldn't have gone to see his parents one last time. That's right, that couple are complete beasts. That's right, and they still dare to say this is your land. Many people's emotions were running high, and the harsh words gradually increased. Everyone actually knew about these things, but before, it hadn't affected them, so they pretended not to see. After all, it's none of their business, ordinary people don't want to offend others. But now that Zhao Yun and his wife were affecting their villa construction and the village's tourism development, no one could pretend to be ignorant anymore. Zhao Yun's wife hadn't expected things to turn out this way. Originally, they only wanted to take advantage of the situation because no one from Zhao Hai's family had come back to claim their compensation for the land. They knew many plots of land in the village lacked proper permits, so they tried to pocket the compensation. However, they were unexpectedly criticized by the entire village, leaving the couple helpless. Zhao Yun's wife, in a fit of pique, decided to act shamelessly. She plopped down on the floor of the meeting room. I don't care. You're not letting our family get the compensation because you want to split the money. I'm telling you today, you're dreaming. Auntie, don't worry about that. We will give all the money to Mr. Zhao Hai. A sweet-looking staff member was bewildered by the couple's actions. However, the company had already handled this matter. The money would naturally go to Zhao Hai, and they had obtained his signature. They just hadn't expected this turn of events. The moment the staff member finished speaking, Zhao Yun's wife erupted in anger. They don't have a certificate for this land either, but it's the old man's son, why should it go to Zhao Hai? This was followed by another round of villagers berating Zhao Yun and his wife, but they were determined that if they didn't receive the compensation for the land, they would sleep at the village entrance and refuse to let the construction team into the village. No amount of persuasion could change their minds. Chapter 236. Let him guard the highway for 2 days. Hearing the couple's defiant and dismissive remarks, the villagers launched a collective attack, and the staff tried to reason with them. However, the couple remained unmoved, displaying a take-it-or-leave-it attitude, leaving everyone at a loss. The staff had no choice but to urgently report the matter. Zhao Yun had already raised this issue during compensation negotiations, and the staff had reported that as well. The matter eventually fell to Lin Luoxiu. Lin Luoxiu was meticulous and knew that this village was her boss's home. Her boss had developed Xiaoxing village to provide a comfortable life for his family. Anything involving this village required extreme caution, as a single misstep could offend her boss's relatives and friends. Therefore, she was very careful and instructed every employee to show utmost respect to the villagers. Upon receiving the report, she immediately became cautious and investigated Zhao Yun's background. Upon investigation, a problem was indeed discovered. Zhao Yun was actually her boss's uncle, his biological uncle. Lin Luoxiu naturally didn't dare to be careless and immediately notified Zhao Dezhu. Thus, yesterday's events unfolded. However, Zhao Dezhu said to ignore Zhao Yun and continue the construction as scheduled, so she immediately informed her subordinates. But unexpectedly, today, Zhao Yun started causing trouble again, saying he would lie down on the village road, preventing the construction team from entering the village. This left Lin Luoxiu with a major headache. As the saying goes, one word from above, and the subordinates run themselves ragged, and Lin Luoxiu felt particularly frustrated. Although Zhao Dezhu said not to worry about Zhao Yun's family and to continue working, that ignoring them was contingent on Zhao Yun not causing trouble. Now that they were saying they would sleep at the village entrance, what could she do? Should she simply pull Zhao Yun and his team away? They definitely wouldn't agree, and a conflict would inevitably arise. If it were an ordinary person, she wouldn't interfere, let it happen. But this man was, after all, the boss's uncle, and Lin Luoxiu dared not be careless. What if she injured him in a conflict? How would she explain it to her boss? Nothing in the company, no matter how big, had ever made Lin Luoxiu feel so helpless. But now, this mere Zhao Yun was truly stumping her, simply because he was her boss's uncle. Lin Luoxiu rubbed her temples, feeling somewhat exhausted. Finally, she decided to tell Zhao Dezhu. She was helpless, he was her boss's relative, and she couldn't make up her mind. First, she went to the village council hall, asked the other villagers to leave, and then spoke privately with Zhao Yun and his wife, trying to persuade them to stop their unreasonable demands. But Zhao Yun and his wife wouldn't listen to anyone. They only had one thing to say: they had to receive the compensation for that land, otherwise the village couldn't be developed. Unless they died. It was that simple. Lin Luoxiu's last attempt also failed. Having no other option, she called Zhao Dezhu to report the matter. Sister Luoxiu, I understand. Since he's being so unreasonable, inform the village that the construction team will be coming in tomorrow, and then again the day after. Let him guard the road for 2 days, and postpone the actual start date to the day after tomorrow. Yes, boss, I understand. Lin Luoxiu breathed a sigh of relief seeing that her boss understood her. Zhao Dezhu wasn't surprised to receive Lin Luoxiu's call. After what she said the night before, he knew his uncle wouldn't let it go so easily. After all, their family's land was a little over 6 mu, approximately 0.4 hectares, with 5 mu, approximately 0.3 hectares, officially included in the company's land acquisition plan. This was the area already officially included in the renderings and eligible for compensation. Zhao Dezhu had told Lin Luoxiu that the compensation for vacant land in his village was calculated at 1900 yuan per square meter for thatched houses, a kind of benefit for the villagers, not exactly a secret act of kindness. Sooner or later, everyone would find out that the development company belonged to Zhao Dezhu's family. So, these 5 mu, approximately 0.3 hectares, of land were 3,330 square meters, at 1900 yuan per square meter, totaling 6.32 million yuan. This was indeed a huge sum of money that Zhao Yun's family had never dared to dream of in their entire lives. No wonder they were willing to be shameless to fight for it. What Zhao Yun didn't expect was that the reason the largest activity center in the village was built on this land was because it belonged to Zhao Hai's family, and they were also the ones who funded the development. Building a house on their own land would save them over 6 million yuan in compensation, wouldn't it? That was Zhao Hai's initial thought. Even though his son had told him the family was wealthy, he still tried every means to save his son money. In his view, saving over 6 million yuan was indeed a considerable sum. However, he never expected that this 6 million yuan he thought he could save would be targeted by his older brother. Zhao Dezhu sighed. He hadn't expected his uncle to be so bizarre. He was capable of anything for money. But thinking about it, it was understandable. Last time, they had made a scene at his house over 100,000 yuan, this time it was over 6 million yuan. It would be strange if their family didn't act like this. He wasn't worried at all about disputes over the lack of permits. These days, many plots of land are individually owned, and nobody can claim their own land. The reason he made Lin Luoxiu wait 2 days wasn't actually to deliberately annoy Zhao Yun's family. It was quite a coincidence. This morning, his grandfather told Zhao Dezhu that in China, starting construction requires choosing an auspicious day. This isn't feudalistic, but rather a tradition passed down from their ancestors, a matter of national identity. He and Zhao Hai had studied the almanac, and considering Xiaoxing village's location and the day after tomorrow was an auspicious day to start construction. Zhao Dezhu understood immediately. He wasn't a rigid person, but he respected tradition. Just like the groundbreaking ceremony for the AU No. 1 middle school teaching building, although the project was only 10 million, a small matter compared to the current development of Xiaoxing village, there was still a groundbreaking ceremony. There were things like offering sacrifices to heaven and praying for blessings. They did. Now, such a large project as Xiaoxing village naturally needs to be timed. He was about to call Lin Luoxiu to tell her, but unexpectedly she called instead. This would allow Zhao Yun's family to wait at the highway for a couple of days. He would then take his family to attend the groundbreaking ceremony. This was very important for his grandfather and the others. Meanwhile, in Xiaoxing village, Lin Luoxiu, along with the staff, settled the compensation payments for the farmers whose land had been requisitioned in the village. Because they had already made an appointment with the bank, the payments arrived instantly. As soon as the company's transfer was successful, the farmers' funds also arrived immediately, without any hassle. Everyone received different amounts of compensation, some as high as nearly 1 million, others several 100,000. They were all overjoyed, and even the farmers whose land hadn't been requisitioned weren't discouraged. Although somewhat envious, they still had smiles on their faces. After all, they hadn't received compensation, but they were still getting a villa as a gift, right? That was worth millions. Only Zhao Yun and his wife were dejected, crying and wailing because they hadn't received their 6 million yuan. This made the villagers worry that the couple might actually prevent the construction team from entering, thus affecting the construction of their villa. However, after thinking about it, they realized the compensation had arrived, and the village would definitely develop it. They wouldn't really give up because of Zhao Yun and his wife. As expected, when Lin Luoxiu left Xiaoxing village, she told everyone that the construction team's machinery would be arriving the next day. This news delighted everyone. Only Zhao Yun and his wife realized their trick hadn't worked, and they became nervous. Chapter 237 Zhao Yun's family relationship. Ah Yun, what are we going to do? They don't seem afraid of us at all. Zhao Yun's wife watched Lin Luoxiu and her group drive away, and no one in the village wanted to be near her. She frowned and looked at Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun, thinking about the more than 6 million yuan in compensation, was furious. He yelled at his wife, "Shut the hell up." Zhao Yun was very angry. "If you hadn't prevented us from seeing my parents one last time, this might have been mine. My dad loved me the most." Zhao Yun's wife, hearing her husband's words, retorted, "You coward. I told you not to go, and you didn't go? Are you even a man?" Those words silenced Zhao Yun. Seeing her husband speechless, the woman continued, "No matter what it is, you never make decisions. And when things go wrong, you blame me. I really don't know how I ever fell for such a spineless man." She then muttered, "And who knew this barren, rocky land would be worth so much now? It can't even grow a single walnut. I wouldn't have taken it even if it were given to me. Indeed, nothing could grow on this land. Now, only weeds grew on the rocks, not a single large tree. Frankly, it was only given to the weak-willed Zhao family patriarch because nobody else wanted it." Unexpectedly, it had become the most valuable piece of land in the entire village. This filled Zhao Yun and his wife with regret. If only they had known this day would come, they should have taken care of their parents and let them give them the land. "Stop talking nonsense. Let's think about what to do," Zhao Yun said, unusually firm. After all, that was over 6 million. Her in-laws in the city were said to only have a net worth of a few $100,000. If her family got that 6 million, they'd be incredibly powerful, like a cow doing a handstand. Then her daughter-in-law wouldn't look down on her and her husband anymore. Find a way? What way can I possibly have? You're a grown man and you can't even do anything, yet you keep asking me for solutions. Zhao Yun, are you even a man? Li Xiui glared at Zhao Yun and yelled. This was no joke. The number one shrew in Xiaoxing village was no joke. Zhao Yun immediately lost his spirit. Over the years, he'd gotten used to it. His face showed little displeasure, he looked utterly pathetic. Li Xiui cursed a few times, then said, "Anyway, you absolutely can't give up on this 6 million. You're both that old man's sons anyway, so why should it go to Zhao Hai and not you, Zhao Yun?" Zhao Yun lowered his head again. He knew the land belonged to Zhao Hai. After all, he had already moved in and hadn't cared for the two elderly people for a single second. No matter how the property was divided, it wouldn't be his turn. Even all the villagers had said the same thing. But the money was just too much, making him want to try. Li Xiui saw that her husband didn't answer her and was still looking down. She immediately became furious. "Are you mute? I'm talking to you. I heard you, but I don't think I'm very confident," Zhao Yun said softly. "What's there to be unsure about? Neither Zhao Hai nor you have a land certificate. You both have the same father, so why should it be his? Why can't it be yours?" Li Xiui, hearing her husband's disheartened words, exploded, slapping Zhao Yun on the back of the head. Zhao Yun dared not speak again, only lowering his head even further. For some reason, the scene of Zhao Hai kneeling before him, begging him to see his father one last time, suddenly flashed through his mind. He felt incredibly uncomfortable. "Tomorrow when they come, we'll lie down on the road. I want to see what they can do to me." Li Xiui was desperate for the 6 million, seemingly having made a huge decision. "I'll have Xiao Kang deliver some gifts to his boss first thing tomorrow morning. If his boss agrees, this matter will most likely be settled. Then we'll give him a big red envelope." Li Xiui seemed to have thought of something, a happy expression appearing on her face. Her previous dejected look vanished. Although Zhao Yun didn't dare to speak much, he couldn't help but say, "Xiao Kang is just a clerk in the county's forestry department. At most, he can get the director of their forestry bureau to help. This is a huge company developing the land. Do you think Xiao Kang's words will carry any weight?" Li Xiui gave her husband a disdainful look and said, "You're such a pig-headed idiot. Are we going to go against this development company? Is it even necessary?" Zhao Yun was puzzled. "They're giving you the money. What can you do if they don't give it to you?" "Humph, the land is disputed. Would they dare give it away so easily?" Li Xiui seemed to have figured something out and said smugly, "Our Xiao Kang is now a government employee and knows a few people. What do Zhao Hai's family have? A family of farmers. How can they compare to us? If we just have Xiao Kang say a word to them, they'll obediently give us the land. Xiao Kang can't threaten them. Zhao Hai and his family won't give Xiao Kang face, will they? It's only a little over 6 million. Zhao Yun hadn't expected his wife's words to become increasingly absurd, completely illogical. Humph, what a spineless coward. Li Xiui poked her husband's forehead with her finger, exasperated. How could the leaders of the Forestry Bureau and the Land Bureau not know each other? Zhao Yun's heart skipped a beat. He knew his son worked at the Forestry Bureau, but he didn't know about the Land Bureau. However, he was certain that there was a department that managed land, meaning that the village's land development would definitely require their approval. Although Zhao Yun was just a farmer, he could make the connection quickly. Then what his wife said made sense. How could the leaders of the Forestry Bureau not know the leaders of the Land Bureau? Impossible. As long as they knew each other, he could just give them some gifts and have them help allocate the land to his family. That would be it. Anyway, nobody had the necessary permits. He had connections and was willing to spend money. He could definitely get it. Haha, Xiao Kang is really something. Zhao Yun's puzzlement vanished. This was the first time since Li Kang started working that Zhao Yun felt his son had achieved something. Of course. Don't you know whose son he is? Li Xiui smiled smugly. Don't look down on Xiao Kang just because he only earns 3,000 yuan a month. They're just short-sighted. Xiao Kang has a bright future ahead of him. Like this time, if it weren't for Xiao Kang, we'd be like headless flies. Yes, Xiao Kang is really great. Zhao Yun praised. Alright, stop talking and call Xiao Kang right now. He starts work tomorrow. We need to intercept the money before they give it to Zhao Hai. Yes, I'll call him now. Li Xiui took out her phone, found Li Kang's number, and dialed. Chapter 238 What's in my pocket? They had told Li Kang about the village development project, but since his family hadn't had any land expropriated, they only said they would build them a new villa. As for taking Zhao Hai's house, it was a spur-of-the-moment decision because no one from Zhao Hai's family was willing to come forward. They wanted to save face in front of their in-laws and daughter-in-law, so they hadn't told their son before they succeeded. They originally planned to surprise Li Kang and his family after they succeeded, but they hadn't expected that things would get out of hand. So they had no choice but to tell Li Kang. Mom, is what you said true? Is that land really worth over 6 million? Li Kang asked after receiving his mother's call. He was instantly excited. 6 million. With his salary, that was an astronomical sum. Of course, Xiao Kang. As long as you ask your boss to put in a good word with the Land Bureau and get this land allocated to our family, we'll be set for life. Li Xiui was absolutely certain of getting the 6 million yuan, so she was very excited when she told Li Kang about it. Mom, this land is worth so much money, my second uncle's family will definitely fight tooth and nail for it. Is that even possible? Li Kang suddenly realized something. After Li Xiui told him about it, he also had a sudden realization. He knew that as long as he got the 6 million yuan, his wife's family would no longer look down on him. However, he also knew that the land had always belonged to Zhao Hai's family, and they definitely wouldn't agree. What's the big deal? Li Xiui seemed unconcerned when her son said that. They had already thought about and discussed these issues, and that's why they contacted Li Kang to use his connections. Isn't that why I came to you? Li Xiui said smugly. They're just a family of farmers, how can they compare to you? You're a civil servant, you know a lot of important people. Nobody has a land certificate for this land. If it can belong to Zhao Hai, why can't it belong to your father? Li Xiui didn't hide anything from her son, telling Li Kang everything she was thinking. No land certificate? Li Kang was also overjoyed, his heart pounding. He knew Li Xiui was right. Although he was just a lowly clerk, the level of connections he had was definitely higher than his second uncle's family. He wasn't asking for favors for nothing. For some leaders, allocating a piece of land might just be a matter of a word. After all, his mother was right. His father and second uncle were both his grandfather's sons. If this land could belong to his second uncle, why couldn't it belong to his father? This was over 6 million yuan. Even if he had to spend a lot more money to pull strings, it would be worth it. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Li Kang, raised under Li Xiui's tutelage, had only completed a third-tier university and looked down on everyone, always being self-centered. Now, after Li Xiui's words, he actually began to think his mother was right. This money should rightfully belong to his family. So, after figuring it out, he readily agreed to his mother's request. Mom, I'll go see my boss first thing tomorrow morning and ask him to help me contact the Land Administration Bureau. Li Kang was also very confident about the deal. No, tomorrow morning won't be enough. I'm afraid they'll finalize the deal. You should go see your boss now and ask him to help find someone. Li Xiui hadn't forgotten what the staff had said today, that the money would be transferred to Zhao Hai's account. She knew that if the money was transferred, things would get complicated. After all, no one would give away money they already had. Li Kang hesitated for a moment after hearing his mother's words, since it was already late. But then he thought about how much money this was, over 6 million. He immediately put aside his hesitation. Mom, I'll do it right away. Okay, do it quickly. If it doesn't work, borrow some money from your wife and the others. You can pay them back after it's all settled. Li Xiui, always the one who made the decisions at home, immediately gave her son advice after he was convinced. Okay, I'll hang up now, Mom. Li Kang was also very excited. He didn't believe he was outmaneuvered by his second uncle's family. After all, in this society, connections mattered. After hanging up, Li Kang immediately called his wife. In this era, money was essential, but he only had a few hundred yuan, so he had to ask his wife for help. It's settled, that 6 million is in the bag. Li Xiui glanced at her husband, her face full of smugness. Dare to mess with me? Don't you know who you are? The richer you are, the more money you get. Some people are destined to be poor their whole lives. Before they even returned home from the council chamber, Zhao Yun and his wife had already arranged everything. Now, in their minds, the land was already theirs. Wouldn't the development company be begging for money? Otherwise, the village activity center wouldn't be built, and the entire village's development would stall. It has to be said, Zhao Yun and his wife were truly ambitious. Zhao Dezhu, however, didn't care about this at all. Zhao Dezhu didn't even tell his family about this. After all, in his eyes, it was just a trivial matter, not worth mentioning. These past 2 days, Zhao Dezhu has simply stayed home with his family, playing chess and drinking tea with his father during the day, and trading stocks to make money at night. He's also waiting for Zhao Yuanyuan to finish her exams. He decided that after the village's groundbreaking ceremony, he would send Lin Luoxiu and Yang Wenlong abroad, having Lin Luoxiu negotiate the acquisition of BMW, Mercedes-Benz, and Audi, BBA. He genuinely loves Rolls-Royce. These past few days, Yang Wenlong has also been following Zhao Dezhu's instructions, trying his best to drive Huang Chao's family to utter despair. He had Li Fengyu's hacking skills to release the video of Huang Cancan's car accident online. This was footage they had taken while tracking Huang Cancan. Now it had become crucial evidence. Then, he pointed out online that Huang Cancan and Huang Chao, the protagonist of the Huang Chao cheating case that went viral nationwide recently, are father and daughter. The news reignited interest in Huang Chao's extramarital affair case, which was already generating some buzz. The fact that Huang Cancan's daughter killed someone in a drunk driving accident, and that Huang Chao had arranged for someone to take the blame, was also brought to the forefront. In an instant, Huang Chao and his family were thrust into the spotlight. Huang Cancan's hit and run, resulting in death, and Huang Chao's subsequent attempt to have someone take the blame, were made public. This incident even garnered attention from the provincial capital, and a special task force was dispatched to Yayo City that same day to investigate. Now, Huang Chao and his son were completely finished. Even their friends who had lent them money were terrified, fearing the consequences. Perhaps such incidents happen frequently every year, but to be brought to the forefront like this truly made a huge difference. The internet was flooded with condemnation of the father and daughter, with many even signing petitions to have them imprisoned for life, ensuring they could never commit further crimes. Now, even if Huang Chao had immense power, it was all in vain. The father and daughter were immediately taken into custody according to the law. Zhao Dezhu, upon learning of this, felt immense satisfaction. He knew that his sister would be very happy to hear the results after her exams. Chapter 239, Returning to the Village. The third day. As Zhao Yuanyuan finished her college entrance exams, Zhao Dezhu, along with his family, drove several luxury cars directly to the entrance of the No. 2 middle school examination hall. This was the location for Zhao Yuanyuan's middle school entrance exams. Many parents who had also come to pick up their children were stunned when they saw Zhao Dezhu's convoy. After all, in Yayo City, seeing a Rolls-Royce was rare, let alone one followed by several luxury cars. Plus, there were dozens of men in black. It looked incredibly extravagant. Grandma. The first thing Zhao Yuanyuan saw when she came out was her family waiting for her at the entrance of the No. 2 middle school. Zhao Yuanyuan immediately rushed into her grandmother's arms. The family exchanged glances, all seeing the heartache in each other's eyes. Because everyone could see the exhaustion on Zhao Yuanyuan's face. Zhao Yuanyuan was already very strong-willed, and transferring from an ordinary middle school to the best high school in the city only added to the immense pressure she felt. She had been very nervous beforehand, but she hadn't shown it to avoid worrying her family. Now that the exam was over, she felt a huge sense of relief. After hugging her grandmother, she hugged each of her family members, feeling quite touched. Alright, the exam is over. Are you satisfied with your performance? Seeing that several family members had comforted their younger sister, Zhao Dezhu then looked at his sister and asked. Zhao Yuanyuan naturally knew that her family was worried about her, so she smiled and said, "Brother, I think I did pretty well." After easing her tension, Zhao Yuanyuan was in a good mood. She had a good mindset. After all, she had done her best, and she had no regrets. As for the tension before, it was just an emotion everyone experiences. Well, that's good. Now that the exam is over, you don't need to think about it anymore, Zhao Dezhu said with a smile. Now you can really relax. Okay, get in the car and go home, Zhao Dezhu said to his family. No, brother, my things are still at school. I need to keep my books and such, at least as a keepsake, Zhao Yuanyuan called out to Zhao Dezhu. Okay, let's go back to number 1 high school first, Zhao Dezhu nodded. He was used to it himself and knew that some things held special meaning for people her age. It was normal for his sister to want to keep them. The whole family got into the car, and the convoy headed straight to number 1 high school. Soon, they arrived back at number 1 high school. Zhao Yuanyuan's things were already prepared. After retrieving them, Zhao Hai texted Zhao Yuanyuan's homeroom teacher that she had been picked up and there was no need to worry, then left the school. The family didn't go home but went directly to the city's most luxurious restaurant for dinner. According to Zhao Dezhu, this was to treat his sister, who had worked hard for 9 years, to a good meal. After dinner, it was already past 7 p.m., and the family went home. Zhao Dezhu then began his workday again. Zhao Dezhu had already told them that he would return to Xiaoxing village the next day to attend the groundbreaking ceremony. This news made the whole family very happy, just as Zhao Hai and Zhao Dezhu had said before. After all, people always cherish their roots. Even though things are better off now, he still thinks about the simple houses in the village, the mountains, and the land. Now, things are different. His family's company is going back to develop their hometown, meaning the village will become more comfortable and beautiful. How could his family not be happy? After finishing work, Zhao Dezhu only slept for a few hours before his father woke him up, telling him the opening ceremony was important and he couldn't be late. There were still some things to prepare on the way. He told him to sleep in the car. Zhao Dezhu knew how important his grandparents and father were to this. So Zhao Dezhu quickly got out of bed. When he got out of bed, he realized it was just getting light. He yawned and quickly washed up. After he finished getting ready, he found everyone in the family was ready. Even Yang Wenlong, Dasan, and Sima Nan were waiting for Zhao Dezhu. Only a few bodyguards remained at home. This was to prevent tampering when no one was home. Alright, let's go. Zhao Dezhu waved his hand, and his family got into the Rolls-Royce. Since Dasan and Yang Wenlong had also stayed up all night, Sima Nan was driving this time. The remaining 100 or so people rode in other cars, forming a long convoy that headed directly to Shancheng County. An hour later, the convoy arrived in Shancheng County. Grandpa had Sima Nan stop the car, and then they purchased the items needed for the opening ceremony, such as incense for sacrifices, offerings, and many traditional items from the older generation, none of which Zhao Dezhu recognized. Grandpa and Dad spent a good 1 or 2 hours preparing. According to Grandpa, they also needed a large rooster, but these were easy to find in the countryside and didn't need to be bought. The convoy of over 100 people headed directly to Xiaoxing village. And according to Lin Luoxiu, the company people had already entered the village before Zhao Dezhu and his group. After all, today was the groundbreaking ceremony for the Xiaoxing Village Development Project, and the company's development department attached great importance to it. Moreover, Wang Fu's Li Group was in charge of this development project, and he knew this was Zhao Dezhu's hometown, so he took it very seriously. He just wanted to impress Zhao Dezhu. While Zhao Dezhu and his group were leaving the town, Wang Fu and his Li Group had already arrived across from the village. The villagers of Xiaoxing village, who had just woken up, saw a long convoy of vehicles approaching in the distance, including many large trailers towing construction vehicles. It seemed they would arrive at the village in another 10 or 20 minutes. Everyone was overjoyed. On the day the compensation was distributed, the beautiful female leader had said that the construction team would arrive in the village the next day, but unexpectedly, they waited for 3 whole days, and the construction team still hadn't arrived. This made everyone nervous, thinking that the development company didn't want to develop Xiaoxing village anymore. The day after Lin Luoxiu and her group left the village, Li Kang first presented gifts to the leaders, even slipping them a considerable amount of money. After receiving a promise from his superiors that they could uphold justice for his family, Li Kang returned to his village to prepare to receive the more than 6 million yuan in compensation. Unexpectedly, the development company never even came in, causing tension throughout the entire village for 3 days. The Zhao family was also extremely anxious, believing they had driven the development company away, and their 6 million yuan compensation payment would be lost. Now, seeing countless cars approaching from the opposite side of the village, everyone was overjoyed. This included the Zhao family. Xiao Kang, the development company is here. Quickly ask your boss if they've allocated this land to us yet. Li Xiui hurriedly looked at her beloved son. Chapter 240 Roadblock. Li Kang sighed twice. He had actually called his supervisor once to inquire, but the supervisor had told him that the process was already underway and he shouldn't worry. Given this, he, a mere clerk at work, dared not say anything. He could only thank him repeatedly. However, his supervisor never replied after that, and he felt awkward asking again. Now that the development company had already entered the village, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and call his supervisor again. To his surprise, the line was busy. He called several times, but the result was always the same. Helpless, Li Kang dared not call again. Perhaps his supervisor was trying to pull strings for him. If he called again, it would interfere with his supervisor's work. "How is it going?" Li Xiui asked anxiously, seeing her son's increasingly grim expression. Because now, a long line of construction vehicles had emerged from the road not far away. In less than 5 minutes, the vehicles would reach the village entrance. Li Kang's face showed helplessness. "Mom, the leader is probably busy, the phone is constantly busy. What are we going to do?" Li Xiui exclaimed in alarm. Li Kang was at a loss. "No, we can't let them start construction until this is done properly, otherwise we can forget about getting the money." Li Xiui gave her husband a disappointed look. "Mom, what should we do?" Li Kang had been spoiled since childhood. He might be obedient and helpful, but he really lacked the ability to make decisions on his own. He could only look to the pillar of their family, Li Xiui. "Never mind, block the road, don't let them in." Li Xiui looked at the approaching convoy, then at her husband and son. The two hesitated for a moment, but ultimately agreed. After all, the uncertainty was too great. So the family of 3 stood directly on the road at the village entrance. The eyes of the entire village were on the family of 3. "Li Xiui, what are you all doing? You really want to block the road and prevent the construction team from coming in? Let me tell you, think of everyone. That's right, if you scare the construction team away, your whole family will be responsible for everyone's villas." The speaker knew that if the construction team really left, the village development would stop. They certainly wouldn't be able to compensate everyone. This was just a bluff. Upon hearing this, all the villagers standing at the village entrance to greet the construction team began to berate Li Xiui and her family. "That's right, and that piece of land didn't even belong to your family in the first place. Can't you stop being so shameless?" However, listening to everyone scolding, Li Xiui gritted her teeth and glanced at the construction team that was almost at the village entrance. She said to her son and husband, "Come on, close your eyes, don't listen to their nonsense." The father and son obediently did as Li Xiui said. The villagers standing to the side were furious when they heard Li Xiui's words. Several hot-blooded young men even tried to pull the family of 3 apart, but were restrained by their elders. Hearing that someone was trying to harm them, Li Xiui, in a fit of rage, shouted, "If any of you dare touch me, I'll smash my head against this road and die. Try me if you dare." These words stunned everyone. It was clear to everyone that Li Xiui and her family were truly shameless and unscrupulous when it came to the compensation for this land. They were even threatening suicide to the villagers who tried to pull them away. The villagers could only curse, but no one dared to lay a hand on them. As the saying goes, the rich fear the ruthless, and the ruthless fear the stubborn. Everyone was afraid that Li Xiui would really kill herself there, which would cause serious trouble. Li Xiui, seeing that her words had frightened everyone, felt extremely smug. She stood even straighter in the road. In her view, since she could intimidate the villagers, the construction team could simply do the same. "What's going on?" Wang Fu, sitting in the lead car, saw a group of villagers standing on both sides of the road not far away. They were supposed to be there to welcome them, but the crucial thing was that 3 people were standing in the middle of the concrete road, lined up with their arms outstretched, completely blocking the way. He looked at his subordinate with great confusion. This subordinate was the person in charge of the Li group who had previously inspected and surveyed Xiaoxing village, and he knew the situation in Xiaoxing village better. His staff member had naturally also seen the Zhao family standing not far away. Moreover, this family had been causing quite a stir in the village these past few days over the compensation money. This employee had been on site several times and was very clear about the matter. "Mr. Wang, this family couldn't reach an agreement on the compensation money, so they're saying they won't allow the development of Xiaoxing village," the subordinate immediately explained to Wang Fu. Wang Fu frowned. His mission had failed miserably. He had wanted to make a good impression on his boss, but this was the unexpected turn of events. "Chairman, should I go and chase them away?" his subordinate asked tentatively, noticing Wang Fu's darkening expression. "No!" Wang Fu broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing his subordinate's words. He wasn't joking. His subordinate didn't know this village, but he knew it well. This was his boss's village, and most of the villagers were his boss's relatives and friends. The old ways of doing things wouldn't work here. He had expected this, and his boss's assistant, Lin Luoxiu, had told him that he couldn't use brute force when dealing with things in Xiaoxing village. Every step had to be legal and compliant. However, Wang Fu also knew that his subordinate was completely unaware of this situation, so he didn't blame him. He simply stopped him, saying, "We're a legitimate company now, and we must operate legally and compliantly. Don't let that kind of thinking cross your mind again." Yes, Chairman, I know I was wrong," the subordinate nodded hurriedly upon hearing Wang Fu's words. After reprimanding his subordinate, Wang Fu instructed the driver to stop the car a few dozen meters away from Zhao Yun's family. He told everyone to stay inside the car. He then got out of the car himself. He wanted to get out of the car himself and try to persuade the family. But then he thought about it. The land acquisition was being handled by Lin Luoxiu's head office, and he couldn't make the decision himself. Since they hadn't reached an agreement, the higher UPS must have some plans. If he acted on his own, it might backfire. So he went to the side of the car and called Lin Luoxiu. Lin Luoxiu answered the phone quickly. Chapter 241 is here. Hello, Mr. Wang. Although Wang Fu was called chairman at Li's group, it's really just a title. Leaving aside the fact that Li's is just a small company, it's now part of Zhao Dezhu's main investment company, operating as an independent department. And Wang Fu is naturally the general manager of this department. Therefore, Lin Luoxiu addresses Wang Fu as Mr. Wang. Wang Fu readily accepts this and politely explains the situation to Lin Luoxiu. Lin Luoxiu already knows about this and has already told Zhao Dezhu. Zhao Dezhu said not to worry about it for now, he'll handle it himself. After all, he doesn't want to put his subordinates in a difficult position, he'll handle it himself. In Zhao Dezhu's view, this isn't a big deal. Don't worry about them. Pull the car over and wait for us. We'll handle it. Lin Luoxiu is very polite to Zhao Dezhu now. However, she had already established her authority in front of her subordinates, and with a single sentence, Wang Fu felt reassured. In his eyes, Lin Luoxiu was the boss's assistant, so her words naturally carried the weight of the boss's authority. Immediately, Wang Fu waved for everyone to pull over. The convoy started moving again, all stopping on the side of the road, clearing the way for the road. The road wasn't wide to begin with, and with some large trailers among them, even parked tightly at the foot of the mountain, the cleared space was barely enough for one vehicle to pass. Mom, why did they stop? Li Kang also noticed that all the construction team's vehicles had pulled over, and not a single person had come to inquire. He looked at Li Xiui with confusion. I don't know, did your leader call? Li Xiui was also puzzled, but she had just seen the person who looked like the leader talking on his phone before the car started moving. After speaking, he moved the car to the side of the road. Upon hearing his mother's words, Li Kang was overjoyed. If that were true, it meant the 6 million was practically in his grasp. Yes, that's for sure. Li Kang even imagined his future life, owning millions in cash and a small villa of several hundred square meters in Xiaoxing village, a prime tourist destination. He thought to himself, when the time comes, I must first divorce my arrogant wife. While his family was lost in thought, dreaming of their happy life, the villagers were also buzzing with discussion. They had no idea what had happened. Everyone was tense, fearing that Zhao Yun's family had really angered the developer and might, in a fit of anger, halt the Xiaoxing village development project. For a time, everyone was talking about it, their hearts burning with hatred for Zhao Yun's family. Such people were simply too selfish. Alright, stop gossiping. It won't look good if people hear it. Li Wenjie, the village head in his 40s, stepped forward to stop everyone from talking nonsense. He had received a notice from the county. The village's development project had even been listed as a key provincial project, it was definitely going to be implemented. He knew he couldn't say it aloud, if he did, wouldn't Zhao Yun's family become even more emboldened? So he simply told everyone to keep quiet. After hearing his words, everyone obediently stopped discussing it, since the construction team's vehicles weren't far away. Everyone was afraid of being overheard and causing further trouble. Although there's a national policy that village officials aren't considered officials, Li Wenjie had been the village head of Xiaoxing village for over 10 years, and he oversaw many village affairs. Therefore, he carried some weight in everyone's eyes. Moreover, it must be said that he was very conscientious in his work. For example, regarding the recent events in the village, he had called Zhao Hai several times. Including the village's development plans and Zhao Yun's claim to his land, he had informed Zhao Hai several times, only for Zhao Hai to tell him that his family would come. They would handle whatever was necessary. Only then did he stop arguing. The crowd's voices quieted down considerably. Just then, everyone saw a long convoy emerging from the foot of the opposite mountain. Although it was too far away to discern the types of vehicles, everyone knew that important figures from the development project had arrived. The construction team ahead was likely waiting for them. Their guess was correct. The convoy opposite the village was indeed Zhao Dezhu and his group. Soon, the convoy of dozens of cars drove into an unseen bend, indicating they would soon reach the village entrance. See that? That must be the higher UPS arriving. We'll demand the money from them. If they don't agree, we won't let them into the village today. Li Xiui exclaimed, her heart pounding with excitement as she looked at the long line of black cars. Actually, she was afraid, but for the sake of money, she had no choice but to take drastic measures. Li Kang and Zhao Yun nodded repeatedly. Whether they could live a life of comfort for the rest of their lives depended on this. 10 minutes later, the convoy emerged from the foot of the mountain not far away. Everyone could now see that the lead car was unmistakably high-end. It was the Rolls-Royce that Zhao Dezhu and his family had been riding in. Following behind, one black sedan after another drove out from the foot of the mountain. Wow, these cars are definitely luxury cars. Could it be the CEO of the development company himself? Although they couldn't see the brands yet, they were clearly expensive luxury vehicles, and everyone craned their necks. Of course, with such a big project, the boss will definitely be there. Indeed, the wealthier people are, the more particular they are. They usually attend the groundbreaking ceremonies of their own major projects, a younger villager chimed in. As they spoke, the long line of luxury cars arrived at the place where Wang Fu and his team had parked their construction vehicles. Even though Deshan was a very skilled driver, he was still very careful because the road was narrow, and the construction vehicles took up a lot of space. Furthermore, the Rolls-Royce wasn't exactly narrow, so it was easy to accidentally bump into the trailer towing the excavator. Zhao Dezhu smiled. This road is too narrow, we'll have to widen it later. Yes, it needs to be widened, these two big vehicles have a hard time passing each other. Zhao Hai nodded in agreement. Although the village roads are all paved with cement, they are mountain roads and only 4 meters wide by standard. Even two trucks bumping into each other often have difficulty passing each other. They need to find a wider spot to pass. Now that his family is wealthier, his son wants to widen the village roads, and Zhao Hai fully agrees. After all, this is his hometown, and now that his family is better off, contributing to his hometown is only natural. It would be like building a villa for every household in the village. Chapter 242. I'm going to slap her twice. Within a few words, Zhao Dezhu's car had arrived in front of Wang Fu's convoy, right in front of Wang Fu's car. It was a Land Rover Range Rover, and Wang Fu and several of his men were already waiting beside it. Brother Nan, have his car follow behind us, we won't stop, Zhao Dezhu said to Sima Nan, who was sitting in the passenger seat. Yes, boss, Sima Nan nodded, rolled down the window, and waved to Wang Fu, indicating that he should follow their convoy. Wang Fu bowed and made way. Deshan didn't stop, driving at a steady speed towards the village entrance. At this moment, everyone in the car saw Zhao Yun and his family of 3 blocking the road. The car quickly stopped at the village entrance. The villagers looked at the car with curiosity. The older folks thought it was very imposing, but they didn't recognize it. That car, it's a Rolls-Royce. Wow! A small business owner recognized the car immediately, his eyes filled with envy. Although this man was over 40, he ran a business in a small county town and owned a BMW, so he knew more about cars than many others. A young man, after seeing the logo, took a picture with his phone and started searching online. He quickly announced, that car is a Cullinan, the price is 8.25 million. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at the car in the distance with envy. Over 8 million. That was a number they couldn't even dream of. They couldn't believe this was just one of his cars. The Audis behind are all around $1 million too. My God, how rich must this owner be? The crowd whispered. Li Xiui, hearing these comments, felt her heart race. She had an idea. Since this owner was so rich, why not ask for even more? If they don't give it to me, I won't agree to start work. She knew this was a huge project, involving so many people and vehicles. Every day of delay would cost an unknown amount of money. For the sake of the bigger picture, they would definitely agree to her demands. Having made up her mind, she didn't speak, but simply stood there, her previously drooping arms rising again. At the same time, the car stopped. Zhao Hai and his family immediately wanted to get out, intending to ask his older brother's family to move aside. However, Zhao Dezhu stopped his father, who was about to open the door. Dad, wait a minute. Let Nan Ji try him out first. Zhao Dezhu watched with interest as his uncle's family stood like clowns in the middle of the road. Because they were all sitting in the back seat, and the windows had tinted windows, no one could see that Zhao Dezhu's family was actually inside the car. Yang Wenlong, who was originally in the other car in the back, also wanted to get out, but many people in the village recognized him, so Zhao Dezhu told him through his earpiece not to get out yet. Okay, I'll go down and take a look. Sima Nan opened the passenger door and got out. Zhao Dezhu and the others opened his window slightly so they could hear what was happening outside. Sima Nan, dressed in a suit, stood there, immediately drawing everyone's attention. His presence was undeniably impressive. Lin Luoxiu emerged from the second car at this moment. She had been in charge of the expropriation payments. Only with her signature could the money be approved. She followed behind Sima Nan. What's going on with these people? Sima Nan asked the villagers, feigning ignorance of the situation. Lin Luoxiu remained silent. Boss, this, Li Wenjia, the most respected person in the village, naturally stepped forward. Everyone knew Lin Luoxiu. In their eyes, she was the highest-ranking official from the development company. Now that Lin Luoxiu was following behind Sima Nan, they naturally assumed he was of even higher status. He quickly jogged over to greet her. Sima Nan glanced at him and said casually, "And you are?" Hello, I'm Li Wenjia, the village head of Xiaoxing village." This was the first time Li Wenjia had seen such a prominent figure. Before, he had never even dreamed of having any interaction with someone like her, let alone speaking to her. Now that the man was standing right in front of him, speaking to him, he felt a surge of nervousness. His speech became somewhat slurred. Hello, Sima Nan replied expressionlessly, then, without introducing himself to Li Wenjie, his sharp gaze fixed on the Zhao family of three standing straight down the road. He asked directly, I'm asking, what are these three doing? These three are, because they couldn't reach an agreement on the compensation, so. Li Wenlan looked at Sima Nan, his heart pounding with anxiety. He didn't want to anger the big boss. Just then, Li Xiui, sensing her opportunity, rushed forward with her son and husband, looking at Sima Nan with a pitiful expression. Boss, we're innocent. It's our own land, and they won't compensate us. Li Xiui was shameless, blurting out her accusations. Yours. Sima Nan had heard about this from Zhao Dezhu's family and knew this woman was greedy for money. His tone was cold. Upon hearing this, the usually arrogant Li Xiui shivered, feeling a suffocating sensation emanating from this burly man. She froze for a moment, then involuntarily took a step back. It's no wonder she was intimidated by Sima Nan. Sima Nan was a man who had crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, having experienced countless life or death situations. No matter how fiercely Xiui was, she was just an ordinary rural woman. No matter how bold she was still just an ordinary person. Before Sima Nan, the difference in their status was obvious. After a moment of astonishment, she mustered her courage and replied, Yes, boss, this land originally belonged to my family. It was left to us by my father-in-law, but your staff hasn't compensated us. Li Xiui blurted out these words nervously, then let out a long sigh of relief. She felt her heart was about to jump out of her chest. Sima Nan didn't speak, only chuckled, sending chills down the spines of the family of three, making them tremble. The villagers nearby also fell silent. They had initially dared to loudly berate Zhao Yun's family, but seeing Sima Nan's terrifying appearance, no one dared to utter a word. This family is truly shameless. Zhao Hai, sitting in the back seat, had witnessed the entire scene. Hearing Li Xiui say that the land was left to Zhao Yun by the old man, Zhao Hai was enraged. He cursed and opened the car door, intending to confront Zhao Yun directly. Zhao Dezhu didn't stop him. He wanted to embarrass this family, and now that he had achieved his goal, he naturally wouldn't stop Zhao Hai. The whole family followed. Li Ying pulled her husband's hand, saying, Honey, calm down, don't be impulsive. Zhao Hai, still furious, shook off his wife's hand. I'm going to slap her. Mom, support grandma, let dad handle this. Zhao Dezhu also advised his mother. If it were his own brother, he would be just as angry as his father. If it weren't for his father's reputation, he would have thrown this shameless family off the road long ago. Chapter 243 Brotherly Affection. Seeing her father and brother so serious, Zhao Yuan, who had wanted to say something, remained silent. Instead, she went to help her grandfather. Li Ying, after hearing her son's words, nodded, looking worriedly at Zhao Hai, who was angrily getting out of the car. Zur, go and watch your father. Don't let him get hurt. This family is truly shameless. Who knows what they might do? Li Ying was also furious at the behavior of Zhao Yun's family, but she was afraid her husband would suffer, so she spoke up to Zhao Hai. Seeing Zhao Hai's angry expression, she didn't say anything more, only instructing Zhao Dezhu to protect his father. Okay, Mom, they're all our people, don't worry, Zhao Dezhu reassured his mother. Seeing her nod, he followed his father out of the car. Everyone's attention was focused on Sima Nan. No one noticed the family inside the car. Zhao Hai stepped out of the car with an aggressive air, and only then did the villagers notice him and his son, Zhao Dezhu, following closely behind. Everyone looked over, somewhat surprised to see the father and son. Pointing at Zhao Hai, they said, Isn't that Uncle Hai? Why is he coming out of that big boss's car? Perhaps the boss invited him. After all, his family's land is the most heavily involved in this land acquisition. If he doesn't agree, it'll be difficult to proceed. That's why Zhao Yun's family is so shameless in fighting for this land. A middle-aged man who had been standing in the crowd seemed unfazed. Everyone had witnessed the Zhao family's frenzied pursuit of this land worth over 6 million yuan. So, Zhao Hai's presence here was hardly surprising. Before this, the village had been spreading rumors that Zhao Hai's family had made some money in business, paid off their debts, and supposedly quite a lot, even buying a house in the county and now going on vacation. And they earned a lot of money, even when their house burned down last time. They didn't care, precisely because of this. Now that such a major incident has happened to their family, not only is someone rebuilding their house, but they'll also receive over 6 million yuan in compensation for their land, so it's perfectly normal for them to come back. As for why they came back in the developer's car, perhaps they were discussing this matter in the car, which isn't surprising. So when they saw Zhao Hai, everyone greeted him casually, but their eyes couldn't hide their envy. After all, that car was worth over 8 million yuan. For the villagers of this small mountain village, seeing such a luxury car, whether at home or working away, was a rare treat. Zhao Hai and Zhao Dezhu actually got out of that car. It was like fulfilling the dreams of many. Everyone was extremely envious. Zhao Hai's expression was serious, he was genuinely angry now, and he just gave everyone a perfunctory nod. Then he walked straight towards Zhao Yun and his family of 3. The villagers all saw the anger on Zhao Hai's face, and without a doubt, they all knew that Zhao Hai was angered by Zhao Yun's family. Therefore, no one bothered to pay attention to his indifferent response. Several close friends and relatives tried to stop Zhao Hai, urging him not to act impulsively. They warned that if he angered Sima Nan, the big boss, he might lose his family's land, which would be a huge loss. Zhao Hai glanced gratefully at them. He could tell they didn't know his identity and only assumed he was back to handle the compensation matter. They had been too intimidated by Sima Nan to speak, but now that he had gotten out of the car, they were still trying to persuade him. This showed they still valued friendship. At least, that's how Zhao Hai perceived it. So Zhao Hai politely thanked them and told them not to worry about him. These people wanted to persuade Zhao Hai to calm down further, but before they could speak, Zhao Hai strode over to Sima Nan's side. At this moment, Zhao Yun's family also saw Zhao Hai. The 3 of them, already trembling with fear due to their guilty conscience and Sima Nan's imposing presence, felt a pang of apprehension when they saw Zhao Hai. Their previous arrogance stemmed from 2 main reasons. Firstly, they felt the Zhao family wasn't as powerful as they were. Secondly, since the development of Xiaoxing village was announced, and even after the land expropriation and compensation payments, the Zhao family hadn't shown up. They assumed the Zhao family was avoiding them or simply didn't care. In short, the chances of them appearing were slim. Now, suddenly seeing Zhao Hai and Zhao Dezhu get out of the car, the family, already in the wrong, felt their hearts race. Especially Zhao Yun, who had been slapped by Zhao Dezhu and threatened to call the police. He suddenly felt panicked. Unconsciously, he had developed a fear of Zhao Dezhu. Now, clearly in the wrong, he was even more afraid. His body involuntarily shrank behind his son. Without a word, Zhao Hai stood directly in front of Sima Nan, pointed at Li Xiui, and angrily said, "Say one more word that this land was left to your family by my father. See if I don't slap you." "You!" Li Xiui was shocked that Zhao Hai would so directly rush at her, ready to hit her. Seeing the usually timid Zhao Hai now so aggressive, his finger almost poking her forehead, she was instantly enraged. In her eyes, Zhao Hai had always been obedient, timid, and always endured being bullied. Now, in front of so many people, he dared to point at her like that and threatened to slap her. This was a huge contrast for Li Xiui. She didn't believe Zhao Hai would actually dare to hit her, but it still made her furious. Besides, she felt that in front of the developer's boss, she couldn't show weakness, otherwise, he would immediately think that she was only showing weakness because she was in the wrong. Thoughts flashed through her mind. She glanced at Sima Nan and Lin Luoxiu, and seeing their disdainful looks, Li Xiui felt even more compelled to perform well, otherwise, her family would truly have no chance of winning the 6 million. Li Xiui now realized that her son's attempt to bribe her this time was likely unreliable. Left with only her own fate, she steeled herself, meeting Zhao Hai's gaze defiantly, and roared, "Zhao Hai, I can say it 100 times, and it's still the same. This land was left to your brother by the old man." Zhao Hai was no longer the submissive farmer he once was. Before, he tolerated everything because he knew that as the pillar of the family, everyone depended on him, and his impulsive actions would only worsen their already impoverished situation. But now, he had no such worries and naturally wouldn't tolerate anything anymore. He didn't even bother to look at Li Xiui, glancing disappointedly at his elder brother hiding behind Li Kang. "Zhao Yun, are you sure this woman makes the decisions in your family? If you apologize today, I'll pretend this never happened." Zhao Dezhu stood behind his father. He sighed deeply. After all, they were brothers, they had endured countless days of hunger together. This bond couldn't be severed by a moment's disappointment. Even now, his father still wanted to give him, his older brother, some face, a way out. Zhao Dezhu didn't know what he would do in his father's shoes, but he felt he hadn't experienced it himself and had no right to question his father. Whatever he did, he would support him. This was why Zhao Dezhu had tolerated Zhao Yun's family time and time again. It was all for his father's sake. I. Standing behind Li Kang, Zhao Yun, already feeling guilty after hearing his brother's words, lowered his head, his voice lacking confidence. Chapter 244 Zhao Hai's Spirit. Zhao Yun stammered several times, but couldn't come up with anything coherent. However, it was clear he had no remorse, he was simply in the wrong. He knew better than anyone that he hadn't even visited his grandfather before he died. Even if his grandfather threw the land away, he wouldn't give it to him. Everyone knew this, let alone Zhao Yun, which was why he stammered. Zhao Hai glanced at his elder brother with great disappointment before looking away. Li Xiui, seeing her husband stammering, immediately became displeased, as if she'd been stepped on. Looking at Zhao Yun with exasperation, she said, You good for nothing. This land belongs to our family. Can't you speak properly or what? This wasn't the first time Zhao Yun had been called a coward by his wife in front of others, and he truly was a coward. He was used to it all along, but with so many people here today, including a big boss like Sima Nan, he felt incredibly embarrassed and could only bury his head in shame. Zhao Hai shook his head, feeling a pang of sympathy for his older brother. For a man to live like this was truly pathetic. He couldn't imagine that this man was once the tough kid who carried over 100 pounds of timber on foot to a town more than 20 kilometers away to earn money to support his younger siblings. A wave of sorrow washed over him. He raised his head, looked up at the sky, and muttered to himself, "Dad, Mom, do you see this? Your son, how is he living like a man now?" After saying this, he angrily turned his gaze back, glared at Li Xiui, and slapped her across the face. Smack! The slap was particularly forceful and decisive. Zhao Hai stood rooted to the spot, his eyes bloodshot. The slap seemed to be directed at himself, and also at his spineless older brother. Li Xiui, always fearless, never expected Zhao Hai to actually hit her. Besides, Zhao Hai was a true farmer, his strength was undeniable. One slap sent Li Xiui sprawling to the ground. Her head was spinning. The villagers nearby, watching Zhao Hai, always kind and gentle, always a good-natured man, slap someone, and so hard at that, were all stunned. For some reason, witnessing this scene brought them an unusual sense of satisfaction. Everyone looked at Sima Nan, wanting to know his reaction. The gazes directed at Zhao Hai held surprise, worry, and even schadenfreude. Among these hundreds of people, some approved of Zhao Hai, feeling that Li Xiui deserved that slap long ago. Some people felt that Zhao Hai's outburst in front of the big boss might damage his image in the boss's eyes, especially if the boss acted officially and called the police. Then Zhao Hai would be in serious trouble. In short, people have complex thoughts and opinions. However, everyone noticed that both the big boss and Mr. Lin, who had visited the village before, simply stared expressionlessly at Li Xiui, who was lying on the ground covering her face. They didn't even glance at Zhao Hai, who had assaulted her, let alone seem annoyed. It was as if Zhao Hai's actions were perfectly justified. While everyone was still stunned by what they saw, Li Kang and Zhao Yun finally snapped out of their shock. "Mom! Xiui!" The father and son called out, quickly bending down to help Li Xiui up. "Get away!" Li Xiui felt a burning pain on her face, but the pain was nothing compared to the fury she felt. Zhao Hai, whom she considered even more pathetic than her live-in husband, had actually slapped her in front of so many people. The sense of loss Li Xiui felt was indescribable. The direct result was that her anger reached its peak. At that moment, she felt like the whole world was her enemy. Zhao Hai had hit her. The people around were waiting to see her make a fool of herself. Her husband and son were watching her being beaten in a cowardly manner, which made her feel like the whole world had abandoned her. She glared fiercely at Zhao Hai, forcefully shaking off Li Kang and Zhao Yun, who tried to help her, and staggered to her feet. "Zhao Hai, I'll fight you to the death," she shouted, lunging at Zhao Hai, her claws raised to scratch his face. This scene, witnessed by Sima Nan, instantly stirred a murderous intent within him. After all, his employer came first, and if anyone tried to harm his employer, he absolutely could not tolerate it. Just as he was about to strike, Zhao Dezhu grabbed Sima Nan. Sima Nan looked at his boss, puzzled. Zhao Dezhu shook his head at Sima Nan, stopping him. He was glad his father was willing to set aside unnecessary mercy and deal with Li Xiui, and naturally wouldn't let Sima Nan interfere. Some things had to be done personally to feel at ease. Zhao Dezhu understood this principle, which was why he prevented Sima Nan from making a move. Moreover, this matter was fundamentally different from the issues involving his mortal enemies, Li Tinyi, Song Yan Yuan, and Wang Chao. Therefore, he couldn't allow Sima Nan to act. Sima Nan, who had been in a fighting stance, relaxed, but he still cautiously watched Li Xiui, ready to strike at any moment. Zhao Hai stood still, seeing Li Xiui charging towards him while cursing. Already furious, Zhao Hai showed no mercy. He dodged to the side, and Li Xiui, already enraged and charging haphazardly, didn't even touch Zhao Hai's clothes, being sent flying by the momentum. Zhao Hai had completely lost patience with this vicious woman. Gritting his teeth, he raised his foot and kicked Li Xiui in the back. Thump! Li Xiui was kicked face-first into the dirt. He landed face-first on the grass beside the road. Having done all this, Zhao Hai wasn't even out of breath or red-faced. After all, he was a man. Dealing with such a shrew didn't require much strength. However, his previous forbearance didn't mean Zhao Hai was weak. Li Xiui winced in pain. Now she finally understood that fighting with Zhao Hai was just asking for a beating, and that Zhao Hai was no longer the spineless coward she had been before. Enraged and humiliated, she scrambled to her feet, using her hands to push herself up from the grass. Everyone stared at her, wanting to laugh but refraining from doing so, for Li Xiui looked utterly ridiculous. Not only was her face bruised and swollen, but she also had a handful of grass in her mouth, and coupled with her already mean-spirited expression, she was utterly laughable. "Mom! Zhao Yun glared fiercely at Zhao Hai and rushed over to check on his wife's injuries. Mom! Li Kang, seeing his mother's state, was furious and ready to fight Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Dezhu naturally wouldn't let him succeed. He patted Sima Nan, signaling him not to, and then charged forward himself. Chapter 245 Provoking Public Outrage. Zhao Hai had always been tolerant because Zhao Yun was his older brother, and they had a deep bond. However, Zhao Dezhu had absolutely no connection with his older brother. He had little memory of Li Kang, and even when they occasionally met in the village, Li Kang always acted superior and arrogant. Zhao Dezhu was several years younger than him. As children, his parents had taught him that Li Kang was his older brother, and he would greet him respectfully, but Li Kang didn't care about Zhao Dezhu as his younger brother at all. Only later, when he grew older and understood that Li Kang looked down on him, did he stop greeting him and treat him like a stranger. Now, with Li Kang wanting to take action regarding their father's affairs, Zhao Dezhu naturally wouldn't tolerate it. Without a word, he kicked out. He kicked Li Kang directly in the chest. But since he wasn't trying to kill him, Zhao Dezhu didn't use his full strength. But Li Kang, who looked considerably taller and bigger than Zhao Dezhu, was still kicked and sent flying. He wasn't as lucky as his mother. He landed squarely on the hard concrete. He felt a sharp pain in his chest, and before he could even react, a suffocating pain shot through his buttocks. Ouch, that hurts. Li Kang gasped, his face flushed, whether from the pain or embarrassment, it was hard to tell. Zhao Dezhu, you're dead. After kicking him, Zhao Dezhu stood there as if nothing had happened, as if he'd kicked a dead dog. He glanced at Li Kang indifferently, completely ignoring him, just like Li Kang had looked down on him when they were children. In Zhao Dezhu's eyes now, Li Kang, the high achiever who once looked down on the whole village, was nothing but a nobody. He looked at his father, seeing his father's extreme anger, and stepped forward to him, saying, "Dad, don't be angry. People like that aren't worth it." Zhao Hai let out a long sigh. It was clear that although he had acted, he wasn't entirely at ease. Given his family's current resources, if Zhao Yun's family hadn't acted so shamelessly, they could have easily given them more than 6 million. After all, they were brothers. What difference did it make who they helped? But now, with Zhao Yun's actions, not only had they not received any benefits, but their familial bond had been completely broken. This was why Zhao Hai had told Zhao Yun that an apology would be enough to settle the matter. He had always valued their brotherly bond. He hadn't expected Zhao Yun to remain silent, and his attitude seemed to tacitly condone Li Xiu's actions. Therefore, Zhao Hai now felt more reluctance and disappointment towards his elder brother. He was now determined to treat the provocation and distortion of the truth by Zhao Yun's family as if it were a stranger's act, and show no mercy. That's why he looked so distressed, as if he had aged several years, which pained Zhao Dezhu, so he offered words of comfort. Zhao Hai ignored his son, his face now etched with unbearable sorrow. Just then, the pain in Li Kang's buttocks eased somewhat. "Zhao Dezhu, I'm telling you, you're finished." His eyes were filled with defiance. "I know a lot of big shots. If I tell them to get the police to arrest you, and put a mark on your academic record, you won't even be able to go to university." As he said this, he glanced at Zhao Dezhu with lingering fear, clearly afraid Zhao Dezhu would hit him again, as his body still felt like it was falling apart. Seeing that Zhao Dezhu wouldn't even look at him, he became enraged, but dared not act rashly. He glared fiercely at Zhao Hai again, threateningly saying, and you, Zhao Hai, how dare you hit my mother? I'm calling the police. Once you have a criminal record, your son and daughter will have a hard time going to school and getting jobs. Yes, we, Xiao Kang, know a lot of leaders in the county. Today you dared to lay a hand on us. We'll definitely call the police and make you pay. Hearing Li Kang say this, Li Xiui suddenly felt much more confident, as if Li Kang really did know a lot of important people. Get out of my way. Li Xiui shoved Zhao Yun. You useless piece of trash. I've been beaten like this, and you haven't even dared to utter a sound. Zhao Dezhu ignored Li Xiui, but a hint of anger flickered beneath his seemingly calm expression. He charged towards Li Kang with both hands outstretched, as if swatting a mosquito. Li Kang saw Zhao Dezhu rush towards him without warning and tried to retaliate, but he couldn't keep up with Zhao Dezhu's movements. Slap! Zhao Dezhu's hands struck Li Kang's face. The blow made Li Kang's head ring, and his vision blurred for a moment. He instinctively tried to hit Zhao Dezhu back, but by then, Zhao Dezhu had already released his grip and taken a small step back. Li Kang's hand missed. Zhao Dezhu kicked Li Kang in the chest again. Li Kang felt as if he had been hit by a speeding car. He was knocked to the ground, the force of the impact causing him to gasp for air. Both wanted to cry out, but it was impossible. You dare call my father by his full name? Zhao Dezhu's voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. Upon hearing this, Li Kang fainted from the intense pain. Ah, you damned poor brat, you dare hit my son. I'll fight you to the death. Li Xiui's eyes reddened as she witnessed Zhao Dezhu beating her son like a dead dog. However, unlike her and Zhao Yun's hysterical rage, the villagers watching the spectacle found Zhao Dezhu and his son's actions incredibly satisfying. If they were afraid of being arrested by the police, they would have preferred to be the ones doing the beating. Everyone watched as Sima Nan, the big boss, calmly observed the scene, seemingly condoning Zhao Dezhu and his son's behavior. Since the big boss probably didn't object to such things, everyone joined in, shouting at Zhao Hai and Zhao Dezhu. Especially Luo Qiao, whose fat pigs had been bought by Zhao Dezhu and his son, always felt that if Zhao Hai and his group hadn't bought his pigs, he would have definitely fallen into debt and lost everything like the other pig farmers in the village. He had always felt grateful to Zhao Dezhu and his son, feeling they had done him a favor. Seeing this scene, he was naturally the first to cheer. Standing at the front, looking at Li Kang lying on the ground, he said, "Zhu Ziyi, well done. People like that deserve to be taught a lesson. If they call the police, we'll testify for you, you were just acting in self-defense. Yes, that mother and son started it. They even tried to take your land. That's outrageous. Well done, brother Zhu Ziyi." Some of the younger people in the crowd also shouted. Li Kang was looked down upon by everyone in the village. He wouldn't greet his elders, and even when his peers greeted him, he acted superior and aloof. He was completely unpopular and very disliked. Li Xiui was even worse. She gossiped about everyone's children and offended everyone. Especially this time, obstructing the construction team's development of Xiaoxing village had incurred the wrath of the villagers. There wasn't a single person in the crowd who didn't feel relieved. Chapter 246 Severing Brotherhood. Seeing everyone looking at him with satisfaction, Zhao Dezhu knew this family had indeed angered the villagers. This warmed his heart. At least they weren't twisting the truth like this family, proving that Zhao Dezhu and Zhao Hai's decision to give back to the village was right. If everyone here had sided with Zhao Yun's family to bully the currently poor Zhao Dezhu family, Zhao Dezhu would have seriously doubted his decision to build a villa for each family. Fortunately, seeing the reasonable villagers, Zhao Dezhu felt his decision was correct. He looked at everyone, his serious expression softening, and smiled as a greeting. Zhao Hai didn't speak to anyone, he only looked at his older brother, who had always been aloof and arrogant towards him. "Zhao Yun, from today onwards, I sever our brotherly relationship. From now on, we are strangers." Zhao Hai seemed to breathe a sigh of relief as he said this. For so many years, he had been waiting for Zhao Yun to sincerely apologize before their parents' memorial tablets and kowtow at their graves. Perhaps then he would forgive Zhao Yun, or at least his inner turmoil would be resolved. But all these years, Zhao Yun not only showed no remorse, but because Li Kang had gone to university, he looked down on Zhao Hai even more. He never apologized to their parents or Zhao Hai, and even considered himself superior to Zhao Hai's family in every way. Now, he had done something so heartbreaking. This caused a flood of memories to replay in Zhao Hai's mind like a movie. From the hardships the two brothers endured to support their younger siblings, to their parents' dying thoughts of Zhao Hai, to the scene of himself kneeling before Zhao Hai, all of it turned into disappointment and regret at this moment. Zhao Hai knew he would never see Zhao Yun repent. He no longer wanted to have any hope for Zhao Yun. If he had previously held even a sliver of hope for Zhao Yun, now he was utterly despondent. After saying those words, he knew he would be heartbroken, but perhaps because of his previous profound disappointment, he felt a strange sense of relief, as if a huge weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Zhao Yun didn't speak, running straight to Li Kang. Seeing his son lying unconscious on the ground, he was terrified. After checking Li Kang's breathing and finding him alive, he roared at the crowd at the village entrance, "Call the police! Call an ambulance! Hurry, you bunch of bastards!" But no one paid him any attention. They all stared at him as if he were a fool, utterly indifferent, even some of their relatives. After all, Zhao Hai's family was their closest relative. If they had such a bad relationship with Zhao Hai's family, naturally their relationship with other relatives wouldn't be much better. Zhao Yun hurriedly pulled out his phone, glaring at Zhao Dezhu. "You're finished, Zhao Dezhu. You actually beat your brother like this. If anything happens to him, I'll take you down with me." While cursing, he dialed 110 to make a call. Li Xiui lunged at Zhao Dezhu, but was kicked back by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was now treating Li Xiui like a complete stranger, showing her absolutely no politeness. Li Xiui was kicked back 2 steps, then quickly, disheveled and crying, lunged forward like a madwoman. Zhao Hai slapped her again. "Husband, stop. Stop hitting him." Li Ying, always kind-hearted, panicked seeing her husband's rage and lack of restraint. She was almost crying with fear. She tried to pull her husband away, but her father stopped her. "Li Ying, stop." Li Ying looked at her father. "Dad, you must persuade Zhao Hai. If he hits her again, something serious will really happen." For so many years, her husband had always been meek and submissive, always trying to be accommodating, and rarely even arguing with others. Now, seeing him like this, she was very worried. "Dad, hurry. Zhao Hai always listens to you. What's there to persuade?" Old Li glared at his daughter. "Didn't you see? Li Xiui started it all. If Zhao Hai didn't fight back, he'd get beaten up. I even think Zhao Hai wasn't hitting hard enough. If I were young, I would have killed her. Li Ying fell silent after hearing her father's words. Her father had always had a violent temper. It seemed there was no way he could persuade Zhao Hai. She then looked at her mother. Mom, tell Zhao Hai to stop. He won't listen to me. He can't hit me anymore. Yingzi, don't worry about it. Sometimes men have their own ways of handling things. The old lady was a very traditional woman, having spent her life as a wife and mother, always incredibly supportive of her husband. It wasn't about male chauvinism, but rather that men and women do approach certain issues differently. Clearly, some things should be resolved in a man's way. She had also passed this personality trait on to Li Ying to some extent. Now, Li Ying was utterly terrified. Li Xiui was no match for Zhao Hai, but she thought he was easy to bully, so she kept lunging at him. Now, seeing her son's life hanging in the balance, she charged at Zhao Hai like a madwoman. Zhao Hai was also enraged by this woman. In fact, many of his conflicts with his elder brother stemmed from her. Even Zhao Yun not being able to see his parents one last time was because of this woman. Now, all the anger in his heart was unleashed. He no longer held back, grabbing Li Xiui's hair and punching her in the face, knocking her unconscious. Zhao Hai, you actually hit a woman. Are you even human? Zhao Yun, after finishing his phone call, looked at Zhao Hai and, seeing Zhao Hai's deadly attack on his wife, was instantly enraged. He had always thought Zhao Hai was even more cowardly and easy to bully than him, but he hadn't expected Zhao Hai's family to be so defiant today. It was truly beyond his expectations. Now, listening to Zhao Yun's reprimand, Zhao Hai scoffed, "When she hit me, didn't you think she was a woman? Just because she couldn't beat me doesn't mean I'm not human? Ha, Zhao Yun, you're really something. No wonder Li Xiui called you a coward. Someone like you might as well be dead." Zhao Hai wasn't exactly known for his sharp tongue, but his words struck a chord with everyone. They all thought Zhao Yun's statement was utter nonsense. Did he realize Li Xiui was a woman now? When she hit him and insulted him to his face, how could she forget that Li Xiui was a woman, and he, Zhao Yun, was a man? Everyone looked at Zhao Yun with contempt. He had always considered himself superior to them. Now, seeing everyone looking at him with such disdain, and with his son and wife lying on the ground, his masculine pride was ignited. He roared and charged at Zhao Hai, grabbing a sharp rock from the roadside in the process. It was clear he intended to kill Zhao Hai. Chapter 247 Pillar, Don't Talk Nonsense. You're asking for it. Zhao Dezhu cursed, charging forward. This time, Li Kang was indeed on guard. However, he couldn't keep up with Zhao Dezhu's speed. Zhao Dezhu leaped up and delivered a flying kick to Li Kang's head. With just one kick, he lost consciousness, and the stone in his hand instinctively slipped from his grasp. This kick truly astonished everyone. Except for Yang Wenlong and Dasan, who knew his skills, everyone stared at Zhao Dezhu with disbelief. This Zhao Dezhu was too fierce. Especially those villagers who had previously thought Zhao Dezhu was as cowardly as his father, felt a chill run down their spines. It turned out he wasn't cowardly, just being tolerant. Now, with this kick, probably no one in the village could match him. Xiao Kang, Li Xiui and Zhao Yun also regained their senses. Seeing their son beaten like this by Zhao Dezhu, they panicked, but the pain in their bodies left them too weak to fight back. Zhao Dezhu looked at the three men on the ground, his tone cold. "Call everyone you can today, and we'll take care of them all at once." He didn't look at them again after saying that. "You little beast. That's your older brother. How could you be so cruel? When the police arrive, I'll make sure you go to jail." Zhao Yun saw Zhao Dezhu about to leave, still speaking so arrogantly. He quickly wiped his swollen face. "And I'm telling you, without our permission, if anyone dares to touch this land, I'll die right here in front of you." Li Xiui also glared viciously at Zhao Dezhu, then gave Sima Nan and Lin Luoxiu a threatening look. In their eyes, these two were the ones who could make the decisions. The initial accusations were useless, now they resorted to threats. "We won't just call the police today, we'll also get the reporters to expose you. We won't just put Zhao Hai and your family in jail, we'll stop your construction." Li Xiui sobbed, like a shrew yelling in the street. However, it must be admitted that she was indeed more shrewd than Zhao Yun. Seeing that she couldn't win in a fight, she knew to threaten Zhao Dezhu and the developer by calling the police and getting reporters involved. Hopeless. Zhao Dezhu saw the villagers starting to whisper among themselves after hearing Li Xiui's words, knowing they were all frightened by her threat to call the reporters. After all, this is the information age, anything that makes the news will attract attention from all sides, and it might really affect the village's development. Everyone looked at Sima Nan, wanting to see his reaction. To everyone's relief, Sima Nan remained indifferent, and Lin Luoxiu still wore a confident, faint smile. Zhao Dezhu ignored Zhao Yun's family. Since they thought they could threaten him, let them do what they wanted, he would take it. Zhao Dezhu waved his hand and said, "Drag these people aside and bring them into the village." "Yes." Several burly men immediately ran over, ignoring Li Xiui's screams, and dragged the family of three aside and restrained them. The villagers were initially taken aback when they saw these men in black obeying Zhao Dezhu, but then they understood. After all, Zhao Dezhu's land was worth over 6 million yuan in compensation, which was quite significant. So, the developer's politeness towards Zhao Dezhu's family was understandable, right? That's what everyone thought. What else could it be? In fact, Zhao Dezhu's family never deliberately hid their identities from others. Their money was earned honestly, and they wanted to enjoy it, unlike some people who desperately conceal their identities to show off and exploit others. In Zhao Dezhu's eyes, these people were mentally ill psychopaths. Hiding their identities was just to satisfy their twisted psychology. However, because of their personality, they didn't become arrogant because of their sudden wealth. So even now, everyone just thinks they've made a small fortune. No one connects the developer with Zhao Dezhu's family at all. Dad, get in the car. You all go to the main hall first, I'll come with everyone else. There was a main hall in the village, and the opening ceremony and other sacrificial rites were naturally held there. Zhao Dezhu let his family get in the car, while he walked with the villagers. Otherwise, the villagers would think his family was unsociable and wouldn't acknowledge them if they just rode in the car upon returning to the village. This was the place where he grew up. Although there were still people in the village who had looked down on his family in the past, there were also his friends and relatives, and Zhao Dezhu was still considerate of everyone's opinions. Zhao Hai was in a bad mood and simply nodded, okay, let's go prepare the necessary things first. The sacrificial ceremony required many preparations, and Zhao Hai didn't say much. He greeted the villagers and then got in the car. Seeing his family get in the car, Zhao Dezhu and the villagers stood by the roadside, letting the convoy go first. It was still a 5 or 6 minute walk to the main hall. Zhao Dezhu didn't get in the car, nor did Sima Nan and Lin Luoxiu get out. Instead, Dasan got out and stood with Zhao Dezhu. This made the villagers feel flattered. Everyone seemed a little reserved. Normally, with so many villagers gathered together, it would be a lively scene, if not bustling. But now, everyone was remarkably quiet. Zhao Dezhu just smiled, but since he didn't speak, the villagers naturally stood quietly beside him. They assumed these important figures didn't want to talk, so they didn't dare to speak either. This made Zhao Dezhu feel somewhat uncomfortable. Unable to find a solution, he glanced at the uncles and elders behind him and started joking with them. What's wrong, uncles and elders? Today is the groundbreaking ceremony for our Xiaoxing village development project. Why aren't you saying anything? Aren't you happy? Actually, Zhao Dezhu saw the undisguised joy in their eyes, but he also knew they were reserved in front of Lin Luoxiu and the others, so he spoke up to ease the atmosphere. When dozens of villagers saw Zhao Dezhu speak first, many felt he was being somewhat naive, probably because his family was receiving a large amount of land in compensation, making him rather arrogant. Some villagers, who considered themselves shrewd, looked at Sima Nan and his group, wanting to see how their expressions would change. Fortunately, everyone stood respectfully beside Zhao Dezhu. However, this was widely believed to be due to the land owned by Zhao Dezhu's family. Zuzi, don't talk nonsense. These bosses are here. Luo Qiao had always thought Zhao Dezhu was quite sensible, but now, speaking carelessly might displease the big bosses, so he quietly spoke up to help Zhao Dezhu out of the awkward situation. Zhao Dezhu laughed heartily upon hearing this, watching the luxury cars drive past him, and exchanged a glance with Lin Luoxiu. He also noticed Lin Luoxiu's expression, wanting to laugh but not daring to. He didn't know how to explain, so he laughed loudly and said, haha, these big bosses are all my best friends. Ah! Everyone was somewhat incredulous upon hearing this. Zhao Dezhu didn't explain, but simply looked at everyone and said, alright, we're having a sacrificial ceremony today, let's go to the main hall first. By this time, the entire convoy had passed. Good. Hearing this, everyone forgot their surprise that Zhao Dezhu was friends with these important figures. They all crowded around these figures, leading them along the road towards the main hall. Meanwhile, Lin Luoxiu and the other officials then surrounded Zhao Dezhu in the center. Chapter 248 You're the boss? I don't believe it. Amidst everyone's curious gazes, Zhao Dezhu led the group into the main hall. It was called a main hall, but it was actually a Guanyin temple housing a clay statue of Guanyin. Villagers would come here to pray and offer sacrifices for festivals or other important events. Because Xiaoxing village wasn't small for a small mountain village, and the villagers lived comfortably, the main hall, built with funds from the entire village, was quite large, with a large open space outside for villagers to use. So, although there were several hundred people present, it wasn't too crowded. When Zhao Dezhu and his group arrived, they saw all the village elders over 60 years old already waiting in the main hall, preparing items for the sacrifices, such as folding paper money. These were all done according to strict rules, which Zhao Dezhu didn't know. He simply stood to the side with Yang Wenlong and the others, chatting quietly as they watched the adults work. The groundbreaking ceremony for Xiaoxing village was undoubtedly a once-in-a-century event for the village, and everyone took it very seriously. If Zhao Dezhu were willing, not only county leaders, but even city and provincial leaders would likely be to attend. After all, once Xiaoxing village is developed into a tourist area, boosting the economy, it will all be a political achievement for them. However, Zhao Dezhu didn't invite any important figures to his groundbreaking ceremony. He didn't need to deliberately curry favor with anyone now, and he didn't care about such formalities. Village chief Li Wenjie was also actively assisting the Li group, since the developer was under the Li family's name. While asking the Li group's representatives and Lin Luoxiu and others what they needed, he arranged for people to purchase ingredients in town, mainly to reward the developer. After all, developers usually buy houses directly from you. Where else would they offer you a chance to build villas in a tourist area? They were naturally grateful for this opportunity. Although they didn't know the developers' motives, it wouldn't harm the village. The cost of preparing the ingredients was shared equally by each household, and everyone was happy to do so. Li Wenjie instructed the village women to thoroughly clean the village square, cook, and set up the tables and chairs. The other young men were assigned to fetch necessary items from each household and bring them to the village square, so that the people who had gone to buy ingredients could start cooking and eating as soon as they returned. Zhao Dezhu was assigned to accompany several important figures, and he was instructed to take good care of them. Their attitude was excessively respectful. Everyone in the village thought that Sima Nan and his group's deference to Zhao Dezhu was solely to curry favor with this big shot. No one considered any other explanation, and some even thought Zhao Dezhu's attitude towards them was too indifferent. Li Wenjie pulled Zhao Dezhu aside and instructed him to make sure these people were satisfied. "Uncle, actually I'm the big boss of the Li group. This development is what my dad said he wanted to give back to the village." Zhao Dezhu felt that if this misunderstanding continued, more ridiculous things would happen. So he simply smiled and explained to Li Wenjie that it wasn't anything shameful and there was no need to hide it. Li Wenjie paused for a moment, then looked at Zhao Dezhu, his expression becoming much more serious. His address changed from the affectionate Zuzi to "Dezhu, you silly child, still joking with your uncle? This development is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for our Xiaoxing village. We absolutely cannot let them be unhappy." Li Wenjie seemed to realize his words were a bit too serious, so he paused, glanced at Sima Nan and the others, and softened his tone. "After all, the project hasn't even started yet. They can say they're not doing it at any time. The compensation they've already paid only needs to be returned to us. If that happens, we'll miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Whoever ruins this will inevitably become a sinner in our village. You saw your uncle's family too. They've repeatedly tried to stop the development to compete with your family for that land. Now the whole village resents them." Li Wenjie pleaded earnestly, "It's fine for us uncle and nephew to joke around, but you can't say things like that to those people. They'll be unhappy." He glanced at Zhao Dezhu and noticed he was still smiling. He assumed Zhao Dezhu was using a smile to hide his embarrassment after being scolded, so he changed his tone to a joking one, saying, "Besides, you're not even surnamed Li. If you said you were the boss of the Li group, I'd be the first to disagree." Ha ha. Zhao Dezhu was genuinely dumbfounded. Li Wenjie didn't believe him at all. In this day and age, nobody believed the truth anymore. He didn't explain further. He could tell that his words had already made this elder somewhat resentful, thinking he spoke without thinking and joked carelessly. If he continued, Li Wenjie might just reprimand him. Anyway, it wasn't a big deal. Since there was a misunderstanding, he'd just go along with it. He'd figure it out eventually. He couldn't very well argue with him about it. So Zhao Dezhu chuckled awkwardly and nodded, saying, "Uncle, I understand. I'll take good care of them." Li Wenjie smiled with satisfaction upon hearing this. "Good, uncle believes you. This time, your family is the richest in the village. Not only will you get a villa, but you'll also receive over 6 million in compensation." Zhao Dezhu smiled but said nothing. After chatting with Zhao Dezhu for a bit, Li Wenjie went back to his work. He was probably the busiest person in the village today. Zhao Dezhu returned to Yang Wenlong and the others and found a long bench to sit on. This was a common two-person bench in the village, while Yang Wenlong and the others stood to one side. The villagers' gazes towards Zhao Dezhu had become somewhat strange. They had found the stools for Yang Wenlong and his group, but Zhao Dezhu had taken them, leading everyone to believe he was disrespecting the developer. "Boss, didn't you explain this to them?" Yang Wenlong asked Zhao Dezhu with a smile, noticing the odd looks he was receiving. "I told them, but they didn't believe me. There's nothing I can do. Why don't you find a stool and sit down? Otherwise, they'll all think I'm giving you developers the cold shoulder," Zhao Dezhu said with a helpless smile, urging Yang Wenlong and the others not to stand there like idiots. Hearing Zhao Dezhu's joking words, and seeing the villagers' enthusiasm, the group found the scene too comical. They all laughed and agreed, then picked up stools and sat down. Chapter 249 Li Kang's uncle? The round trip from the village to the town takes over an hour, and with the time spent at the market, by the time the villagers who went to prepare food returned, it was just lunchtime. The timing was perfect. By this time, the women had already washed and tidied everything. Several men, who usually acted as cooks for village events, went to the communal walk to cook. In another 10 or 20 minutes, the meal could begin. However, at this moment, an unexpected event occurred. A group of uniformed men drove into the village in police cars. Upon hearing this news, the entire village turned to look at Zhao Dezhu, assuming that Zhao Yun's family had called the police to deal with him. Dezhu, it's all right. Just answer the police's questions truthfully, and we'll testify for you, a young man who had grown up with Zhao Dezhu said reassuringly. It's all right, these are definitely the town police. I know some people there, don't be nervous, village chief Li Wenjie reassured him. It's all right, everyone, don't worry. However, Zhao Dezhu wasn't as nervous as they expected, he remained as calm as before. Everyone thought Zhao Dezhu was remarkably composed, a stark contrast to the boy he used to be. Soon, 2 police cars pulled up to the away game entrance. 7 or 8 burly men in police uniforms got out, one carrying a folder, the others wearing body cameras on their chests. It seemed they were indeed there because of what had just happened. Who called the police? A policeman who looked very young, no more than 20, asked the crowd, holding up his cell phone. It was me, I called the police. A figure quickly ran over from a corner, his face bruised and swollen. It was Li Kang, whom Zhao Dezhu had just knocked unconscious. Uncle, it's me, Li Kang. Li Kang called out as he saw the middle-aged policeman standing behind him. The middle-aged policeman frowned, his gaze towards Li Kang filled with displeasure. This Li Kang was incredibly foolish. He was the head of the town's public security bureau, and this Li Kang was the son-in-law of one of his cousins. Frankly, he was a dispensable relative, someone he didn't take seriously at all. Just now, Zhao Yun had called his cousin, saying he'd been beaten up in Xiaoxing village and needed his help. He had no choice, it happened to be his jurisdiction, so he'd gone along as if it were a day trip. He naturally knew it was Li Kang who had called the police. But sometimes, you can't say things directly. This Li Kang, a government employee, how could he be so clueless? He'd actually addressed him by his full name, even if he was in the right, he was now in the wrong. The bureau chief glared at Li Kang, giving him a hard time. However, Li Kang, having been beaten senseless by Zhao Dezhu earlier, now saw his important uncle like a wrong child, completely oblivious to the man's attempts to signal him. He rushed towards Luo Yangping, shouting, "Uncle, you're finally here. If you hadn't come, our whole family of 3 would have been beaten to death." Luo Yangping closed his eyes in anguish. He truly regretted coming in person, but seeing Li Kang's injuries, he knew this was no small matter. Looking at the group of villagers, he smiled. Some of them were people he knew, so there was no need to pretend. All right, what happened? Tell me. Seeing there was no way to avoid it, Luo Yangping had no choice but to ask Li Kang. However, he still gestured for his men to turn off the body cameras. The police officers seemed to have done this before, pressing a button on the device on their chests. "Chief Luo, why is Li Kang calling you uncle?" Li Wenjie, seeing that Luo Yangping had already had the cameras turned off, immediately went forward obsequiously, offering each person a cigarette. He and Luo Yangping were acquaintances, having known each other for a long time and often playing mahjong and dining out together. "His father-in-law is my cousin, brother Ji, what happened? How did it come to this?" Luo Yangping casually took the cigarette Li Wenjie offered, lit it for Li Wenjie, and then lit one for himself. Upon hearing this, Li Wenjie knew things were getting complicated. The Li Kang family had indeed boasted more than once that Li Kang had an uncle in the public security system. He hadn't expected it to be an old acquaintance. "Hey, it's all right. Even if we're on the same side, we have to be professional. Just say what's on your mind, and we'll handle it as appropriate," Luo Yangping said loudly with a laugh. He didn't even glance at Li Kang, as if he truly didn't consider him special. Li Wenjie smiled back, but he knew in his heart that this was just polite talk. Luo Yangping was no honest or upright person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up playing mahjong with him. To prevent the situation from escalating, he felt he had no choice but to state the facts, because even if he didn't, the Li Kang family would. "It's like this," Li Wenjie glanced at Zhao Dezhu, then was about to explain. "Wait a minute, let me explain. After all, it was my men who caused this trouble." A strong, resonant voice interrupted Li Wenjie. Both Li Wenjie and Luo Yangping's smiles vanished, and they involuntarily looked towards the source of the voice. Everyone looked at the owner of the voice with confusion. A man in his 60s emerged, dressed in a well-tailored suit, his face carrying an unusual air of authority, completely out of place among the village's elderly residents. "Director Luo, is it?" The newcomer was Wang Fu, who had been accompanying Zhao Hai and the others with his assistant since their arrival, preparing for the groundbreaking ceremony. He was very authoritative, but humble and polite in front of the villagers. He was constantly busy behind Li Ying's father, preparing the necessary items for the sacrificial ceremony. The villagers assumed he was a Taoist priest or something similar, hired by the development company to preside over the ceremony. Now, seeing this man step forward and claim that his subordinates did it, everyone was quite puzzled. Zhao Hai and Zhao Dezhu were his subordinates? This left everyone even more baffled. However, Wang Fu ignored their astonishment and made no attempt to conceal it. He directly asked, "You are Luo Yangping, Director Luo?" His voice was neither humble nor arrogant, even carrying a hint of disdain. Luo Yangping was stunned upon hearing this, his smile vanishing instantly. He could tell from the voice that there was no respect for him. Chapter 250 It's not our responsibility. When Luo Yangping saw Wang Fu, he knew this man was definitely not from the village. Looking at Wang Fu, he dared not speak rashly. He knew today was the groundbreaking ceremony for Xiaoxing Village, a major event, and the developer was the county's top developer, the Li Group. Offending these people would be disastrous. Having worked in the system for decades, Luo Yangping understood this principle. So he said calmly, "Yes, I am Luo Yangping. And this gentleman is? I am Wang Fu, the general manager of Li's construction company." "Hello." Wang Fu extended his hand. "Ah." Luo Yangping was startled. He knew that the Li Group had previously been an independent company, but some time ago, due to some reasons, the former owner committed suicide, and a partner named Wang Fu took over. Afterwards, it was said that due to financial problems, the company was sold to a city investment company. In other words, the current Li's construction company was just a small branch of that city company. However, this didn't mean Li's company was weaker than before. On the contrary, it had become even stronger. The person before him was none other than Wang Fu, the actual manager of Li's company. This might not seem like much, but Luo Yangping knew that this was a big shot to him, someone who could sit and chat casually with his superiors. He, a mere township bureau chief, was nothing in Wang Fu's eyes. The intricacies involved were far too complex. After his initial surprise, Luo Yangping's tone immediately became polite. He quickly extended his hand to Wang Fu, shaking it and smiling brightly. "Oh, Mr. Wang, hello, hello." The villagers were also stunned by Wang Fu's words. No one had expected that this elderly man, who had been chatting and laughing with them while preparing various things, was actually the big boss of the developer, Li's Group. It was truly unbelievable. Wang Fu glanced at Luo Yangping, a clear hint of disdain in his eyes. After all, although Luo Yangping had previously claimed to be handling matters strictly by business, but everyone could tell he was trying to avenge Li Kang's family. He was just a lowly township bureau chief, yet he dared to try and scheme against his boss? Did he even deserve it? Wang Fu felt utter contempt. If today's opening ceremony hadn't been so important to his boss's family, and if his boss hadn't sent him to get rid of him to avoid unnecessary trouble, he would have been ruined for life after Li Kang's show of force. Thinking to himself, Wang Fu looked at Luo Yangping, then glanced at Li Kang, and reported to Luo Yangping, "Director Luo, today's incident was a misunderstanding. It mainly stemmed from a minor disagreement between my men and this farmer family, which escalated into a physical altercation. That's it. We can go to the bureau to cooperate with your investigation. Is that all right?" Luo Yangping felt a bitter taste in his mouth upon hearing Wang Fu's words. He knew Wang Fu would say this, but he could only nod in agreement. He knew that once back at the bureau, he would have to release the man. He dared not convict him of anything. As long as no one was killed, the Li family could only accept their bad luck. Thinking this, he readily agreed. Okay, thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Wang." Seeing that his uncle was about to resolve the matter so easily, while his family's 6 million yuan compensation was still unresolved, Li Kang immediately became anxious. "Uncle, they've also taken my land. You have to stand up for my family. This is over 6 million yuan worth of land." Luo Yangping glanced at Li Kang speechlessly. His cousin, Li Kang's father-in-law, had indeed approached him about this matter. He wanted him to help find connections to get a land certificate, promising him a small fee afterward. He had indeed used his connections to investigate and discovered that the situation in this village was quite complex. Xiaoxing village covered 35 square kilometers, which was extremely large for a village with only a little over 100 households. However, the distribution of property was very uneven. Some families owned several, even more than 10, mountains and forests, while others owned none. Many of their assets lacked proper documentation, yet they were recognized by the state. These were all inherited from their ancestors, meaning they were legal even without proper documentation. The vacant land chosen by the Li Group was originally left to Zhao Hai's parents, a fact no one could deny. Afterwards, Zhao Hai's family managed it, while Zhao Yun was essentially a son-in-law. Although they hadn't had a wedding ceremony, the state didn't care about that. They looked at where your household registration was. Currently, Zhao Yun's household registration was with Li Xiue's family. If Zhao Yun were the head of household, it could be explained as a division of property between two brothers, but the head of household was clearly Li Xiue. Most importantly, inheriting one's parents' property meant providing for them in their old age, but Zhao Yun, his in-law, hadn't shown any filial piety whatsoever, a fact known throughout the surrounding area. Therefore, this land couldn't possibly be allocated to Zhao Yun. He carefully examined the situation and discovered that even without proper documentation, obtaining such documentation wasn't as simple as Zhao Yun's family thought. After realizing the complexity of the matter, he didn't reply to them. After all, Luo Yangping wasn't stupid. This involved over 6 million yuan. If he were to engage in favoritism and corruption, and something serious happened, he'd be in deep trouble. This world was no longer the era of distant, inaccessible officials. However, he hadn't expected Li Kang to act like a fool, completely oblivious. Luo Yangping, on the other hand, had figured it out. This was just a bookworm who'd gone mad, and the worst part was that he was trying to seize someone else's land. He really had bad luck, bad brains, and yet he thought he could have it all. He said impatiently, "Li Kang, this isn't our jurisdiction. If you have doubts about the ownership of this land, you should provide evidence to the relevant departments and handle it according to procedure. Now, come with us to the station to deal with this fight." Luo Yangping's voice was very serious, seemingly impartial, and without fault. He was distancing himself from that idiot Li Kang, and also making his stance clear to Wang Fu, telling him that he wouldn't get involved in this matter. Li Kang was stunned. He had always assumed his uncle hadn't replied because he was dealing with something on his behalf. He hadn't expected his uncle to directly tell him to contact the relevant departments and handle it according to procedure. Wasn't this utter nonsense? He had been hoping that once his uncle arrived, he would stand up for him and directly demand that the Li group give him the compensation for the land. This was completely different from what he had imagined. "Uncle, I understand," Li Kang nodded quickly, thinking Luo Yangping was just giving official platitudes in front of everyone. But Luo Yangping completely ignored him. "All right, get in the car." Luo Yangping seemed to remember something else. "Didn't you say your parents were also beaten? Make them get in the car and go to the station to give their statements." Chapter 251 Reality. "Uncle, my parents are waiting for us outside." Actually, all three family members were seriously injured, but they wanted the police to see their pitiful state so that Zhao Hai's family would pay an even higher price. So, none of them went to the hospital. Instead, they waited for the police to arrive and then played the victim. "Fine, then get in the car first." Luo Yangping's tone towards Li Kang was clearly impatient. Even if Li Kang was slow to react, he sensed something was wrong, but he was helpless. He assumed Luo Yangping was only letting him get in the car because there were too many people, and that he would give him some advice later. "Okay, uncle," Li Kang replied, but every word he uttered mentioned uncle, as if he were defiantly challenging Zhao Dezhu. However, Zhao Dezhu didn't even glance at him, as if Li Kang was nothing more than invisible air in Zhao Dezhu's eyes. "Xiao Yang, take him in the car, and pick up the whole family too," Luo Yangping instructed a policeman without looking at Li Kang. Li Kang wasn't even given a chance to identify who had assaulted him. The policeman, called Xiao Yang, respectfully agreed and then left with Li Kang. "Go with Director Luo and give a proper account of what happened these past few days. Make sure you report the truth," Wang Fu said, glancing at a man in a suit beside him. "Remember, you are only acting in legal self-defense." Wang Fu made no attempt to hide anything from Luo Yangping. "Yes, Director Wang," a burly man in a suit stepped forward and answered respectfully. The villagers stared at the man in the suit, completely stunned. Who is this man? They don't recognize him at all. But why is he stepping forward to claim he did it? Why is he the one who beat people up? Considering Wang Fu's earlier self-disclosure of his identity, this must be him trying to find a scapegoat for Zhao Dezhu and Zhao Hai. Although they don't know why this is happening, they know it's probably unlikely. After all, Luo Yangping is a relative of Li Kang. Would that work? However, to everyone's surprise, after seeing this, Luo Yangping smiled respectfully and said, "Well, it must be Li Kang's family who did something wrong. Wang Dong said it was self-defense, so it's definitely not your fault. I will educate and criticize them. As for this young man, there's no need to go. You're all so busy today, you probably can't spare the time." Upon hearing this, all the villagers fell silent. This wasn't what they expected. In their eyes, Luo Yangping, as the head of the town's police station, was a very high-ranking official. They just hadn't expected him to be so polite to Wang Fu. It was even described as so humble. This made everyone look at this seemingly harmless old man with even greater respect. How can this be? No matter how busy we are, we still need to cooperate. Zhang Xing, go with Director Luo. Wang Fu completely ignored Luo Yangping's good intentions, adopting a purely business-like attitude. Seeing Wang Fu's attitude, Luo Yangping knew there was no need to waste any more words. He simply said a few polite words of thanks for Wang Fu's cooperation and left the village. This scene clearly appeared unfair, yet none of the many villagers felt anything was amiss. They simply hadn't considered that some things they considered difficult to handle could actually be resolved with just a word, or even a glance, from certain individuals. For someone like Luo Yangping, they didn't even need the truth. They just wanted to know who would step in. After the police left, Wang Fu approached Zhao Dezhu and whispered, "Boss, should we speak to the police again and ask them to calm down inside?" "No need," Zhao Dezhu replied dismissively. Let the chief handle it however he sees fit. If this had been a simple conflict, he would have intervened himself and wouldn't have resorted to bullying, but the Li Kang family had used various means to try and suppress him with their power and connections. Zhao Dezhu didn't even bother trying to reason with them, he simply dragged them away. Perhaps once they knew his identity, they wouldn't try to take his land anymore. If they still wouldn't behave, then they would face the consequences. Yes. If anyone else had treated his boss this way, Wang Fu would have definitely asked Zhao Dezhu if they needed to disappear. But this family were his boss's uncles, so after hearing Zhao Dezhu's answer, Wang Fu knew that he only needed to ignore the matter. A misunderstanding could lead to disaster, ruining his life. Okay, go ahead and get busy. Zhao Dezhu knew Wang Fu was busy, so he let him go. After Wang Fu left, Zhao Dezhu led Yang Wenlong, Bai Shizhen, and the others around the village. He had originally planned to explore the distant mountains, but remembering that dinner was coming soon, he led them to look around the nearby fields. Several burly men sat down on the edge of the paddy field, while Lin Luoxiu stood on the road in the distance. Sister Luoxiu, you should go back first. Call us when it's time to eat, Zhao Dezhu shouted, assigning Lin Luoxiu a task. Actually, it was just to get her out of the way. He had drunk quite a bit of tea and was now almost bursting to urinate in the field. Lin Luoxiu watching from a distance made him uneasy. Okay, boss. Lin Luoxiu left, and only after she was far enough away that the men could no longer hear her voice did the men burst into laughter. The men all knew Zhao Dezhu was about to relieve himself anywhere. What are you laughing at? We'll see if you pee later, Zhao Dezhu chuckled and cursed, then stood up and turned his back to the men to relieve himself. This somewhat embarrassing action made the men, who had faced countless life or death situations, laugh heartily again. Zhao Dezhu was also infected by their laughter, cursing as he laughed along. Sometimes, a man's happiness is that simple. Before Lin Luoxiu even arrived at the away game, Li Ying called. The feast could begin, and with so many people in the village including the 100+ people Zhao Dezhu brought from the city, plus Wang Fu's construction team there were nearly 1,000 people in total. Naturally, they couldn't possibly eat it all at once. As arranged by the village, the Li group members naturally ate first, to show their gratitude. Once everyone had finished eating, the ceremony could officially begin. Mom's phone call was, of course, to call Zhao Dezhu back for dinner. The villagers didn't know Zhao Dezhu's identity, but she certainly did. If Zhao Dezhu didn't return, the people at the Li group wouldn't dare eat, but then everyone would be waiting for him to eat. This would ultimately delay the ceremony, so she called Zhao Dezhu immediately to ask him to come back for dinner. Then let's go, let's get the ceremony done quickly. My parents are eager to develop the village, after all, our house was burned down by Wang Fu and his men, and we don't even have a home when we go back. Zhao Dezhu smiled bitterly. He naturally knew what his parents were thinking, which was why this matter was implemented so quickly. From telling his father about developing Xiaoxing village to completing all the procedures, it had only been less than half a month. This speed was something even national projects couldn't match. Chapter 252 Groundbreaking Ceremony. When the group returned to the village's guest house, Zhao Dezhu and his companions found the tables already set with bowls and chopsticks, ready to be served as soon as they sat down. However, none of the dozens of tables were occupied. Zhao Dezhu knew Wang Fu and the others were waiting for him, but he didn't care much for such formalities. Food was simply a matter of eating once it was cooked. Why bother with so many rules? Hey, what's going on? Mr. Wang, quickly let the chef sit down. There's still a lot to do after dinner, today's been very busy. Zhao Dezhu didn't want to hide his identity from others, so seeing everyone chatting in small groups, he spoke directly to Wang Fu as he approached. Chairman, isn't it because no one dares to sit down without you here? Wang Fu looked at Zhao Dezhu respectfully. Ever since witnessing Zhao Dezhu's silent killing of several people that night, his fear of Zhao Dezhu was deep-seated. Chairman, Li Wenjie, who was accompanying Wang Fu, looked at Wang Fu with a puzzled expression after hearing Wang Fu's address to Zhao Dezhu, his heart filled with shock. Everyone had previously seen the Li group's members treating Zhao Dezhu's family with great respect, assuming it was because his family had acquired the most land in the village. However, Zhao Dezhu had previously told him that he was actually the boss of the Li group, but Li Wenjie had thought Zhao Dezhu was joking. He had even scolded him, telling him not to speak carelessly. But now, hearing Wang Fu address Zhao Dezhu as chairman, he froze on the spot, thinking he had misheard. Wang Fu gave Li Wenjie a strange look, then glanced at Zhao Dezhu. Seeing no displeasure in Zhao Dezhu's eyes, he smiled and asked, Village chief Li, you don't know? This, Mr. Wang, what do I know? Li Wenjie realized something, but he still couldn't believe it. How could Zhao Dezhu, a poor young man who had just graduated high school not long ago, have become the boss of the Li group in just over a month? Oh, this is our Li group's chairman, Mr. Zhao Dezhu. He recently acquired our company outright and is now the sole owner. This development of Xiaoxing village was also arranged by our chairman. Wang Fu was also very surprised. It was strange that Li Wenjie, the village chief, didn't know his boss's identity, even though they were from the same village. If it weren't for the look in Zhao Dezhu's eyes that urged him to continue, he would have thought there was some hidden story, something the boss didn't want others to know. Ah, Zuzi is the boss. Li Wenjie finally understood, but he still couldn't quite process this information. If anyone else had said this, he would have cursed them, wondering if they were crazy. But since it came from the CEO of the Li Group, he had no choice but to believe it. He stared at Zhao Dezhu in astonishment, his face filled with disbelief. It turned out that Zhao Dezhu, whom he had always assumed had become wealthy only because of this land acquisition, was actually the boss behind the development of Xiaoxing village. How could he not be surprised? If he hadn't known Zhao Dezhu before, it might have been easier to accept. But he knew Zhao Dezhu and his family far too well. Even when Zhao Dezhu was hospitalized recently, they had to borrow money everywhere to get through the crisis. And last year, because they were supporting 2 children's education, they were registered as an impoverished household. In other words, they were poorer than the poorest families. If it weren't for the fact that their medical expenses hadn't been fully reimbursed due to a fight, Zhao Dezhu's family would still be one of the poorest households in Xiaoxing village. At least that's what the official records say. But now, he had suddenly become the owner of the largest real estate company in the county. This made Li Wenjie feel like he was dreaming. Seeing Li Wenjie looking at him with that kind of gaze, Zhao Dezhu seemed stunned for a moment, not quite understanding. He couldn't help but smile and shrug, saying, "Uncle, I told you before, but you didn't believe me." Li Wenjie then seemed to wake from a dream, looking at Zhao Dezhu. "So the idea of exchanging every family's mud house for a villa was also yours, Zuzi? And you provided the money?" Zhao Dezhu didn't deny it. It wasn't something shameful. He smiled and said, "Yes. No wonder. Li Wenjie seemed to have figured something out. "I was wondering how an outsider could develop a tourist area for our village for free and build a villa for every family. So it was you, kid. That explains it all. Zuzi, well done. As Li Wenjie spoke, his gaze towards Zhao Dezhu changed, filled with gratitude and admiration. He didn't know how much money Zhao Dezhu had, but he asked himself, if he were Zhao Dezhu, no matter how many billions or trillions he had, he couldn't have done this. Because in any village, there are relatives and friends, and inevitably, some households will have conflicts, or even enemies. Asking him to fund the construction of villas for these people is something he simply cannot do, which is why he admires Zhao Dezhu. After hearing Li Wenjie's words, everyone looked over. However, Li Wenjie hadn't spoken very loudly before, so everyone only heard the latter part of his statement and was somewhat confused. Seeing him standing with Mr. Wang, a bigwig from the Li Group, they were all puzzled but didn't pay attention to this matter again. "Uncle, keep your voice down. Don't make a fuss about this yet. Let's eat first." Zhao Dezhu quickly gestured for Li Wenjie to calm down. If he revealed this, he was certain the villagers would surround him, asking him all sorts of questions, just like Li Wenjie had done, and then even eating would be disrupted. Li Wenjie, of course, understood this principle and nodded repeatedly, excitedly saying to Zhao Dezhu, Good, Zuzi, uncle knows, but you really are." As he spoke, Li Wenjie gave Zhao Dezhu a thumbs up, his eyes filled with respect. Seeing that Li Wenjie was no longer making a fuss, Zhao Dezhu smiled and asked Wang Fu to arrange for people to be seated. The village officials, because of Li Wenjie's earlier arrangement, sat directly at Wang Fu's table, mainly to show respect. They had initially wanted Zhao Dezhu, the younger generation, to move to another table, but Li Wenjie stopped them. In the end, Zhao Dezhu's table consisted of Wang Fu, Sima Nan, Yang Wenlong, Li Wenjie, Dashan, and the other 2 village heads. With Li Wenjie among them, they were indeed the 3 highest-ranking officials in the village, clearly representing the most prestigious gathering the village could muster. At the table, apart from Li Wenjie, the 2 village heads were extremely respectful, urging everyone to eat and pour wine. This made Zhao Dezhu realize how wise his low-key approach had been. However, despite the 2 village heads' overly polite attitude, the big shots were unusually courteous, showing no airs whatsoever, and instead displaying great respect for Zhao Dezhu. This left the 2 village heads and the villagers standing nearby puzzled. At the other tables, the village elders and children were allowed to eat first, before the Li Group members. The rest of the village and the 100+ people Zhao Dezhu had brought were left until last. Because there were so many people, it would be too late if everyone finished eating, so the opening ceremony began after Zhao Dezhu and the other key figures finished eating. Chapter 253 Shock. The ceremony mainly involved offering incense and sacrifices to ancestors and various deities, naturally presided over by a group of elders, while Zhao Dezhu and his companions stood to the side. Zhao Dezhu would only kneel when the games required kneeling. The ceremony was quite complex, requiring not only various offerings but also specialized individuals to chant scriptures and incantations. Once their side finished, and the guests at the back had finished eating, the formal commencement ceremony began. A temporary stage had already been set up in the village square, as approximately 100 workers from the Li Group were specifically assigned to this task. As a well-dressed couple walked onto the stage, a series of firecrackers exploding for over 10 minutes echoed from the edge of the square, followed by several large cannons blasting through the forest. Flocks of birds took flight from the surrounding mountains and forests of Xiaoxing village. Nearly 1,000 people in the audience applauded enthusiastically, and the joy on the faces of the hundreds of villagers was palpable. Everyone knew that from this day forward, the fate of Xiaoxing village would be drastically different. This was destined to be a day recorded in the village's history. The two hosts first delivered a lengthy speech of blessings for the project, as per protocol. Then, following procedure, each key figure took the stage to give a speech. First, Lin Luoxiu, president of the investment company, then the person in charge of the project from Li's construction company. Each speech was met with rounds of applause from the audience. By the end, everyone's hands were red from clapping. Finally, Wang Fu, general manager of Li's construction company, also took the stage to express his emphasis on the project. He first expressed his gratitude to the villagers of Xiaoxing village for their support of the development project. Then, looking towards Zhao Dezhu and others in the crowd, he solemnly announced into the microphone, "Finally, please welcome Mr. Zhao Dezhu, chairman of our parent company, Dingliangzhou Investment Company, to the stage to deliver a speech." Whoosh! Upon hearing this, all the villagers were stunned. They were all from the same village. Who didn't know Zhao Dezhu? Upon hearing the name, everyone thought they had misheard and turned to look at Zhao Dezhu. Zhao Dezhu was somewhat bewildered. He hadn't allowed Wang Fu to say these words, but seeing everyone looking at him, he could only smile and walk out. Now everyone was even more confused. They all gaped in astonishment. Li Yanghua, Zhao Dezhu's maternal uncle, wasn't present when Zhao Dezhu and his family clashed with Li Kang's family during their return to the village. At the time, they were on a phone call from their father preparing for a sacrificial ceremony and had been busy ever since, not having discussed Zhao Dezhu's identity with Zhao Hai and his family. He was currently standing with his parents and Zhao Hai's family. Seeing Zhao Dezhu walk away, he froze, looking at Zhao Hai. "Hai, what is he talking about? What chairman?" Zhao Hai noticed his brother-in-law and the group of relatives looking at him with puzzled expressions. A sense of pride welled up within him. His entire life had been looked down upon because of poverty and weakness. Now that his son had succeeded, he was naturally incredibly proud. He smiled at his brother-in-law. "Brother, you heard right. Dezhu is now the chairman of this pillar investment company, and the Li Group seems to be under his name too." "What?" Li Yanghua's family had been working away from home. They only returned because of land development projects and the expropriation of their land. They never expected the owner of the development company to be their 20-year-old nephew. This astonished him immensely. This. Several villagers who overheard their conversation reacted with the same disbelief. At this moment, Zhao Dezhu walked onto the stage. The villagers, who had been stunned for a moment, finally reacted. Although still confused, they applauded excitedly. Wang Fu respectfully handed the microphone to Zhao Dezhu and stood behind him. Zhao Dezhu watched the applause continue unabated. The villagers, belatedly looking at him, first smiled and waved to signal them to stop. After the applause subsided, he recounted how his father and he had discussed developing their village as a way to give back to their hometown. He then said, "I want to thank everyone again for developing our village. My father and I thought developing Xiaoxing village would encounter many obstacles, but it went so smoothly. Thank you all." He bowed to the crowd. "I now officially announce the commencement of the Xiaoxing village tourist area development ceremony." The expressions on the faces of the villagers below the stage varied. Some were envious, some grateful. But now, none of the previous complaints remained. Everyone understood why these people were so respectful to Zhao Dezhu and his family. The main character today was Zhao Dezhu. Everyone shared Li Wenjia's earlier thoughts, honestly asking themselves if they were Zhao Dezhu, they certainly couldn't have done this. As Zhao Dezhu finished speaking, Lin Luoxiu and the others brought the prepared ribbon-cutting items to the stage. Zhao Dezhu and several group executives cut the ribbon with scissors. The groundbreaking ceremony concluded perfectly. The villagers cheered from the bottom of their hearts. After Zhao Dezhu stepped off the stage, he was immediately surrounded by the villagers. In their eyes, he had become the most admirable hero. Several elderly people in their 70s and 80s sat together, watching Zhao Dezhu surrounded by the crowd, then looked at him and exclaimed, "This is the kind of son we should have. This is the kind of son we should have." Zhao Dezhu and his family were the talk of the town today. Everyone now knew that the village development was Zhao Dezhu and his father, Zhao Hai's, idea. Many people had looked down on this family before, but they hadn't expected that after becoming wealthy, they wouldn't forget their hometown. Even villagers with whom they had previously had minor conflicts chose to repay evil with kindness. This filled those who had once looked down on them with even greater respect. That evening, the village was filled with singing and dancing. A bonfire was lit in the square, and everyone danced around it. Zhao Dezhu saw the most touching smiles he had ever seen on his parents' faces. Li Ying, too, shed tears more than once. Zhao Dezhu knew his mother was genuinely happy. After the banquet, Zhao Dezhu left the village with his men. There simply wasn't enough room for everyone. Zhao Hai and Li Ying stayed in the village with their grandparents. They said they'd return to the city in a day or two. Zhao Dezhu knew that in the eyes of the older generation, only the village was their true home, so he didn't say anything, only leaving a few people behind to protect the family. Although the village was remote, some things still needed to be guarded against. Song Xiaobao and his group couldn't possibly be unaware of their location. Precautions were necessary. Zhao Dezhu also wanted to rest at home for a while, but he knew there were still many things waiting for him in the city, such as Song Xiaobao and his Dakang group. If he didn't make a statement soon, they would have to take action. Chapter 254 Song Xiaobao's Attitude. The next day, Zhao Dezhu slept in late. The matter of Xiaoxing village remained a significant concern for him. Starting work today was a relief for Zhao Dezhu. After waking up and washing up, the two aunties had already prepared breakfast for him. After eating, Zhao Dezhu played on his phone for a while, then realized that the class reunion was in 2 days, and he might not have time. Therefore, Zhao Dezhu decided to take care of the things at hand first. The most important thing now was naturally Song Xiaobao's matter. He predicted that Song Xiaobao would contact him today. Zhao Dezhu called over Yang Wenlong, Deshan, and the others. Let's go have some tea. Yes, boss. One of them immediately went to get the car. By the time Zhao Dezhu and Yang Wenlong reached the villa entrance, the car was already there. Zhao Dezhu got in and looked at Deshan, who was driving, saying, "Brother Shan, let's go to Yafan's tea house." "Okay, boss." Deshan agreed and drove out of the villa area. After driving some distance, several cars appeared in front and behind, protecting them. Before the car even reached its destination, Yang Wenlong received a phone call. After a few hums, he looked at Zhao Dezhu and said, "Boss, President Song wants to see you." Zhao Dezhu glanced out the window, recognizing President Song as Song Xiaobao, and said directly, "Have him come to the tea house." "Okay, boss," Yang Wenlong replied, then said into the phone, "President Song, just come to Wanghaichuan like last time. Our boss is on his way there for tea." Okay, Yang Wenlong agreed and hung up. "Boss, Song Xiaobao's tone is much more polite now," Yang Wenlong said, putting away his phone. "Perhaps he's come to his senses. Actually, I don't want Dakang Group for the money, I just need Dakang's influence. I hope he can think this through, otherwise, he'll lose more than just Dakang." Yang Wenlong nodded. He had been with Zhao Dezhu the longest and knew that Zhao Dezhu didn't care about the small Dakang. He wanted Dakang only because of its nature. Given Zhao Dezhu's current temperament, if he wants to con, he'll definitely find a way to get it. If Song Xiaobao is sensible, he might get even more than he has now. However, if he continues to oppose Zhao Dezhu, only death awaits him. Yang Wenlong understands this, but he doesn't know what Song Xiaobao is thinking. Soon, while the group chatted, the car arrived at Wanghaichuan. The others remained outside on guard, while Zhao Dezhu led Yang Wenlong and Dashan into the shop. Just as they entered, Yang Wenlong pressed his earpiece, looked at Zhao Dezhu, and said, "Let them in." "Boss, he's here," Yang Wenlong said. Zhao Dezhu nodded. Yafan also saw Zhao Dezhu at this moment and went straight to greet him, "Brother Zhu." Upon seeing Zhao Dezhu, he seemed very happy, but also somewhat afraid, even avoiding direct eye contact with Zhao Dezhu. After all, he had witnessed even the underground emperor Song Xiaobao utterly subservient to Zhao Dezhu last time, forced to be subservient. He didn't dare inquire about Zhao Dezhu's identity, but he knew Zhao Dezhu was undoubtedly an incredibly powerful figure. "No need to be polite, just bring us tea, the same room as last time." Zhao Dezhu chuckled, patted Yafan's shoulder, then, as if remembering something, asked, "Is anyone inside?" Seeing Zhao Dezhu's continued amiability, Yafan felt a warmth in his heart. "No, I'll lead you up." "No need, just treat us like family, we know the way." Seeing Yafan's nervous expression, Zhao Dezhu found it somewhat amusing. Humans are truly strange creatures. The same person, the same tone, but different identities, resulting in two different fates. That's human nature, that's reality, it seems no one can escape it. Alright, I'll go make tea." Yafan replied respectfully. Zhao Dezhu didn't say anything more, leading the two directly upstairs to the same room and view as before. However, it was refreshing and invigorating, without a hint of boredom. Just as the three sat down in the room, the tall, dark-skinned Song Xiaobao also came upstairs, carrying a thick briefcase. He was alone, indicating he had come alone today. "Mr. Song, you've arrived." Zhao Dezhu sat down in a chair, smiling at Song Xiaobao as if seeing an old friend. To an outsider, they would appear to be longtime acquaintances. Song Xiaobao looked at Zhao Dezhu, a flash of surprise in his eyes. He hadn't expected Zhao Dezhu, at his age, to have such an expression when facing him. He had assumed that someone Zhao Dezhu's age would always wear his heart on his sleeve, his expressions revealing his inner thoughts. But Zhao Dezhu was like a seasoned veteran, his face bearing an inscrutable expression. There was absolutely no way to read his thoughts from his face. What kind of person was this? What kind of cunning did he possess to have gone this far? The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. He had always thought Zhao Dezhu was just an arrogant young man who relied on his connections. But now he realized that everything Zhao Dezhu did was utterly unpredictable. Many things you knew he was doing, but you couldn't find any flaws to counter him. It was like a knife to your throat, even the cold glint of the blade could suffocate you, but you were powerless, and no one was there to stop it. Yes, that was the feeling. Song Xiaobao, frankly, was a thug, and that was the best way to describe his feelings towards Zhao Dezhu. That was why he had come to find Zhao Dezhu. President Zhao, Song Xiaobao's tone had lost its previous sharpness. He lowered his head, as if he had figured something out, as if he was compromising with Zhao Dezhu. Zhao Dezhu naturally noticed this as well, and his appreciation for Song Xiaobao grew considerably. Please sit down, Zhao Dezhu said with a smile. The tea here is quite good. Song Xiaobao remained silent, looking up at Zhao Dezhu with a strange glint in his eyes. He then knelt directly before Zhao Dezhu, who was seated in a chair. Chapter 255 Equity Transfer. President Song, what's going on? Zhao Dezhu looked at Song Xiaobao, his face still bearing his usual faint smile. President Zhao, please listen to me. Song Xiaobao's face had long since lost its contempt for Zhao Dezhu. His expression towards Zhao Dezhu was genuinely sincere. President Zhao, to be honest, I've investigated you, and I've discovered I have no power to fight against you. Song Xiaobao lowered his head. Just like you said, I only have two choices now, one is to follow you, and the other is to die. I don't want to die, I still have family. Please, spare my life. Song Xiaobao immediately prostrated himself on the ground. He had indeed investigated Zhao Dezhu. From his cousin Song Yangyuan to his own rise to power at Dakang Group, he had handled all the investigations into Zhao Dezhu. These past few days, he had used his own resources and the entire group's influence to thoroughly investigate Zhao Dezhu's identity, his enemies, his family, and his friends. But in the end, he discovered that Zhao Dezhu was just an ordinary high school graduate from a rural area. He had no background, no powerful connections. But that was precisely what terrified him. A man protected by more than a dozen armed special forces soldiers was an ordinary person? Isn't that absurd? This made Song Xiaobao suddenly realize that Zhao Dezhu was no ordinary person. On the contrary, his true identity was definitely terrifying. Over the years, the Dakang Group had deep connections in Yao City, and even in parts of Yunnan Province and neighboring Guizhou and Sichuan provinces. But despite such a deep network of connections, they couldn't find a single trace of Zhao Dezhu's identity. After Zhao Dezhu said those words to him that day, he had been thinking about it. He had considered getting rid of Zhao Dezhu, but then he remembered his cousin's previous schemes, and the results were well known. Not only were Gao Xing and his underlings dead, but even his cousin, who held a high position and was practically the only one who mattered in Yaya City, was killed with a single bullet. He felt that if he continued to oppose Zhao Dezhu, perhaps his own fate would be no different. Before, he might have had some doubts, wondering if his cousin had been killed by some enemy by chance. But after Zhao Dezhu said in the tea house that he only needed to say one word to take his life, Song Xiaobao knew with absolute certainty that Zhao Dezhu was behind it. This plunged him into despair. He remembered Zhao Dezhu's words urging him to make a decision quickly. He had seriously considered it for the past 2 days. For himself, for his family, for the Dakang Group, he wanted to follow Zhao Dezhu. Perhaps this wouldn't only not affect him, but would also bring the Dakang Group to new heights. Frankly, after years of living on the edge, all he wanted was a stable and prosperous life. If he lost his life, what was the point of stability and prosperity? So, after a fierce internal struggle, he decided to follow Zhao Dezhu. In short, his priority was to save his own life. Zhao Dezhu sat in his chair, a hint of amusement in his eyes as he looked at Song Xiaobao. He was young and inexperienced, but he wasn't stupid. How could he not see through Song Xiaobao's intentions? However, this meant nothing to him. He thought of Wang Fu, who was currently in charge of the development of Xiaoxing village. Wang Fu's status was probably incomparable to Song Xiaobao's. But back then, Wang Fu's murderous intent towards him was no less than Song Xiaobao's. In fact, under Li Tianyi's instigation, Wang Fu's murderous intent was even stronger. The current Song Xiaobao didn't harbor much hatred towards him, it was mostly a matter of self-interest. His current submission wasn't genuine, but once he gradually saw his abilities, perhaps he would be even more loyal to him than Wang Fu. He looked at Song Xiaobao, showing no arrogance despite Song Xiaobao's submission. Instead, he calmly said, Mr. Song, I told you, as long as you follow me and do as I say, you'll only live a better life than you do now. Since you've come to that conclusion, stand up. I'm not an ancient emperor, I don't need such grand gestures. Yes, yes, yes. Hearing Zhao Dezhu's words, Song Xiaobao knew his life was spared. He didn't care about Zhao Dezhu's promise of a better life. As long as he could maintain his current power and livelihood, he was content. Song Xiaobao stood up and respectfully walked to a spot about 2 meters in front of Zhao Dezhu, holding the file folder in both hands. Mr. Zhao, he said, this contains the shares of my cousin Song Yangyuan and myself in Dakang Group, totaling 70%. We have absolute decision-making power in Dakang Group. I'm willing to hand everything over to you, Mr. Zhao, hoping you can help my family survive. It's not that serious, Zhao Dezhu said, gesturing for Yang Wenlong to take the file folder from Song Xiaobao. He glanced at it and saw it was a share transfer agreement. Once he signed it and had it notarized, the 70% stake in Dakang Group would be his. I'll take these shares, but you'll remain the chairman of Dakang Group. As long as you listen to me, I guarantee your income will more than double. Furthermore, I won't let you control anyone in Dakang Group. In other words, you only need to be responsible to me. Zhao Dezhu naturally understood the principle of giving a slap and then a treat. What he wanted was the connections and influence that Song Xiaobao and Dakang could utilize. And now, to control Dakang, he naturally needed a frontman. And Song Xiaobao was the perfect candidate. The cost of his survival was many times greater than his death. This was why Zhao Dezhu had spared Song Xiaobao's life until now. Sure enough, Zhao Dezhu's move immediately stunned Song Xiaobao. He naturally understood Zhao Dezhu's meaning. He had come to Zhao Dezhu with these shares, essentially offering money to buy his life. What he hadn't expected was that although Zhao Dezhu wanted the shares in Dakang Group, Zhao Dezhu also said his income would even double, and he would still be the nominal controller of Dakang Group. In other words, he wouldn't lose anything except the shares. This made Zhao Dezhu even more incomprehensible to him. He couldn't understand what this young man, barely 20, wanted. But he quickly nodded in agreement. Okay, thank you, Mr. Zhao, for giving me a second chance. Have a second chance. Zhao Dezhu suddenly seemed to remember something. I really do have something I need you to change, something I need the entire Dakang Group to change. Song Xiaobao was taken aback. Sure enough, this young man couldn't resist making demands after all. He had sensed from the beginning that it wouldn't be that simple, and it turned out to be true. Chapter 256 Dakang Group's Transformation? This new boss is probably just trying to squeeze profits out of the group, right? Song Xiaobao couldn't fathom what Zhao Dezhu was thinking after acquiring Dakang Group, nothing more than wanting money. But there was nothing he could do. He'd anticipated this outcome after deciding to use his shares to save his family, but he hadn't expected Zhao Dezhu to be so impatient, rushing things without even completing the share transfer. Despite his thoughts, to save his own life, Song Xiaobao still put on a show of listening attentively. People like him, who mingled in society, were adept at changing their tune depending on the situation. Having decided to follow Zhao Dezhu, he naturally wouldn't go against his wishes. Zhao Dezhu noticed the subtle change in Song Xiaobao's expression but didn't pay it any mind. I need you to completely clean up all of Dakang Group's shady businesses. I don't want any problems with my companies, Zhao Dezhu said softly. What? Song Xiaobao hadn't expected Zhao Dezhu to say this. This wasn't just different from what he had thought, it was the opposite. He had initially thought Zhao Dezhu wanted money, but now he was clearly saying he wanted to burn it all. You see, Dakang Group started out in the shady business world, and even now, it controlled nightclubs, foot massage parlors, underground casinos, and more throughout Yaya City. The nature of these industries is self-evident. Which of them isn't propped up by shady dealings? Now, Zhao Dezhu is actually demanding the closure of Dakang Group's shady businesses. Even if Dakang Group doesn't collapse, it will certainly suffer a severe blow. It seems his young boss is indeed impetuous. He's oversimplified things. Even if he listens to Zhao Dezhu, doing so will definitely affect the interests of many. It won't just displease the remaining 30% of Dakang Group shareholders, it will also harm the interests of certain powerful figures. This is no small matter. Boss, this. Song Xiaobao seemed somewhat troubled. He already had opponents within the group. If this reform plan were to be communicated now, many would likely become restless. In short, it all comes down to one word: money. Mr. Song, please speak frankly about your concerns. Since I chose you, I will address your worries. Yes, boss. Song Xiaobao still couldn't quite grasp Zhao Dezhu's personality. He was afraid that Zhao Dezhu might get angry and send him to feed the fish in Erhai Lake. They had done this many times before, especially during the chaotic years in Yayo City. Even the fish caught in Erhai Lake were plumper than in previous years. This wasn't just a rumor. Song Xiaobao knew this history firsthand. Even in today's society, countless people disappear without a trace every year. There are countless intricacies involved. Song Xiaobao knew all too well that what others showed him was only what they wanted him to see. He had finally come to terms with it. The underworld was merely a tool of capital, and he himself had willingly become the tool that was reality. He cautiously observed Zhao Dezhu, ready to stop if anything he said clearly displeased Zhao Dezhu. Boss, a large portion of Dakang Group's revenue comes from the gray market. If these channels are cut off, I'm afraid it will paralyze the group. because it will affect the interests of many people. Song Xiaobao explained the situation to Zhao Dezhu. Fortunately, Zhao Dezhu listened attentively without showing any displeasure. Song Xiaobao breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed his words hadn't offended Zhao Dezhu, but he wondered if Zhao Dezhu would seriously consider the matter. Although Zhao Dezhu's words seemed like a simple statement, for a group like Dekong Group with its unique nature, they were a matter of immense importance. There were far too many issues involved. That's why Song Xiaobao risked defending Zhao Dezhu by speaking out about this. Zhao Dezhu thought seriously for a moment, then looked at Song Xiaobao. President Song, I understand what you're saying. After all, it's a group that's been built up over decades, and its main source of income is those shady industries. It certainly can't be changed overnight. I won't ask you to change the group situation all at once, but frankly, it all boils down to money. Once the money's in place, many things will be easier to discuss. Song Xiaobao nodded involuntarily upon hearing Zhao Dezhu's explanation. While it wasn't as simple as Zhao Dezhu made it out to be, it was indeed a significant reason. As for lending money at exorbitant interest rates, employing thugs, and keeping mistresses, I can give you time to gradually change those things. After all, once a market forms for something, it means there's a supply and demand link. At this moment, Ye Fan respectfully brought over a tea tray and poured Zhao Dezhu a cup of tea. Zhao Dezhu nodded, not bothering to hide it from Ye Fan, and took a sip of his tea. But there's one thing that must be changed, and that's the drug. I don't want to see it anywhere in the Dekong Group. If I find anyone violating this rule, don't blame me for taking their life. Zhao Dezhu had heard Yang Wenlong talk about the dangers of this drug before. Not only has it ruined many families, but countless heroes have sacrificed their lives every year in the fight against drug traffickers. This was something Zhao Dezhu couldn't tolerate. Yang Wenlong and Dasan's eyes lit up after hearing Zhao Dezhu's words. They suddenly understood why Zhao Dezhu, with his immense wealth, was so desperate to acquire the small Dekong Group. He wanted to use the Dekong Group to fundamentally change many things. A sense of admiration welled up in their hearts for Zhao Dezhu. Song Xiaobao hesitated for a moment, secretly glancing at Zhao Dezhu. He noticed that Zhao Dezhu's eyes were resolute and his expression determined when he said those words, as if there was absolutely no room for negotiation. He could only nod heavily. As long as Zhao Dezhu didn't tell him to die, he would listen to him. I want Dekong Group to transform itself, to get into construction, investment, even film and television, but it absolutely cannot do those shady businesses. I know it's difficult, but it's necessary. Zhao Dezhu's words sent shockwaves through Song Xiaobao's mind. In his eyes, Zhao Dezhu's idea was tantamount to suicide. The Dekong Group has so many people, so many employees, most of whom are involved in the gray market. The men work as security guards in nightclubs and casinos, basically, as thugs. The women number in the hundreds, working as hostesses, basically prostitutes. Aside from the group's management, these people make up the majority. What if they suddenly stopped doing this? What would they eat? Could they survive? Would they still take orders from the group? This left Song Xiaobao feeling lost and uncertain about the future of the Dekong Group. Was the Dekong Group, built up over decades, going to be destroyed in his hands? Chapter 257: A Major Cancer. Song Xiaobao felt a profound sense of helplessness at being swept along by fate. Even though his cousin was the head of a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate, an underworld emperor no one dared to offend, he was still easily dealt with by Zhao Dezhu with a single bullet. People like Zhao Dezhu, who could support an army in the city, had absolutely no power to resist. Just like him now, if someone wanted his life, he had no choice. Zhao Dezhu had already investigated the Dekong Group's background beforehand. Seeing Song Xiaobao's appearance, more distressed than if his mother had died, Zhao Dezhu remained silent. He could have simply given Song Xiaobao a sum of money to deal with the aftermath of Dekong Group losing certain revenue streams. That was indeed his plan before coming here. But after seeing Song Xiaobao, his thoughts suddenly changed. Dekong was still profitable, generating 1 to 2 billion yuan a year. Even with thousands of employees, it could sustain itself for a while. Giving Song Xiaobao more money now, would it really show any benefit? He might even be seen as a fool by this seasoned veteran, spending money without receiving a single penny from the group. Therefore, Zhao Dezhu decided to use his resources wisely. He would give Song Xiaobao money, but not now, at least until Dekong Group listened to him and needed funds. If Song Xiaobao truly wanted to work for him, after the group underwent reforms and legalized its previously gray area businesses, they would naturally need money when those businesses stopped generating profits. Perhaps giving Song Xiaobao 1 yuan then would be completely different from giving him 1 yuan now. So Zhao Dezhu smiled, looked at Song Xiaobao, and changed his original intention of saying, "Tell me how much money you need." To President Song, my first task for you is to seize all the heroin, both overt and covert, under the company's name. Within 5 days at most, I want the entire Dekong area to be free of even a single gram of heroin. Boom! Like a bolt from the blue, Zhao Dezhu's casually uttered sentence was like a 100-ton nuclear bomb exploding in Song Xiaobeo's mind. He had expected Zhao Dezhu to say something unacceptable, but he hadn't imagined it would be such a shocking statement. He stood there, unsure what to do. He was utterly confused. Zhao Dezhu looked at Song Xiaobeo, feigning ignorance, and asked, "Manager Song, is there some difficulty? You can tell me this." Song Xiaobeo looked at Zhao Dezhu, suddenly feeling a chill run down his spine. When Zhao Dezhu first mentioned cracking down on the gray industries, he thought it was wishful thinking. Now, however, he had some doubts. Judging from Zhao Dezhu's increasingly aggressive approach, this was forcing him to pledge his loyalty. What kind of person was this? He looked only in his teens or 20s, but every time he saw him, Zhao Dezhu was the only one making decisions. Yet, every word he spoke seemed calculated and strategic, as if he said nothing, yet everything was said. This left him uncertain, unsure of what to do. After much deliberation, Song Xiaobeo realized this was simply beyond his capabilities. Over the years, the Dakang Group had grown from a small gang of a few people to a criminal organization of a dozen or so, and now to a large conglomerate with thousands of employees. Whether during the chaotic days or in today's peaceful times, every single day had been spent relying on these businesses, especially the heroin business, which was the pillar of the entire group, accounting for over 70% of its profits. If such a core business were to collapse within 5 days, the entire group would crumble along with it. He felt that Zhao Dezhu wasn't unaware of the difficulty of this task. He was clearly trying to kill him. Whether he listened to him or not, he would die. Whether he listened, he would still die. Listening to him would only delay his death by a few days, nothing more. So, mustering his courage, he said, "Mr. Zhao, I can't do this." "Oh." Zhao Dezhu looked at Song Xiaobeo and said calmly, "Why?" "Mr. Zhao, now that I've transferred the shares to you, I'm not afraid to tell you the truth." He glanced at Zhao Dezhu, then cautiously looked at Ye Fan, appearing unusually cautious. "Xiao Fan, you go and look after the shop." Zhao Dezhu knew he didn't want Ye Fan, an outsider, to overhear their next words. As for Deshan and Yang Wenlong, he didn't dare send them away. After all, he knew these two were Zhao Dezhu's bodyguards and wouldn't leave the private room, leaving him and Zhao Dezhu alone. Yes, brother Zhu. Ye Fan also knew that what Zhao Dezhu and the others were about to say wasn't something he should hear. He quickly left the room, closing the door behind him. Seeing Ye Fan leave, Song Xiaobeo explained to Zhao Dezhu, "President Zhao, our Dakang Group's annual revenue is over 1 billion yuan, and this heroin business accounts for 70% of that. Like this year, due to the pandemic, many people without the resources simply couldn't do this business. Our Dakang Group used special channels to distribute our products in several surrounding provinces and cities, and our annual profit reached over 2 billion yuan. You could say that Dakang is sustained by this business. If it were completely cut off, Dakang would collapse." "What?" Zhao Dezhu slammed his fist on the table and stood up abruptly. He completely ignored what Song Xiaobeo had said afterward. What mattered most was the previous statement about annual profits exceeding 1 billion yuan, and even reaching over 2 billion yuan this year. This sent a chill down Zhao Dezhu's spine. "What did you say?" Zhao Dezhu trembled. "How many people lose their lives every year? How many families are torn apart?" Song Xiaobeo was so frightened by Zhao Dezhu's words that he knelt on the ground again. He didn't understand why Zhao Dezhu was reacting so strongly. He only knew that the usually calm Zhao Dezhu was now so enraged that he might kill him. Seeing Zhao Dezhu's reaction, Song Xiaobeo realized that this naive young man was ashamed of the business he was involved in. He nervously explained, "Mr. Zhao, you know that our Dakang Group made its fortune this way. Please don't be angry." Zhao Dezhu slumped weakly into his chair. He suddenly remembered that the underworld was called the underworld precisely because it contained countless shady dealings. Whether he knew it or not, it simply existed. Zhao Dezhu suppressed his anger, his resolve hardening. He had money, plenty of money. If he could use that money to help more people escape the clutches of heroin addiction, he was willing to go bankrupt. Now that he had acquired Dakang, he would start with himself, and the first step was naturally to completely seize control of the Dakang Group. So, Zhao Dezhu looked at Song Xiaobeo on the ground and said, Chapter 258 Two Paths. There's no room for negotiation on this. As long as you listen to me, I won't let you suffer. But if you insist on not changing, then there's nothing I can do. Zhao Dezhu's tone became unusually serious. Zhao Dezhu stood up, his face earnest. I'll give you and Dakang Group two choices. Zhao Dezhu walked to the glass window, looking at the distant scenery. One is for me to directly destroy Dakang Group, making this cancerous growth disappear completely. The other is for you to change. There are plenty of ways out. I'll help you then, and I might even make you richer. Zhao Dezhu knew these people were heinous criminals, but he couldn't just kill them all. If possible, he could only choose to make them change. But for those who were truly obstinate, he now had the power to bring them to their doom. Song Xiaobao hadn't expected that Zhao Dezhu wouldn't change his mind after he explained the seriousness of the situation, and had even given him the ultimate ultimatum. This left him truly at a loss. In his view, Zhao Dezhu's claim that he would help them live better lives was simply childish naivete. Most of the people in the group had been with them through thick and thin, adept at illegal activities. But was it really feasible to get them into legitimate business? Several attempts to legitimize their operations over the years had ultimately failed. Could a new, younger boss possibly reverse the situation? Song Xiaobao thought it was impossible. However, seeing Zhao Dezhu's uncompromising attitude, he knew he couldn't persuade him. He could only take it one step at a time, doing as Zhao Dezhu suggested for now, and figuring things out if it failed. After all, he'd had enough of this life of constant danger. If the transformation was successful, he wouldn't have to live in constant fear anymore. Song Xiaobao looked at Zhao Dezhu. Mr. Zhao, I'll work for you. Over the years, we've known this business is shady. Although we claim to have cleaned up our act, everyone knows we're still doing these underhanded things. Nobody with any status looks down on us. Song Xiaobao sighed, as if Zhao Dezhu's grand pronouncements had extinguished the last vestige of conscience in his heart. We've thought about reform, several times we've wanted to truly stand in the light. After all, these days, you could lose your head at any moment. But so many people under us need to eat. If we really reform, not only will our subordinates go hungry, but it will also affect the interests of too many others. It's already a complete chain of vested interests, which is why it's become like this. Song Xiaobao's face was full of helplessness, as if he had thought of something heartbreaking. Actually, we're just pitiful people swept along by fate. Zhao Dezhu stood there, listening to Song Xiaobao's words, and suddenly seemed to understand the true meaning of, in the world of gangsters, one is not in control of one's own destiny. The current Song Xiaobao and the former Song Yan Yuan are the same kind of person. Society always forces people to become the kind of person they once hated, and they are forced to go further and further away until there is no turning back. What Song Xiaobao said may not be entirely true, but it is undeniable that there is a great deal of helplessness involved. The forced circumstances you mentioned, is that referring to the remaining 30% of shareholders? Zhao Dezhu's question stunned Song Xiaobao. He increasingly couldn't understand this young man, everything seemed transparent to him. Zhao Dezhu ignored Song Xiaobao's astonishment. He looked at Song Xiaobao earnestly. I don't care what your reasons were before, I don't want to hear them, I don't care. I don't want to hear about forced circumstances. Just do it. His eyes turned cold. If any of those people you mentioned dare to stand in my way, I'll make them sacrifice themselves to the fallen soldiers, no matter who they are, even if they're the emperor himself. Zhao Dezhu's determination startled Yang Wenlong and Dasan behind him. It strengthened their resolve to follow Zhao Dezhu. These people, who had witnessed too much death, hated Song Xiaobao to the core. However, there were too many like him, killing them all was unrealistic. If Zhao Dezhu could truly change the situation and put a company like Dakang Group on the right track, they would be happy to see it. They also knew that even those at higher levels would be happy to see this happen. The only question was whether Zhao Dezhu's methods would be effective. Yes, Song Xiaobao nodded, accepting this task that seemed impossible to him. However, he wasn't so uncertain now. After all, with such an unfathomable figure as Zhao Dezhu as his backer, he might actually give it a try. Perhaps Dakang Group really could find a new way out, becoming a company that no longer needed to hide in the shadows. If that day ever came, then Song Xiaobao would be completely exonerated. Alright, you can go back now. This matter is settled. Your life is in your own hands, take control. Zhao Dezhu picked up his teacup and refilled it for Yang Wenlong and Dasan. Song Xiaobao, seeing Zhao Dezhu no longer looking at him, hesitated, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't. But he didn't say a word, respectfully nodded, and left Wang Haixuan. Come, have some tea, Zhao Dezhu said, looking at Dasan and the other man. Don't stand there, it's making me dizzy. Zhao Dezhu chuckled and scolded. Seeing Song Xiaobao leave, the two men stopped being polite and sat down next to Zhao Dezhu. They were usually more like friends, but at this moment, there was a different look in their eyes when they looked at Zhao Dezhu. What's wrong? Zhao Dezhu pushed a teacup to each of them. Two grown men, looking at me like that. Boss, to be honest, at your age, to think of so much, I'm really surprised, Dasan said, looking at Zhao Dezhu with some admiration. Yang Wenlong also nodded. The quality they saw in Zhao Dezhu was truly extraordinary. How to describe it? He possessed the decisiveness and ruthlessness expected of a man, yet also a noble sense of justice and a desire to help others when one achieves success. This resonated deeply with those of them who had served in the military. Now, in their eyes, Zhao Dezhu was not merely someone to protect, but a person worthy of their respect. It was truly remarkable that a 20-year-old could evoke such emotions in two burly men who had faced countless life or death situations. Zhao Dezhu felt somewhat uncomfortable seeing the way the two men were looking at him. Isn't this what everyone would do? I just did what everyone wants to do. Hearing Zhao Dezhu's words, the two men exchanged glances and found a hint of emotion in each other's eyes. Chapter 259 Surprise. In short, we want to thank you on behalf of those who have suffered from drugs. Yang Wenlong was unusually serious since meeting Zhao Dezhu. Dashan nodded as well. Zhao Dezhu knew these two were just like that, and simply chuckled and cursed, so damn pretentious. Then he took a sip of tea, looked at the distant mountains, and a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. Yayo City is about to change. Yang Wenlong and Dashan looked at Zhao Dezhu, somewhat excited. At first glance, Zhao Dezhu's words seemed like youthful chivalry, naive in their own way. But for others, this might seem like a pipe dream. Zhao Dezhu was different. He genuinely had the ability to realize his seemingly absurd idea. Boss, what if Song Xiaobao doesn't obey? Yang Wenlong asked worriedly. After all, Song Xiaobao had been living a life of violence for decades and was not someone to be trifled with. Zhao Dezhu hadn't thought that far ahead. To him, someone like Song Xiaobao was utterly heinous. If he disobeyed, he'd simply get rid of him without any qualms. He was no longer the man who wouldn't even dare kill a chicken. It's alright, if he's disobedient, let him be quiet forever, Zhao Dezhu said calmly. Dagang is incredibly complicated, with too many vested interests involved, but I don't care. I don't need to rely on these intricate schemes to make a living. Zhao Dezhu's words made Dashan and Yang Wenlong suddenly realize something. Initially, when Zhao Dezhu told Song Xiaobao to resolve things within 5 days, they thought Zhao Dezhu was too young and impulsive. They believed that if he wanted to reform Dagang Group, he should first firmly grasp its control. Then he could gradually make changes. Only now, Zhao Dezhu's words made them understand that he truly had an absolute advantage in this matter, since he didn't need to rely on Dagang Group for profits. He could go all out and have fun. Yes, have fun. He had plenty of money and manpower. He might hesitate to deal with ordinary people. After all, he couldn't indiscriminately kill innocents, but this was the Dagang Group. Was there even one ordinary person inside? From the senior executives to the lower-level bosses, none of them were innocent, so Zhao Dezhu could completely run rampant. For the time being, have Brother Feng and the others keep a close eye on the Dagang Group. If anyone is really disobedient or still committing heinous acts, just take them out, Zhao Dezhu said to Yang Wenlong with a smile. Okay, I'll arrange it right away, Yang Wenlong agreed, completely agreeing with Zhao Dezhu's method. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. There's nothing to discuss. We'll see how things go. Come, have some tea. Zhao Dezhu invited the two to drink tea, his earlier seriousness gone. The group spent several more hours there, chatting and sipping tea. During this time, Zhao Dezhu also received a call from his father, who said that his uncle Zhao Yun and his family had been detained in the police station for 24 hours for disturbing public order and had only just returned to the village. Initially, they were prepared to cause trouble for his family, but upon hearing from the villagers that the development company belonged to Zhao Hai's family, they were stunned. The family immediately drove to town, their destination unknown. After hearing his father's words, Zhao Dezhu simply told him not to worry, that he would handle whatever trouble they caused. However, while he spoke lightly, he was inwardly furious at Zhao Yun's family's behavior. He thought to himself that if they continued to cause trouble, he would put them in jail. The repeated provocations had long since exhausted the last shred of familial affection in Zhao Dezhu's heart. If they didn't restrain themselves, not only would he not forgive them, but he would also take back the villa he had promised to build for them. Zhao Hai nodded after hearing his son's words. He was utterly disappointed in his elder brother's family. From this day forward, he would no longer consider past ties. Having thought it through, he stopped dwelling on the issue. After experiencing so much, he had finally resolved his inner conflict. After telling Zhao Dezhu he would return to the city the next day, he hung up the phone. Today and tomorrow, the village will clear away all the necessary belongings and move out of their homes. Tomorrow, the villagers will collectively move to the accommodations arranged by the county company, and the village's construction project will officially begin. Zhao Dezhu could tell from his father's words that his tone was noticeably lighter. He knew his father had finally let go, which relieved him as well. His mood improved unconsciously. Indeed, emotions are contagious, especially among those closest to us. Zhao Dezhu and the others stayed until sunset, watching the beautiful fiery clouds before leaving Wanghaichuan. Back at the villa, taking advantage of the daylight, Zhao Dezhu and two others went to Villa Number 1 for a walk. They found that many of the buildings were already largely complete, exuding a high-class feel. This was the benefit of having money. In such a short time, the villa already possessed a unique charm. Speaking of which, this villa deserves a lot of credit. It's because of this villa that the Dagang Group ended up in our hands, Zhao Dezhu said with a smile to the two men. Gao Xing said they plan to turn this villa into a private club or something. Why don't we call Song Xiaobao over tomorrow and let him tell us their plans? Zhao Dezhu looked at the roughly renovated house. Indeed, with a little more renovation and some necessary additions, this villa would be perfect for a private club. It would be a bit too big for living in. Brother Long, have Song Xiaobao come over tomorrow. I think their idea is good, it's a waste to have people living in this villa. Zhao Dezhu said to Yang Wenlong, then started walking downstairs. Yes, boss. Yang Wenlong replied, then picked up his phone and started typing. He typed while walking. Okay, boss. Back home, the two housekeepers quickly served everyone a hot meal. And you know what? They really do make a living from this. Their cooking is top-notch, although in Zhao Dezhu's opinion, their dishes are still a little different from his mother's. It was almost perfect, still very delicious. After lunch, Zhao Dezhu went to his office and began directing his 5 traders to start the day's work. Now, these 5 traders looked at Zhao Dezhu like a god, obeying his every word. After a hard night's work, they finished as usual at 4 in the morning and, as always, slept soundly. When he woke up at noon, his family had returned to the villa, and this time there was one more person, his eldest uncle. To Zhao Dezhu's surprise, just after he and his family finished lunch, a huge delivery truck arrived at the entrance of the residential area, giving him a truly delightful surprise. Chapter 260 The Mysterious Gift. Boss, there's a package outside. They say it's yours. Yang Wenlong went to the store himself after receiving Li Feng's call and returned an hour later to tell Zhao Dezhu. Zhao Dezhu was a little suspicious, but he didn't use his precognitive ability to check. Just moments before, he had received a WeChat message from Su Jin saying a gift was at his door and he should go receive it. As for what was inside, Su Jin didn't say, only mysteriously adding that Zhao Dezhu would definitely like it. Zhao Dezhu didn't press for details or use his precognitive ability. After all, life needs surprises. He was quite curious, since Su Jin had mentioned sending him a mystery gift several days ago, and it hadn't arrived until now. She must have put a lot of thought into it. What is it? Why wasn't it delivered to my door? Zhao Dezhu asked instinctively. A large trailer truck couldn't get in, Yang Wenlong replied. As for what's inside, they said only you can open it. Wow, so mysterious? Zhao Dezhu was a little amused. Su Jin was really funny, he had to open it himself. He really didn't know what it was. This mysterious process really piqued Zhao Dezhu's curiosity. Yuan, come here, let's go see. Zhao Dezhu called to his younger sister. She had just finished her exams and was planning to have her older brother take her to register for driving lessons today, but instead, he wanted her to go check it out. She happily put away her phone and stood up. Brother, what is it? I don't know either, let's go see. The adults smiled as they watched Zhao Dezhu and Zhao Yuan mysteriously follow Yang Wenlong out, then went back to chatting. As they walked out, Zhao Yuan looked at Zhao Dezhu. Brother, are you taking me to register this afternoon? What's the rush? You just turned 18 not long ago, right? Zhao Dezhu asked with a smile. It's only been a short time since I passed the test, what's the big deal? Zhao Yuan pouted. Even if I only passed yesterday, I could still take the test. Okay, I'm going to practice for the 3rd stage of the driving test later, and I'll register you while I'm at it. You can watch how to practice for the 3rd stage too. Yay! Zhao Yuan was overjoyed, her mind filled with images of her future driving. Her family had always been poor, and she had never imagined that her older brother would have already prepared a car for her by the time she turned 18, all she had to do was get her license. Now, all of this made her incredibly happy. As a young girl who had just turned 18, she was naturally filled with anticipation. Zhao Dezhu, seeing the increasing smiles on his family's faces, felt the benefits of money more and more. Amidst their laughter and conversation, the group arrived at the entrance of the residential complex, where a large red truck was parked straight down. The truck was obviously very wide, but it was enormous, unable to enter the complex, or perhaps unable to turn around. So the truck was parked outside. Because the carriage is enclosed, there's no way to see what's inside, which makes everyone very curious. Sir, this is our boss, your cargo owner. Yang Wenlong politely walked up to the truck driver standing to the side, offering him a cigarette. The driver accepted the cigarette, thank you. Then he glanced at the young Zhao Dezhu, tucked the cigarette behind his ear, and greeted him. Hello, sir. Hello, sir, Zhao Dezhu replied politely. This person had come all this way to transport his goods, so he naturally wanted to treat him with courtesy. I'm Zhao Dezhu. Please open the goods for me. The driver didn't hesitate, looking politely at the young Zhao Dezhu, and then respectfully said, Sir, please show me your ID. He then looked at Zhao Dezhu somewhat apologetically. This is the shipping company's requirement. We need to verify that you are the owner of the goods before we can hand them over to you. Zhao Dezhu understood. In this day and age, both the sender and receiver need to show identification for many items, especially valuable goods. He took out his ID card and handed it to the driver, who carefully compared the person on the card with Zhao Dezhu. After confirming it was indeed Zhao Dezhu, the driver looked at him and returned the ID card. Mr. Zhao, please wait a moment, I'll go get the keys. Okay. Zhao Dezhu nodded, then walked with his sister to the back of the vehicle. He noticed that the back of the vehicle not only had a large, long-handled lock, but also a seal. It looked very high-end. At this moment, the driver also came over, took out his phone, turned on the camera, and looked at Zhao Dezhu. Mr. Zhao, you have to tear off the seal yourself, I need to record it. Okay. Zhao Dezhu nodded, really not understanding what Su Jin was up to, even making him tear off the seal himself. It was such a grand gesture. Zhao Dezhu simply walked over and tore off the seal, the driver recording the scene. Soon, Zhao Dezhu had torn off the seal. Okay, thank you. The driver put away his phone, surprised that this young, wealthy man was so agreeable. He had thought he'd be angry. After all, his procedures were indeed quite complicated, requiring an ID card, requiring him to do it himself, and even recording a video. Not only was he exceptionally good-natured, but he was also very polite, which made the driver like Zhao Dezhu more, and his movements became much more efficient. The driver put away his phone, then solemnly took out a key from his pocket and went forward to unlock the door. He removed the lock and then forcefully pulled open the carriage door. Yang Wenlong and Bai Shizhen quickly went to help. Soon, with the efforts of several burly men, the carriage door was opened. Zhao Dezhu looked inside and saw yet another tightly sealed wooden box. Zhao Dezhu, speechless as he was, and not busy anyway, Zhao Dezhu looked at the driver. Sir, this looks like a very large item. How do we get it out? The driver glanced at it. It was indeed a large piece of cargo, looking like the way luxury cars are usually packaged. They wouldn't let me see what was being loaded. I was only responsible for transporting it, so I have no idea what's inside. The driver sighed, but this thing should be a vehicle, and it was loaded after being packaged. We can just open the cargo compartment. Okay, let's do it this way then. Should we find a few more people? Zhao Dezhu looked at the huge vehicle. It seemed to be a very important gift. Chapter 261. A very expensive car? Yes, we'll need a few more people to help, and a crane to lift the roof of the truck. The driver looked at Zhao Dezhu apologetically and said, Mr. Zhao, I'm sorry, I didn't know what was in there before, so I didn't realize it would be so troublesome. I just delivered it here as requested. Zhao Dezhu looked at the driver, indicating understanding. It's alright, we're not busy. Why don't you rest for a bit? I'll go arrange it. Oh, thank you for your trouble. Both parties were very polite. Zhao Dezhu opened WeChat, sent Su Jin a crying laughing emoji, and then sent a message. Sis, what's in there? It's so mysterious. We need a crane to open a box? Hee, I won't tell you. I already said it's a surprise. How could it be so easy to open? Almost instantly, Su Jin replied on WeChat, adding a mischievous smiling emoji. Okay. Zhao Dezhu added a helpless emoji at the end. Su Jin has always been like this, quirky and mischievous. After putting away his phone, Zhao Dezhu pondered for a moment, unsure of what to do. Should we tow the truck to a place with a crane, or just rent one? Zhao Dezhu looked at the people in front of him. He wasn't familiar with these things at all, so he decided to let Yang Wenlong and Dasen decide. Boss, I think it's best to drive the truck to a place with a crane. Just use one from the construction site, Yang Wenlong said. There are mobile cranes that can be mounted on trucks, and there are also cranes that are fixed at the construction site. It seems that driving the truck directly to the construction site is more suitable. It's faster. Otherwise, although the company has several cranes, they are all at Lee's construction company in Shancheng County, and it would take some time to get them here. Okay, then we can just drive there. Zhao Dezhu thought of Wang Long, the sales manager of the Fuhe Group. There were several unfinished construction sites nearby, and Wang Long would definitely know them well. Call Wang Long and have him arrange a nearby construction site. Yes, boss. Yang Wenlong agreed. He naturally had Wang Long's phone number, so he called directly. When he heard that Zhao Dezhu needed a crane, Wang Long readily agreed. Ever since Zhao Dezhu had bought out his remaining properties in one go, he had been looking for opportunities to curry favor with Zhao Dezhu. He just hadn't expected that Zhao Dezhu would only remember him now, and for such a small matter. Although small, it still made him very happy, because it meant that Zhao Dezhu hadn't forgotten him, right? The group of men quickly settled the matter in a relaxed atmosphere. About 5 minutes later, Wang Long arrived at the entrance of the residential area in a sightseeing vehicle. He was extremely polite when he saw Zhao Dezhu. After exchanging a few polite words with Zhao Dezhu, he immediately asked Wang Long to lead the way. Wang Long glanced at the huge truck, didn't ask any further questions, and drove off to lead the way. Soon, the group of several dozen people arrived at a construction site at the foot of the mountain on the other side. According to Wang Long, this also belonged to the Fuhe Group. Wang Long must have made prior arrangements. By the time Zhao Dezhu and his group arrived, the construction site beneath the crane had been cleared, perfectly capable of accommodating the massive truck. As soon as the truck stopped, a worker with a walkie-talkie approached. Wang Long took the walkie-talkie from him and had the worker fetch several safety helmets. Several people quickly ran over, each carrying a safety helmet, and distributed them to the group on site. After everyone put on the helmets, the driver quickly discussed the operation with the workers who had come to help. With everyone's help, the two cranes, one on each side, lifted the top of the truck's cargo bed into the air, and then opened both sides of the cargo bed. No one knew what was inside, but everyone felt it was very valuable, so everyone was extremely careful. Just opening the carriage took a full half hour. During this time, Su-jin made a video call. Seeing Zhao Dezhu and the others unpacking the box, she asked Zhao Dezhu for the address. After Zhao Dezhu gave her the address, Su-jin said she had sent someone over, adding that this person was also part of the gift. This made Zhao Dezhu even more confused. What kind of gift required a person to accompany it? Once the carriage was fully opened, they found a tightly wrapped wooden crate, clearly well protected. Zhao Dezhu, now impatient, immediately had the crate opened as well. "Brother, what's in here? Why is it so mysterious?" Zhao Yuanyuan knew of Su-jin's existence, but Zhao Dezhu had said she was just an ordinary friend. Now that she knew this mysterious gift was from this older sister, she was incredibly curious. After hearing Zhao Dezhu's video call with her, she asked curiously. Even though she knew her older brother probably didn't know either, her curiosity still made her ask. "I don't know, I'm just as curious as you." Zhao Dezhu shook his head, answering his sister helplessly. "It should be a car, but it's so mysterious, it must be a very expensive car." Zhao Dezhu looked at the wooden crate being unpacked and said to his sister, "Okay, I can't wait." Zhao Yuanyuan stared like a child at the crate being slowly pried open, even taking out her phone to record a video just before it was fully opened. "Alright, pull." At this point, the plastic sheeting wrapped around the crate and the nails securing it were all pried off. To avoid damaging the contents, the final method of opening the crate was to pull it open from both sides. With a loud shout, the men on both sides strained together. Collapse. A deafening crash followed as the wooden crates on both sides were ripped open, spilling their contents. The group froze, stunned. "Holy crap!" the driver yelled. He was driving, and if he had known what the cargo was, he would have been incredibly anxious the whole way. Now, seeing it, he was utterly shocked. Luckily, he drove very steadily, otherwise, a minor collision would have been fatal. "Brother, what's this?" "A toy." Zhao Yuanyuan's mouth dropped open, her face filled with surprise. The others remained silent, but their faces clearly showed shock. However, everyone was focused on the goods on the truck and didn't notice the fanatical glint in the eyes of Yang Wenlong and Dasan. Chapter 262 Su-jin's Gift. This is quite a surprise. Zhao Dezhu jogged a few steps and headed straight for the carriage. Inside was a bright red helicopter. Yes, that's right, it was a helicopter. Zhao Dezhu had assumed it would be a very expensive car, but he never expected it to be a helicopter. "A Bell 407, Yang Wenlong immediately said. "Brother Long, what kind of plane is this?" Seeing the light in Yang Wenlong's eyes, Zhao Dezhu knew Yang Wenlong was quite familiar with this aircraft. "Boss, this plane is a Bell 407 from America. I used this model when I was learning to fly, so I know it very well." Yang Wenlong smiled, following behind Zhao Dezhu. "So you can fly planes?" Zhao Dezhu asked, somewhat surprised. "Oh, that's normal. We're all-rounders. We can drive boats, tanks, and planes. We all know a thing or two, just at different levels of proficiency." This wasn't a secret, so Yang Wenlong didn't hide anything. He glanced at Deshan, especially Deshan and his group. Almost everyone can do it, and they're all experts. Deshan saw Zhao Dezhu looking at him and nodded with a smile. "Yes, not just me, all 19 of the other brothers have certification." "Impressive." Zhao Dezhu gave the two of them a thumbs up. He knew Deshan and his group were among the top soldiers in the country. Because of the special nature of their work, they needed to be proficient in many things, but he hadn't expected them to be this skilled. Virtually every mode of transportation was included. They could practically fly and dive, they could do everything except operate a spaceship. Just then, Deshan's expression turned serious as he looked at Zhao Dezhu. "Boss, a man has come in. He says he's a helicopter pilot." "Oh? Let him come." Zhao Dezhu immediately knew that this pilot was the one Su-jin had mentioned. He glanced at the people around him, seemingly a little disappointed. "What's wrong? You don't look too happy," Zhao Dezhu asked Dasan. No, I thought I'd be flying this plane from now on," Dasan said with an embarrassed smile. To him, it was just a big toy. Having a pilot was like stealing his toy. "Haha, let him be the pilot then," Zhao Dezhu joked with the two, then boarded the truck. With the help of a group of people unpacking it, all the packaging was removed, revealing that the plane, except for the wings which were separately packaged, required no further assembly. Zhao Dezhu climbed onto the plane first, followed closely by Zhao Yuanyuan, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the red helicopter. The plane had 5 seats in total. There was room for one more person in the front, including the pilot's seat, and 3 seats in the back. For an airplane, it wasn't particularly large, but the key was that it was an airplane, a flying one. Wasn't that much more impressive than those planes on the ground? Zhao Dezhu and Zhao Yuanyuan had never even flown on a passenger plane before, let alone a helicopter. Now, looking at this plane, they were quite amazed. How much is this plane worth? Zhao Dezhu asked the two people beside him. The two exchanged a glance. Yang Wenlong shook his head, indicating he didn't quite understand. Dashan, however, smiled. Boss, the plane's approximate price should be around 30 million, but judging from the interior decorations, it's been modified, costing at least several million. Including other miscellaneous fees, the final price is around 40 million. This young lady is certainly generous, Zhao Dezhu smiled. It was indeed a very valuable gift. At this moment, the pilot, who was also included in the gift, arrived. He glanced at Zhao Dezhu and greeted him politely. Hello, Mr. Zhao. Hello, Mr. Zhao, I am Yan Wenbin, the captain of this aircraft. I will be flying it for you from now on. As if to reassure Zhao Dezhu, Yan Wenbin handed him a file folder. I have 10 years of helicopter piloting experience and have never had an accident. Please rest assured. Okay. Zhao Dezhu politely accepted the file folder and glanced through it. He found Yan Wenbin's information inside, including his resume, a copy of his ID card, and other detailed information. Zhao Dezhu hadn't expected that Su Jin, who seemed so carefree, was actually quite meticulous. Not only had she gifted him a multi-million-dollar aircraft, but she had also provided a pilot. Mr. Yan, thank you for your hard work. Zhao Dezhu handed his documents to Yang Wenlong, who was standing beside him. Brother Long, could you please help Mr. Yan with his onboarding procedures later? Okay, Yang Wenlong nodded in agreement. Mr. Yan, can this plane fly now? In Zhao Dezhu's mind, even having a plane was a complicated process. It required registration with the local authorities, various procedures, and apparently some kind of route approval before it could be flown. That's why he asked Yan Wenbin. Yes, Mr. Zhao. Actually, I arrived in Yaya City several days ago and have been handling the relevant procedures these past few days. Now, it just needs some simple installation, and then it can fly. After hearing Yan Wenbin's words, Zhao Dezhu felt even more that Su Jin was truly thoughtful. At this moment, Su Jin called again via video. As soon as she answered, her pretty face appeared on the screen. How is it? Are you satisfied with the gift? Su Jin, assuming it had probably been roughly opened by now, asked with a smug look on her face. Very satisfied. Zhao Dezhu pointed the camera at the helicopter. At this moment, Yan Wenbin and Yang Wenlong had already begun installing the wings with their tools. What were you thinking? How did you know I'd like airplanes? Zhao Dezhu looked at Su Jin in the video. Hey, you're so rich now, you could have any car or anything, Su Jin said smugly, but airplanes are different. The procedures are incredibly complicated, even with money, you might not be able to get one. Zhao Dezhu thought about it. What Su Jin said did make sense, but with his current status, buying an airplane shouldn't be difficult. However, Su Jin had no idea that he was now a civil servant, so it was quite thoughtful of him to think of so many things for her. He smiled at Su Jin. Impressive. Have you been in Kunming lately? I'll fly over to visit you. No, I'm going to the Jade Kingdom tomorrow with my dad to buy rough stones. I've been helping him with company matters at home lately, otherwise I would have flown directly to you, Su Jin said helplessly. Chapter 263 Flying Home. The Jade Kingdom? Zhao Dezhu's interest was immediately piqued. He remembered his mother having a jade bracelet when he was little, but it was accidentally broken, and his mother was heartbroken for a long time. Even as a young child, Zhao Dezhu dreamed of buying his mother a new bracelet when he grew up, but his family remained poor and they simply couldn't afford it. He could only keep this thought to himself. Now, Su Jin said she was going to the Jade Kingdom with her father to buy rough jade stones, which suddenly intensified that desire within him. Although he had bought his mother many pieces of jewelry after he became wealthy, the meaning of something he could make from rough jade stones would certainly be different, wouldn't it? Thinking to himself, Zhao Dezhu directly said to Su Jin on the other end of the phone, I want to go too. Can you take me? Like a trip? No, you should have said so sooner, Su Jin said helplessly. This is a raw stone exchange event hosted by a jadeite-producing country. You need an invitation, and they only issue them officially. Our family only got 3 spots this time, one for my dad, one for me, and one for a stone appraisal master we hired. Zhao Dezhu was a little disappointed. He hadn't expected there to be so many intricacies involved in buying stones. He was hoping to take advantage of his free time to go and check it out. He really wanted to tell Su Jin that no one was more suitable than him to be a stone appraisal master, but ultimately he didn't say it. He felt that if he used his precognitive abilities to buy raw stones, he would definitely succeed without hesitation. After all, it was probably similar to the scratch-off lottery tickets he used to play with. However, his stock trading skills were already so extraordinary that if he were to reveal his ability to buy raw jade stones to Su Jin, it would likely cause unnecessary trouble. So he had no choice but to give up. He said regretfully, all right then, bring some raw jade stones back for me, and take me there sometime. Okay. Su Jin gave an okay sign. Next time I'll ask my dad for an extra spot. It shouldn't be difficult, but there's no time this time. It's your fault for not telling me sooner. Zhao Dezhu was speechless, knowing Su Jin was joking, and could only say helplessly, "You didn't tell me earlier either. I didn't know you were going to the Jade Kingdom. I didn't know you'd be interested." Su Jin stuck out her tongue. "Okay, remember to bring back a few tons for me." Zhao Dezhu laughed. "A few tons?" Su Jin glared at Zhao Dezhu. "Are you kidding me? You think it's just broken rocks from a quarry? Isn't it just broken rocks?" Zhao Dezhu laughed. After a few casual words, Zhao Dezhu said seriously, "I heard things are a bit unstable in Jade Country lately. You need to be careful." "Don't worry, we've hired a lot of bodyguards this time. Everything's fine," Su Jin said nonchalantly. "My dad goes there quite often. I heard it's very noisy, but nothing bad has ever happened." "That's good." Zhao Dezhu still gave a few more words of advice before hanging up the video call. "Brother, is this your wife?" Zhao Yuanyuan asked Zhao Dezhu with a playful look. "No, what's going on in your head?" Zhao Dezhu lightly slapped Zhao Yuanyuan. "Who's going to give you a multi-million-dollar plane?" Zhao Yuanyuan retorted, clearly unconvinced. Yang Wenlong and Dasan looked at Zhao Dezhu and then at the brand new plane, their expressions suggesting Zhao Yuanyuan was right. Zhao Dezhu could only let them talk. He knew Su Jin was mostly just trying to thank him, since he had indirectly made her a lot of money. If Su Jin was careful, she could earn hundreds of millions. If she was bold, the potential was limitless. By this time, all the necessary parts for the plane had been installed. After Yang Wenbin, Yang Wenlong, and Dasan inspected it together, the plane was ready for takeoff. A while later, Yang Wenbin boarded the plane and began the test flight. Fortunately, the truck was spacious enough that even with the propeller installed, the driver's seat wouldn't be disturbed. In other words, the plane could take off directly from the car. "All right," Yan Wenbin shouted. All adjustments were complete. Dasan sat in the co-pilot seat, while Yan Wenbin started the plane. The propellers accelerated rapidly. The area was a construction site, covered in mud, and this stirring up of dust created a sandstorm. The group quickly took shelter in an unfinished, empty house to avoid the dust. About 2 minutes later, the plane came to a stop. Yan Wenbin and Dasan jumped off the plane. "Boss, it's working perfectly." Zhao Dezhu nodded to his sister. "Yuanyuan, want to try it?" "Sure." Zhao Yuanyuan wasn't afraid and went ahead to board the plane. Following Yan Wenbin's instructions, she fastened her seatbelt and shoulder strap. The plane started, circled Yayo City once, and then flew back to the villa, landing on the roof. The loud commotion startled everyone in the villa complex. Fortunately, the residents were all wealthy, including several famous celebrities, so they weren't too surprised by a private helicopter. Although Yayo was only a small city, private helicopters were not uncommon. Hearing the deafening roar overhead, Zhao Hai's family rushed to the yard to see what was happening. They were shocked to find the helicopter had landed on their roof. They initially thought Zhao Dezhu had done something illegal, and the police had used an aircraft to arrest him. "Oh no, what's going on?" Li Ying, the most timid of them all, was terrified by the sight. "Don't panic, maybe it's one of Dezhu's friends," Zhao Hai said, though he was also worried. Seeing his family's tense state, he could only offer words of comfort. While his words eased some of their anxiety, they remained tense. In their minds, only government-owned aircraft were private property. How could it be a friend? Quick, let's go upstairs and see." The family suddenly realized what was happening and ran up to the third floor. When the family rushed to the third floor, they found that Zhao Dezhu and his sister, along with Yang Wenlong and Dasan, had just gotten off the plane, and the propeller was still slowly turning. Aside from Yan Wenbin, whom they didn't recognize, everyone else there was an old acquaintance. The family finally breathed a sigh of relief. But their faces were full of confusion. What happened? Li Ying walked up to her children, letting out a long sigh of relief. Chapter 264 The Prodigal Uncle. "It's nothing, a friend just gave me a plane," Zhao Dezhu explained truthfully to his family. "Wow, someone actually gives you a plane?" Zhao Hai looked incredulous, but thankfully the family wasn't worried. "It really was a gift from my friend," Zhao Dezhu smiled. "You guys should take it for a spin later. Yeah, you look so beautiful from the sky." No, I'm too scared to ride in one. I'm even afraid of cars, let alone airplanes." Zhao Dezhu's words successfully drew his family's attention away, but Li Ying quickly refused. Zhao Dezhu knew his mother had high blood pressure and mild hypertension as well, so it was understandable that she was hesitant. Zhao Hai and his uncle, Li Yanghua, on the other hand, seemed eager to try it out. After all, they were men, and everyone likes airplanes and cannons. After all this commotion, it was already afternoon dinner time. Otherwise, the two of them probably would have asked Yan Wenbin to take them for a ride right then and there. After dinner, Zhao Dezhu sent a message to his coach, asking him to register his sister for a helicopter ride. However, the coach said facial recognition verification was required, and he'd have to do it all at once the next day. Luckily, he was just asking out of boredom. After dinner, it was already dark, so the two discussed going to experience the helicopter ride the next day. The family sat in the living room chatting. Since it was his uncle's first time visiting, Zhao Dezhu stayed with his family. His uncle was the elder Zhao Dezhu feared the most. He had always been very serious, rarely joking with younger relatives like Zhao Dezhu, and always speaking with a stern face, which made Zhao Dezhu quite afraid of him. But now, however, he had become very gentle and even joked with Zhao Dezhu from time to time. Zhao Dezhu knew this was because his uncle now treated him like an adult, no longer a child who needed constant scolding. As the adults chatted, the conversation turned to their younger uncle, who had fled to avoid debt collectors. Grandpa kept cursing him, hoping he'd die out there, while Grandma cried incessantly, wondering how he was doing alone. Finally, the eldest uncle spoke up, "Mom, don't worry. He's living much more comfortably than us. Look at all this rich food." Lianghua then pulled out her phone and showed her brother's WeChat moments. It was filled with posts about him eating, drinking, and having fun. Although he claimed to be hiding from debt collectors, he was indeed living better than anyone at home. Seeing this, the old man became even angrier. The whole family had poured money into paying off his gambling debts, all to keep him at home. But even after the money was paid, he still ran away. This led everyone to believe that the money wasn't actually for gambling debts, but rather that he had swindled money from his family and run away. This was the reason for the old man's fury. "Uncle, things are better at home now. Let my younger uncle come back. As long as he stops gambling, nobody dares to touch him." Zhao Dezhu felt bad seeing his grandmother's distress. As the youngest in his grandmother's family, his younger uncle was spoiled from a young age, which was probably a major reason for his gambling addiction. Now that his grandmother and the others are getting old, and their youngest son has left home, they are naturally heartbroken. Zhao Dezhu was now indeed capable of preventing anyone from causing trouble for his younger brother. Hearing Zhao Dezhu's words, Grandma looked at Li Yanghua expectantly, wanting him to call his brother. However, Grandpa flew into a rage, yelling at Zhao Dezhu for the first time, "What do you know? This unfilial son almost dragged the whole family into the mire. It would be best if he just starved to death outside. No one is allowed to tell him about the situation at home." Zhao Dezhu was stunned for a moment, realizing that his grandfather was just saying this in anger, angry at his younger brother's lack of ambition, and also angry at his own failure in raising his son. Zhao Dezhu chuckled, placing his hand on his grandfather's shoulder and taking the old pipe from his hand. "Well, he's still your son, old man. As long as my uncle is willing to change, that's fine." The old man, seeing Zhao Dezhu's expression, was about to scold him again, but Zhao Dezhu casually stuffed tobacco into the mouthpiece. "I'm just trying it out. I've never smoked before." Actually, he was just trying to distract his grandfather. He had smoked before, but never in front of his family. Sure enough, seeing Zhao Dezhu's actions, the grandfather snatched the pipe away. "What are you doing smoking, kid? This stuff is best left untouched. It's not good stuff." Okay, I won't smoke then." Zhao Dezhu readily took the lighter from his grandfather and lit it for him. The grandfather saw the flame touch the tobacco, immediately took 2 puffs, and then lit the pipe. "Now that our family is better off, we don't have to worry about debt collectors coming to our door. As long as it's legal, we can pay 10 million. If it's illegal, and they're trying to scam my uncle, we won't have to pay a penny." Seeing his grandfather's anger subside slightly, Zhao Dezhu immediately advised, "We can give my uncle a shop or two so he can run a small business. Wouldn't it be better if our family lived in harmony?" "Change? Change my ass." The old man suddenly got angry again, putting his pipe on his lap. "If things could be changed, would it have come to this?" He glared at his wife. "It's all because your grandmother spoiled him. You didn't know when you were little. Our family has paid off so many gambling debts for him. In 2005, he owed 200,000 or 300,000 to some thugs from the next village. They stole all the cattle and sheep we'd raised for years. Your father had to beg and borrow money to get them back." He glanced at Zhao Hai as he spoke. Zhao Hai didn't speak, only nodded. The old man then gave several more examples. "In short, the reason my uncle ended up like this was often because someone in the family was cleaning up his messes, which allowed him to gamble bigger and bigger each time. Each time, the family thought he could change, hoping to save him once and learn a lesson, believing it wouldn't happen again. But there was never a next time. It was through this repeated indulgence that he became so accustomed to it, and my grandmother was the biggest accomplice in this mess. Every time the family saw my uncle lose money gambling, everyone was desperate and no one wanted to help, but she would always resort to crying, making a scene, and threatening suicide, saying that if they didn't pay to save her son, she would throw herself into the river. As a result, both Zhao Hai's family and Li Yanghua's family had no choice but to borrow money and take out loans to pay off their brother's gambling debts. Zhao Dezhu was just a child. Although he had heard rumors about his uncle's affairs before, he didn't know this much, and his parents hadn't told him. He hadn't expected there to be so much more to the story. No wonder the old man always flew into a rage when talking about his youngest son, always yelling at his wife. It seems a doting mother really does raise a spoiled son. Zhao Dezhu also felt that his uncle's current state was largely due to his maternal grandmother. But as a junior member of the family, all he could say was to ask his family to call him back. He couldn't very well say something like, "Since my uncle is so wasteful, let him starve to death out there." He just hoped his uncle could genuinely repent and start anew. And indeed, as he said, if his uncle were willing to start over, no one in Yayo City would dare to do anything to him. Chapter 265 Growth. Sigh, what a tragedy, Grandpa sighed, deeply disappointed in his youngest son. He's addicted to gambling. If he knew things were better now, he'd probably sell even the new villa you built for him. Your grandfather's worries are justified. In their hometown, many people address maternal grandparents as grandpa and grandma, so Zhao Dezhu didn't seem to mind. He knew his uncle was right, but seeing grandma's heartbroken state, he felt a pang of sympathy. As the saying goes, there's always a reason why someone is pitiful. Even now, grandma cried, saying, Xiao Xin has suffered enough. He's experienced everything. I think he knows he was wrong. Now that things are better, please let him come back. She looked at her husband, tears streaming down her face. Crying, crying, crying. All you do is cry. Grandpa scolded helplessly. Then, he picked up his pipe and went straight to his room. I see, Grandpa's all bark and no bite. Uncle should just have Uncle come back, we'll talk about the rest later. Zhao Dezhu glanced at Grandma. Grandma, don't cry. Don't you know Grandpa's personality? Your grandpa seems genuinely angry this time. Li Yanghua was also helpless. Her younger brother had been spoiled by their parents since childhood. If he could change, he would have done so long ago. The family was completely desperate. Zhao Dezhu just smiled. He didn't understand adult matters and didn't want to say too much. Just then, Yang Wenlong told Zhao Dezhu that Song Xiaobao was already waiting at Villa Number 1. Zhao Dezhu remembered that he had asked Song Xiaobao to come yesterday, mainly to ask how Dakang Group originally planned to use the villa. Now, hearing that he had arrived, he immediately greeted his family and went out. Song Xiaobao arrived a long time ago, but we were test flying the plane, so I made him wait, Yang Wenlong explained. He had originally asked Song Xiaobao to come in the afternoon. Song Xiaobao did arrive, but Zhao Dezhu and the others were busy, so they made him wait. Bring him some food, he's probably still hungry. Yes, boss. Yang Wenlong agreed and went to the kitchen to pack some food. Then he followed Zhao Dezhu and Dasan, who were waiting for him at the door, to Villa Number 1. When they arrived, Song Xiaobao was playing on his phone outside. Seeing Zhao Dezhu, he quickly put away his phone and respectfully walked over. Boss. He now addressed Zhao Dezhu as boss, just like Yang Wenlong and the others. Zhao Dezhu didn't mind the title and nodded slightly. He looked at the man in front of him, who was about the same age as his father, and felt a little dazed. Song Xiaobao now looked like an honest and simple ordinary person. But if Zhao Dezhu were to lose power one day, this man before him would be more ruthless than anyone else, capable of tearing him to shreds in an instant. Such a person is truly terrifying, unless one can gain his complete and utter submission. Zhao Dezhu nodded expressionlessly, took the food from Yang Wenlong's hand, and then handed it to Song Xiaobao. It was a small gesture, but it flattered Song Xiaobao. Thank you, boss. He took the food from Zhao Dezhu's hand. Alright, Mr. Song, let's eat first. We were busy and neglected you, Zhao Dezhu said sincerely. Song Xiaobao didn't know why Zhao Dezhu had called him here, and didn't ask further. He simply said politely, then opened his lunchbox and ate it on a nearby platform. However, he was still a little uneasy while eating. After all, the conflict between Dakang and Zhao Dezhu stemmed from this villa, and he was somewhat uncertain. Yang Wenlong hadn't revealed anything when he told him to wait for Zhao Dezhu here. This made him very uneasy, completely baffled by his young boss's intentions. He hurriedly finished his meal, then carefully packed all the food into a plastic bag before standing next to Zhao Dezhu, who was standing to the side. Did you enjoy it? The housekeeper made it, Zhao Dezhu asked. Yes, I enjoyed it, Song Xiaobao quickly replied. That's good. Zhao Dezhu glanced at the somewhat nervous Song Xiaobao. I called you here today to ask about what you thought was the plan when I heard that Dakang Group wanted to convert this villa into some kind of private club. I wanted to know what the operational details were. Zhao Dezhu didn't beat around the bush and directly told Song Xiaobao about the matter. Song Xiaobao was taken aback for a moment when he heard Zhao Dezhu's question before saying, Boss, actually, we have many clubs in Yayo, but they're all pretty ordinary, anyone can go in. So, the senior management of Dakang discussed buying this villa to turn it into a high-end private club, the kind with a certain level of accessibility. Zhao Dezhu quickly understood. So, you're going to make this private club a more upscale social venue? Yes, that's exactly what I mean, Song Xiaobao nodded in reply. Right now, Anyone can go into those clubs, and the quality of the people there is uneven. But once we have this upscale club, we can filter out many lower-class people, and the social value here will become much higher. Song Xiaobao explained in the simplest terms to the young man in front of him, who was several years younger than his son. This actually happens in many places, but we don't have this model in Yayo City. Song Xiaobao looked at the rows of detached villas below the mountain. This isn't just a gathering place for the elite of Yayo City, the villas are also quite large, and there's even a separate road, all very suitable. Hearing Song Xiaobao's words, Zhao Dezhu couldn't help but feel how naive his previous idea of buying this place to build a large supermarket for his parents to enjoy was. Even though he didn't understand business, according to Song Xiaobao, once this place became a high-quality social venue, it would offer the wealthy more than just a place for leisure and entertainment. It would be a treasure trove where they could make friends, do business, and multiply their assets. In this way, a single member's annual membership fee might equal several years' income from running his supermarket. It truly is true that your perspective determines how much money you can earn. Zhao Dezhu didn't realize that his perspective was gradually changing as he interacted with various people. Perhaps this is what personal growth is all about. Chapter 266 I'm going to kill you. He nodded to Song Xiaobao. This idea is indeed good, it's feasible. You'll handle the specifics. Yes. Song Xiaobao was instantly moved to tears that Zhao Dezhu had entrusted this matter to him. He felt that in Zhao Dezhu's eyes, he was a criminal, someone Zhao Dezhu would only use to consolidate the Dakang group and would never give him any real responsibility. But he hadn't expected Zhao Dezhu to entrust him with such an important task. This inexplicably touched him. Keep the drug issue under control. That's my bottom line. Once I find out, kill anyone involved without exception. Zhao Dezhu's expression was very serious. There was absolutely no room for negotiation on this matter. Yes, boss, I will definitely carry it out diligently. Song Xiaobao looked at Zhao Dezhu and lowered his head. Alright, you must have a lot to do too. Go back. Zhao Dezhu led the way down the stairs. Song Xiaobao also left the Fuhe residential area. Zhao Dezhu returned to his office, where several traders were already at their posts. It was another night of making a fortune. But in an office in Beijing, a middle-aged man stood up angrily, smashing a water glass at a man in a suit. I told you to hire the world's best hackers. Did you even do it? The burly man, soaked in tea, didn't dare utter a sound. Head bowed. Chairman, I really did hire someone to investigate, but they said the workload is too great, it can't be solved in a short time. Bullshit. The middle-aged man became even angrier at his subordinate's words. Last time we lost tens of billions, and you said they couldn't find the root cause, telling us to continue manipulating things to lure them in. But tonight we lost another 200 billion, and you can't even find the general direction. I think this is a bunch of useless bastards teaming up with those hackers to sabotage me. I'm going to kill you, the middle-aged man said, rushing forward and kicking the man to the ground. At that moment, 1,000 curses were running through his mind. In just a few days, the funds he had been controlling had lost tens of billions of US dollars, equivalent to 4 or 500 billion RMB. This money didn't belong to him alone, he was now under unparalleled pressure. If it weren't for his family's immense power, these people would probably have killed him by now. Chairman, I'm innocent. The man he had kicked to the ground screamed in pain, then scrambled to the middle-aged man's feet, crying pitifully. Damn it! The middle-aged man kicked the kneeling man in the head again. Of course, he knew it was impossible. He was only angry at the man's incompetence, which was why he had said those words. If he truly suspected the man of conspiring with others to swindle his money, he would have sent his entire family to hell long ago. He wouldn't have kept him here. He was also very distressed. His pressure was no less than that of the man kneeling before him. He and several partners were manipulating the market, but last time they were swindled out of tens of billions of US dollars. When they had someone investigate, they were surprised to find that these accounts had no trace whatsoever, and it was as if the operation was legitimate. But both he and his partners knew that such a large quantity and such precise timing couldn't possibly be the result of countless accounts operating. It was clearly manipulation behind the scenes, but everyone knew it was a setup, yet they couldn't find a single clue. To find the mastermind behind this, he hired the world's most skilled hackers to investigate. However, the hackers said they needed the perpetrator to act again to trace the transaction flow. So he went to great lengths to persuade his partners to raise another 20 billion to manipulate the system, hoping to lure out the mastermind. Then these supposedly world-class hackers could follow the trail and catch the person who had sabotaged them. But tonight, the money was indeed taken using the same method, and these incompetent hackers still couldn't find anything, which infuriated him. He didn't know how to explain this to his partners. After all, people only treat you like a VIP when they generate profit for you. If you keep causing others to lose interests, even the best alliances will develop a rift. What he didn't know was that it wasn't that the hackers they hired were incompetent, rather, Zhao Dezhu's side had top-tier red hackers, the very kind of national security weapon used by the government to defend against foreign enemies. They were now directly opposing a country, so it was normal that they couldn't find anything. Zhao Dezhu was still unaware of what had happened. He only knew that he was lucky tonight, earning twice as much as usual. Normally, it was a few $100 billion, but tonight it was over 300 billion. Even if he gave half to his family, he would still have over 15 billion. This made him sleep much better. The next morning, he announced another $200 billion allocated to the charity department of the Mainstay Group. He vowed to make China's education and healthcare industries among the best in the world. After he got up and ate breakfast, Zhao Yuanyuan took him directly to apply for a driver's license. Fortunately, the process was quick. After entering the information and paying, it was done. Zhao Dezhu then took her to the car he had arranged for her to practice driving for the third stage. After their afternoon practice, Yang Wenlong drove the two siblings home. During dinner, Zhao Dezhu asked Yang Wenlong to call Lin Luoxiu, who was busy at the company, back for the meal. They discussed the overseas acquisition of BMW, since Dasan and the others were there to assist him. Yang Wenlong and Lin Luoxiu could have gone to handle their work. Lin Luoxiu was going for company business, requiring not only a negotiation team but also protection. Yang Wenlong was the best choice. He was not only capable but could also help them develop a relationship. If there wasn't any substantial progress after this, then there was no hope left. Zhao Yuanyuan had no idea of the deeper meaning behind Zhao Dezhu's arrangement. When she saw her older brother say he wanted Lin Luoxiu and the others to negotiate the acquisition of BMW, she was utterly astonished, looking at Zhao Dezhu as if he were some kind of oddball. Because the adults didn't know anything about BMW, when Zhao Dezhu and Lin Luoxiu talked about it, they simply assumed it was normal business. Only Zhao Yuanyuan, who had only vaguely heard of BMW, was truly surprised. "Brother, do you mean you're going to buy the BMW company?" Chapter 267 The Upheaval at Dukhan Group. Yeah, why that expression? Zhao Dezhu took a sip of juice and gently placed it on the table. Meals at home weren't complicated, they could eat and chat at the same time. This is too crazy. Zhao Yuanyuan exclaimed in surprise. What's wrong, Yuanyuan? Is BMW a horse breeding company? Why are you so surprised? Grandpa and the others didn't know what BMW did, but judging from the name, it must be a horse breeding company. No, Grandpa, it's a car company. Zhao Yuanyuan was somewhat amused and exasperated. The generation gap between her and the older generation was too great. She thought for a moment and suddenly remembered that an uncle in the village also owned a BMW, and had spoken up for her family on the day of the groundbreaking ceremony. It's the head office of the company that makes the cars like Uncle Li Wen's in the village. Oh, that car? Grandpa suddenly realized. I know that car. I heard it cost over 200,000 yuan. They even set off firecrackers to celebrate when they bought it. It's probably one of the more expensive cars in our village. Indeed, several small business owners from Xiaoxing village are doing quite well outside, driving cars worth 300,000 to 400,000 yuan. These are considered the most expensive cars in the village. Li Wen's BMW, on the other hand, is considered mid to high-end. Yes, it's the company that makes that car, Zhao Yuanyuan said, then looked at her older brother. Brother, I saw online today that BMW's market value is around 400 billion. Not really. That's inflated. The actual market value is around 350 billion. We had a professional appraise it, Lin Luoxiu explained to Zhao Yuanyuan. Actually, we can't look at the actual value. If we were to buy, we'd definitely have to pay inflated prices. But that's okay, you can buy whatever you think is best. If you can buy, the more the better. If not, just buy 51%. I only need actual controlling interest. Zhao Dezhu placed a piece of braised pork on his grandparents' plates. However, after hearing Zhao Dezhu's conversation, the elders lost their appetite and froze in place. 400 billion, even his uncle, who had been working away from home, was stunned. 51% of 400 billion is over 200 billion, isn't it? Yes, Zhao Dezhu nodded calmly. Li Yanghua swallowed hard, forgetting to speak. He knew his nephew had become rich, but seeing Zhao Dezhu casually discussing hundreds of billions, he still felt Zhao Dezhu had become arrogant. This requires cash, otherwise, who would sell to you? But even the richest man in the country only has assets in the hundreds of billions, that's all. Zhao Yuanyuan asked the same question as Li Yanghua. Brother, do you have that much money? The whole family stared at Zhao Dezhu. They all knew he was very wealthy, but hundreds of billions. It was truly unimaginable. I've roughly calculated it, and it's about that much. Zhao Dezhu nodded, but he still lied. Although he hadn't calculated it precisely, he estimated his wealth to be around trillions, even after spending a considerable amount on companies and real estate. However, he didn't dare tell his family so much. They might think he was involved in something illegal and worry about him. But hearing Zhao Dezhu's words still astonished his family. Hundreds of billions. So much money. If he bought this company, how long would it take to recoup that? Li Ying looked at her son with concern. She hadn't expected that their family had only had a meal together, yet her son and his team were discussing a deal worth hundreds of billions. She knew she didn't understand business and shouldn't interfere in her son's company affairs, but she couldn't help but offer a word of advice. Mom, it's all right. We did extensive risk assessments before doing business. While we might not recoup our investment immediately, we won't lose money either, Zhao Dezhu reassured his family. Even if he lost those hundreds of billions, he wouldn't feel any heartache, but he still had to say it in front of his parents. Okay, be careful, Li Ying said. Having money definitely means you should buy some assets, that way you can build a solid foundation, Zhao Hai added. Grandpa nodded in agreement. Men and women often think differently. Mom and Grandma were worried about losing money, while Dad and Grandpa thought money should be turned into assets to grow. Okay, Zhao Dezhu simply nodded. He would listen to his elders' opinions. Seeing that the adults had finished asking their questions, Zhao Yuanyuan asked excitedly, Brother, if you buy this BMW company, does that mean that from now on, I can drive any BMW I want, and someone will deliver it to me for free? Zhao Dezhu looked at his sister helplessly. This child's thinking was definitely childish. She'd already spent hundreds of billions, and she was already thinking about whether she could drive any BMW. He chuckled, yes, and Rolls-Royce too. Whatever you want, whether it's a regular model or a limited edition, the company will send it to you. Ha! Rolls-Royce too? Zhao Yuanyuan was overjoyed. Isn't it BMW? How come they can even have Rolls-Royce? A few years ago, BMW bought Rolls-Royce car division, and now Rolls-Royce is under BMW's umbrella, Zhao Dezhu patiently explained. Wow! Zhao Yuanyuan was ecstatic. If she weren't eating, she probably would have jumped up and cheered. I've decided, I'm going to learn to drive properly, so I can drive any car. Look how happy you are. Even if we can't buy one, we have so many cars at home. Whichever one you want to drive, you can drive it, Zhao Dezhu said with a smile. Alright, hurry up and eat. Okay. Zhao Yuanyuan nodded obediently, but the joy on her face was still evident. While Zhao Dezhu was eating, things weren't going so smoothly for Song Xiaobao at the Dukhan Group. After Song Yanjiayuan's death, the Dukhan Group had fallen into disarray, with many within vying for power. Song Xiaobao's appointment as acting chairman was solely due to the Song family's shareholding being more than double that of the others combined. However, while everyone was dissatisfied, as long as it was profitable and didn't jeopardize their own interests, everyone remained peaceful. But tonight, this acting chairman had summoned the entire Dukhan Group's top management to the conference room and announced a major decision. Instantly, the entire Dukhan Group was thrown into turmoil, and discontent with Song Xiaobao reached its peak. Chapter 268 The Complex Internals of the Group. Song Xiaobao had his trusted aides summon everyone to the company's conference room. Although many were reluctant, they all came anyway, as Song Xiaobao had notified several high-ranking executives out of town the day before, so the entire senior management of the Dukhan Group was present for this meeting. Everyone knew this matter was significant, and they began to discuss it amongst themselves. President Wang, what do you think Song Xiaobao wants to discuss in this meeting? Why is it so important? I don't know either. The boss's body is still in the morgue of one of our group's hospitals. He probably wants to discuss his funeral arrangements, right? Possibly. Even before Song Xiaobao arrived, everyone was buzzing with discussion. Since Song Yanjiayuan's death, his funeral arrangements hadn't been handled for various reasons. Now that Song Xiaobao had summoned the entire group's senior management, even those who were out of town, it must be something major. And when it comes to major matters, the most important thing is undoubtedly the funeral arrangements for the former chairman, Song Yangyuan. At least, that's what everyone thought. Why hasn't he arrived yet? Didn't he say he'd be here at 7 sharp? It's already 7:30. Is he going to stand us up? Said a portly man. He's probably busy with something, said another man casually, playing on his phone. He was on Song Xiaobao's side, naturally taking his side. At his age, still playing games all day. What's so fun about that? The man next to him looked at the person playing the game. None of your business. This honor of kings is commonly known as electronic opium. My playing games is the same as your inability to quit that crap. The man being insulted had sunken eyes, his gaze unfocused, completely unconcerned by the man's sarcasm. He thought the gamers simply didn't understand him, assuming they lacked his perspective, tch. He scoffed, turning away. Even Boss Long isn't here. Probably trying to intimidate Song Xiaobao. The drug addict's words instantly tensed the entire conference room, drawing over a dozen pairs of eyes to him. Wang Wei, have you gotten yourself into trouble with drugs? One man's face changed. If you keep talking nonsense, things could get really bad. Who the hell do you think you are? Are you threatening me? Wang Wei, smoking a cigarette and feeling quite tipsy, wasn't intimidated. Everyone in the company knows about Song Xiaobao and Boss Long. Everyone's on their own side, loyal to their masters. What are you all pretending for? Everyone knows you, Chen the Blind, are with Song Xiaobao. What's wrong with that? Chen Shui stood up abruptly. He knew this drug addict was telling the truth, something everyone knew but kept quiet about, but now he'd said it outright. The atmosphere in the large conference room instantly became tense. Some glared angrily at Wang Wei, while others sipped their tea as if it were none of their business, and still others watched with schadenfreude. It was clear that since Song Yanjiayuan's death, the group had long been divided. This is perfectly normal. Even a group of highly educated, well-educated individuals can become ruthless when faced with profit, let alone a gang of street thugs. It's just human nature. If you keep talking nonsense, you might get hit by a car as soon as you step outside. Chen Shui pointed at Wang Wei, clearly furious. A voice crackled from the phone of a man playing King of Glory nearby. He glanced at Chen Shui and said, "What's the point of talking to this addict? He might just die of a drug addict at home sometime." He didn't even look at the two of them, continuing his game. "Damn it, why don't you team up? Don't get killed one by one, you idiot. Damn it, this idiot clearly doesn't know how to play, yet he tells me to speak politely. What a fucking jerk." Wang Wei seemed completely unfazed by the insult. "I'm just afraid you'll get hit by a car while crossing the street while playing on your phone. You fucking dare to take a drag, then drive your car and run me over, see if you can kill me." Wu Xingyun, still playing the game, gave Wang Wei a disdainful look. These guys were all secretly rivals, but none of them could really take the other down. They usually just bickered whenever they met. This was a way of expressing their mutual dissatisfaction. Just then, a hand pushed open the conference room door, and a tall man entered Song Xiaobao's trusted aide. His arrival meant Song Xiaobao was there. Everyone fell silent. Even Wu Xingyun, who was playing a game, silenced his phone. The tall, dark-skinned Song Xiaobao walked in with his female assistant and immediately took the head seat. He glanced at a seat next to him, his expression slightly displeased. "President Long isn't here?" No one in the dozen or so people spoke. Everyone knew Song Xiaobao was being deliberately obtuse. They all knew the meeting hadn't even started yet, and those who arrived early had only been there for a few tens of minutes. It was impossible for him to have gone to the restroom. So, President Long, just like Wang Wei had said, was deliberately late. Seeing no one answer him, Song Xiaobao chuckled and deliberately asked his beautiful assistant, "Ask if President Long was in a car accident on the way. It's been less than half an hour since I told you." This statement caused an immediate silence in the conference room. Everyone could tell Song Xiaobao was angry. Even Wang Wei, who had been so vocal and named names earlier, fell silent, knowing he had no reason to intervene, as Song Xiaobao hadn't harmed his interests yet. "Yes, Chairman," the beautiful assistant replied somewhat fearfully, but she still managed to find Long Yankaya's number, intending to inquire if something had delayed her. Of course, she dared not ask Long Yankaya if he had been in a car accident. Otherwise, even with Song Xiaobao's help, she probably wouldn't be able to save her life. Just then, a very gruff voice rang out from the doorway. "Oh, Chairman, I was just a little delayed. You don't need to make things difficult for your subordinates." Everyone looked towards the doorway. A short, stout middle-aged man walked in with 4 or 5 men dressed in black. "Hee, I'm sorry everyone, something urgent really came up and I was held up." He apologized verbally, but his face showed no remorse. Song Xiaobao frowned. Chapter 269. You want to follow in my older brother's footsteps? President Long, what happened? Tell us, maybe we can help. Hee, no need. It was just an old lady trying to scam me. It's all resolved now. Thank you for your concern, Chairman. Long Yankaya deliberately emphasized the words chairman. Everyone could tell the tension was palpable. Although both men were smiling, every word betrayed their dissatisfaction. Hee, that's good. Please sit down. Today's matter is quite important. Song Xiaobao's face was grim when facing the others, but he forced a smile in front of Long Yankaya. Long Yankaya didn't say anything more, simply arrogantly sitting down next to Song Xiaobao. "All right, you two can leave. What I'm about to say is confidential." Song Xiaobao looked at his beautiful assistant and his trusted confidant. "Yes, Chairman." The two replied respectfully in unison, then left the conference room. However, Long Yankaya's men seemed not to hear him, standing blankly behind him. Song Xiaobao's face instantly darkened further. He was, after all, the chairman, even if only acting chairman, yet his underlings were ignoring him, which infuriated him. President Long, Song Xiaobao glanced at them. "Chairman, what is it?" Long Yankaya asked knowingly, seemingly unaware of why Song Xiaobao had called him. At this moment, Song Xiaobao's eyes were filled with extreme anger, but he ultimately restrained himself. He gritted his teeth and said, "President Long, what follows is a confidential matter only for the company's senior management." "Oh, my fault, I'm getting old, I can't hear you anymore." Long Yankaya gave Song Xiaobao a feigned apology, then sternly berated his men. "Can't you hear me either? Get out of here." "Yes, President Long." The men looked at Long Yangkaiu, responded in unison, and then all left, closing the door behind them. Long Yangkaiu glanced around the conference room with a smug smile, then looked at Song Xiaobao with a triumphant expression. Chairman, those fools are out. Now, can we begin? He slung himself back in his chair, crossed his legs, and acted as if he were the real chairman, waiting for Song Xiaobao, his subordinate, to report. Song Xiaobao glanced at Long Yangkaiu, suppressing his urge to explode in anger. He knew what he needed to say tonight was extremely important. If he lost his temper with Long Yangkaiu now, no one would truly fear him later. He gathered his emotions for a moment. He knew he had to deliver the message Zhao Dezhu had assigned him tonight, and that the group's true attempt to clean up its name required taking this step. However, he didn't know how to bring it up. He knew these people would inevitably cause trouble, but he didn't know how things would ultimately turn out. He let out a long sigh. What I'm about to say is very important, and it's what my elder brother wanted to say before he passed away. His death is closely related to this matter. He first gave these people a heads up, then stood still and glanced around the conference room. He noticed that everyone's expressions had changed noticeably after hearing his words. He knew that every word he spoke would cause these people's emotions to fluctuate wildly. Chairman, just tell us. What hasn't Dakang been through all these years? Yes, we've survived countless life or death situations. What could possibly warrant such seriousness? Yes, the most important thing right now is the late chairman's funeral arrangements. I think we should handle that first, and then talk about other things. Yes, I also think we should take care of the late chairman's affairs. Wang Wei glanced at Song Xiaobao, clearly unconcerned. It was obvious he was just a tool for certain people, saying things that were inappropriate for them to say. As I said, this is the thing my elder brother most wanted to resolve before he passed away. Once the murmurs below had subsided somewhat, Song Xiaobao said, this is a path the group must take, but it might be difficult to achieve in the short term. Seeing Song Xiaobao's hesitant and roundabout way of speaking, everyone knew that what he was about to say was likely no simple matter. Chairman Song, just say what you want to say. No matter how big the issue is, just tell us, we'll discuss it and resolve it, Chen Shui said, trying to smooth things over for Song Xiaobao. No, there's no room for negotiation on this matter, unless everyone wants to follow my elder brother's path, Song Xiaobao stated bluntly. Upon hearing this, even the few people who had been whispering below immediately fell silent, exchanging bewildered glances. Seeing that no one was going to waste any more words, Song Xiaobao stated directly, drug prohibition. What? Wang Wei, who had been listless, jumped up instantly, as if Song Xiaobao's words had stepped on his tail like a cat. Song Xiaobao didn't even glance at him, continuing, yes, drug prohibition. From today onwards, the entire company is strictly forbidden from touching drugs, not even for a moment. If it were just the first sentence, everyone might have thought they misheard, but after hearing Song Xiaobao's words, it was like boiling water, instantly causing an uproar. Song Xiaobao, have you lost your mind? Wang Wei immediately became agitated, no longer bothering to pretend, and questioned him directly. Wang Wei, what the hell are you talking about? Are you looking for death? Chen Shui jumped up, about to hit Wang Wei, but Wu Xingyan stopped him. All right, let the chairman continue. Don't pay attention to this idiot. Wu Xingyan put away his phone. After hearing Song Xiaobao's words, he knew this matter wasn't so simple. Frowning, he observed the crowd's reactions, fearing some might escalate the situation. Song Xiaobao, I'll just assume you're drunk and talking nonsense, otherwise this isn't over. Wang Wei glared at Song Xiaobao, his neck red. Everyone knows why Dakang has come this far. Even now, drugs are Dakang's pillar industry, and you're saying you want to ban drugs. Yes, banning drugs is impossible. Another man added, looking at Song Xiaobao. Our group has reached where it is today because of this. If you want to ban drugs, you must give a reason. Shut up. The chairman must have his reasons for saying this. For so many years, Brother Bao has always been reliable and steady. Don't you want to hear his reasons? Chang Shui roared. Go to hell. What difficulties could he possibly have? What reasons could he possibly have? Isn't it just that he's made enough money and wants to whitewash himself? Wang Wei himself was a drug addict, and he was mostly responsible for drug-related matters, so naturally he was the first to disagree. Long Yangkaiu, meanwhile, watched everyone's reactions, narrowing his eyes and remaining silent. No one knew what he was thinking. Chapter 270 Choosing a Side. Song Xiaobao really wanted to explode in anger, but he held back. I know this decision will affect everyone's interests, but this is the path our group must take. I know it's difficult. Song Xiaobao glanced at Long Yangkaiu. I'm not discussing this with you, I'm informing you. Everyone fell silent, staring at Song Xiaobao. Seeing his resolute attitude, Wang Wei's eyes nearly popped out. Song Xiaobao, are you trying to provoke everyone? Song Xiaobao's expression remained unchanged as he slowly walked away from his seat. My older brother wanted to announce this news before he passed away, but before he could say anything, he was killed. It's because someone wanted to force Dakang Group to ban drugs. As he spoke, he slowly walked around the crowd, his arm lightly brushing against each person's chair. What? You mean the authorities are watching us? A man instantly tensed up. Over the years, Dakang Group has done far too many shady things. The reason it's still around is because it has powerful connections. If Song Yanjiayuan's death was orchestrated by the authorities, doesn't that mean someone is already targeting the entire Dakang Group? Want to destroy Dakang? That would indeed be a major undertaking. Yes. Only Song Xiaobao knew that Zhao Dezhu was responsible for Song Yanjiayuan's death. While others had suspicions Zhao Dezhu had even visited Dakang Group and pointed a gun at Song Xiaobao, no one knew Zhao Dezhu's true identity. They only assumed he was a mysterious, powerful, and wealthy second-generation heir. No one would connect Song Yanjiayuan's death with Zhao Dezhu. Only Song Xiaobao knew that Zhao Dezhu was the one who truly killed his cousin. That's why he feared Zhao Dezhu would lead him down the same path as his cousin, which is why he gave Zhao Dezhu all the shares of his Song family business. Moreover, after witnessing Zhao Dezhu's power, he no longer dared to challenge him. He was now completely committed to working for Zhao Dezhu. Do you even know what kind of entity is targeting us right now? Song Xiaobao walked behind Wang Wei. If they wanted your life, it would only take a word. Such a large corporation, what kind of person could have turned you into this? Long Yangkaiu, who had been silent until now, looked at Song Xiaobao, slowly lit a cigar, and looked at him with a half-smile, his eyes full of disdain. Song Xiaobao glanced at him. President Long, do you think Dakang has a deep foundation? Long Yangkaiu didn't speak, just looked at Song Xiaobao, took a deep drag, and then said, if you can't stand being the chairman, you can quit. If you were afraid of trouble, Dakang Group wouldn't have reached its current scale. Heh. Song Xiaobao felt utterly helpless, but he knew these people wouldn't listen to him. I don't want to say much, just one sentence. Song Xiaobao looked at everyone calmly. He knew these people couldn't possibly imagine how terrifying Zhao Dezhu was. Dakang Group wants to ban drugs. Who supports it? Who opposes it? Upon hearing this, the entire Dakang Group fell silent. After a moment, Wang Wei said, I don't care what you say, even if we cause a huge uproar today, this is impossible. Dakang will ban drugs unless I die. Fine, Wang Wei objects, Song Xiaobao said calmly. If Chairman Song can't manage Dakang, then let the wise rise, Long Yangkaiu said with a smile. He knew that Song Xiaobao's words had directly alienated the people of Dakang Group, presenting him with a golden opportunity to take over. So, while he appeared indifferent, he was secretly overjoyed. The reason he had made Song Xiaobao the chairman of Dakang Group before was because the Song family owned 70% of the company's shares. Whether to secure his own interests or to maintain morale within the group, he had compromised. He intended to gradually let everyone see Song Xiaobao's abilities. This way, he could slowly gain everyone's support, and everything would fall into place naturally. However, he hadn't expected Song Xiaobao to do something so disheartening. This pleased him greatly. Then add President Long to the list. Song Xiaobao didn't say much, only his face was gloomy as he spoke indifferently. Who else? Song Xiaobao asked imposingly. Long Yangkaiu narrowed his eyes, looking at Song Xiaobao. Alright, then I'll be leaving first. We'll discuss the rest, and you can let me know the final result. With that, Long Yangkaiu stood up and left the conference room. Everyone watched his departing figure without saying a word, but their expressions were all different, each with their own thoughts. Everyone knew that this was the right time to choose sides. The Dakang Group was different from other groups, its nature was very special. If they chose the wrong side, it might not just be a matter of profit. It might be a matter of life and death. Neither Song Xiaobao nor Long Yangkaiu were easy to deal with. Even though they both seemed to speak slowly and deliberately now, they were both truly ruthless characters. Once they leave this meeting room, a fight might break out, but who would win? No one was sure. So even though Long Yangkaiu was gone, no one except Wang Wei, who had remained steadfast in his stance, moved and stayed in the meeting room. I'm leaving. You can discuss it yourselves, but think about the consequences before you make a decision, Wang Wei chuckled, then left the meeting room. He glanced at everyone as he left, a meaningful look in his eyes. But when he looked at Song Xiaobao, his hostility was undisguised. Song Xiaobao's decision was the biggest loss for him. Therefore, Wang Wei was the most furious among them. After Wang Wei left, Song Xiaobao looked at everyone. Anyone else have objections? Speak up. If you want to leave, I, Song Xiaobao, will not stop you today. But after I leave, we'll all go our separate ways. The remaining dozen or so people remained silent. A long silence followed. Brother Bao, I'm sorry. With that, a burly man stood up, gently patted Song Xiaobao on the shoulder, and walked out of the conference room. Following him, several other people stood up and left the conference room. In the end, only about 10 people remained in the conference room. Song Xiaobao smiled. He knew that those who stayed were either his or his cousin's staunchest supporters. He also knew that his decision was a devastating blow to these old men. Those who remained with him at this time were truly people he could share life and death with. Thank you, Song Xiaobao bowed to everyone, speaking sincerely. Chapter 271 Undercurrents. The crowd remained silent, watching Song Xiaobao. Some of them genuinely wanted to follow Song Xiaobao, while others also longed to walk the righteous path. They didn't want to live such a life of constant danger anymore. I think these people will definitely target some of us. If there's nothing important, stay at the company for the next few days. Once things are settled, everyone is free to do as they please. If you need to run errands, it's best to go in groups and not be alone. Many of those who remained had their edges smoothed out and wanted to live a peaceful life. Naturally, they had no way to fight against those still thinking of making money through unethical means. That's why Song Xiaobao spoke up to remind everyone. He had also figured it out. After identifying those who wanted to follow him in the transformation, he would make a list of those who were unwilling to cooperate and report it to Zhao Dezhu. Zhao Dezhu deeply hated those who engaged in such harmful business. This opportunity would both transform the company and test Zhao Dezhu's abilities. Indeed, it was a good thing. Yes, Chairman. A dozen or so people nodded. They naturally knew that Long Yangkaio and his gang were ruthless in their pursuit of profit, and this time they had been completely pushed to the brink. Who knew what crazy things they might do? Wu Xingyun looked at Song Xiaobao. Chairman, we all support you. In this day and age, to survive, you should transition to legitimate business, otherwise, you won't go far. Yes, we all support the chairman. Chen Shui and several others echoed. Thank you again for choosing to believe in me. I'm sure you'll all be happy with today's decision. Song Xiaobao's expression was very serious. That's all for today's meeting. Everyone go back and inform your subordinates to completely destroy all drugs. If anyone disobeys, don't blame me for being impolite. With that, Song Xiaobao left the meeting room, leaving the dozen or so people looking at each other in bewilderment. Old Wu, what do you think is the reason this time? Chen Shui glanced at Wu Xingyun. Wu Xingyun watched Song Xiaobao's departing figure, lost in thought. He lit a cigarette and slowly said, looks like something big is about to happen. Everyone panicked upon hearing this. None of these people had completely clean businesses. If Song Xiaobao knew some inside story, which was why he was forcing them to change course, this matter seemed very serious. Song Xiaobao told everyone not to leave the company. After leaving the meeting room, he went directly to his office and sent a message to Yang Wenlong, asking him to pass on a message. He said he wanted to see Zhao Dezhu. Boss, Song Xiaobao says he wants to see you. He says it's about the group, Yang Wenlong said, currently in Zhao Dezhu's office at Villa number 8. He immediately informed Zhao Dezhu after receiving Song Xiaobao's message. At that moment, Zhao Dezhu was giving instructions to several traders and was drinking tea. Hearing Yang Wenlong's words, he nodded. Song Xiaobao is quite efficient. Have him come to Villa number 1 tomorrow at noon. Okay. Yang Wenlong immediately picked up his phone and called Song Xiaobao back. After receiving Yang Wenlong's message, Song Xiaobao felt it was a bit too late, but there was nothing he could do. After hanging up, he instructed his men to completely ban drugs from all his directly controlled businesses. He reiterated the same message: anyone who disobeyed would face the consequences. Brother Long, you guys pack your things tomorrow and go abroad to buy me that BMW. By the time you get back, the Dekong Group matter should be settled. Zhao Dezhu had plenty of people he could use, so Yang Wenlong could handle other things. Yeah, it should be fine. If I could, I really want to personally kill those few heinous drug lords. Yang Wenlong had always hated evil, and naturally, he couldn't stand those people. Then how about delaying for a few days, until things here are settled before leaving? Zhao Dezhu knew this wouldn't go smoothly, and Yang Wenlong's matter wasn't urgent. If they wanted to handle it personally, they could stay a few days later. No, Miss Lin has booked a flight to France tomorrow. Yang Wenlong always gave off a tough guy vibe, but whenever Zhao Dezhu and the others teased him about Lin Luoxiu, he would blush like a little boy. Damn it, a grown man, always acting like a woman. Even Sister Luoxiu isn't as funny as you. Zhao Dezhu laughed uncontrollably. Yang Wenlong always managed to make everyone laugh. Even the usually serious Dasan was completely bewildered by Yang Wenlong's shy demeanor. Then, quite unkindly, he mocked Yang Wenlong. Consider this a trip to build relationships. Spend whatever you want, you can get reimbursed later, Zhao Dezhu said with a smile. No need, no need. I still have plenty of money on hand, Yang Wenlong said embarrassedly. After all, since joining Zhao Dezhu had given out bonuses many times, once even giving everyone $1 million in one night. Now Yang Wenlong had over $1 million in cash. This was because most of it had gone to his parents, otherwise, he would have several million. Expenses abroad are definitely higher than in China, and you have to be generous when pursuing girls. You need to save this money for finding a wife later, Zhao Dezhu told Yang Wenlong like an experienced person. Actually, he didn't know anything about these things, he just learned them from Douyin, TikTok, and then became Yang Wenlong's relationship coach. I don't think Luo Shui is a materialistic person, Yang Wenlong smiled and shook his head, blushing slightly. I don't think so either, but that doesn't stop you from giving her a surprise, Zhao Dezhu looked at Yang Wenlong, somewhat exasperated. Don't worry about the money, I'll deduct it from your salary. Zhao Dezhu knew Yang Wenlong was stubborn and would never use company money for personal matters. That's why Zhao Dezhu deliberately said he'd deduct it from his salary, so he wouldn't feel pressured. This was the best way to deal with someone as stubborn as Yang Wenlong. Sure enough, Yang Wenlong then said, "Thank you, boss. If I don't have enough money with me, I'll use the company's money first, and they'll deduct it from my salary later." "Okay, go rest first. A long flight tomorrow will be tiring. We'll be fine here." Zhao Dezhu stood up and glanced at his phone, realizing it was already past 10. "Boss, I can adjust my time zone tonight," Yang Wenlong said, looking at Zhao Dezhu. Zhao Dezhu suddenly realized, "Oh yeah, I forgot, let's go get some skewers later." The group started joking again. The next day, Zhao Dezhu told his coach he had something to do, and then waited for Song Xiaobao at home. Chapter 272 Kill him if you want. Yang Wenlong and Lin Luoxiu, along with a professional team, flew directly abroad, while Song Xiaobao contacted Dasen directly. After dinner, Dasen informed Zhao Dezhu that Song Xiaobao had arrived long ago. Currently, the entire Dakang group is in chaos. Some within Song Xiaobao's faction, unwilling to relinquish their highly profitable business, have sided with Long Yankaio. Meanwhile, some within Long Yankaio's faction want to withdraw and completely clean up their act, so they also side with Song Xiaobao. The entire company appears harmonious on the surface, but beneath the surface, undercurrents are flowing, and everyone is choosing sides. Many know that the group is about to face a major crisis. That night, Song Xiaobao also couldn't sleep, constantly busy strategizing. When Zhao Dezhu and Dasen arrived at Villa No. 1, Song Xiaobao was standing preoccupied on the second floor, not even noticing their approach. He probably only dared to relax like this because he knew he was on Zhao Dezhu's turf. Elsewhere, he would likely be as easily frightened as a bird startled by the mere twang of a bough. "President Song, the boss is here," Deshan said, looking at Song Xiaobao. Song Xiaobao seemed startled by the sudden appearance and quickly turned around, respectfully greeting, "Boss." Zhao Dezhu looked at Song Xiaobao's exhausted face. It was clear he hadn't slept all night. "President Song, you look so haggard?" Zhao Dezhu asked. "Thank you for your concern, boss. I had a meeting with the group's senior management last night, and the result." Song Xiaobao looked at Zhao Dezhu, feeling somewhat guilty. After all, Zhao Dezhu had entrusted him with such an important task, but he hadn't handled it well. He appeared somewhat incompetent in front of Zhao Dezhu, and this was the first task Zhao Dezhu had given him after he pledged his loyalty. He had actually done such a poor job, it would make others think his value was low. "So, many people disagreed?" Zhao Dezhu smiled faintly. He had already anticipated this outcome, it was all within his expectations. Song Xiaobao lowered his head, expecting Zhao Dezhu to reprimand him for being so useless, a so-called chairman. However, to his surprise, Zhao Dezhu simply smiled and said, "This is normal. Just like you said the other day, drug trafficking is the pillar industry of the Dakang group. Drugs are present in everything: nightclubs, casinos, bathhouses, and so on. This will affect the interests of countless people." Zhao Dezhu's tone shifted, "But no matter how difficult it is, I'm going to do it. Other things can be discussed, but on this matter, those who obey me prosper, those who defy me perish." Zhao Dezhu's aura suddenly intensified, a chilling aura emanating from him. Just then, a mountain breeze blew by. Despite the sweltering summer heat, Song Xiaobao felt a chill run down his spine and broke out in a cold sweat. His first thought was, if he hadn't listened to Zhao Dezhu, he'd probably be dead by now. He was stunned by Zhao Dezhu's sudden display of power. "Boss, I'm sorry, I didn't handle it well." "It's alright," Zhao Dezhu said calmly, "drug dealers, just kill them." Song Xiaobao's heart pounded. Zhao Dezhu had said the same thing before, he just felt that this young man was far too arrogant. But later he discovered that Zhao Dezhu, who was jovial and easygoing with his friends, became arrogant and domineering when talking about killing these people. Such a person usually meant what he said. This made him even more afraid of Zhao Dezhu. "Give me a list. Whether they are your enemies or those who don't listen to the reform plan, as long as they are truly heinous criminals, I will kill them all for you." Zhao Dezhu looked at Song Xiaobao as if he were talking about something very ordinary, but his attitude was extremely resolute. Song Xiaobao was overjoyed. He had wanted Zhao Dezhu to deal with these people for him. This would not only minimize his losses but also allow him to see Zhao Dezhu's capabilities. Because of this thought, he had someone write down the list of these people, and he didn't expect it to come in handy so soon. "Brother Dasan, is there any problem?" Zhao Dezhu looked at Dashan. Yes, boss. Dashan's gaze remained fixed straight ahead, his tone firm and resolute. With his rank, killing a group of heinous drug dealers was nothing more than adding another bullet to the report, let alone killing someone who didn't deserve to die. Song Xiaobao felt a surge of excitement. Boss, I've already registered them. These people all refused to cooperate with this group's anti-drug operation. Although they don't hold many shares in total, they all wield real power. They're not afraid of us at all. As he spoke, he handed Zhao Dezhu a file containing photos and information on each person, as well as the businesses they were responsible for. The information was so detailed that it included how many subordinates they had, how many shops they owned, and so on. It was clear that this wasn't just Song Xiaobao, it was as if Song Yangyuan had been guarding against these people since his time. Zhao Dezhu took the documents, flipping through them as he spoke. This is normal. The main revenue of the Dakang Group comes from drug trafficking, and drug trafficking is an underground industry. Only laundered money can become the group's legitimate assets. So, although they don't hold shares, they have more power than shareholders, because shareholders need them to make money, while they only need the group's legitimate channels for money laundering. Song Xiaobao nodded slightly, listening to Zhao Dezhu's words. Although Zhao Dezhu's explanation was overly simplistic, the reality was pretty much the same. Now, these people weren't only unafraid of Song Xiaobao, a shareholder, but rather quite emboldened. If Zhao Dezhu, a 20-year-old, could see through this, others were even more so. The reason they hadn't caused trouble before was because the Song family hadn't affected their interests. They could still make money with them, and they had the godfather-like figure of Song Yangyuan to keep them in check. But now that Song Xiaobao has announced a ban on drugs, it undoubtedly threatens their interests. Furthermore, Song Xiaobao's connections aren't as strong as his cousins, so Long Yangkao and his group naturally objected. Not only did they directly refuse to ban drugs in front of Song Xiaobao, but Wang Wei also threatened those who stayed behind, saying they would face the consequences. These words were tantamount to declaring war on Song Xiaobao. This was a group of ruthless, profit-driven thugs. If they truly disintegrated and ended up fighting, Song Xiaobao had absolutely no confidence in fighting them. After all, the reason his men stayed to support him was because they wanted a peaceful life. They were definitely no match for Long Yangkao's group. Now, Zhao Dezhu's words made Song Xiaobao's heart sink back into his stomach. Chapter 273 Setting Up a Trap. Thank you, boss. Song Xiaobao looked at Zhao Dezhu with delight, expressing his gratitude repeatedly. It's nothing. These people deserve to die anyway. Even without you, I would have found a way. Zhao Dezhu said dismissively, not bothering to feign concern in front of Song Xiaobao. This made Song Xiaobao feel incredibly fortunate. If he hadn't pulled back from the brink, he would definitely be on Zhao Dezhu's list this time. Alright, go back now. Be careful these next few days. Make sure your people obey the law and do business honestly. Zhao Dezhu dismissed Song Xiaobao with a few words. Song Xiaobao was now essentially working for him, as he held 70% of the shares in the Dakang Group. If he wanted, he could become the helmsman of this vast business empire at any time, but he didn't want to tie the company to himself without eliminating these cancerous elements. Yes, boss, then I'll head back now. Song Xiaobao politely bid farewell to Zhao Dezhu and left Villa Number 1. Zhao Dezhu and the others could clearly see a hint of joy on Song Xiaobao's somewhat tired face. He never expected this matter to be so easy. Zhao Dezhu didn't even look at Song Xiaobao's departing figure. He gazed at the high-rise buildings along the Erhai Lake in the distance. Perhaps in the past, the police were afraid of the Dakang Group's background, or perhaps some of their people were connected to the Dakang Group. But I don't want to concern myself with the past. From now on, anyone connected to these people, anyone who dares to obstruct them, deal with them all. Those who should go to jail, go to jail. Those who should be killed, kill. Dasen stood beside Zhao Dezhu, these words instantly igniting his passion. Boss, what are your orders? Yes, do it this way. Zhao Dezhu, his eyes fixed on the distant scenery, began to give Dasen instructions. Dashan was initially puzzled, but after listening to Zhao Dezhu's words, a glint of shrewdness appeared in his eyes. He even suspected that someone else had given Zhao Dezhu this idea. He found it hard to believe that a 20-year-old like Zhao Dezhu could come up with such a thing. Fortunately, he had known Zhao Dezhu for a while and knew that these methods must have been Zhao Dezhu's own creation. Don't worry, boss. Once these parasites show their true colors, I'll make sure they're completely wiped out. This purge of the Dakang Group, on a small scale, is just cleaning up our own company. On a larger scale, it's a purge of Yeyu City. The implications are enormous, far beyond our imagination. Zhao Dezhu turned his gaze to Dashan. Indeed, I've done some research on Yeyu City recently. The chaos here mainly boils down to one thing: the mountains are high and the emperor is far away. Dashan nodded in agreement. Yeyu City, as an ancient kingdom that even the central capital feared in ancient times, is inextricably linked to its culture and geography. This underworld, led by the Dekong group, is very similar to that ancient kingdom. That's why these people dare to act so lawlessly. Zhao Dezhu glanced at Deshan. If we want to completely cleanse Yayo City, we must start from within. Deshan looked at Zhao Dezhu and suddenly understood why Zhao Dezhu had arranged things this way. He had considered so many things, which made Deshan admire him even more. The two left Villa number 1. Zhao Dezhu called his driving instructor again to tell him he wanted to come for his lesson. Upon hearing that Zhao Dezhu was available, the instructor drove the training car directly to the entrance of the Fuhai Villa complex. After all, Zhao Dezhu always came to driving lessons with bodyguards, in luxury cars like Audis, BMWs, and even Rolls-Royces. The instructor couldn't afford to neglect Zhao Dezhu. The reason Zhao Dezhu couldn't even afford to rest for one day was because tomorrow was his high school reunion. Many of them might be seeing each other for the last time in their lives, so he definitely wanted to go. Furthermore, during driving practice, Zhao Dezhu not only brought Deshan into the car but also his younger sister. This way, his sister would be more familiar with the car for her third driving test. That evening, Zhao Dezhu resumed his hard work. Meanwhile, the class group chat was buzzing with excitement. Everyone was eagerly anticipating the gathering. Initially, someone suggested a mountain resort in Shancheng County, saying it offered banquets, a mahjong room, and even a small lake for fishing and boating. Zhao Dezhu thought it sounded appealing, but he needed to sleep in that morning. Spending an hour traveling to Shancheng and back would make his schedule too tight. So, he suggested in the group chat that they move to the city instead. This would give him more time. He casually mentioned it, implying that if they disagreed or he couldn't make it, he wouldn't go. To everyone's surprise, as soon as Zhao Dezhu suggested it, they all readily agreed to the city gathering. This caught Zhao Dezhu completely off guard. Before, he was just an insignificant nobody in his class. He never expected that a simple message in the group chat would cause such a stir. It seemed the power of money was truly undeniable. Since everyone is willing to come to the city, I'll cover the cost of this gathering, Zhao Dezhu said. He knew many in the group came from well-off families and could afford a couple thousand yuan per person even with a long itinerary. However, there were a few classmates from ordinary families, and this was a huge sum for them. So, Zhao Dezhu offered to cover it all, so no one would feel inferior. Sure enough, hearing that Zhao Dezhu would cover the cost of the gathering, everyone became even more excited. A few close friends, including Kixing, even shouted in the group chat that they were ripping him off. Everyone knew Zhao Dezhu was now wealthy, even driving a car worth millions, so no one hesitated to accept. They were supposed to meet at the school gate the next morning, while Zhao Dezhu would wait for them in the city. Of course, there were also one or two other people in the city who were there to work and experience life. After chatting in the group for a while, Zhao Dezhu started playing on his phone, scrolling through Douyin, TikTok, while occasionally giving instructions to the 5 traders. Dasen was also on his phone next to Zhao Dezhu, directing Li Feng and Bai Shizhen to carry out the tasks assigned by Zhao Dezhu. Thus, the seemingly calm Yayo city was actually rife with undercurrents. No one knew if they would wake up tomorrow. For Song Xiaobao's safety, Zhao Dezhu also arranged for some people to keep an eye on him, since Song Xiaobao was undoubtedly someone some people wanted to kill. Chapter 274 Class Reunion. The next day, Zhao Dezhu, having worked until 4 a.m., didn't get out of bed until noon as usual. However, he had already arranged for Dasan to send someone to pick up his classmates at Villa number 1. Although it wasn't fully renovated, it was still a good place for a gathering. The night before, he had Dasan arrange for people to set up the necessary tables and chairs, a barbecue grill, and other necessities like food and drinks. When he arrived at Villa number 1, it was already bustling with activity. 30 or 40 classmates were already gathered, chatting. Upon seeing Zhao Dezhu, they all stood up. After all, they all knew this was Zhao Dezhu's place. When they were first brought here, everyone was stunned by the luxury. Being from the county, even the wealthiest classmates had never seen such a luxurious villa. This Fuhei Villa area was considered an area only the wealthy could afford, even in the city. Zhao Dezhu greeted everyone and then chatted with his classmates. After a while, someone delivered vegetables, beef, lamb, and other ingredients needed for the barbecue. The group of classmates immediately got to work. Some chopped the meat, some skewered it, some lit the charcoal. They were all bustling about, a lively scene. This was all Dao Jianfeng's suggestion. He said it wasn't fun having others wait on them, and that doing it themselves was much more enjoyable. With everyone's agreement, Zhao Dezhu arranged for someone to buy the ingredients. And it's true, just as Dao Jianfeng said, eating something you bought yourself is definitely different from eating something you made yourself. It's always much more satisfying. Brother Zhu, how much does this villa cost per day? It's so big. It must have cost you a fortune, right? Dao Jianfeng handed Zhao Dezhu a grilled lamb skewer and asked curiously. After all, they had all seen how big the villa was, and with only them there all day, it was obvious that Zhao Dezhu had rented the entire villa for this gathering. Zhao Dezhu was initially confused when he heard this question, as he hadn't considered it that way and didn't know what Dao Jianfeng was asking. He looked at Dao Jianfeng with a puzzled expression. Huh? What? How much per day? How much is the villa rented per day? Dao Jianfeng, seeing Zhao Dezhu's lack of understanding, asked again. At first, his voice was low, and only a few people around them heard him, but this time, all the classmates heard them. Everyone was curious about the question, so they all looked at Zhao Dezhu. Zhao Dezhu understood now and smiled. No money needed. Don't worry about the expense. No money needed? Dao Jianfeng and the others exclaimed, looking at Zhao Dezhu. Brother Zhu, this villa is so big, the owners certainly wouldn't lend it to us for a party for free, right? Dao Jianfeng thought Zhao Dezhu was just afraid of making them feel embarrassed by mentioning the rent. He wanted Zhao Dezhu to reveal the truth. After all, Zhao Dezhu was his friend, someone who had always been looked down upon. Now that Zhao Dezhu was wealthy, not only had he covered all their expenses, but he had also rented such a large villa for the gathering. He definitely needed to tell everyone how much it cost, and also to vent Zhao Dezhu's anger, right? Zhao Dezhu could only smile wryly, looking at Dao Jianfeng speechlessly, and said, "It's free. This villa is mine, of course it's free. Don't feel guilty." Ha! The entire class was stunned upon hearing Zhao Dezhu's words. When Zhao Dezhu first sent people to pick them up, they had discussed whether the villa belonged to him, and the unanimous conclusion was that it definitely didn't. After all, even if Zhao Dezhu had suddenly become rich, there would be a limit. In the end, everyone assumed that Zhao Dezhu had specifically rented the villa for the class reunion, and they were very grateful to him for spending money to rent such a large villa for them. This is why Dao Jianfeng asked Zhao Dezhu how much he paid to rent it. When they heard Zhao Dezhu say that the villa was his own property, everyone was incredulous. After a long while, Dao Jianfeng finally snapped out of his shock. "Brother, how much is this villa worth? You actually bought it?" Zhao Dezhu smiled. It seemed everyone doubted that the villa was truly his. He looked at Dao Jianfeng and his classmates. It wasn't that expensive. The villa was a bare shell before, and including the surrounding land, it wasn't even 200 million. It's quite cheap. What? Listen to this. Is he even speaking human language? Not even 200 million? Quite cheap? These few words completely shattered everyone's worldview. They simply couldn't believe that Zhao Dezhu, who used to be nothing but handsome in school, had become this wealthy and powerful man. Alright, what's so surprising? Everyone, have fun. We'll have a barbecue during the day, then dinner, followed by karaoke. Many of us might not see each other again after tonight, so let's make the most of this get-together. Zhao Dezhu had no intention of showing off his wealth to his classmates and quickly changed the subject. If they continued, Dao Jianfeng would probably ask him how much money he had. Even he didn't know the answer, and saying it would probably scare them to death. However, after he revealed that the villa belonged to him and was worth over 100 million, everyone couldn't help but start examining it closely. Before, they had assumed the villa was rented and hadn't looked at it closely, only noting its size. But now that they knew it belonged to Zhao Dezhu, they examined it more carefully. In the afternoon, Zhao Dezhu took everyone to a high-end restaurant for dinner, and when they learned that the luxury cars used to pick them up all belonged to Zhao Dezhu, they were stunned once again. Even those who used to look down on Zhao Dezhu now feel deep respect for him and no longer dare to despise him as before. Previously, everyone thought Zhao Dezhu was just a poor boy with good grades and good looks, which was useless in society, given our materialistic age. Only money mattered. But now that they knew how rich Zhao Dezhu was, they no longer felt jealous of him, only awe and admiration. A perfectly good class reunion unexpectedly turned into Zhao Dezhu's personal show of wealth, but he knew that was just how society was. Even though he tried hard to fit in, his status already made him seem unapproachable to everyone. Chapter 275 Heaven and Earth. It was Saturday, so Zhao Dezhu didn't have to trade stocks. After having dinner with a group of classmates, he took them to a KTV called Heaven on Earth, which offered various entertainment facilities. This was a relatively close and upscale place. He had Deshan choose for them. The greeters at the entrance were startled when they saw Zhao Dezhu and his group of 30 or 40 people walk in. While some of the group dressed maturely, they were mostly recent high school graduates, and many frequented such places, so they appeared somewhat naive, causing the greeters to freeze in place. "Hello, are there any minors here?" Zhao Dezhu and the group hesitated for a moment, then everyone shook their heads. Most of them had gone through the alternate enrollment period, so they started school relatively late and naturally weren't minors. Could you show us your IDs? A pretty greeter asked cautiously. This left everyone somewhat puzzled. This KTV wasn't a bar or an internet cafe, so it shouldn't have age restrictions, but Zhao Dezhu didn't know either, and could only cast a questioning look at Dasen beside him. Dasen also frowned, looking at the hostess. "Excuse me, since when do you need an ID card to sing karaoke?" The hostess seemed a little embarrassed, seeing Dasan, the only one who looked like an adult. "Sir, there's a strict inspection coming down from above today, so we're being very cautious with minors. Please understand. The key is, we don't have any minors here." Dasan roughly guessed what was going on. During the inspection, he knew that this KTV actually belonged to the Dakang group, which was also Song Xiaobeo's business. It must have been his boss's arrangement that was implemented, but it didn't say minors weren't allowed in. So he said to Zhao Dezhu, "Boss, this must be because Song Xiaobeo and his team ordered stricter management." "This belongs to Dakang?" Zhao Dezhu asked, puzzled. "Yes, boss," Dasan nodded. Zhao Dezhu nodded. Although he and his group had to wait a while, he was satisfied that Song Xiaobeo had taken his words to heart. "Give him a call and explain the situation. We're in the city, not everyone carries their ID card. I didn't bring mine." Zhao Dezhu looked at Dasan, not wanting to make things difficult for the greeter. To be honest, they were just following orders, and there was no need to make things difficult for them. "Yes, boss." Dasan took out his phone and called Song Xiaobeo, explaining the situation. Zhao Dezhu told his classmates to wait a moment, then led them to sit on the sofa in the lobby. Although they weren't being offered rooms, no one objected to them sitting in the lobby. Just as Zhao Dezhu and his group sat down, Deshan approached and nodded to Zhao Dezhu. Less than 5 minutes later, a woman in a suit who looked to be under 30 rushed out of the elevator and hurriedly ran to the lobby where Zhao Dezhu and his group were resting. She glanced around and quickly spotted Zhao Dezhu. "Chairman Zhao, I'm so sorry, so sorry. My staff didn't recognize you and have been negligent towards you and your classmates." Zhao Dezhu looked at the poised and capable woman before him, somewhat surprised by her address. After all, his relationship with the Dakang group wasn't yet public knowledge, yet this woman was calling him Chairman Zhao in front of everyone. However, he didn't think much of it. Song Xiaobeo must have his own reasons for doing this, and it was normal for her to recognize him. In this day and age, a photograph was all it took. Zhao Dezhu stood up and looked at the woman. She quickly introduced herself. "Chairman, I'm Yi Mulan, the general manager of Heaven on Earth." Yi Mulan. Zhao Dezhu smiled. At her age, managing such a large club was quite fitting for her name. "Alright, it's fine. Get us a room, a big one." Zhao Dezhu glanced at the dozens of people behind him. A small room wouldn't be enough. Yi Mulan immediately smiled, her tense expression easing considerably. She probably breathed a sigh of relief seeing how easygoing Zhao Dezhu was. Yes, please follow me, you and your classmates." Yi Mulan looked at Zhao Dezhu and respectfully led the way. The group stared at Zhao Dezhu, stunned. They thought he had already surprised them enough today, but tonight's events were even more eye-opening. Originally, there were all sorts of demands, but after Zhao Dezhu made a phone call, the general manager came down immediately, looking extremely apprehensive and clearly afraid of Zhao Dezhu. And what did they call him? Chairman Zhao. Just who was Zhao Dezhu? He was definitely someone they could never reach. Even the usually calm and aloof Cheng Cheng felt a strange sense of estrangement as she watched Zhao Dezhu walking ahead, surrounded by his entourage. She realized she had never truly gotten close to Zhao Dezhu, never really understood him, and now it seemed she was even further away, with even less chance to understand him. A sense of powerlessness welled up inside her. Beside her, Chen Suesu looked at her best friend, who also seemed lost in thought. She knew her friend had always liked Zhao Dezhu. She could also see the subtle shifts in Chen Suesu's eyes. She simply didn't know how to comfort Chen Cheng. After all, she was just a novice in matters of the heart. Sigh. Chen Suesu sighed. However, the preoccupied Chen Cheng didn't notice her distress. Soon, the group of dozens of people took the elevator several times to the 18th floor, the highest floor Yi Mulan had mentioned. This was the highest floor of the Heaven on Earth, where the most luxurious private rooms were located. Only the most distinguished guests, or the company's top executives, had the opportunity to come up here. Zhao Dezhu was naturally the latter. When the elevator doors opened, everyone was stunned by the opulence. This place was far superior to the lobby on the first floor. The decor, furnishings, and facilities here were nothing short of magnificent. Even though they had become accustomed to luxurious places recently, they were still deeply shocked. Comparing everything here to their previous lives truly illustrated the saying, "Behind the red gates, meat and wine go to waste, on the streets, frozen corpses lie." Yi Mulan led everyone to a resplendent private room. Once inside, the space was enormous, and every sofa and table was undeniably luxurious. The group was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 276 Classmate Gets Beaten. "Brother, is this still a karaoke bar? This is a palace," Chi Xing exclaimed, looking at the opulent private room. "It's just decorated a bit more upscale," Zhao Dezhu chuckled. "Everyone, sit down. Those who want to sing, go up and choose your songs. The food and drinks will be here soon." While the group was still looking around, Yi Mulan, who had just left, returned with more than 10 scantily clad girls. Each carried a tray with some obviously high-end wine glasses and some red wines that Zhao Dezhu couldn't identify. Zhao Dezhu didn't ask, he wouldn't care how expensive the drinks were. Gradually, the group relaxed. After a few drinks, they seemed to lose their initial awkwardness and started chatting about their school days and their future aspirations and plans. Until several hours later, around 1 a.m., everyone was swaying from the alcohol, their vision blurry. Zhao Dezhu had Yi Mulan book a private room for everyone at the Heaven on Earth nightclub, while he himself had Dasan take him home. He was someone who had severe trouble sleeping in unfamiliar beds. Even though he'd had a few drinks, the unfamiliar environment in bed made it difficult for him to fall asleep. The next morning, before Zhao Dezhu was fully awake, Dasan knocked on his door. Zhao Dezhu groggily opened the door and looked at Dasan. Brother Dasan, what's up? So early? As he spoke, Zhao Dezhu checked his phone and saw it was only a little before 8 o'clock. It was rare for him to be up at this hour, as he usually stayed up late and woke up very late. Boss, something happened to your classmate at Heaven on Earth, Dasan said bluntly. What happened? Zhao Dezhu immediately panicked, as these were all his classmates. He didn't want anything to happen to anyone. Boss, your classmates were surrounded by some customers this morning when they got up for breakfast. They wanted their phone numbers, and when they didn't give them to them, one of them slapped them. What? Drive to Heaven on Earth. Zhao Dezhu's first reaction upon hearing Deshan's words was disbelief. If the general manager of Heaven on Earth, Yi Mulan, knew these people were his classmates, why would this happen? Boss, the car is ready, Deshan said quickly, glancing at Zhao Dezhu. He had also noticed Zhao Dezhu's anger. Okay. Zhao Dezhu hurriedly followed Deshan out, and when they reached the courtyard, the Rolls-Royce was already parked there. Zhao Dezhu got into the car immediately, and Deshan started the engine without a word, driving off to Heaven on Earth. On the road, Zhao Dezhu looked ahead and asked, Brother Dasan, how did Yi Mulan do this? Dasan drove seriously and replied, Boss, she's already taken them under control, but because their identities are somewhat special, she doesn't dare to act rashly and notified me immediately. What's his identity? Someone so powerful that even the general manager of Heaven on Earth would be afraid? Zhao Dezhu asked, somewhat puzzled. If Yi Mulan found him troublesome, this person's identity must be extraordinary. It said his name is Long Hoxuan. His father is also a high-ranking official in the Dakang group, and a powerful figure in the faction. His name is something like Long Yangkaiu. Dasan had an excellent memory. After Yi Mulan told him once on the phone, he remembered it clearly. Long Hoxuan, Long Yangkaiu, Zhao Dezhu murmured, then his eyes instantly sharpened. Long Yangkaiu, a high-ranking official in the Dakang group. It seems this isn't a coincidence. Boss, you mean someone deliberately orchestrated this? Dasan instantly understood. Zhao Dezhu nodded. Long Yangkaiu is at the top of the list Song Xiaobao gave me, and since Long Hoxuan is his son, it's very likely he arranged this. Dasan's expression turned serious after hearing Zhao Dezhu's words. He drove with one hand and pressed his earpiece with the other, then said sternly, everyone, pay attention. After a second or two, he heard a receive through the earpiece and said again, everyone on alert. It's alright, don't be so tense. Zhao Dezhu looked at the vigilant Dasan. He knew what Dasan was worried about. I'm afraid this is a trap they set. It's better to be careful. Dasan was very serious and already vigilant, but after hearing Zhao Dezhu's words, he became even more alert. This made everyone even more tense. After all, for Dasan and his team, protecting Zhao Dezhu was their job, their mission, and they couldn't afford any accidents to happen to him. Hearing Dasan's words, Zhao Dezhu didn't say anything more. It was always better to be cautious. Soon, amidst their conversation, the car arrived at the Heaven on Earth nightclub. 2 cars escorted them, one in front and one behind, while the others remained hidden. As soon as the car stopped, several people rushed over, including the dark-skinned Song Xiaobao and Yi Mulan, dressed in a women's suit. Zhao Dezhu wasn't surprised. Given what had happened, Yi Mulan, after informing Dasan, would undoubtedly have immediately notified Song Xiaobao. Song Xiaobao jogged up, opened the car door, and braced himself against the roof with one hand. Zhao Dezhu got out of the car and looked at Song Xiaobao. What happened? Looking at Zhao Dezhu's expressionless face, Song Xiaobao felt a chill run down his spine and could only tell the truth. Boss, I heard that kid Long Hoxuan harassed your classmate, which led to the conflict. I think Long Yangkaiu instructed him to cause trouble at Heaven on Earth. It's probably just a coincidence that he offended your classmate. Zhao Dezhu glanced at Song Xiaobao, hopefully. How is my classmate now? Song Xiaobao's face turned grim. I'm sorry, boss, your classmate was slapped. I'll give you an explanation. Seeing Zhao Dezhu's serious expression, Song Xiaobao truly panicked. Although Zhao Dezhu seemed unremarkable except for his seriousness, he knew Zhao Dezhu's methods. Just one sentence from Zhao Dezhu sent a chill down his spine. Take me to see them. Zhao Dezhu ignored Song Xiaobao's fearful expression. His anger had reached its peak. Going against him was one thing, but targeting those close to him was something he couldn't tolerate. At this moment, he was simply trying his best to suppress his rage. Chapter 277 Long Hoxuan. Song Xiaobao and Yi Mulan nodded in agreement. They were both afraid Zhao Dezhu would lose his temper and lash out at them, Yi Mulan especially pale with fright. In her eyes, Song Xiaobao was already a terrifying figure, but in front of Zhao Dezhu, Song Xiaobao didn't even dare to raise his head, while she was nothing more than a nobody in Song Xiaobao's eyes. Just now, after receiving her call, Song Xiaobao rushed over in a panic and slapped her without saying a word, showing how seriously he took the matter. Soon, Zhao Dezhu followed the two men to a private room. It was a very high-class room, not as luxurious as the one on the 18th floor last night, but still quite nice. Inside were a group of his classmates, gathered together. They were talking about something. Upon seeing Zhao Dezhu arrive, everyone dispersed, making way for him. Zhao Dezhu saw Cheng Cheng sitting inside, still covering her face, her eyes red and swollen. Zhao Dezhu walked apologetically to Cheng Cheng, suppressing his anger. Cheng Cheng, are you all right? I'm fine, Cheng Cheng said quickly, her face brightening upon seeing Zhao Dezhu. Seeing Cheng Cheng's appearance, Zhao Dezhu knew she had only been slapped. There were no other injuries, just that she had suffered a lot of grievance. I'm sorry, it was my negligence. I didn't have someone protect you properly. Zhao Dezhu sincerely apologized to Cheng Cheng and his classmates. I'm really fine, it was just an accident, you don't need to blame yourself, Cheng Cheng said softly. She didn't blame Zhao Dezhu at all. Yeah, my idol, it was just an accident, it has nothing to do with you, Chen Suesu, who was beside Cheng Cheng, also chimed in. Yeah, brother Zhu, that guy was obviously drunk. Dao Jianfeng and the other classmates also comforted Zhao Dezhu. Zhao Dezhu smiled. It seemed no one blamed him, but they all thought too simply, this was probably more than just an accident caused by drinking. Everyone, take a good rest. After we're done dealing with this, I'll take you all sightseeing. We have plenty of time today, so I'll take you to various tourist attractions, Zhao Dezhu said, looking at everyone. You shouldn't go. Cheng Cheng knew exactly what Zhao Dezhu was going to do. He was definitely going to get revenge for her, so she immediately stood up and instinctively grabbed Zhao Dezhu's sleeve. I'm fine, really. After all, she could tell from the beating she'd just been hit that the other person wasn't an ordinary person, and she didn't want Zhao Dezhu to get involved with someone he shouldn't have. Zhao Dezhu was also taken aback. To be honest, this was the first time he'd been grabbed like this by a girl, aside from his sister and the cheerful Su Jin. Moreover, Su Jin's personality was completely different from Cheng Cheng's, so being grabbed like this by Su Jin and Cheng Cheng felt entirely different. He could remain calm when Su Jin pulled him back, but being pulled like this by the usually aloof Cheng Cheng gave Zhao Dezhu a strange feeling that made his heart beat faster for no reason. Cheng Cheng also noticed this, his face flushed, his heart raced, and he quickly released his hand. It's alright, everyone, don't worry, Zhao Dezhu said, quickly leaving the private room. He also told Song Xiaobao to find someone to protect his classmate, warning him not to be rude if the same thing happened again. Song Xiaobao readily agreed. In fact, he had already arranged for someone to protect Zhao Dezhu's classmate beforehand. After leaving the private room, Zhao Dezhu asked Song Xiaobao to take him directly to the culprit, Long Hoxuan. Soon, on the second basement floor of the Heaven on Earth, Zhao Dezhu, along with Song Xiaobao and Yi Mulan, met Long Hoxuan, who was being guarded by more than 10 burly men. Zhao Dezhu had seen this man in the information Song Xiaobao had given him. He bore a 7/10 resemblance to his father, Long Yankaio, except that Long Hoxuan lacked the wisdom in his eyes. This is easy to understand. For a highborn rich second generation like this, raised in luxury, it's normal to lack the ruthless glint in their eyes that their parents possessed. When Long Hoxuan saw Zhao Dezhu approach with Song Xiaobao and Yi Mulan, and the two were extremely respectful to Zhao Dezhu, he frowned. He had no idea who Zhao Dezhu was. Then he looked at Song Xiaobao. Chairman Song, can I go now? My dad's waiting for me to come home for breakfast. Zhao Dezhu wasn't angry that this man ignored him. Looking at the several people lying on the ground, he knew they were Long Hoxuan's companions, whether they were his cronies or his bodyguards. But seeing their miserable state, and then looking at Long Hoxuan's appearance, he knew these people weren't as high-ranking as Long Hoxuan. This was why he could still be so arrogant. After all, his father was a high-ranking executive at Dakang Group, even though this Song Xiaobao was the chairman of Dakang Group. But anyone with a bit of sense knew that Song Xiaobao's skills were nowhere near as good as Long Yankaio's men. Therefore, as Long Yankaio's son, Long Hoxuan wasn't afraid of Song Xiaobao at all. Didn't they see that these people hadn't dared to lay a finger on him after learning his identity? Song Xiaobao looked at the smug Long Hoxuan without saying a word, only staring at him with an ugly expression. Zhao Dezhu chuckled, so you're the one who hit my classmate. Upon hearing Zhao Dezhu's words, Long Hoxuan turned his eyes to Zhao Dezhu. The basement was used to store alcohol and other goods. It was cold and dimly lit. Just now, Long Hoxuan had only seen Song Xiaobao and Yi Mulan respectfully surrounding a young man. He hadn't seen Zhao Dezhu's face clearly. Now that Zhao Dezhu was standing in front of him, and under the light, he realized that this young man looked very familiar, but he couldn't quite place him. He was certain he didn't know this person, but he was also certain he had seen him somewhere before in a video. In a photo? Who are you? Long Hoxwan stared at Zhao Dezhu, his face arrogant. He thought for a moment, perhaps this person was just a minor internet celebrity with some fame. You haven't answered my question yet. Did you hit my classmate? Zhao Dezhu didn't answer Long Hoxwan's question but asked again as he walked away. Seeing his question ignored by this young man who looked no more than 10 or 20 years old, Long Hoxwan was furious. He sneered, "You little punk, are you looking for death?" Slap, slap. But before he could finish speaking, the burly man who had been standing several meters away suddenly appeared in front of him. Before he could react, he was struck twice on the face. The speed was dazzling. Long Hoxwan hadn't even seen the attacker's movements, he only felt a sharp pain in his face, saw stars, and collapsed to the ground. When he regained some clarity and opened his eyes to look at Zhao Dezhu, he found the burly man who had attacked him standing next to Zhao Dezhu, just as he had at the beginning. This sent a chill down his spine. He initially thought he was seeing things, but the excruciating pain in his face and the metallic taste in his mouth told him it was real. Chapter 278 Dad, come save me. No one expected Deshan to attack without a word. This was utterly unbelievable to Yi Mulan and her men. After all, Long Hoxwan was no ordinary person. In fact, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he held absolute power. However, to Song Xiaobao, Deshan's action was perfectly normal. He wasn't surprised at all. Who the hell are you? Long Hoxwan naturally knew that Zhao Dezhu was the real protagonist and asked unwillingly, "Do you know who I am?" He was simply feigning ignorance. Since Zhao Dezhu had entered with Song Xiaobao, he couldn't possibly be unaware of his identity. Zhao Dezhu looked at the unwilling Long Hoxwan lying on the ground, walked directly to him, and stomped on his face. "I was the one asking you a question, and you kept asking me back. I don't like that." As he spoke, Zhao Dezhu sneered, increasing the pressure of his foot. His face was like that of a demon from hell. He was smiling, but it sent chills down everyone's spine. Long Hoxwan's face was pinned down by Zhao Dezhu's foot, rendering him immobile. He tried to pry Zhao Dezhu's foot off, but to his surprise, Zhao Dezhu not only didn't move, but instead shifted his entire weight onto the foot, pressing down on Long Hoxwan's face, then lifted his other foot, kicking away his outstretched hand. The weight of Zhao Dezhu's entire body, combined with the force of his kick, intensified the pain in Long Hoxwan's face, almost causing him to faint. "I don't care who you are, as long as you don't kill me, I'll make sure you die today." Long Hoxwan endured the excruciating pain, glaring fiercely at Zhao Dezhu. However, with his face pinned down by Zhao Dezhu's foot, he could only see the sole of Zhao Dezhu's foot with one eye, even clearly seeing the tread pattern on the sole of Zhao Dezhu's shoe. "Heh, still dare to be stubborn." Zhao Dezhu sneered, rubbing the sole of his foot forcefully. A clump of dirt fell into Long Hoxwan's eye. The pain made him instinctively close his eyes. "Tell me, you hit my classmate, what are you going to do about it?" He looked at Long Hoxwan, not bothering with words. He had always suspected that his father had sent him to cause trouble at heaven on earth, naturally wanting to teach him a lesson. "I'll fuck your mother." Long Hoxwan was stubborn. Even though Zhao Dezhu had him firmly under his thumb, he wouldn't utter a single soft word. Just as Zhao Dezhu was about to continue speaking, a young man lying nearby suddenly began to convulse. His face was deathly pale, and he looked extremely unwell. Zhao Dezhu looked at the man, his brows furrowing. What's wrong with this guy? Deshan had also noticed the man's abnormality. He had seemed off when they entered, but now he looked even more unwell. After hearing Zhao Dezhu's words, he took 2 steps forward, knelt down in front of the man, pried open his eyes, and took a deep breath. Then, looking at Zhao Dezhu, he said, "Boss, this man is having a drug withdrawal." "Drug withdrawal?" Zhao Dezhu's gaze turned fierce. "These people do drugs?" Deshan glanced at him with disdain, then nodded, "Yes." "Then ignore him. It's a good opportunity to get him to quit drugs." Zhao Dezhu's gaze was icy. He felt no sympathy for the man who looked so miserable. Deshan nodded coldly, no longer paying attention to him. In his eyes, he still looked down on such people. "Heh, I advise you to let him take drugs, or you're finished. He's the deputy mayor's son." Long Hoxwan forcefully spat out a mouthful of blood. "Quick, give me the drugs." The young man struggling to his feet glared at Zhao Dezhu and said viciously, "I'm telling you, if you don't let me go back and give me injections, I'll have my dad kill you." "From what you're saying, your dad knows you're using drugs?" Zhao Dezhu looked at the man, not in a hurry at all. He had plenty of time. This man's anxiety stemmed from his drug addiction. He wouldn't tolerate it. So what if you know? Who are you? I'm warning you, let me go right now." The man, hearing Zhao Dezhu's response, immediately tried to intimidate him. However, his tone revealed his distress. Zhao Dezhu smiled. He had heard that drug addicts were capable of anything, even licking phlegm from the ground without hesitation. This explained why the man was using his father as leverage to threaten Zhao Dezhu in order to get back to drugs. Little did he know, he was only setting his father up for trouble. "Fine, I'll have someone investigate your father later," Zhao Dezhu said coldly, then ignored him. "Heh, quite the boast," Long Hoxwan, startled by Zhao Dezhu's tone, though his eyes were stung by dirt, still tentatively spoke. He simply wanted to say these things to make Zhao Dezhu uneasy. To his surprise, Zhao Dezhu wasn't afraid of him at all and didn't even bother to answer his questions. "As for my identity, you don't need to worry about it. Here's what we'll do: call your father and have him come and bail you out, otherwise you'll be stuck here for life," Zhao Dezhu said calmly. After all, this man was just a nobody in his eyes. The important person was his father, Long Yankaio. Long Hoxwan was just a tool in his eyes. Long Hoxwan had no idea that Zhao Dezhu was using him as a tool to lure his father out. He thought Zhao Dezhu was afraid of his status and genuinely wanted to release him. After hearing Zhao Dezhu's words, Song Xiaobao hesitated for a moment, then looked at Yi Mulan. Yi Mulan understood and immediately took out a cell phone. This was the very phone she had taken from Long Hoxwan earlier. Okay, I'll call. Long Hoxwan readily agreed, but dared not utter a word of disrespect to Zhao Dezhu. This seemingly young boy is incredibly ruthless. With just a few words, the force of his kick increased, making Long Hoxwan dizzy. When his father arrives, he will make sure he dies, Long Hoxwan secretly vowed. Although he still didn't know this man's name, that didn't stop him from hating Zhao Dezhu to the core. Yi Mulan threw her phone on the ground, and Zhao Dezhu moved his foot to make room for Long Hoxwan to make a call. Long Hoxwan, enduring the pain, rolled over on the ground, picked up the phone, and dialed Long Yankai's number. "Dad, come save me." Chapter 279. He said, "You're a fart." Hoxwan. Long Yankai's voice was low and somber after hearing his son's plea for help on the other end of the phone. From Hoxwan's words, he naturally knew his son was in Song Xiaobao's hands. "Hoxwan, hold on. They won't dare do anything to you. Give the phone to Song Xiaobao." Long Yankai gritted his teeth. He knew his son was in someone else's hands, which made things difficult, and he would eventually have to pay a price. After all, the whole of Dakang knew about his feud with Song Xiaobao. Hearing his father's words, Long Hoxwan felt like crying. This guy had beaten him bloody and almost knocked out, and his father actually said they wouldn't dare do anything to him? It was far too confident. But hoping his father would come to rescue him sooner, Long Hoxwan didn't say anything more and, enduring the pain, handed his phone to Song Xiaobao. Song Xiaobao snatched it and handed it to Zhao Dezhu. Zhao Dezhu took the phone and put it on speakerphone. "This is Zhao Dezhu. Come to heaven on earth. You have 20 minutes. If you're late, you can forget about your son." "What? It's you?" Long Yankaya was no stranger to Zhao Dezhu. He led a group of heavily armed special forces soldiers into the headquarters of Dakang, which had nearly 1,000 people, and almost killed Song Xiaobao. How could he forget such a ruthless man? After that incident, he'd warned his men to be careful and not to mess with Zhao Dezhu, and had even shown them Zhao Dezhu's photo. He just didn't know how this mysterious Zhao Dezhu had gotten involved with Song Xiaobao. At first, he was quite certain Song Xiaobao wouldn't dare do anything to his son, but knowing Zhao Dezhu was involved, he panicked. Zhao Dezhu ignored his surprise and hung up the phone. Long Yankaya stood frozen in place. He pondered for a moment, a terrible premonition rising within him. He shouted towards the door, "Someone come here." Several men rushed in quickly. These were men he had arranged to keep an eye on Song Xiaobao. Long Hoxwan's disturbance at heaven on earth was indeed his doing. He wanted to test Song Xiaobao's attitude. This was also why there was a drug-addicted son of the deputy mayor. He was certain Song Xiaobao wouldn't dare do anything to his son or these privileged young men. However, he never expected this matter to be connected to Zhao Dezhu. Now, almost everyone in Yayu knew Zhao Dezhu. Everyone knew that a ruthless man had emerged recently. Although young, no one dared to mess with him. If he had known this matter would involve Zhao Dezhu, he wouldn't have dared to let his son risk his life, even if he had the guts of a leopard. He simply couldn't understand how this matter had anything to do with Zhao Dezhu, and wondered if Song Xiaobao had somehow gotten close to Zhao Dezhu. He only knew that this matter was troublesome. But he couldn't just abandon his son, so he had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, "Prepare the car, we're going to heaven on earth." "Brother, are you taking anyone with you?" asked a burly man who had been with Long Yankaya the longest. After all, he knew the current situation. Song Xiaobao and his elder brother were already at odds, and this heavenly realm was a directly affiliated enterprise of the human realm. Bringing people there would completely change the nature of the situation. It would be blatantly announcing war. Long Yankaya, having reached his position, was no fool. He understood this principle as well. His subordinate's reminder made him think for a moment. If it were only Song Xiaobao and the people from the Dakang group involved, he would definitely bring his men, even if it meant fighting. He couldn't show weakness to Song Xiaobao, that would only make things more difficult. But with Zhao Dezhu involved, it was a different story. What use were his own men if someone dared to brazenly storm into the Dakang group with heavily armed special forces? It might even backfire. So he pondered for a moment, then said directly, "No need. the rest of you stay. In this era, it's not just about numbers. Yunfen, you drive with me. Okay, brother, Yunfen nodded. Indeed, in this world, many things can't be solved simply by having more people. The others wore worried expressions. They were now following Long Yangkaiu, their fates intertwined. They were all afraid something might happen to him. For these trusted confidants of Long Yangkaiu, this would be absolutely devastating. Long Yangkaiu ignored them, simply telling them not to worry, and then got into the car with Yunfen. Everything was done in a great hurry. After all, Zhao Dezhu had only given him 20 minutes. He wasn't far from heaven on earth, but getting there within 20 minutes still required a lot of rushing. 15 minutes after Zhao Dezhu's call, Long Yangkaiu's car stopped at the entrance of heaven on earth. By this time, someone was already waiting for the two at the entrance. Yunfen didn't waste any words, simply tossing the car keys to a man nearby. Then he and Long Yangkaiu followed the guide into the elevator. The guide, without a word, led them directly to the second basement level. As soon as they exited the elevator, they saw more than 10 people standing around, with several men lying on the ground in the middle. Long Yangkaiu looked closely and saw his son, Long Hoxuan, among them, and several others who dared not speak, sprawled on the ground pretending to be dead. However, after nearly half an hour of torment, the man who had initially threatened Zhao Dezhu and the others to give him drugs was now kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down his face, begging to be let go so he could go back to do drugs. But every time he stood up, several burly men kicked him back down. Long Yangkaiu frowned slightly at this scene. After all, he was the son of the deputy mayor, a man of considerable status. This miserable state was truly unbecoming of his position. However, he only frowned slightly, quickly composing himself. He slowly walked towards the crowd. No one stopped them. At that moment, Long Hoxuan, who was lying on the ground, saw his father and was overjoyed, as if he had found a lifeline. Dad, you're finally here. He glared fiercely at Zhao Dezhu, saying, let me tell you, no matter who you are, you're dead. Even if the heavenly king himself came, you'd be finished. He tried to stand up and run towards Long Yangkaiu. He no longer believed that Zhao Dezhu and Song Xiaobao would dare to hit him in front of his father. After all, his father had told him that, whether openly or secretly, as long as Long Yangkaiu was there, he could completely control Song Xiaobao. You kill this kid. He just said you had to collect his body. He even said you were nothing but a fart. To be honest, Long Hoxuan wasn't a very considerate person. Seeing his father arrive, he immediately started exaggerating, saying all sorts of things. However, he was too agitated and tripped, almost falling to the ground. Chapter 280. Do you think we should fight or not? He was instantly utterly disheveled. And just when he thought Zhao Dezhu and the others wouldn't dare lay a hand on him after seeing his father, Zhao Dezhu kicked him in the backside, sending him sprawling face first into the dirt. His mouth landed less than a meter away from his father, Long Yangkaiu's, feet, and because Zhao Dezhu had used so much force, one of his teeth was knocked out. Long Yangkaiu's brows furrowed even more deeply, glaring at Zhao Dezhu with obvious displeasure. Yunfeng, standing nearby, glared angrily at Zhao Dezhu and reached out to help Long Hoxuan up. Brother Feng, avenge me. Long Hoxuan grabbed Yunfeng's arm, looking at his missing tooth, his words slurred, his face filled with resentment. Yunfeng nodded, ready to avenge his young master, but Long Yangkaiu stopped him. Yunfeng, help this good-for-nothing to the side. Dad! Long Hoxuan cried out in distress, seeing his father wouldn't let Yunfeng stand up for him. He wanted to continue, but Long Yangkaiu cut him off with a sharp rebuke, shut up. Instantly, Long Hoxuan shut his mouth and stopped talking, seemingly genuinely afraid of his father. Seeing his son stop arguing, Long Yangkaiu turned his gaze to Zhao Dezhu. He wasn't like his son, a hothead. He knew this seemingly arrogant young man was far more complex than he appeared. He composed himself, deciding not to appear weak, and looked at Zhao Dezhu with feigned composure. Mr. Zhao, what did this good-for-nothing do to upset you? Why are you so angry? Seeing his son's pitiful state, Long Yangkaiu felt a pang of heartache, but he didn't dare lose his temper in front of Zhao Dezhu. He even knew his son was just an excuse. The man was really after him. He naturally didn't want to make a scene if a peaceful resolution was possible, which was why he had only brought Yunfen along. He molested my girlfriend, don't you think he should be beaten? Zhao Dezhu glanced at Long Yangkaiu, who was trying his best to endure it, and secretly admired him. He was indeed a seasoned veteran. His son had been beaten like this, yet he could still tolerate it. His patience was truly remarkable. He deliberately claimed that Cheng, who was just a classmate, was his girlfriend. This way, even if Long Yangkaiu tried to cover it up, he wouldn't have a chance. He could both vent his anger for Cheng and achieve his own goals. Anyway, all's fair in war. He would say whatever was in his own interest. Zhao Dezhu wouldn't talk about rules with a ruthless devil like Long Yangkaiu. Sure enough, upon hearing that his son had molested Zhao Dezhu's girlfriend, Long Yangkaiu's eyelids twitched rapidly. He didn't know if his son had really done it, but Zhao Dezhu was now in a stronger position. If he said yes, then no was true. That's how the world is. He was powerless to stop it. All he could do now was minimize the impact of the situation. He walked up to Long Hoxuan, raised his hand and slapped him hard across the face. The loud sound echoed through the empty basement, showing just how forceful the slap was. At this moment, Long Yankaya dared not hold back. He could only use this method to try and calm Zhao Dezhu's anger. Once they were out of the basement, everything would be easier to handle. Bastard! I'll beat you to death. Long Yankaya cursed, stunning Long Hoxuan. However, he had now realized that his father was saving him. Even though he was furious, he didn't dare utter a word. Seeing blood trickling from his son's mouth and his face swollen like a pig's head, he turned to Zhao Dezhu. Mr. Zhao, I'm truly sorry. This good-for-nothing has been spoiled by me. He's offended someone he shouldn't have. I hope you can forgive him this time. This sentence was perfectly worded, completely shifting the blame to his own poor upbringing, without mentioning that Zhao Dezhu had beaten Long Hoxuan to a pulp. Fine, I've called the police. I'm not an unreasonable person. The police should be here by now. I'll just talk to them then. Zhao Dezhu squinted, unsure of what Long Yankaya was thinking, but his patience suggested he wasn't someone to be trifled with. Today was merely a simple test. He had already had Dasan call the police, reporting drug use and sexual harassment of a woman. They should be arriving around the same time. Long Yankaya was taken aback by Zhao Dezhu's words. He had assumed Zhao Dezhu, true to his style, would make things difficult for him, perhaps even causing him serious injury. He hadn't expected Zhao Dezhu to actually call the police. Damn it, someone who acts without any sense of propriety, holding a gun to someone's head in public, called the police. This left him utterly bewildered. But he had a feeling that things weren't as simple as they seemed. Zhao Dezhu and Song Xiaobao's presence here was enough to suggest that things weren't as straightforward as they appeared. However, he couldn't quite put his finger on what was wrong. He looked at Zhao Dezhu's faintly smiling expression, unable to discern anything amiss. However, he still looked at Zhao Dezhu and said very politely, "Thank you, Mr. Zhao. If I, Long Yankaya, ever need your help in the future, please let me know." It's nothing. Zhao Dezhu glanced at Long Hoxuan, who had lost a tooth. When the police arrive, just follow the procedures. Those who should admit their mistakes should admit them, and those who should compensate. Yes. Long Yankaya suppressed his confusion and thanked him repeatedly. He had no idea what Zhao Dezhu was thinking, so he could only play it by ear. Just then, several uniformed police officers were led out of the elevator. There were more than 10 of them, perhaps because they knew someone was using drugs. They were taking it more seriously. Zhao Dezhu glanced at them. Since he had told Dasan to call the police randomly, there were no familiar faces among them. The sight of the dozen or so people walking towards them created a sense of oppression. If the elevator hadn't been a freight elevator, it wouldn't have been able to accommodate them at all. Upon seeing the dozen or so people gathered inside, the dozen or so police officers all became alert. Some even pulled out handguns and stun guns and ran over, shouting for everyone to put their hands on their heads and crouch on the ground. Wait a minute. Seeing the tense atmosphere, Deshan walked up to the group, took out an ID, and handed it to the policeman in front of him. "These people are under our control, don't be nervous." The policeman in front of him took the ID from Deshan and examined it carefully. Then he straightened up and gave Deshan a military salute. "Greetings, sir." Chapter 281 Zhao Dezhu's abnormal behavior. Everyone was completely dumbfounded, including the group of police officers. None of them had expected that this seemingly unassuming man following Zhao Dezhu would have such a powerful background. Long Yankaya frowned as well. He was all too familiar with this scene. They had done similar things countless times before, using their connections to manipulate the police into twisting the truth, even fabricating charges against innocent people. Not to mention his own son and this little boy, neither of them were innocent. However, Deshan ignored everyone's opinions, took his identification from the police, and calmly said, "All right, thoroughly investigate these people. Investigate this man's father." Everyone looked at the drug addict convulsing on the ground. Some of them quickly recognized him as the son of the mayor of Yeyu City. This society is all about personal connections and relationships. When these rich kids get into trouble, it's naturally those of us at the bottom who have to deal with it. It wasn't surprising that they recognized him. So when the police officers who knew Deshan said they would investigate him, even his father, they exchanged bewildered glances. But seeing Deshan's identity, they immediately agreed. Soon, these people were taken directly to the police station, a relatively small one. When the police asked about Long Hoxuan's injuries, Long Yankaya directly stated that his son had assaulted someone, and he had beaten himself. This puzzled Song Xiaobao. He didn't know what was going on with Long Yankaya. Perhaps he had discovered Zhao Dezhu's identity? He didn't know. He only knew that if Zhao Dezhu hadn't been there, he and Long Yankaya would have naturally clashed. But one question remained: why did Zhao Dezhu so easily hand these people over to the police? Was he just going to let it go? This was a question Song Xiaobao couldn't understand, and one that Long Yankaya had also been pondering. He had personally witnessed Zhao Dezhu pointing a gun at Song Xiaobao, nearly killing him. The more easily Zhao Dezhu let his son go, the more uneasy he felt. Zhao Dezhu didn't go with them, he merely sent a high-ranking executive from the Heaven on Earth nightclub to explain the situation. It was as if he was simply letting the matter drop. This seemed extremely suspicious to Long Yangkaiu. On the way to the police station, Long Yangkaiu lit a cigar, his face thoughtful. Because Long Hoxuan and the others had been taken into the police car according to procedure, only he and the driver, Yunfeng, were in their car now. "Brother, what are the identities of this young man and the burly man beside him?" Yunfeng wasn't stupid. Seeing Long Yangkaiu's attitude towards Zhao Dezhu, he knew Zhao Dezhu was no ordinary person. Long Yangkaiu took a deep drag. Only a group of Dekang's true top executives knew about what had happened in the chairman's office last time. It's understandable that Yunfen and the others don't recognize Zhao Dezhu. Last time, when a group of Special Forces soldiers stormed into Song Yanjiayuan's office with guns, Song Xiaobao almost got shot dead. "It was this young man," Long Yangkaiu said, looking at the police car ahead. "What?" Yunfen was startled and nearly crashed his car into another vehicle. Fortunately, he was a man of experience and quickly regained control of the car. The last incident shocked the entire Dekang group. He was at the company, but the Special Forces soldiers had completely surrounded the person in the middle, making it impossible for him to see who was inside. He just hadn't expected that the person inside would be Zhao Dezhu, the one who had beaten Long Hoxuan. No wonder his boss, Long Yangkaiu, didn't dare to utter a single boast and even blamed Long Hoxuan's injuries on him in front of the police. It was clear they were wary of this young man. He sighed deeply. "Brother, if even one of this kid's bodyguards can make several policemen so afraid, this kid's identity must be extraordinary. Will he let Hoxuan go so easily?" Long Yangkaiu narrowed his eyes, glancing at Yunfen. "This young man doesn't follow any rules. I don't understand what he's thinking." In the past, because Song Yangyuan was still alive, Long Yangkaiu had no intention of separating the family business, and naturally wouldn't investigate Zhao Dezhu, whom he had no connection with. He knew practically nothing about Zhao Dezhu. At the time, he only showed Zhao Dezhu's photo to his son, telling him not to mess with this young man, but he didn't investigate Zhao Dezhu's identity or status. After all, he didn't dare cause trouble for someone who led special forces. He was also afraid that if Zhao Dezhu found out he was investigating him, he would be finished. What he didn't expect was that Zhao Dezhu had actually gotten involved with Song Xiaobao, and even had his son sexually assault Song Xiaobao's girlfriend. This just didn't sit right with him. Furthermore, Song Xiaobao had been pushing his anti-drug campaign within the company, creating a tense atmosphere. Given the sensitive timing in this incident, Zhao Dezhu's unusual reaction was particularly disturbing. This made him extremely panicked. Long Yangkaiu took out his phone and dialed a number. Someone answered quickly. "Hello, help me investigate someone." Previously, Long Yangkaiu dared not investigate Zhao Dezhu because he had no connection with him and investigating him would only cause trouble. But now it was different. His son had gotten into such trouble, so he had no choice but to use his connections within the system to investigate Zhao Dezhu. He didn't know if he could find anything, but he could only do his best to prepare. Soon, the car arrived at the police station. To his surprise, the people from the Heaven on Earth, a nightclub/brothel, didn't give his son much trouble. They simply explained the situation. Even the girl his son had assaulted didn't say anything more, and his son was released immediately. However, the deputy mayor's son was not released. This left Long Yangkaiu even more confused, but he had no choice but to wait for Zhao Dezhu's information before making any further plans. Now, the two of them took their son to the hospital for disinfection and bandaging, and finally, they had his knocked-out tooth implanted. On Zhao Dezhu's side, seeing how easily he released Long Yangkaiu, Song Xiaobao and Yi Mulan were both puzzled, but no one dared to say anything. They assumed Zhao Dezhu must have a reason for doing so. Of course, even if there was no reason, they wouldn't dare say anything. However, Deshan and Zhao Dezhu weren't so reserved. He also couldn't understand Zhao Dezhu's actions, so Deshan asked, "Boss, what's the next step?" "I'll arrange it." Chapter 282 Unfathomable. Upon hearing this, not only Deshan, but also Song Xiaobao and Yi Mulan were filled with anticipation. After all, none of them wanted to let Long Hoxuan off so easily. However, to the surprise of all three, Zhao Dezhu actually shook his head. "No need, nothing needs to be done. This matter is settled." The three were somewhat bewildered. They all thought Zhao Dezhu had a further plan, but unexpectedly, he said it was over. Deshan was even more puzzled, as he had followed Zhao Dezhu for far longer than Song Xiaobao and naturally understood him much better. It was just that Zhao Dezhu's unpredictable nature made him truly unfathomable. But Deshan was too lazy to think about it anymore. He would just do whatever Zhao Dezhu said. He nodded. "Okay, boss." Seeing everyone's puzzled expressions, though they dared not ask, Zhao Dezhu didn't keep them in suspense any longer. He smiled and said, "This matter is actually very simple. Long Yangkaiu must have devised many countermeasures. If I just hand it over like this, he'll have worked for nothing. When the three men heard that Zhao Dezhu was actually plotting something, they were all impressed. This young man, Zhao Dezhu, was surprisingly ruthless. This tactic was called using stillness to control movement. And Zhao Dezhu's thinking was indeed correct. If he retaliated, perhaps Long Yankaya wouldn't mind. After all, he was a man of the underworld. But Zhao Dezhu's actions truly made Long Yankaya uneasy, constantly on edge. If Zhao Dezhu were an ordinary person, he certainly wouldn't care. But someone whom even Song Xiaobao treated with utmost respect had let his son off the hook after his son had assaulted his girlfriend. How could he be at ease? Long Yankaya was so preoccupied with this matter that he couldn't sleep soundly. In all his years, except for the turbulent years following that, he had never felt so troubled. Moreover, upon returning home, Zhao Dezhu's information was sent to him via email. Long Yankaya immediately turned on his computer and opened Zhao Dezhu's file. This search deepened his suspicions. Zhao Dezhu was a local, born and raised there. Information about his schooling and his parents' farming background was all available. But what he saw when he saw the Ding Liangzhou group under Zhao Dezhu's name left him speechless. This Ding Liangzhou group primarily engaged in investment, not only in securities and stocks, but also including charitable foundations, lease construction, and several other subsidiaries. Its registered capital alone was $10 billion. This was from the higher UPS. The money wasn't a single amount, but rather deposited into the company account. Upon seeing this information, Long Yankaya's brows furrowed even more deeply. How did Zhao Dezhu suddenly acquire a company worth over 20 billion yuan? And how did he end up with so many special forces soldiers protecting him? None of this could be found out, leaving Long Yankaya completely bewildered. He could only keep guessing. He even imagined a cliché scenario. Was Zhao Dezhu some rich young master from a powerful family, raised by a local family, and now that he's an adult, his family has given him a huge corporation to try out? Otherwise, what's the deal with the special forces soldiers and the multi-billion-dollar company around Zhao Dezhu? This made him even more uneasy. For a moment, he was actually afraid. Let alone Zhao Dezhu's family, even his multi-billion-dollar company could easily take his and his son's lives. He now seemed to understand why Song Xiaobao, who had almost been killed by Zhao Dezhu, was now following him so respectfully. It seemed this matter needed careful consideration. Immediately, Long Yankaya decided that at daybreak the next day, he would take Long Hoxuan to apologize to Zhao Dezhu. Regardless of Zhao Dezhu's thoughts, he had to show him his attitude. If he had previously wanted revenge for his son, Long Yankaya now only wanted to slap the scoundrel to death. If the main reason for this incident wasn't that he had instructed his son to cause trouble at the Heaven on Earth nightclub, Long Yankaya would definitely have gone to Long Hoxuan's room and given him another beating. He was a member of the underworld, and one of the few who truly understood it. He understood all too well the meaning of the saying, the underworld is merely a tool of capital. Fighting Zhao Dezhu? Heh. After thinking it over, Long Yankaya breathed a sigh of relief. He felt that the conflict between him and Zhao Dezhu was only because of today's incident. As long as this matter was resolved, it would be fine, since there were no other grudges. What he didn't know was that Zhao Dezhu owned 70% of Dakang's shares, and the anti-drug policy that Song Xiaobao mentioned was precisely what Zhao Dezhu had requested. Meanwhile, after explaining things to the three people, Zhao Dezhu took his classmates directly to the ancient city, visiting various scenic spots such as Kangshan Mountain and Butterfly Spring. Cheng Cheng's injuries weren't serious, and the marks on his face gradually faded. This was the second day of the gathering, and everyone had a great time. In the afternoon, Zhao Dezhu had his men drive everyone back to the county, even taking each person home. After all, he was the one who invited them to the gathering in Yayu, and he felt bad if something happened on the way. It was Sunday, so Zhao Dezhu didn't have to work that evening, allowing him a good night's rest. The next morning, Zhao Dezhu unusually got up very early. He worked out at the gym with Dasan for a while, but before he could shower and have breakfast, Li Feng reported that Long Yankaya had come to apologize to him at the entrance of the residential area. Zhao Dezhu told Li Feng that he wouldn't see the father and son. As far as he knew, the biggest obstacle to drug enforcement in Dakang was Long Yankaya. Now that he had caught him red-handed, he wouldn't see him so easily. Li Feng had told himself last night that Long Yankaya had investigated him and even found out who had done the investigation. Since Long Yankaya had investigated his identity and was now coming to apologize, it was clear he was intimidated by his background. Therefore, he wouldn't easily agree to see him. Let him think things through for a few days. Wouldn't it be better if he could take over the Dakang group without bloodshed? In the past, Zhao Dezhu always thought of using violence to deal with those he didn't like, but now his thinking is slowly changing. If things could be handled differently, Zhao Dezhu naturally wouldn't resort to killing so easily. This incident is the most typical example. Before, Zhao Dezhu's idea would have been to use Long Yankaya as a warning to others. In that sense, Long Yankaya should be grateful that his son caused this trouble, otherwise, his family would probably already be throwing a banquet. Chapter 283 Operation Zhao Dezhu instructed Li Feng to tell Long Yangkao that he wouldn't see him and to have Li Feng drive the father and son away. Upon receiving Zhao Dezhu's order, Li Feng immediately looked at Long Yangkao and his son waiting at the entrance of the residential complex. "Please leave, gentlemen. Our boss is busy." Long Yangkao immediately understood that Zhao Dezhu didn't want to see them. The busy part was just Li Feng being polite. Yes, thank you, sir." Long Yangkao was a smart man. Since he wanted to appease Zhao Dezhu, he wouldn't offend one of Zhao Dezhu's trusted men. He thanked Li Feng politely but didn't say anything more. Li Feng ignored the father and son and went straight back to the security booth. Long Yangkao and his son left. As soon as they got in the car, Long Hoxuan started cursing, his face flushed with suppressed anger. "Dad, who exactly is this kid? Why are we so afraid of him?" Long Yangkao's expression also turned grim as he got in the car. Zhao Dezhu's refusal to see him meant things weren't so simple, which made him even more uneasy. Now, his son's defiant attitude only fueled his anger. "Didn't I tell you we can't afford to mess with this guy?" He hadn't dared to sleep all night, and this morning, at daybreak, he brought Long Hoxuan to apologize to Zhao Dezhu. If he hadn't been afraid of disturbing Zhao Dezhu, he would have come much earlier. He was preoccupied the whole way, only telling his son that Zhao Dezhu was someone they couldn't afford to offend, nothing more. However, Long Hoxuan completely ignored his father's words. He assumed Zhao Dezhu was just the son of a wealthy man, and that his father's submission was only for business reasons. "Dad, I've been beaten like this, and you're still backing down? I really don't know how you got to this point." Long Hoxuan seemed to have forgotten the scene yesterday in the basement of the Heaven on Earth where his father slapped him, leaving him stunned. Yun Feng, who was driving, twitched his lips. Looking in the rearview mirror, he saw his boss's gloomy face, as if he was deep in thought. Otherwise, he probably would have slapped him already. After all, he knew Zhao Dezhu was the one who almost killed Song Xiaobao at the chairman's office meeting. His boss took this person very seriously, and now Long Hoxuan dared to go against his father like this. So he quickly advised, "Xiaoxian, don't say anything. This person is no ordinary person. Your dad is annoyed right now." He knew that Long Hoxuan usually liked to talk nonsense with his father, but this situation was different. After hearing Yun Feng's advice, Long Hoxuan became even more disdainful. Seeing that his father didn't say anything, he became even more aggressive. So, while pressing his phone, he said, "Brother Feng, what did I say wrong? My dad just chickened out. How could someone with such an impressive background be more powerful than our family? Now that Song Yangyuan is dead, and Song Xiaobao can't shoulder the responsibility, my dad is the emperor of Yao City. What is he afraid of this young punk?" Yun Feng, driving, listened to Long Hoxuan's words with a sense of helplessness. This young master seemed rather short-sighted. Things weren't as simple as he thought. Wanting to be the local tyrant of Yao City is harder than being a provincial-level tyrant, but he knew his persuasion was useless, so he could only focus on driving. "Damn it, you idiot. The entire Dakang group is only worth a few billion RMB, and that's the assets of many people. This Zhao Dezhu alone has nearly 100 billion RMB in assets. What do you think you have to compete with him?" Long Yangkao, who had been deep in thought, suddenly jumped up and slapped Long Hoxuan across the face, shouting, "I'm telling you, if he wants us dead, it's just a matter of a word. If you dare jump again, I'll kill you first, you damn fool. I only told you to go cause trouble at that high-class place, not to harass someone's girlfriend." Long Hoxuan, already injured, was slammed against the car window by the slap, but the impact of his father's words was far greater than the slap itself. Even Yun Feng, who was driving, widened his eyes. What was his boss saying? A company worth nearly 100 billion? Holy crap! A guy who looks like he's not even 20 years old has nearly 100 billion in assets. And that's just the company's assets at the time of registration. If they knew Zhao Dezhu's current assets, they probably wouldn't believe it. He finally understood why his boss was so serious. Long Hoxuan, leaning against the window, was also stunned. He finally realized the seriousness of the matter, staring blankly at his furious father, not daring to utter a word. While Zhao Dezhu was eating breakfast, Song Xiaobao found him and told him that everything was ready. A resolute glint flashed in Zhao Dezhu's eyes as he looked at Dashan. "Brother Dashan, are you ready?" Dashan glanced at Zhao Dezhu. "Boss, everything's ready. We can move at any time." "Then let's move." Zhao Dezhu nodded. "I want a clean Dakang group." "Yes." Dashan picked up his phone and immediately started operating. Can these people be trusted? What if they turn out to be a bunch of snakes and rats, alerting them? Zhao Dezhu asked. "Don't worry, boss. Only a few people at the very top know about this. They have no vested interests with Dakang Group, so there won't be any problems." Dashan hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Boss, what about Song Xiaobao?" "Investigate him," Zhao Dezhu said as he walked towards the dining table. "I've already spoken to him about this. If he can change, there won't be any problems. But if he doesn't, then he deserves it." Deshan nodded, clearly agreeing with Zhao Dezhu's approach. After all, what they had done was utterly immoral. Now Zhao Dezhu had given them a chance to change, and if they didn't listen, then arresting them was fine. There was nothing to regret. In Zhao Dezhu's mind, it was the same with Song Xiaobao. Only if he obeyed was there any point in keeping him alive. If he didn't obey, what difference would it make who took his place? The plans for Dekang over this period of time had finally begun to be implemented today, and Zhao Dezhu was somewhat nervous. After all, Yayu City is a very complicated place, and Dakang, as the leading enterprise in Yayu, is involved in so many things that he can't even imagine. Even with his current wealth and the attention he received from his superiors, he still harbored some apprehension. He went up to the rooftop alone, sat on the helicopter landing pad, and gazed into the distance, lost in thought. Just after Deshan sent out the message, a group of people from major cities like Beijing and Zhongchang gathered and boarded planes bound for Yayu City. That day, there were over a dozen more flights to Yayu City, carrying nearly 1,000 more passengers. All of them carried a huge cloth bag, the contents of which remained a mystery. Because these flights arrived in Yayu City after dark, no one except those at the airport noticed them. By this time, Zhao Dezhu had already returned to his office and begun his work. Chapter 284 The Great Purge. Boss, the people have arrived. We've already sent a bus to pick them up, Deshan said to Zhao Dezhu. Okay, brother Deshan, please take care of this and get these people to work. Zhao Dezhu glanced at Deshan. He knew these people were mainly there to guide the way. He didn't need to worry about how they would actually work. After receiving Zhao Dezhu's order, Deshan left the villa. The thousands of burly men on the bus immediately took out clothes from their bags and changed. In an instant, the group transformed into fully armed police officers. This was what Zhao Dezhu had instructed Deshan to do earlier. He had Deshan report the situation to his superiors, requesting that they send people to conduct surprise inspections. He was willing to cover the costs. However, later, his superiors told him that this was a public matter, not Zhao Dezhu's personal affair, and he didn't need to concern himself with it. Deshan, accompanied by several soldiers, stormed into the Municipal Public Security Bureau. He ordered Wang Xingwang to gather the high-ranking officials and then relayed the orders from above, a large-scale purge in another area. Soon, without anyone's knowledge, Wang Xingwang informed everyone that there was a particularly important case at the bureau, requiring a meeting. Hearing it was a major case, all the high-ranking officials rushed to the meeting room. Once they arrived, Wang Xingwang ordered everyone to hand over their cell phones for centralized management. While everyone was still confused, Deshan revealed his identity and announced that a surprise inspection of nightclubs, casinos, and other establishments in Yayu City would be conducted that evening. This immediately startled some of the people inside. However, they were now under surveillance, even being followed to the restroom. Because those sent down were all from higher up, no one dared to say anything, and could only wait obediently, silently praying they wouldn't be implicated. Such operations in different locations weren't uncommon, but at least there would be some prior warning. Tonight's operation was completely unannounced. This was unprecedented. This situation also occurred throughout Yayu City, with the mayor and deputy mayor all being invited to a fixed location for tea and conversation. Everyone knew that this matter was even more serious than the previous crackdown on organized crime. Inside a karaoke bar in the city center, several portly men were drinking with 4 or 5 beautiful women, each with one on their arm around the other. Suddenly, the door was flung open. One of them was about to curse when 3 or 4 men in police uniforms walked in and immediately turned off the music. Stand up, ID. The man quickly smiled and stepped forward. Comrade, I'm Su Wenrui, the director of the Development Zone Police Station. What's going on? However, the officers completely ignored him, giving him a disdainful look. Stop talking nonsense, show me your ID. Upon hearing this, Su Wenrui panicked. He leaned closer to one of the uniformed officers and whispered, Brother, give me some face. If word gets out, how will I ever face anyone? Humph, look at this. The officer pointed to his chest. An inconspicuous body camera was working. Su Wenrui had initially been too nervous to notice it. He completely collapsed, knowing it was all over. He slumped to the ground, groaning, It's all over. It's all over. The other man was also terrified, his drunkenness instantly sobering him up. Hurry up, hand over your phones and IDs. Without a word, the law enforcement officers subdued the 2 men, and 4 or 5 women were also taken into custody. That night, similar incidents occurred throughout the city and even in some of the counties under Yayu City's jurisdiction. After all, some of Yayu City's counties were no less developed than the city center, and certain officials liked to visit them. In one night, not only officials but also many high-ranking members of the Dekang group were detained. Some of them hadn't done anything wrong that night, they were just sleeping at home, yet they were still dragged from their beds. Although they hadn't done anything when they were arrested, they knew what kind of shady business they usually engaged in. Drug trafficking, borrowing money for water, running casinos. None of them were innocent. These people were mostly those who had previously followed Long Yang Kaio and refused the group's anti-drug campaign. On Song Xiaobeo's side, those who genuinely reformed after receiving orders were all unharmed. Song Xiaobeo immediately understood that this was Zhao Dezhu's doing. He had initially thought Zhao Dezhu would secretly eliminate those people, like he had eliminated his own brother. He hadn't expected Zhao Dezhu to be so ruthless, instead using legal means to deal with him. This made it seem like Zhao Dezhu wasn't addicted to killing, but it deepened Song Xiaobeo's fear of him. After all, someone who could secretly kill wasn't scary, but mobilizing so many people in another region to legally eliminate so many people overnight, could an ordinary person do that? The crucial point was that Zhao Dezhu was able to allow Song Xiaobeo and his group to remain, which further demonstrated his extraordinary power. At 2 a.m., KTVs and nightclubs had closed, so the cleaning operation was over. However, casinos and private clubs remained open, and the cleaning continued. Zhao Dezhu slept after finishing his work, only waking up around noon the next day. He was in a good mood because Lin Luoxiu and Yang Wenlong had sent news the previous night that the negotiations were going well and they were now in the price negotiation stage. Su Jin had also video called, saying the exchange meeting had ended and she had brought Zhao Dezhu a considerable amount of raw stones. While having breakfast, Deshan returned. Although he looked exhausted, he had a smile on his face, clearly indicating a successful night. "Boss, we arrested 858 people last night, many of them people who are usually on TV. He handed Zhao Dezhu a file. "These are the known ones, the investigation is ongoing." Zhao Dezhu didn't take it, but looked at Deshan with surprise. 858 people arrested in just one city? Deshan chuckled. "Yes, but only a few dozen people here are truly influential. The rest are just gamblers, drug dealers, and addicts. This information only covers those few dozen." "Can I see it? Isn't that against the rules?" Zhao Dezhu nodded, still not looking. "The boss said these will be released sooner or later. You're just a little earlier than others, and you're the one who spearheaded this. You can see it," Deshan said with a smile. Chapter 285, Heading to Kunshinj. Hearing Deshan's words, Zhao Dezhu knew he had access to the materials, so he picked them up and began to read. After reading them, he realized that he thought he had seen through many of the true nature of the world. However, he was still too naive. Even though he was closer to reality than many ordinary people, he was still horrified by the materials. Many of the influential figures in Yayo City had collaborations with the Dakang Group. Many of them were merely minor county magistrates, earning less than 10,000 yuan a month, yet their assets reached hundreds of millions. Their misdeeds were countless. Looking at the materials, and recalling these people's eloquent speeches on television, every word revolving around people's livelihoods, it was truly disgusting. "If this novel were published, it would definitely be banned," Zhao Dezhu said, handing the documents back to Dashan. "Brother Dashan, the next step is to take over the Dakang Group. Help Song Xiaobeo resolve this matter, and then we'll go to Kunming." "Okay," Dashan agreed, then left the villa. Many things still awaited his attention. That very day, numerous investigation teams from the central government arrived in Yayo City, conducting a thorough investigation. Yayo was a key tourist city in Yunnan province, so this action was beneficial to the entire nation. The purge in Yayo City lasted for over a week, weeding out many corrupt officials within the organization. Saturday arrived, and Deshan walked in cheerfully, looking at Zhao Dezhu. "Boss, things are almost finished, but because there were so many matters, many still need verification, so it's no longer our concern." Deshan paused, then added, "The Kong Group has also merged into Dingliangzhou Group, and all the procedures are legal and compliant." Zhao Dezhu nodded, looking at Deshan. "We don't lack money. I only have one request for Dakang Group, to completely break away from the black market." "Boss, there are some things I'm unsure whether I should say." Deshan hesitated after hearing Zhao Dezhu's words. "Hey, just say what you want to say. When do we brothers need to be so formal?" Zhao Dezhu glanced at Deshan. Deshan was a true tough guy. He didn't pretend, nor did he bother to, except in front of his enemies. Zhao Dezhu wasn't an enemy, so his emotions were always on his face in front of him. Sure enough, after hearing Zhao Dezhu's words, Dashan nodded. "Boss, you see, things like drug use or gambling must be cracked down on all at once, but there are many other gray market industries involved, and some of these are essential livelihoods for certain people. We can't completely eradicate them." Zhao Dezhu's expression turned serious. "Brother Dashan, just say it." "Okay." Dashan looked at Zhao Dezhu and didn't mince words. "For example, many people come from other places to work, and they don't bring their wives, or some are simply single. They also need to satisfy their physical needs, don't they?" "Ah." Zhao Dezhu immediately blushed. Although he was inexperienced, he understood what Dashan meant. "Brother Dashan, you mean you won't touch the beauties?" "Ahem." Dashan said somewhat embarrassedly. "Yeah, when we were assigning tasks before, some brothers said, 'What will we do without the beauties?' Of course, this is just one example. Many industries are the same. Completely eliminating them is impossible. No one can do it alone, only replace them," Dashan explained to Zhao Dezhu. Hearing this, Zhao Dezhu felt that Deshan's words didn't seem like something he could have come up with himself. These words did indeed make sense. Over the years, no matter how many managers changed, it was just a matter of changing the person in charge. Completely eliminating them was simply impossible. Zhao Dezhu had once seen a survey that showed that in any city, without underground sex workers, there would be many more sexual assault cases. This is because people's desires are not being satisfied, leading to these problems. That's why many places turn a blind eye. Now, Deshan's point was that Zhao Dezhu shouldn't be too clean. Zhao Dezhu smiled at Dasan. Brother Dasan, you didn't come up with this yourself, did you? He. Dasan chuckled awkwardly. The higher UPS told me to tell you this, they were too embarrassed to say it outright. Alright, I understand. I really can't arrange a wife for every single man in Yayo City who doesn't have one. This isn't something money can buy. Get ready, we're going to Kunshinj. Zhao Dezhu had figured it out. He was just a kid, there were many things he didn't understand, and it wasn't his place to concern himself with them. It would be better to find some fun, like retrieving the stone Su Jin had given him and seeing if there were any surprises. Okay, boss, this really wasn't my idea. The higher UPS told me to say it. I'm not into this kind of thing myself. Dasan was a little embarrassed. Haha, I understand. Zhao Dezhu smiled at Dasan, giving him a knowing look. Although he said he believed him, his eyes told Dasan that he didn't believe him at all. Deshan, looking completely innocent, walked away muttering curses. Zhao Dezhu overheard a few of his words. He was cursing those people for telling him to come and talk to him about it. Zhao Dezhu almost burst out laughing. He hadn't expected Deshan to have such a funny side. Now that things were settled, Zhao Dezhu called Su Jin, telling her he was coming to Kunming to visit her and pick up some rough stones. Su Jin was immediately delighted and told Zhao Dezhu to come anytime. Her father was currently opening rough stones, so she could open Zhao Dezhu's too. Deshan returned quickly. He had only gone to buy some snacks and drinks, worried that Zhao Dezhu might get cravings on the way. Immediately, Zhao Dezhu, along with Deshan, Li Feng, Bai Shizhen, and another special forces soldier, boarded the helicopter. He had already informed the pilot, Yan Wenbin, of the plan beforehand, so Yan Wenbin had made all the preparations. Aircraft maintenance and refueling were done, and the flight route had been applied for. Therefore, the helicopter was ready to take off. Zhao Dezhu said goodbye to his family, and then the group left Yayo City. To be honest, sitting in the helicopter and looking at the scenery along the way was truly breathtaking, making Zhao Dezhu marvel at the beauty of his motherland's landscape. It's unclear whether Zhao Dezhu's limited travel experience and lack of worldly experience led him to think this way. Yeah, he was quite a distance from Kunshinj. Even by high-speed rail, it took over 2 hours, and even by helicopter, it took more than an hour to reach Kunshinj. Chapter 286 Sohung K. Following the location provided by Su Jin, Zhao Dezhu instructed Yan Wenbin to fly towards Panlong district. Upon approaching the location, they discovered a building below with 2 helipads. From a distance, they could see a person holding a flag, and 4 or 5 figures standing to one side. Soon, Yan Wenbin followed instructions and landed the helicopter on the helipad. According to Yan Wenbin, this was just one of the helipads belonging to Su Jin's family. He hadn't been responsible for this helipad when he worked for the Su family before. Zhao Dezhu had long suspected that Su Jin's family lived comfortably, and now it seemed he was right. As soon as the plane came to a stop, before the propellers had even stopped, a lithe and graceful figure ran towards Zhao Dezhu. Reaching him, she grabbed his hand and exclaimed, "Brother Pig." Zhao Dezhu looked at the girl before him, her eyes practically sparkling with laughter, and a black line appeared on his forehead. Su Jin was still the same, utterly goofy. "Don't call me Brother Pig." "Humph, I didn't name you that." Su Jin smiled brightly, her smile dazzling. Just as the two were joking around, a middle-aged man who had been standing to the side took 2 steps forward, looking at Su Jin tightly holding Zhao Dezhu's hand, and frowned slightly. Su Jin noticed the middle-aged man's expression, but she didn't mind at all. Instead, she gripped Zhao Dezhu's hand even tighter and pulled him a couple of steps towards the man. "Dad, this is my friend, Zhao Dezhu." "Brother Pig, this is my dad." Zhao Dezhu jumped. He felt the uncle's gaze was a little unnatural. He hadn't expected him to be Su Jin's father, no wonder. If his daughter were so intimately linked with a stranger in front of him, he certainly wouldn't want that, would he? Zhao Dezhu immediately gave Su Jin a slight shake, trying to get rid of her, but Su Jin wasn't afraid of her father at all and simply clung to Zhao Dezhu's arm. Zhao Dezhu looked at the middle-aged man somewhat awkwardly and politely said, "Hello, uncle. I'm sorry to bother you today." "Haha, not at all, not at all. Welcome to beautiful Spring City," the middle-aged man said, smiling and nodding in response. Zhao Dezhu realized that Su Jin's father wasn't hostile towards him. He was just initially uncomfortable seeing Su Jin holding his hand, as evidenced by his current reaction. "Thank you, uncle," Zhao Dezhu nodded politely. For some reason, although he and Su Jin weren't close, he felt a little intimidated after learning the middle-aged man's identity. He didn't know why. "Oh, don't be so polite. There's no one else here. Brother Zhu has come all this way, let's go eat. Seeing her father still trying to be polite with Zhao Dezhu, Su Jin quickly interrupted. Her personality was naturally lively and outgoing, and seeing Zhao Dezhu and her father being so polite made her unhappy. Yes, let's go eat first, So Hun-Kei nodded. To be honest, seeing this young man made him a little nervous too. Despite being a successful man who had weathered many storms, he felt surprisingly nervous seeing this young man stepping out of the helicopter. Seeing his daughter's intimate interaction with him, So Hun-Kei was somewhat flustered. He remained politely courteous to Zhao Dezhu, forgetting that he was the host and should be taking his guests to dinner. Su Jin reminded him, and he snapped out of his daze. Led by the father and daughter, the group went downstairs. Su Jin explained that the building belonged to her family, and they mainly dealt in jewelry. The trip to the Jade Kingdom a few days ago was to buy raw jade. While buying rough stones was risky, with good luck, it could be many times cheaper than buying mined jade. Moreover, mining rough jade was a legal form of gambling. Everyone hoped to reap huge profits with minimal investment. Some people who played with rough jade became rich overnight, while others went bankrupt overnight. It was exactly the same as gambling, no different. However, the Su family specialized in the jewelry business, and when they went to buy, they brought professional appraisers, giving them a much better chance of success than naive, inexperienced buyers. Soon, Zhao Dezhu and his family were taken by Su Jin and his son to a high-end hotel not far from the Su group for a meal. This meal was the most luxurious Zhao Dezhu had ever eaten in his life. Of course, it wasn't the most delicious. In his eyes, his mother's cooking was still the most appealing. Little Zhao, come, eat. So Hun-Kei called out to Zhao Dezhu, pouring him a glass of wine without any airs. This made Zhao Dezhu feel a little uncomfortable. He had imagined that Su Jin's parents would look down on him and put on airs when they met him. But this scene of harmony and friendliness was something he hadn't expected. Uncle, please don't be so polite. I should have poured you this wine. Zhao Dezhu stood up and reached for the wine bottle from So Hun-Kei. So Hun-Kei didn't stand on ceremony and handed the bottle to Zhao Dezhu, who quickly poured him a full glass. Su Jin rolled her eyes at the two men and started picking at her food. In her opinion, the two in front of her were incredibly talkative. While eating, she didn't forget to urge to Shan and the others, come on, brothers, eat quickly, don't mind those two. Zhao Dezhu noticed that So Hun-Kei was looking at him like he was looking at a prospective son-in-law. However, there was also a hint of gratitude in his gaze, which Zhao Dezhu noticed. Sure enough, So Hun-Kei stood up, completely without any airs of an elder. His expression was filled with gratitude as he said, Little Zhao, I shouldn't have come to your young people's gathering, but I still wanted to thank you in person. So when this young lady said you were coming, I had her introduce me to you, just to thank you. Uncle, what's going on? Zhao Dezhu was confused. He and So Hun-Kei had never met before. Why was he thanking him? Soon, So Hun-Kei explained, it's about you and this girl investing in stocks. Actually, before that, due to the pandemic, our company faced a cash flow crisis, with a shortfall of nearly 100 million yuan. The company almost went out of business, So Hun-Kei said with a wry smile. I originally thought the company was going to collapse. After all, the economy has been sluggish these past 2 years, and a shortfall of 100 million yuan is just too big. So Hun-Kei then chuckled and said, just when I was desperate and about to declare bankruptcy, this little girl actually said she had several hundred million in savings. It really startled me. I thought she'd done something wrong. At this point, Su Jin looked smug but remained silent. So Hun-Kei continued, but I thought even if she did something wrong, she couldn't earn several hundred million. When I asked, I found out she made it through stock trading. At first, I didn't believe it, but when I saw her trading records and the cash, I believed her. The little girl said you were the one who helped her make it. Haha, borrowing 100 million from this little girl was what brought the company back from the brink of collapse. If it had been any later, I was planning to sell all my assets. So Hun-Kei couldn't help but laugh as he recounted this amusing incident. There was relief and pride in him. After all, it was his daughter who had saved him and the company. And his eyes were filled with gratitude as he looked at Zhao Dezhu. Zhao Dezhu finally understood why So Hun-Kei was so grateful to him. It turned out that the money Zhao Dezhu earned with Su Jin had directly saved So Hun-Kei's company. Zhao Dezhu felt somewhat helpless, a little amused and exasperated. He had previously thought So Hun-Kei was only so pleased with him because he found him pleasing to the eye and mistakenly believed Zhao Dezhu was Su Jin's boyfriend. In short, he was just charming. But it seemed the reality was quite different. So Hun-Kei was grateful entirely because Zhao Dezhu had helped them. Chapter 287 Opening the Stone. Uncle, you're too kind. It's all thanks to Xiao Jin's courage and determination. Others might not have believed it, Zhao Dezhu said to So Hun-Kei. This was truly his opinion. Although he had always mentored Su Jin, it was her own courage to buy stocks that led to such substantial profits. Su Jin had previously told him that she had become quite wealthy by following his stock investments, never expecting to earn hundreds of millions. This was incomparable to Zhao Dezhu's achievements. After all, Zhao Dezhu dared to buy boldly because he could foresee the future. Su Jin was completely different. She only bought stocks because she trusted Zhao Dezhu, which undeniably showed her courage. Anyway, I still want to thank you. If it weren't for you, the Su family would have collapsed by now, So Hun-Kei said with a hearty laugh, sincerely thanking Zhao Dezhu. So Hun-Kei was quite considerate. After thanking Zhao Dezhu, he immediately told him that he had come to express his gratitude and wouldn't disturb the young people's gathering any longer. Uncle, eat first before you get back to work, Zhao Dezhu urged. No, you young people can eat and chat. I, an old man, won't bother you any longer, So Hun-Kei said, increasingly pleased with Zhao Dezhu. After bidding farewell to Zhao Dezhu and the others, he left. Zhao Dezhu had no choice but to let him go. So Hun-Kei was right. With an elder like him around, Zhao Dezhu and the others felt somewhat uncomfortable. After he left, Su Jin looked at Zhao Dezhu. Brother Zhu, don't worry about my dad, he's busy at the company. Okay, let's eat first, then we'll go open the stones. We'll open them tomorrow. Today, I'll take you around to see the sights. It was clear that Su Jin wasn't particularly looking forward to opening the stones. She preferred spending time with Zhao Dezhu. Zhao Dezhu knew this was because opening stones was something Su Jin was used to, and she had no real anticipation for it. This was perfectly normal, so Zhao Dezhu could only lead Dasan and the others around as Su Jin took them. It was his first time in Kunming, so he was treating it as a trip to have fun. He would be studying here soon, so it wasn't bad to enjoy himself first. After dinner, it gradually got dark. In many parts of Kunming, nightlife was just beginning. Su Jin arranged for a car to take Zhao Dezhu and the others around. To have some alone time with Zhao Dezhu, she drove herself in one car with him, while Dasan and the others drove another car to protect them. Zhao Dezhu then asked Su Jin curiously, "Girl, uncle said you made several hundred million. You've got guts." Su Jin glanced at Zhao Dezhu, somewhat smugly. Several hundred million was just a lie. I was afraid of scaring him. Zhao Dezhu was surprised. It seemed he had underestimated this girl. Holy crap, you're not kidding, are you? Why would I lie to you? Su Jin said, I didn't dare buy too much before, but later I became bolder, and I made more. Now I have over 2 billion in my account. Su Jin didn't hide anything from Zhao Dezhu, she told him the truth. That's incredibly daring, Zhao Dezhu remarked in surprise. Even if he were Su Jin, he might not dare to do something like that. However, upon reflection, he figured it was probably related to her upbringing and education. That evening, Zhao Dezhu and his group first took Su Jin home, then checked into a hotel near the Su family company, arranged by So Hun-Kei. The next morning, So Hun-Kei had someone invite Zhao Dezhu over. After having breakfast with him, they were taken to a warehouse more like a makeshift vault. Not only did So Hun-Kei need to verify his identity with his iris and fingerprints, but several people were also guarding it. Inside were, of course, the rough stones that Su Jin and Zhao Dezhu had mentioned bringing back from their trip to the Jade Kingdom, including one for Zhao Dezhu. Seeing the neatly categorized stones, Zhao Dezhu curiously walked over. He noticed that these stones were somewhat different from the haphazardly piled stones at his home. Most of the stones in the house had noticeable cracks and were of exaggerated shapes, you name it. They came in all shapes and sizes. Long strips and thin slices were common, but the rough stones in front of him looked more regular. Many were oval, and even the irregular ones weren't overly exaggerated. This must be a standard the quarry workers used when selecting them, Zhao Dezhu thought. He'd seen countless stones, but seeing these stones that could yield jade still piqued his curiosity. Seeing Zhao Dezhu intently examining the stones, Su Jin glanced at him. Brother Zhu, these are just stones, what's so interesting about them? When we video chatted, I saw you had a lot of stones at home too, aren't these the same? When Zhao Dezhu returned to Xiaoxing village before, during a video chat with Su Jin, he had shown her the village's scenery, not only mountains and trees, but also many strangely shaped stones. It's different. You can't extract jade from the stones in our village, Zhao Dezhu said with a wry smile. He knew Su Jin was just being cheeky, and he chuckled as he spoke to her. You silly girl, always fooling around. Go away, So Hun-Kei said, looking at his daughter with exasperation. He knew it was just a young man joking, so he simply scolded her with a laugh. Then, looking at Zhao Dezhu, he said, Little Zhao, you can choose as many of these rough stones as you want. I'll open them for you later, and they're all free. Zhao Dezhu was taken aback. So Hun-Kei was truly generous, speaking without a trace of arrogance. But rules were rules. He had asked Su Jin to bring these stones for him, and he couldn't accept them for free. So Zhao Dezhu shook his head. Uncle, I asked Xiao Jin to bring these stones for me, so I have to pay for them. Please don't be so polite. Little Zhao, you've already helped her earn so much money. How much are these stones even worth? Being polite would be slapping your uncle in the face. Su Hun-Kei also shook his head repeatedly. He wouldn't accept a single penny from Zhao Dezhu. After all, in his eyes, Zhao Dezhu was not only his daughter's friend but also a benefactor of the Su family. How could he possibly accept Zhao Dezhu's money? Zhao Dezhu saw his determination and had no choice but to accept. If all else failed, he could go with them to choose stones next time and secretly select some valuable ones for them. This time, he just wanted one with good value, enough for one family member to have surgery on. Having figured this out, he nodded. "Thank you, uncle." So Hun-Kei smiled and told Zhao Dezhu to choose whatever he wanted, then he had someone open the shop. The shop was fully equipped with cutting machines and grinding machines, as well as several small rooms separated by glass, including small workshops and rest areas for drinking tea and watching the stone cutting. Chapter 288. It's green. Okay. Zhao Dezhu didn't stand on ceremony anymore. He casually rummaged through a small pile of stones and looked at Su Hun-Kei. "Uncle, these will do." "Okay." Su Hun-Kei nodded and said okay, then called to the people nearby. They all picked up the stones and placed them on the stone cutting machine. The warehouse had 3 machines, capable of cutting 3 stones at a time. Su Hun-Kei asked Zhao Dezhu how to cut them directly or by rubbing the edges. Zhao Dezhu didn't understand the stone cutting process at all and could only say whatever was fine. Although he could see through his precognitive abilities which stones actually contained valuable stones, he couldn't say so. "All right." Su Hun-Kei smiled and nodded, then looked at a man who had been following him and said, "Master Ji, you decide how to cut these stones?" "Yes, Boss Su." The man called Master Ji was about 50 years old, with a complexion even darker than Song Xiaobeo's, clearly someone who often basked in the sun. The man was burly, with a string of beads of some unknown material hanging around his neck. After listening to Su Hun-Kei's words, he took a marker and walked to the stone cutting machine, examining the already fixed stone and occasionally marking lines on it. "This Master Ji is the expert who helped select the stone this time. I heard he's very accurate at judging stones," Su Jin whispered to Zhao Dezhu. "In any profession, specialization is key. These people exist because they have more professional experience than the average person." Zhao Dezhu nodded. "Girl, can this uncle even tell if there's jade inside?" "I don't know either. This is the first time we've asked him to look at stones. My dad used to say he always hired another master to select stones, but now that master is too old and has retired," Su Jin explained to Zhao Dezhu. Zhao Dezhu nodded, looking enlightened. So this master was also working with the Su family for the first time. Zhao Dezhu glanced at Su Hun-Kei and noticed he was also standing intently behind Master Ji, watching closely as if trying to learn something. Zhao Dezhu sensed Su Hun-Kei was even more nervous than himself. If his batch of stones yielded jade, it would prove Master Ji was truly skilled, otherwise, it would be a matter of sheer luck. Therefore, although Master Ji was renowned, this was Su Hun-Kei's first collaboration, and he was quite apprehensive. Zhao Dezhu glanced at the stones in the warehouse. There were probably tens of tons in total. Judging by Master Ji's focused approach, it would likely take several days to cut them all. Therefore, he had no way of knowing whether the person the Su family had hired truly possessed the skills. However, one of his small piles did contain a piece of jade the size of a large bowl. He had never witnessed this new operation before, so he followed behind Su Hun-Kei. Su Hun-Kei saw that Zhao Dezhu seemed very interested and kept explaining his own experience to Zhao Dezhu, saying that he would take Zhao Dezhu with him next time he went to buy rough stones. Zhao Dezhu readily agreed. Now that he had the money, he really should travel around. He wouldn't have the chance after school started, and he figured school would be starting soon anyway. That morning, while examining the stone carvings, Zhao Dezhu followed Su Hun-Kei, watching the stones. When the stone cutting machines were working, Zhao Dezhu and the others ran to a glass enclosure to hide. Although the machines automatically sprayed water during the cutting process, they still produced some dust. To avoid inhaling this dust, they had to hide in the glass enclosure. Zhao Dezhu only came out to watch after the cutting was complete. That morning, the 3 stone cutting machines cut dozens of stones, yielding only a few small, worthless pieces. According to Su Hun-Kei, these jade stones were worth only about 500,000 yuan, less than the cost of the stones. However, Zhao Dezhu wasn't discouraged. For him, seeing jade extracted from stones was already a rare sight. He had only heard about it before. Seeing it for himself was already quite interesting. After breakfast, he returned to the warehouse to watch the stone cutting. After eating, Zhao Dezhu asked a worker for a bodysuit and started cutting stones himself. He found it was really strenuous work, even more tiring than wielding a hoe in the fields. Although the machines were advanced, to avoid damaging the jade inside, Su Hun-Kei's stone cutting machine still required manual operation. This ensured perfect control of the machine, allowing them to stop immediately when they saw a piece being produced. Of course, Zhao Dezhu had only heard this from Su Jin, the young girl. He figured she didn't know much more than him, and if he hadn't come here, she probably wouldn't have been in the workshop. So, Zhao Dezhu was just repeating hearsay. There were definitely more advanced methods and machines for cutting stones. Zhao Dezhu just didn't know that. Brothers, please don't criticize if you know more. This is all Zhao Dezhu has seen and knows. Fortunately, Zhao Dezhu was in excellent health and possessed great strength. Under Master Ji's guidance, he dissected several stones in succession, only experiencing arm soreness but not feeling overly strained. However, this left the group of burly men in awe. The amount of work Zhao Dezhu was doing was beyond what even a professional could sustain, let alone someone doing this for the first time. At first, everyone thought he was just a pampered young master. They hadn't expected Zhao Dezhu to be so efficient at his work. Even So Hung Kei looked at Zhao Dezhu with disbelief. He approached Zhao Dezhu, saw him finish cutting the stones on the machine, stopped the machine, and handed him a bottle of water. Zhao, take a break, this work is exhausting. Uncle, I'm fine, I'll cut a couple more. Zhao Dezhu unbuttoned one side of his mask and took the bottle of water from So Hung Kei. Thank you, uncle. At this moment, Su Jin also ran out of the glass room. Unlike So Hung Kei, she wasn't polite to Zhao Dezhu. Instead, she looked at the stones on Zhao Dezhu's machine. Dad, look, this stone has turned green. Only then did So Hung Kei notice that a hint of emerald green had appeared on the cut surface of the stone Zhao Dezhu had just removed. He had been busy getting water for Zhao Dezhu and hadn't checked the stone at all. Zhao Dezhu had known before cutting, but he hadn't dared to say anything. Now that Su Jin had seen it, everyone had gathered around. Master Ji also stopped the other two machines and ran over to Zhao Dezhu's side. He was carrying a powerful flashlight. Chapter 289 saw a significant increase. Master Ji shone a powerful flashlight on the stone, instantly transforming its previously vibrant green color into a translucent, crystalline brilliance. A look of delight spread across his dark face. He had personally selected each stone from this batch, and now that he had unearthed such a gem, he was naturally very proud. While there had been some jade stones among the previous rough stones, they were either of poor quality or too small and short, worthless. But this stone, just the surface from which it had been cut open, was the size of a large bowl. It might be even larger inside. The crucial point was that this jade stone was clearly high-quality icy jadeite. Even with just this one cut, it could fetch a considerable price. So Hung Kei was also beaming. This was a gift he had given to Zhao Dezhu, and now that it contained green, it was a matter of pride for him. Uncle, is this very valuable? Zhao Dezhu, seeing Master Ji and So Hung Kei's joyful faces, thought that this must be a huge windfall. Sure enough, Master Ji shook his head and smiled at Zhao Dezhu, saying, Mr. Su knows more about this, I'm just a stone appraiser. Zhao Dezhu knew Master Ji was just being polite. After all, he was an expert in this field, so how could he not know? Su Hung Kei, of course, also knew. He picked up a flashlight and shone it on the emerald green cut surface, then examined it carefully for a while. He said happily, Little Zhao, you're really lucky. This is high-quality icy jadeite. If you sell it, it can fetch at least 4 million. If you cut it open further and find more jade inside, its value will be immeasurable. Zhao Dezhu was somewhat surprised by So Hung Kei's words. Such a stone could be so valuable? Of course, it's possible that its value will decrease after cutting it open, since we don't know what's inside. So Hung Kei, as a professional jeweler, was quite accurate in his valuations. After all, they had bought many stones that had only had windows cut into them before. The risks of such stones are actually no different from those of raw rough stones, because raw rough stones are entirely gambled on, but their prices are lower. These rough stones with windows cut open show potential for growth on that side, so their price is naturally much higher than that of raw rough stones. You might buy them at a high price because you see a higher value on the windowed side, only to find that after cutting them open, there's no green inside except for the windowed area that would inevitably result in a loss. This principle is self-evident. Hearing So Hung Kei's words, Zhao Dezhu nodded, his face beaming. It seems this stone should be enough for me to make a set of jewelry for my mother and the others. Mr. Zhao, let me cut it open next. Since there's green inside, we'll polish it slowly, trying not to damage the inside. Master Ji glanced at Zhao Dezhu. After all, this was Zhao Dezhu's first time cutting stones. He wouldn't mind cutting a worthless, broken stone, but he didn't want Zhao Dezhu to do it on such a valuable one. Although the stone belonged to Zhao Dezhu, it was a treasure to people like them. To be able to personally extract it intact from the rough stone would be a tremendous pleasure. That's exactly the case now. He was afraid that the young Zhao Dezhu wouldn't be patient and would damage the jade inside. Zhao Dezhu understood Master Ji's meaning. The stone was his own, and he didn't want to damage the jadeite because of his own actions. So he readily agreed, politely saying, then I'll trouble you. Master Ji glanced at Zhao Dezhu. He had initially thought the young man wouldn't agree. After all, it was his own stone, and even if he refused, there was nothing he could do. He hadn't expected Zhao Dezhu to not only agree but also be so polite. He was merely an appraiser hired to examine the stone. Being polite made him a master, but without it, he was just an employee. Zhao Dezhu's respect for Master Ji made him feel even more favorably towards him. Don't worry, Mr. Zhao, I'll definitely get the jadeite out of the machine intact for you. Thank you. Zhao Dezhu smiled, thanked Master Ji, and then left the machine. Master Ji picked up his pen and began planning the cutting lines on the stone again. It was clear he only drew the lines on the irregular edges, the rest was then polished with a specialized grinding machine. This was clearly professional work. Zhao Dezhu and the others stood by, watching Master Ji cut away the sharp edges. These edges didn't contain any jadeite, as jadeite isn't something you see everywhere. Finally, Master Ji put on a pair of glasses, had someone bring out the grinding machine, and began polishing. Zhao Dezhu, wearing a jumpsuit, wasn't worried about getting his clothes dirty, so he took a bottle of water and kept pouring it over the areas Master Ji was polishing. After about half an hour of careful polishing, Zhao Dezhu, who had been constantly pouring water, noticed a hint of green. "Master, there's green." Master Ji saw it too, immediately stopped, and then continued polishing the edges. After several hours of meticulous polishing, an oval-shaped, crystal-clear green jadeite appeared before everyone's eyes. The stone, about 20 centimeters in diameter, resembled a giant pearl after being cleaned. Even So Hun-kei, a seasoned expert on jade and emeralds, was stunned. His face beamed with joy as he held it in his hands like a precious treasure. "This jade is worth at least 40 million. And after carving, its value could multiply several times over." Master Ji stood smiling to the side. The original value of the jade they had purchased from Jade Country was only a little over 50 million. Now, the value of this single stone far exceeded that. Even if all the stones became worthless afterward, his reputation would be firmly established, which was a tangible benefit to him, and he was naturally overjoyed. Zhao Dezhu was also happy because he could make jewelry for his family. After all, he had participated in cutting the stone, and this sense of accomplishment was incomparable to simply buying everything. Only Su Jin seemed the most composed among them. Growing up in a wealthy family, she was used to gold, silver, and gemstones. While she had a slight sense of anticipation, like opening a blind box, it was far less than that of Zhao Dezhu and the others. What pleased her was seeing Zhao Dezhu and her father's happy expressions. "Uncle, I want to use this stone to make some jewelry for my mother and the others. I wonder if you could introduce me to a carving master." Zhao Dezhu had heard Su Jin say before that carving jewelry was very particular. Even if the same product was made, the price would be vastly different depending on the brand. He was completely clueless about this. Even if he paid someone to carve it, it would be troublesome. It would be better to ask So Hun-kei for help directly. Chapter 290 So Hun-kei of Versailles. "Of course, we're in this business. Your grandfather is a master jade carver," So Hun-kei said with a smile. Zhao Dezhu then realized that the Su family business started with Su Jin's grandfather. The old man Su began as a jade carver, gradually expanding into the jade trade, and eventually, under So Hun-kei's management, built the company into the large corporation it is today, worth approximately 1 billion yuan. The old man has rarely carved jade in recent years, given his advanced age. "Thank you, uncle," Zhao Dezhu said happily. Since the old man Su was a skilled jade carver, that was perfect. "Haha, no problem. I'll talk to your grandfather," So Hun-kei said, patting his chest. He knew his father's personality. Even if his company's cash flow dried up, he wouldn't dare ask his father to come out of retirement and earn some money. But things are different now. The old man dotes on Su Jin the most, and given the relationship between Su Jin and Zhao Dezhu, the old man certainly wouldn't refuse. That's why he readily agreed to take it all on. "Uncle, I don't need the remaining rough stones. Your company still needs them. I just wanted to make some jewelry for my family, and also do something new for myself." Zhao Dezhu was already very satisfied with such a large piece of jadeite. He didn't care how much the remaining stones were worth. After all, he wasn't short of money. So Hun-kei didn't stand on ceremony with Zhao Dezhu. After all, Zhao Dezhu was someone who could make hundreds of millions with his daughter. These stones were nothing to him. After cutting out this stone, Zhao Dezhu and the others didn't cut anymore. It was already past 6 in the afternoon, just lunchtime. Zhao Dezhu originally wanted to treat Su Jin and her father, as well as Master Ji, to a nice meal, since they had all helped him. However, Su Hun-kei declined. He told Zhao Dezhu he wanted to take him to his home for a casual meal. Zhao Dezhu looked at Su Jin, unsure of Su Hun-kei's intentions. Su Jin glanced at Zhao Dezhu shyly, ignoring him. Seeing Su Hun-kei's enthusiastic manner, Zhao Dezhu had no choice but to agree. He wasn't really busy, and refusing would be rejecting Su Hun-kei's kindness. On the way, Su Jin drove, with Zhao Dezhu in tow, while the others drove other vehicles. For some reason, both of them felt a bit like they were meeting Su Hun-kei's parents. Although they had met him before, going to his home felt different. Neither of them spoke. Less than half an hour later, the car stopped in a public parking lot. It looked somewhat remote, with no tall buildings nearby, but thankfully, it was clean and tidy, making them feel comfortable. After getting out of the car, Su Jin stood to the side with Zhao Dezhu, waiting for Deshan and Su Hun-kei's cars to park as well. Su Hun-kei then got out of his car and said, "Xiao Zhao, our family isn't well off, please don't mind." He led the way as he spoke. "Uncle, you're too kind." Su Hun-kei spoke very politely and showed no airs towards Zhao Dezhu. Zhao Dezhu felt that if Su Hun-kei weren't Su Jin's father, they might have become close friends despite their age difference. However, with Su Jin around, he couldn't help feeling a little uncomfortable. He himself came from the countryside, and his family was quite poor, so naturally he wouldn't look down on anyone as So Hun-K claimed. So Hun-K smiled and led the group towards his house. After walking for a few minutes, Zhao Dezhu and the others saw a small, one-story house. The house itself didn't look very big, but opening the gate revealed a large courtyard. It was filled with all sorts of plants, orchids, Paris polyphylla, honeysuckle, fruit trees, and potted succulents. In the center was a small pond with many colorful fish. The water was so clear it looked like you could drink it directly. This place looked like a small garden, or rather, a small garden by actual garden standards. Considering the size of the yard, it was quite large. Zhao Dezhu, being from the countryside, roughly estimated the yard to be over an acre, not including the house. How much would that be worth in a big city like Kunming? Zhao Dezhu subconsciously wondered. Zhao Dezhu took a deep breath, feeling much more comfortable, especially after spending hours cutting stones in So Hun-K's warehouse. Suddenly arriving at this idyllic place was truly pleasant. Come, gentlemen, this place is humble, please don't mind, Zhao Dezhu said, his lips twitching. He suspected So Hun-K was using Versailles as a prophecy. Damn it, this isn't the kind of modesty you get. This is what you call humble? This is more expensive than most villa areas. Zhao Dezhu could only smile and say, Uncle, don't be so polite. This is much better than my house. Ha ha. So Hun-K didn't say anything more, but led Zhao Dezhu and the others towards the room. So Hun-K led Zhao Dezhu and the others to the living room of the house. Zhao Dezhu and the others immediately noticed that it wasn't shabby at all, just very simply decorated. There were some wood and stone carvings displayed, presumably carved by old Master So himself. Because it would be impolite to look around in someone else's home, Zhao Dezhu simply thought the things were beautiful. As for anything else, he didn't understand. Where's Grandpa? Why isn't he here? Su Jin asked as soon as they entered the room. He should be in the study. I'll go find your grandfather. Everyone, please have a seat. So Hun-K replied to his daughter, then quickly told the others, don't be shy here, make yourselves at home. Everyone nodded. Luckily, Master Ji was there. Deshan and the others chatted with him occasionally, otherwise it would have been a bit awkward. Sitting on the simple sofa, Su Jin walked over without a word and quickly made a cup of tea for everyone, warmly inviting them to drink. It was clear that although Su Jin had enjoyed a privileged upbringing, she was cheerful and optimistic, without a trace of bad temper. She quickly joined in the banter with Deshan and the others. Soon, an elderly man with slightly graying hair emerged. He appeared to be around 70 years old, with a youthful face and a sprightly air. There was some ink on his hand. He must have been practicing calligraphy. The group immediately stood up upon seeing the old man. However, the old man chuckled and said, please don't be so polite, everyone. Please sit down. The group then sat down. Chapter 291 Family Banquet. Grandpa Su, this is just a small token of my appreciation. Please don't find it offensive. Zhao Dezhu stood up and picked up a small bag from beside him, containing several bottles of unpackaged Beiju, Chinese liquor. This was the liquor Su Jin had bought for Zhao Dezhu when he asked Su Jin what his grandfather liked on the way. It wasn't a brand name product, nor was it from a large supermarket, it was just from an ordinary ethnic minority brewery by the roadside. According to Su Jin, her grandfather had never smoked, but he loved liquor, and no matter how expensive, he wouldn't buy it. He only trusted this ethnic minority secret brew. Sure enough, the old man's expression improved considerably after seeing the liquor in Zhao Dezhu's hand. The liquor itself wasn't hard to buy. What was rare was that this young man had the thoughtfulness to understand his preferences. If this young man had asked him for something, it would be fine, but his son had said that this young man not only didn't need anything from him, but it also helped his granddaughter earn a considerable amount of money. Young man, that's very thoughtful. The old man took the wine Zhao Dezhu offered and placed it solemnly on the table. This wine is wonderful. I've been drinking it since I was young, and I haven't changed it. Let's all have a drink during dinner. He gestured for Zhao Dezhu to sit down and wait for the meal. A short while later, a woman who resembled Su Jin came out with a plate of beef. She exchanged pleasantries with the group as she placed the plate on the table. Su Jin cleared the fruit from the table and followed the middle-aged woman to the kitchen to get the dishes. Zhao Dezhu then realized that he had clearly come to meet the parents. Of course, it was just a joke, but he had only known he was going to Su Jin's house and had thought to ask what Su Jin's grandfather liked, but he had forgotten to ask her mother. Now he hadn't brought any gifts, which made Zhao Dezhu feel quite embarrassed. Sometimes it's not about bringing anything expensive, even a small, inexpensive gift is fine, it's the thought that counts. He felt a little embarrassed that he was empty-handed. The old man seemed to notice Zhao Dezhu's embarrassment and quickly started chatting with him. Young man, I heard from Hun-K that you helped Xiaojin invest in stocks and made a lot of money, which helped the family out of their crisis. I thank you so much. Seeing the old man's politeness, Zhao Dezhu felt even more embarrassed. This family really didn't have any of the bad habits that rich people have. Not only So Hunke was like that, but the old man was too. This treatment made him feel even more flattered, and he quickly said, "Grandpa Su, it's only because Xiaojin is so capable, I didn't help much." Zhao Dezhu repeated what he had said before. In his opinion, it was indeed true. Look, this young man is so humble. Xiao Zhao, sometimes your credit is yours to keep, there's no need to deliberately hide it. The old man looked at Zhao Dezhu with great satisfaction. He could tell that Zhao Dezhu was about the same age as Su Jin. It was rare to see someone of that age earn so much money and still be so humble. "Grandpa Su, actually, it's just that the stock market was doing well this year, which is why I was able to make a profit." Zhao Dezhu was the kind of person who reciprocated kindness tenfold. Since this family treated him like an honored guest, he didn't take credit for it. He always believed this was basic courtesy. "Haha, little Zhao, you're really being modest. This year's market wasn't as good as you say. Because of the pandemic, except for the technology, military, and medical industries, everything was severely impacted. Countless people were affected. Your ability to make money definitely shows you have unique insights. You're quite remarkable for your age. Grandpa Su, you flatter me." Zhao Dezhu thought to himself, "It's not that I'm not remarkable, it's that my predictive abilities are remarkable," but he couldn't say that aloud. He could only smile modestly. While chatting, Su Jin and her mother brought out the food, and soon the table was full. Zhao Dezhu glanced at the dishes: shredded pork with garlic sauce, sweet and sour carp, braised pork belly, stir-fried cabbage, and more, all home-style dishes that made his mouth water just looking at them. Compared to the elaborate meals at restaurants, he preferred these simple home-cooked meals. Su Jin's mother was still gesturing to the group, saying, "Oh dear, Hunke called late today, we were in a rush, so I didn't buy anything fancy. Just something simple to eat." Zhao Dezhu and the others knew this was just polite talk. None of them would be foolish enough to think the food was bad. "Auntie, please don't bother with all this work, please sit down and eat." Zhao Dezhu felt a little embarrassed. He had come to eat and yet she had been so busy preparing everything. "Oh, I have another soup, it'll be ready in a bit, you all eat first." With that, she went to get busy. Su Jin followed her to the kitchen, leaving only a group of men at the table. "Don't worry about your aunt, everyone's been busy all day and is hungry. Let's eat first." Yes, let's eat first." So Hunke and Grandpa Su smiled and invited everyone to eat. "Hunke, pour everyone some wine," Grandpa Su said, handing So Hunke a bottle of wine that Zhao Dezhu had brought, showing how much he valued Zhao Dezhu. At this moment, Zhao Dezhu quickly stood up. "Grandpa Su, let me." He took the bottle, opened it, and poured a full glass for Grandpa Su and So Hunke before pouring one for himself. When it was Dashan's turn, everyone declined. Some had to drive, some had to protect Zhao Dezhu, and Yan Wenbin had to be on standby, so Zhao Dezhu didn't force anyone. Now only Zhao Dezhu and his father So Hunke were drinking. Zhao Dezhu didn't usually drink beiju, but now he had no choice but to keep them company. Fortunately, the father and son didn't stand on ceremony with Zhao Dezhu this time, otherwise, another round of toasts would have been too much trouble. "Little Zhao," the old man said, looking at Zhao Dezhu at the dinner table. "Hunke said you're from Yayo City?" "Yes, Grandpa Su, I'm from Yayo Mountain County," Zhao Dezhu answered truthfully. This was something that could be easily verified with a simple search, it wasn't a secret. His answer puzzled the old man. He glanced at his son, then looked at Zhao Dezhu. "Young Zhao, there shouldn't be any prominent families in Shancheng County, right? Or is your ancestral home in Shancheng County?" "Indeed, there aren't any prominent families. My family has lived in Shancheng County for generations. We're just small farmers, my parents are farmers." Zhao Dezhu poured the old man a full glass of wine. He didn't know what the old man meant by that, but Shancheng County was such a small county, there really weren't any prominent families, and you could even say there weren't any particularly wealthy people. Of course, Zhao Dezhu was an exception. Chapter 192: Priceless Jade. Not only did Grandpa Su look somewhat puzzled, but even So Hunke seemed a little incredulous. Grandpa Su's gaze towards Zhao Dezhu became even more approving. He smiled and said, "Young Zhao, you don't seem like a child from an ordinary family. Your manners and speech suggest you come from a prominent family." Zhao Dezhu was even more embarrassed. "Grandpa Su, you flatter me. I'm just an ordinary person, a clueless child in your eyes." "Haha, that's not how it works. A person's character isn't always determined by their age. Some people live to old age and still live a muddled life," Grandpa Su chuckled. So Hunke also smiled and said, "Besides, it seems a person's upbringing isn't necessarily related to their family background. It depends on the individual. Yes, children of wealthy families aren't necessarily polite. It's not a one-size-fits-all situation," Grandpa Su added. Zhao Dezhu blushed at the praise from the father and son. They were really flattering him too much. The meal was very enjoyable, and the whole family genuinely liked Zhao Dezhu. If they knew that Zhao Dezhu and Su Jin's relationship wasn't actually as advanced as they thought, one wonders what they would have thought. After the meal, before Zhao Dezhu could say anything, So Hun-Kei, taking advantage of the old man's good mood, brought out the jadeite that Zhao Dezhu had unearthed that day. "Dad, what do you think of this stone?" The old man was also surprised when he saw the jadeite. "This is a good piece. Did you and your father source it from the jade market this time?" "Yes, Dad." Seeing his father's eyes light up when he looked at the stone, So Hun-Kei knew there was hope. He smiled at his father and then handed him a powerful flashlight. After the old man took the flashlight and examined it for a while, he said, "Dad, could you help me with this?" The old man glared at So Hun-Kei, then said with displeasure, "This is a good piece, but your father is so old, aren't you afraid of exhausting me?" So Hun-Kei chuckled awkwardly, "Dad, I don't trust anyone else with such a good thing." The old man was clearly pleased with this, but still looked at his son. "No, I'm too lazy to do anything these days." So Hun-Kei chuckled, seemingly understanding his father well, and said with a smile, "Dad, this stone is a gift for Xiao Zhao. He wants to make some jewelry for his family." Zhao Dezhu felt quite embarrassed upon hearing this. The old man had already said he didn't want it carved anymore, and now saying it was his was just putting the old man in a difficult position. Even if he eventually agreed, it was definitely to save face. Besides, the old man wasn't wrong. At his age, even without experience, he knew carving was hard work. However, to Zhao Dezhu's surprise, after hearing his son's words, old Master Su's expression changed instantly from displeasure to inquiry. He looked at Zhao Dezhu. "Young Zhao, is what Hun-Kei said true?" Zhao Dezhu nodded. "Grandpa Su, it was indeed given to me by my uncle, but I'll have someone else carve it." "Oh, what do you mean, someone else?" The old man feigned displeasure, looking at Zhao Dezhu. "With me here, how could I possibly let someone else do it?" Then he smiled and said, "Don't worry, your Grandpa Su will carve this for you. Just tell me what you want." "Then thank you, Grandpa Su." Zhao Dezhu was stunned by the old man's sudden change of expression. If So Hun-Kei hadn't looked so much like the old man, Zhao Dezhu would have suspected that So Hun-Kei had found it. Sure enough, Zhao Dezhu glanced at So Hun-Kei and saw that So Hun-Kei's face had darkened. He hadn't expected his father, who had so readily rejected him, to change his attitude so quickly after learning that the stone belonged to Zhao Dezhu. It was so fast he couldn't even react. However, his displeasure was only momentary. After all, that was just his father's personality, unpredictable. At first, he had worried that his father wouldn't like Zhao Dezhu. It seems he's the one who's being rejected. He breathed a sigh of relief. If his father hadn't agreed to carve the jade, he would be in an awkward position now. Fortunately, the final result was good. "Little Zhao, tell me, how many pieces do you want, and what style?" The old man asked directly, his personality very forthright. Zhao Dezhu thought for a moment and told the old man his idea. "Grandpa Su, I'd like to make a bracelet for my mother, my sister, and my grandmother. Also, I didn't bring a gift for Auntie and Xiao Jin this time, so I'd like to trouble you to make a bracelet for each of them as well. I wonder if this jade can be carved into 5 bracelets." When Zhao Dezhu said he wanted to make one for each family member, no one thought much of it. But when they heard that he also wanted to make one for Su Jin and her daughter, the whole family was astonished. "Xiao Zhao, this stone is enough. It's more than enough for 5 pieces, even enough to make several. But this jadeite is high-quality icy jadeite. While it's not the absolute top grade, even a simple bracelet made from it by my hands would be worth over 3 million. Giving away a pair like this, are you willing to part with it?" "Ha! It can be made into 10 pieces." Zhao Dezhu hadn't expected that this jadeite could be made into more than 10 pieces, each worth 3 million. At first, he thought this gift would be a bit embarrassing, but it seems it's not. Yes, 10 pieces, worth over 40 million. Of course, there will be plenty left over. We can make jade pendants, cabochons, and things like that. The total value of this stone is over 70 million. If we consign it to auction and find a wealthy buyer, it might sell for over 100 million. The old man thought Zhao Dezhu would be reluctant to part with it after knowing its value. Everyone present was stunned after hearing the old man's valuation. Even Zhao Dezhu hadn't expected that a stone the size of a small ball could be so valuable. It was an astronomical price, something he couldn't have imagined in the past. If someone had told him that this stone was worth nearly 100 million, he would have told that person to get lost. After all, you can't brag like that. Only now did he realize it was actually true. However, Zhao Dezhu simply wanted to have a few bracelets made for his family and experience the novelty of opening stones. Reluctant? Not at all. So he looked at the old man and said happily, "Grandpa Su, since we can make 5 pairs, could you please make 5 pairs for me? Then everyone can get 1 pair." Ha! Now everyone was surprised. Chapter 193 The Dust Settles. "Little Zhao, this one alone is worth over 3 million. If each person gets a pair, it'll be worth 15 million, So Hun-Kei exclaimed, his eyes wide. "This is too precious." Zhao Dezhu was speechless. They hadn't even paid him a penny for the stone, and now they were being refused even though it was being given to them. He smiled and said, "Uncle, this jadeite was originally a gift from you. Thank you so much. Please don't be so polite." Before anyone could say anything more, Zhao Dezhu said, "I only want these 6 bracelets. Please keep the rest, Grandpa Su." Grandpa Su was also taken aback. He hadn't expected Zhao Dezhu to only want 6 bracelets from such a large piece of jadeite. "Little Zhao, this is unacceptable. Grandpa Su, please don't be so polite. I've already gotten what I wanted," Zhao Dezhu said honestly. To be honest, he had this idea when he first found the jadeite. He just wanted to make a few bracelets for his family. He wasn't interested in anything more. After all, he wasn't short of money, nor was he a jade connoisseur. To him, jadeite was just a pretty stone, nothing special. Finally, after explaining their wishes, the family accepted Zhao Dezhu's offer. Aside from the 6 bracelets, the remaining jadeite would all be left to the Su family. What they did with it was up to them. Of course, Su Jin and her mother each received a pair of bracelets worth over 3 million yuan, totaling around 15 million yuan for 2 pairs. Initially, Su's mother refused to accept them, saying they were too valuable, but finally accepted them after Su Jin's persuasion. According to Su Jin, there was no need to be polite with Zhao Dezhu, because he was incredibly wealthy, the kind of wealthy beyond imagination. Of course, she only said this to avoid embarrassing Zhao Dezhu. If she weren't so stingy with him, she could easily give him a multi-million yuan plane. After saying goodbye to the family, Zhao Dezhu and his group returned to their hotel. Originally, Zhao Dezhu planned to return to Yaya City that night, but it was getting late, so he decided to stay overnight, since things weren't too busy at home anyway. When leaving the Su family home, Zhao Dezhu asked Su Hongke to take him along on his next trip to the Jade Kingdom. For Zhao Dezhu, all of this was mysterious and unknown, and he was very interested. Su Hongke, of course, happily agreed. It was only after this that Zhao Dezhu learned that the Su family patriarch's name was Su Tang, a towering figure in the jade carving world. Even a casually carved piece could fetch a high price on the market. The reason Su Hongke hadn't dared to let him carve before was because the patriarch had previously asked him to learn the craft, but he not only ignored him but also went into the jewelry business. The patriarch had always opposed this, and more importantly, the patriarch had already announced his retirement. Therefore, he dared not disturb the patriarch. Otherwise, with the patriarch's savings, he would easily have several hundred million. After all, he didn't own a company or invest in anything. The money from selling his works, aside from what Su Hongke initially borrowed to start his own company, was all saved. This genuine master craftsman's lifetime savings were unimaginable to most. That evening, he took Zhao Dezhu back to the old man's house. He was worried about being refused when he asked the old man to carve the stone, but the old man readily agreed after learning it belonged to Zhao Dezhu. Anyone else would have given up without a second thought, which is why Su Hongke was completely bewildered when the old man agreed. Of course, Zhao Dezhu only found out afterward. The next day, Monday, Su Jin and Su Hongke came to see Zhao Dezhu off. Little Su Jin looked reluctant to part. If she hadn't needed to help with the family business, she probably would have gone to Yeyu with Zhao Dezhu. Su Hongke had Zhao Dezhu visit him in Kunming from time to time, and Zhao Dezhu naturally invited Su Hongke to visit Yeyu. However, the company had just resumed its funding, and now so many raw stones had arrived that needed to be cut open, made into jewelry, and distributed to customer stores. In short, he was incredibly busy. Naturally, he had no time. In the end, Zhao Dezhu could only board the plane with his entourage. On the plane, Dasan looked at Zhao Dezhu. "Boss, this trip to Kunming has been incredibly beneficial." "Brother Dasan, why do you say that?" Zhao Dezhu smiled, watching the receding figure. Dasan gave Zhao Dezhu a meaningful look. "Boss, you're asking a question you already know the answer to. You've already met the parents, can't you say it's been incredibly beneficial?" Zhao Dezhu rolled his eyes at Dasan, but thinking about Su Jin's family's attitude towards him, it really did seem like meeting the parents. However, he couldn't quite define whether his feelings for Su Jin constituted love. Shaking his head, he dismissed the question, taking Dashan's words as a joke. Anyway, the group was very close and used to joking around. "Brother Dashan, what's the situation at home now?" Zhao Dezhu deliberately avoided the topic. Upon hearing Zhao Dezhu's question, Dashan became serious. While the men usually joked around, they were all quite serious when it came to matters at hand. After Yang Wenlin left, the task of contacting Song Xiaobao fell to Dashan, so naturally, he was the only one who knew the most about what was happening in Yeyu City. Of course, there was also Li Feng, who always had his computer. In this information age, Li Feng's computer skills were practically godlike. He knew a lot. However, he was only responsible for surveillance. If anyone needed to report something, it had to be done with Dashan and Yang Wenlong. It wasn't that anyone was more advanced, it was simply that everyone had their own role. Dashan immediately said, "Boss, in the 2 days we've been in Kunming, the matter has basically been settled. Even if there are still some things that haven't been dealt with, they are being dealt with gradually." Long Hoxuan, his protectors, and his supporters are all under investigation, and none of them will escape. Okay. This matter has finally come to an end. This small city of Yayu is truly unbelievable, it's chaotic beyond belief, especially considering this is the current era. When Sujin and I were out strolling the streets, we were ambushed by thugs twice. If I told anyone, no one would believe it. I can't even imagine how chaotic Yayu was before the anti-gang campaigns. Zhao Dezhu sighed. Dasan also seemed thoughtful. He naturally knew that Zhao Dezhu was referring to ordinary thugs. There were far more terrifying cases, including being chased and killed. But that's not unusual. Whenever you infringe upon someone's interests, this kind of situation will occur anywhere, right? Some people spout nonsense, saying, "What era are we living in? How can there still be such chaotic places?" That just shows their ignorance. Why don't you take a few beautiful women out for a stroll late at night and see if those drunk young men go crazy? Of course, that's just a suggestion. Those trolls probably don't have the ability to get beautiful women to follow them around, otherwise they wouldn't be so proud of their ignorance. Or think about Chaoyang district in Beijing developed, right? Well-mannered, right? But it's still constantly being reported by neighbors. It's all the same thing. Chapter 294 Zhao Yun's mischief again. Zhao Dezhu and his family had only eaten breakfast in Kunshan, so when they returned to Yayu and parked the helicopter on the rooftop, it wasn't time for breakfast yet. Zhao Dezhu only told his family he had gone to Kunshan to visit friends, not that he had gone to order bracelets for his mother and uncle. After all, it was better to surprise them later than to tell them directly. When Zhao Dezhu came downstairs, he found his father and grandfather playing chess, while his uncle watched from the side. Now that they were used to having a helicopter at home, none of them got up to look when they heard the sound of Zhao Dezhu's helicopter on the rooftop. Zhao Dezhu walked up to the three elders. "Oh, it looks like my dad can't beat Grandpa today. Haha, he's having a good time today," Grandpa said with a smile as he saw Zhao Dezhu and his family coming down the stairs, then took a sip of his tea. Zhao Hai rested his chin on his hand, seemingly unable to think of his next move. "Uncle, have you eaten yet?" Zhao Dezhu asked. "Not yet. Your grandma and mom said they were going to buy groceries, and they're not back yet." Uncle Li Yanghua glanced at Zhao Dezhu. "I'm going to work tomorrow, so your mom insisted on cooking a nice meal." "What?" Zhao Dezhu was also a little surprised. Now that his uncle was back, he could easily arrange a job for him. He hadn't made any arrangements these past few days because he felt his uncle should spend time with his family. "Uncle, things are better at home now. I even texted my older brother and his family yesterday to come back and help. You don't need to go to work anymore." Zhao Dezhu was telling the truth. The family should help each other if they could. He had indeed texted his older brother last night when he got back to the hotel, asking him to come back. His older brother was his uncle's son, Li Eli, who was several years older than Zhao Dezhu and had started working at a young age. "That's right, brother. Things are better at home now. There's no need for him to work anymore. He should stay home and help out." Zhao Hai nodded. He had also tried to persuade his brother-in-law, but his brother said he didn't know how to do anything, so he thought he'd have Zhao Dezhu come back and talk to him personally. Sure enough, Li Yanghua smiled and said, "I don't know how to do anything either. Dezhu, everyone in the company does investment and works in an office. I can't do that." Zhao Dezhu was taken aback. He understood now. His uncle felt that he couldn't handle the work at the company and that staying would only cause trouble. He smiled and explained, "Uncle, investing was a thing of the past. Now the company has all sorts of job shops, construction sites, you can choose whichever you like." Zhao Dezhu actually wanted to give his uncle a sum of money, enough for a lifetime, but then he thought it wouldn't be right. Anyone who receives money will have a change in mindset. As the saying goes, give a man a fish and you feed him for a day, teach a man to fish and you feed him for a lifetime. He figured it would be better to arrange a job for his uncle, helping him through bonuses and profit sharing. This way, his uncle wouldn't feel entitled and would appreciate the money. Hearing Zhao Dezhu's words, his uncle did hesitate. Indeed, given a choice, no one wants to leave their hometown and only see their family a few times a year. "Uncle, the company is on track now, and we really need manpower. I'm calling my aunt, older brother, and second brother back. You can stay home and help me out. You could even manage the supermarket or something." Actually, Zhao Dezhu was indeed short-staffed, but he knew his uncle and aunt were honest people. All they could do was help manage a supermarket. They couldn't exactly have them work as night watchmen. That wasn't realistic either. In the end, his uncle agreed. Soon, Li Ying and his grandmother's mother returned, and they were very happy to learn that Zhao Dezhu had kept Li Yanghua. After all, no one wants to be separated from their family. After breakfast, Zhao Dezhu took Dasan and his sister to practice driving. Tomorrow was Zhao Yuanyuan's driving test, but that shouldn't be too difficult for a young person. In the afternoon, Zhao Dezhu had only practiced a few times when his father, Zhao Hai, called and asked him to come home. Zhao Dezhu was somewhat surprised. His father usually never bothered him when he was out working, so his summons today must mean something was wrong. Without a word, he returned to Villa number 8. Only then did his father look at him angrily. Dezhu, you're coming back with me. The Zhao family is causing trouble again. He just called me saying they want to demolish his house, but we have to pay extra, otherwise they won't agree. Zhao Dezhu was furious. The Zhao family definitely had something wrong with them. Extra money? Ha! What's going on in their heads? Zhao Dezhu initially didn't want to bother, but then he thought, since he had nothing else to do, flying back wouldn't take long. He'd mentioned before that he could see Kangshan Mountain in Yayo City from the mountains of Xiaoxing village. Actually, going by road between these two places was a huge detour. By plane, Xiaoxing village was much closer to Yayo City. The flight and landing would probably only take about 20 minutes. Then let's go back, Zhao Dezhu chuckled. Yeah, if it really can't be done, then don't demolish it. I've never been treated like this before. Zhao Hai had a good temper, but he was genuinely exasperated by his older brother these past few times. Zhao Dezhu nodded, we're on the same page. He then found a phone and dialed, Dad, wait a moment, I need to call someone. Okay, I'll get dressed, Zhao Hai replied, then went back to his room to change. Zhao Dezhu picked up the already answered phone and said, hello, this is Zhao Dezhu. Could you please come to my house? The person on the other end of the line immediately and politely agreed upon hearing it was Zhao Dezhu. About half an hour later, a man wearing glasses drove up to the entrance of the residential area. Deshan looked at Zhao Dezhu and said, Boss, the man's here. Zhao Dezhu nodded, okay, let him in. Deshan nodded and spoke into his earpiece. A few minutes later, the man arrived at the villa entrance, and Deshan welcomed him in. Upon seeing Zhao Dezhu, the man politely greeted him, hello, Boss Zhao. Hello, I'm sorry to have called you over. It's all right. The man was flattered. Zhao Dezhu asked him to come to Xiaoxing village to resolve some matters. The man nodded repeatedly in agreement. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai had already changed his clothes and was waiting for Zhao Dezhu and the others. Zhao Dezhu asked Zhao Yuanyuan if she wanted to go back. Zhao Yuanyuan said she wanted to practice her driving test preparation materials at home to prepare for tomorrow's written test. Zhao Dezhu naturally agreed. He then had Yan Wenbin fly the plane back to Xiaoxing village with the group. As expected, Zhao Dezhu's prediction was correct. The journey from Yayo City to Xiaoxing village, which normally takes about 2 hours, was now completed in less than half an hour. The plane landed on the open space where Zhao Dezhu planned to build the activity center. This area, which had originally been a pile of rubble, the very spot Zhao Yun's family had tried to seize, had now been leveled, and they were preparing to lay the foundation. Chapter 295 Waits. Because it was a construction site, the propeller kicked up a huge cloud of dust, covering everything within dozens of meters in a hazy gray. There was no other way. Zhao Dezhu and his team could only wait for the dust to settle before opening the plane door and disembarking. A man in a suit and hard hat ran over. Upon seeing Zhao Dezhu and his group, he immediately jogged over and helped Zhao Hai up, respectfully calling out, Master. Then he looked at Zhao Dezhu, Boss. Zhao Dezhu recognized the man as Wang Fu, whose shoes and trousers were covered in yellow dust. He was somewhat surprised. Uncle Fu, are you personally supervising the construction here? Yes, boss. The Xiaoxing village renovation project is our biggest project right now, and I'm worried about any oversights. Wang Fu nodded, then said to Zhao Dezhu, actually, there was something else he didn't mention. This project was renovating Zhao Dezhu's hometown, otherwise, he wouldn't be so heartbroken. Zhao Dezhu hummed in agreement, then glanced at the construction vehicles and equipment visible around him. Thank you for your hard work. Wang Fu quickly replied, not at all. Zhao Dezhu didn't say anything more, and led his father directly towards his uncle Zhao Yun's house. When they arrived, they found that the entire village, except for some farms and other houses, had been demolished. Even the construction debris had been removed, and they were now preparing to lay foundations. However, Zhao Yun's two-story house still stood out conspicuously. Now that the surrounding houses had been demolished, their house looked particularly out of place, standing alone in its place. As the group approached their house, several people emerged from the second floor of the house. It was Zhao Yun, his wife, and their child, plus a woman Zhao Dezhu didn't recognize. This woman looked to be in her late 20s or early 30s, with a fleshy build and a short, stout figure. This must be the woman people had mentioned, Li Kang's wife. As for her name, Zhao Dezhu didn't know. This family must have heard Zhao Dezhu and his group talking. When they saw them, their expressions clearly became evasive, obviously still afraid of being punished last time. It's unclear why they dared to cause trouble again. If Zhao Dezhu had previously paid them any attention because they were relatives, now he simply thought they were idiots, just there to kill time with his father. When the family saw Zhao Dezhu and his group approaching, although they looked fearful, they still came downstairs and out the door. However, it was clear that the three of them were following behind the fat woman, who was carrying a small, thin teddy bear dog. They were wearing slippers. She stood in front of Zhao Dezhu and his group, looking at Zhao Hai arrogantly, and said, "You're Zhao Hai." This statement immediately silenced everyone. Zhao Hai frowned. In his opinion, this woman had absolutely no manners. Even a stranger wouldn't call someone his age by his first name, would they? But this woman was so rude, which made him feel disgusted. Zhao Dezhu narrowed his eyes, looking at the fat woman in front of him. Although Zhao Hai was disgusted, he still said calmly, "Yes, I am Zhao Hai." As he spoke, he glanced at Zhao Yun's family and noticed that they seemed to have gained confidence by hiding behind the woman, looking at him defiantly. Zhao Hai was furious. It really proves the old saying, birds of a feather flock together. Before the three could say anything, the fat woman pointed a finger at Zhao Hai. "What did you say? You old fool, what business is it of yours to interfere in our family's affairs?" Zhao Hai chuckled and ignored her. Seeing that Zhao Hai was ignoring her, and glancing at the dozen or so people surrounding him, the woman didn't dare to go any further. She changed the subject, saying, "Li King said that the developer in this village is your family." At this moment, Wang Fu, standing behind Zhao Dezhu and the others, was also furious. He was about to step forward and yell at them, but Zhao Dezhu stopped him. He had seen his father's change. His father had finally become so assertive, and it was better to let him handle this matter himself. Otherwise, he probably wouldn't have been able to suppress his anger. Sure enough, Zhao Hai looked at the unreasonable woman in front of him and said, "Yes, it's my house. What's your plan?" He. The woman stuck out one leg, saying smugly, "What's your plan? Since it's your house, things are easier." The woman looked confident. "You know why I called you here. I wanted to tell you that if you want to demolish our house, you have to build us a villa of the same size, and you also have to compensate us with 5 million. As she spoke, the woman gave Zhao Hai a smug look. "Otherwise, we won't demolish the house." "That's right. My daughter-in-law is right. You've demolished all the houses in the village now. If you want to back out, it's too late. If you don't agree to our demands, we won't let you demolish our house." Upon hearing this, everyone looked at the family strangely. Even Zhao Dezhu was completely bewildered. Zhao Hai glared at the two women. "What makes you think we're obligated to demolish your house?" Hearing Zhao Hai's words, the fat woman glanced at him as if he were a fool. She stroked the teddy bear in her arms and then sneered, "I've heard all along that you're building villas and tourist attractions in the village just to make money off ticket sales later. If our house isn't demolished, can you even build the tourist attraction? It won't just be a matter of a few million." "Exactly. If everyone builds villas and leaves only our old house, who will come to the tourist attraction? How will you make money then?" Li Xiui's expression also became smug. Now, Zhao Dezhu and the others understood why the Zhao family was so fearless. Their confidence stemmed from this. Zhao Hai was so angry he laughed. He glanced at Zhao Dezhu's son. "They say you spent billions to improve the village's conditions just to make money. Ha ha ha, that's the funniest joke I've ever heard. Others might not know, but he himself didn't? Did Zhao Dezhu build villas and develop the village for the villagers to make money? No, Zhao Dezhu went to great lengths to do these things because he saw his family reluctant to leave their hometown and wanted them to live more comfortably. Now, he never expected that Zhao Yun's family would see it as a money-making scheme. This has become leverage for them to threaten Zhao Dezhu and demand money from him. This is truly ridiculous." Chapter 296 Bizarre Logic. "Zhao Hai, what are you so smug about? Let me tell you, you don't need to pretend. Everyone knows you're just doing this to make money." Zhao Yun looked at Zhao Hai with a dismissive expression. "Do you think we'll believe you just because you said a few words? To make money, you actually tricked the villagers into building houses and doing development projects. You'll do anything for money." "Bah!" Li Xiui spat at Zhao Hai. The whole family looked at Zhao Hai and Zhao Dezhu with obvious disdain. Zhao Dezhu felt his worldview had been completely shattered. What kind of people were these? Why did they have such a bizarre way of thinking? Why did they think he was doing this for money? Zhao Hai, not wanting to waste any more words with them, simply smiled and said, "Zhao Yun, since your family believes that we can't proceed with our work unless your house is demolished, then you can keep your house. Just don't interfere with us starting today." Upon hearing this, the family was completely dumbfounded. They had been so adamant because they were certain that the development of Xiaoxing village couldn't continue without their house. After all, in their understanding, such projects required complete coordination. Even the slightest resistance would affect the overall situation. Therefore, after discussing it, the family decided to use this method to coerce Zhao Hai's family into giving them money. They thought that 5 million yuan wouldn't have much impact on such a large project as Xiaoxing village, just the cost of building one more villa. They believed Zhao Hai's family would readily agree to avoid disrupting the overall project. They hadn't expected Zhao Hai to appear so nonchalant. This made the greedy family somewhat panicked. "Zhao Hai, let me tell you, if you agree now, it won't be a matter of 5 million later." Li Xiui panicked when she saw Zhao Hai turning to leave and quickly said, "Ignore them. These people are just trying to trick us. They'll regret it later." The fat woman glanced at Li Xiui, her tone very unfriendly. Li Xiui, after being yelled at by the fat woman, immediately fell silent, clearly agreeing with her assessment. Zhao Hai gave Li Xiui a meaningful look. He noticed that the fat woman's attitude towards Li Xiui and Zhao Yun was just like how the couple used to treat their parents. Could this be considered karma? Alright, let's go. From now on, we won't demolish this house even if they beg us. Zhao Hai said this to the others, then led the way out. Yes, sir. Wang Fu, having learned about Zhao Hai and Zhao Yun's family situation, naturally agreed. Anyway, not demolishing the house won't have any impact. They didn't even sign the contract for the house because they were trying to scam Zhao Hai's family out of the land. Now they don't have to worry about anything, as long as they don't demolish their house. Dad, now that things are settled here, shall we head back to the city? Zhao Dezhu asked his father with a smile. He hadn't expected his father to be so decisive now. This change was quite significant. Let's take a look around. Things won't be like this when they come back. Zhao Hai smiled, seemingly having seen through it all and no longer bothered by the shamelessness of Zhao Yun's family. Zhao Dezhu thought about it. His father was right, things would definitely be different when they came back the second time. So Zhao Dezhu nodded, okay. Zhao Hai glanced at Zhao Dezhu again. Dezhu, are you busy? If you are, you can go back first. I'll have someone take me back. Zhao Dezhu shook his head. I'm not busy. It was too late for his driving practice, and he couldn't sleep anyway, so he might as well spend some more time with his father. Zhao Hai led Zhao Dezhu, Dasan, and the others around the village. Of course, they only visited the nearby areas. Some of the more distant houses were a 10-minute drive away, so there was no need to visit them. As the group arrived at the entrance of the main hall, Zhao Hai smiled and sat on the steps, lost in thought. This main hall used to be very magnificent when we were little. It was 2 stories high. Didn't it still exist when I was little? Zhao Dezhu thought for a moment. I remember playing here as a child, and there were many bamboo ropes stuck to the pillars. The old folks said they were used to hang landlords in the old society. I wonder if that's true. Oh, right, this old hall was demolished less than 10 years ago. You were old enough to remember back then. Zhao Hai smiled. As for the purpose of the bamboo ropes on the pillars, he didn't know, and the story Zhao Dezhu heard was probably just an old folktale to scare children. After all, so many years had passed. His grandparents were probably still young when those things happened. How could they still be stuck to the pillars? Dad, shouldn't we expand this hall too? Zhao Dezhu glanced at the hall behind him. He remembered that the current hall was much smaller than the old one from his childhood. No need, the clay sculptures here were just finished last year, they're still quite new. Zhao Hai glanced at them as well. Okay, come on, let's go check the field to see if anyone has stolen our konjac. Zhao Hai stood up and said. After saying that, he led everyone around for a while, first checking the field, then squatting in the pond at the edge of the field watching the small fish. It was as if everything here was filled with memories for him. As they walked, he told Zhao Dezhu stories from their childhood, but Zhao Dezhu noticed that Zhao Yun, your uncle, whom his father used to mention casually, was no longer on his lips. It wasn't until it was slightly dark that Zhao Hai called everyone back to Yayo City, because his mother had called to ask where they were. Zhao Dezhu encouraged Wang Fu for a few words, then led the group onto the plane. 20 minutes later, they arrived back at Villa number 8. The group shook off the dust before boarding the plane in the village, and then shook it off again after returning to the rooftop, even bending down to pat themselves dry. But when they reached the first floor, Li Ying looked at them with some confusion and asked, "What's wrong? Did you go digging? Why are you covered in dust?" Of course. Zhao Hai smiled slightly, then pulled out a bunch of scallions from behind his back. Look, these taste even better than the ones you buy. Li Ying and the others stared at Zhao Hai and his group, speechless. Using a helicopter to harvest scallions? Is this even humanly possible? Zhao Hai then smiled and explained briefly. Everyone was stunned to hear that Zhao Yun's family still wanted 5 million. Alright, let's not talk about that anymore, let's eat first. Zhao Hai explained, handing the scallions to Li Ying. Go make a spicy hot pot, these scallions are really fragrant. Chapter 297 Finding Connections. During dinner, everyone asked Zhao Hai again, and he explained the proposed solution, which everyone found quite satisfying. After all, this meant Zhao Yun's family would get nothing, including the villa that every family owned. The old man sighed deeply. Zhao Yun just can't make decisions. A man should sometimes have some magnanimity. As Xiao Zhu's biological uncle, he should have received more benefits than anyone else. After all, besides parents, uncles are the closest relatives. But he let Li Xiui cause such a scene, and now it's all come to this. He brought it on himself. Everyone nodded involuntarily. The old man's words were harsh but reasonable. In rural areas, uncles and aunts are considered very close, sometimes even more so than one's own parents. Zhao Dezhu and Zhao Yuanyuan had always treated them this way. But Zhao Yun, it's truly a complicated situation. Alright, let's leave them be. We've done our duty. Zhao Hai glanced at his family and poured a small glass of Beiju, Chinese liquor, for his father-in-law and brother-in-law. This liquor was brought back from Kunming by Zhao Dezhu. It was the Yi ethnic minority's secret brew that Grandpa Su Tang loved. As soon as the bottle was opened, a rich aroma filled the air, and the taste was incredibly mellow, smooth on the palate, flowing smoothly down the throat. Meanwhile, at Zhao Dezhu's family's home, enjoying a harmonious time, Xiaoxing village. In an isolated two-story house, Zhao Yun's family sat in the living room. With the curtains drawn, the open space to the north of the village was brightly lit, almost like daytime. However, it couldn't conceal the family's desolation, because the lights weren't from their village, they were just temporary accommodations for developers. Why hasn't anyone come looking for us yet? Li Xiui looked at the distant lights, her unease growing. The family, who had been silent until now, began to worry after hearing this. Even the previously domineering fat woman fell silent. Everyone had seen Zhao Hai and Zhao Dezhu's attitude. They had initially thought Zhao Hai was just stalling them, but so far, no one had come looking for them, which made the whole family anxious. If what Zhao Hai said today was true, wouldn't they end up with nothing? A classic case of trying to steal a chicken but losing the bait? Zaya Hua, your family knows many people. Ask your in-laws to help persuade Zhao Hai's family. If they really don't demolish our house, won't we end up with nothing? Li Xiui pleaded with her daughter-in-law. She was genuinely afraid now. The fat woman, Zaya Hua, stammered, looking at Li Xiui, somewhat embarrassed. To put it bluntly, her family was only slightly better off than Li Kang's family. They were in the timber business, but did they really know many people? That's not necessarily true. There was a cousin who was the police station chief who came to the village before. Putting aside the fact that this person had no connection with the developers of Xiaoxing village, something had happened a few days ago. The entire city of Yao had been purged by officials from higher up, and even her cousin's uncle was under investigation. However, she had always acted superior to her husband's family, and now that they needed her help, how could she ask? This truly put her in a difficult position. For the sake of saving face, Zaya Hua could only nod. Alright then, I'll try. With that, she took her phone and went outside. The Li Xiui family of three breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Zaya Hua go to make the call. However, they had no idea that the reason Zaya Hua was avoiding them to make the call was because she hadn't actually made a call. It was just to save face in front of this family. Today was Monday, and after finishing his meal, Zhao Dezhu naturally went to his office and began his work. The market hasn't been great lately. Although the domestic epidemic situation has eased somewhat, the overseas epidemic is far from being effectively contained. The consequence is an economic downturn. Just as Grandpa Su said, it's not that the market is good, it's just that Zhao Dezhu has seized the opportunity. When he entered the office, there was still half an hour before the market opened. So Zhao Dezhu took out a notebook and started making predictions while recording them with a pen. Zhao Dezhu is now adept at using his predictive abilities. Half an hour is enough for him to predict the stock market's direction for the next few hours using a nested method, and then record it in his notebook. Soon, it was time for the market to open. Zhao Dezhu also noticed that today's market trend was strange. Several stocks that had been performing flatly had performed well tonight, almost all reaching 50%. This is nothing in a place like the US stock market, where stocks can surge by 100% or 200% in a single day, but the key is that these stocks have large market capitalizations. Trading them would be much simpler. Other stocks may have seen significant gains, but their market capitalization is relatively small. This means that only a small amount of capital can be invested to generate profit. A larger investment will negatively impact the stock's price movement. In other words, these stocks have small market capitalization and high price movements, making it easy to profit, but only in small amounts. To make big money, you need to trade dozens, or even hundreds, of the same stocks simultaneously. What are the consequences of this? It's exhausting. This is the situation Zhao Dezhu experienced when he made money before. That's why he hired 5 more traders. But tonight's stocks are different. Although the gains are only around 50%, their market capitalization is large. Even a large investment won't affect the overall price movement, making them much easier to trade, in fact, very simple. Moreover, Zhao Dezhu anticipated this. Unlike previous stocks, he wouldn't need to time his trades precisely. He could simply buy in and wait to collect the profits. So Zhao Dezhu decided to focus on these stocks tonight. He chuckled and said to the traders, "Alright everyone, you can leave early tonight. Just follow my instructions and you're all set. A 100,000 yuan bonus for each of you." "Thank you, boss." The 5 traders all stood up and bowed deeply to Zhao Dezhu after hearing his words. "Okay, no need to be polite. Let's get to work, then we're off." After thanking Zhao Dezhu, the 5 traders sat down and began working. They were all secretly delighted. Since working with Zhao Dezhu, they had been living the high life and making a lot of money. They had rested the day before yesterday, and today Zhao Dezhu gave them a 100,000 yuan bonus, plus a day off. They were naturally happy. Zhao Dezhu had the 5 traders buy the stocks he specified, then sell them at the points he indicated, before happily leaving get off work. Zhao Dezhu then took a picture of his notes and sent it directly to Su Jin. Chapter 298 Wu Hai Wen. Zhao Dezhu hadn't expected that what was meant to be a good deed helping Su Jin make some money would bring trouble to her family. After receiving Zhao Dezhu's photo, Su Jin sent him a thank you emoji and then started trading. Previously, she had always hidden her stock investments from her parents, as they considered it no different from gambling at such a young age. Of course, this was only for their daughter's own good. Once Su Jin made money with Zhao Dezhu's help, So Hung Kei and the others no longer objected to her stock trading. After all, Su Jin had provided the Su family's funds and the money for buying raw jade in the Jade Country. What reason did they have to object? Now, Su Jin was having dinner with her family. After receiving Zhao Dezhu's photo, she took out her computer right in front of them and started trading in front of them. Because Zhao Dezhu's information had always been accurate, Su Jin sent him a voice message, "Brother Pig, how much to buy this time?" Having finished his operations and dismissed his 5 traders, Zhao Dezhu went up to the 3rd floor, where he was having tea with Deshan, Sima Nan, and others by the helicopter. Upon receiving Su Jin's message, he told her, "These stocks are all very large tonight. I think we should buy more and make a fortune." "Yay!" Su Jin replied immediately and went to trade. Following Zhao Dezhu's advice, Su Jin directly bought 1 billion RMB. Zhao Dezhu had recommended 11 stocks in total. Dividing 1 billion RMB among them, it wasn't much, just tens of millions of US dollars per stock. However, she didn't know that these 11 stocks had risen by 50% that night. In just one night, Su Jin had earned a full 500 million RMB. In a building in Beijing, a middle-aged man stared intently at a computer screen. His eyes were bloodshot. Boss, a large sum of money has entered." The young man operating the computer in front of him exclaimed excitedly. "Where? Can you find the account?" The middle-aged man was equally excited, his heart pounding in his throat. He had invested a considerable amount of money recently, but each time it was intercepted. He couldn't even get a glimpse of the other party's scheme, and now, finally, he had a lead, which naturally made him extremely happy. "Boss, we've found it. The account is located within our country, in Kunming, Yunnan province, but we still need to investigate the account owner further." The young man shook his head. "Within the country?" The man in the beige suit stood up in surprise. They had always assumed the people intercepting their stock trading schemes were overseas, but now the investigation had reached within the country, making him suspicious. He stared at the strings of numbers on the computer screen, then looked at the young hacker with a puzzled expression. "How much money went in this time?" The young man quickly typed a few keys on the keyboard, then said without turning his head, "Boss, there's a total of 1 billion. 1 billion? Wu Hai Wen frowned. "That doesn't make sense. That amount of money can't cause any trouble. How could it be that person?" "Boss, this isn't a lot of money, but what's strange is that he bought all 11 stocks we were trading. He clearly knew which stocks we were trading," the young man said while typing. Wu Hai Wen was stunned. 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind. He gritted his teeth and said, "In that case, investigate. Find out who owns this account." "Yes, boss." Wu Hai Wen lit a cigarette and sat back in his boss's chair. They had previously pooled funds to set up a scheme to find this person who had intercepted the money, but they hadn't made any progress. He simply couldn't swallow this insult. If he didn't find this person, or rather, this team, he wouldn't be able to explain it to his partners. This time, they finally had a lead, but the only traceable amount was 1 billion yuan, the rest was completely untraceable. 1 billion yuan? What could they do with that? But if this billion wasn't intended to target him, why would it be so precisely targeted, buying into every single stock he was manipulating? This baffled Wu Hai Wen. He had no choice but to have someone investigate the source of the billion. No matter the outcome, he had to try. This was his last chance. Wu Hai Wen didn't tell anyone, not even his partners. After all, it was just speculation, there was no evidence. Moreover, he felt someone was definitely behind it, a mole within his ranks. Therefore, he instructed the hackers who had uncovered the clues not to tell anyone. He wanted to find everyone who had framed him and tear them to pieces. In previous stock market manipulations by Wu Hai Wen and his team, everything was controlled in real time, sometimes down to the second. Zhao Dezhu hadn't told Su Jin about it. It was like a war, and even managing his 5 traders was overwhelming, let alone telling Su Jin. So, Su Jin didn't participate in the previous big money schemes, and Zhao Dezhu's account, thanks to the disguise and encryption by various experts in his family, showed no abnormalities. But this time, because of the way Wu Hai Wen and his team set up the scheme, the purchase time didn't need to be precise to the second, so Zhao Dezhu sent it to Su Jin. However, he didn't expect that Wu Hai Wen's hacking team would find it. Meanwhile, Zhao Dezhu, drinking tea at home, was unaware that his little follower Su Jin was being watched. It wouldn't be long before these hyenas lurking in the shadows would find Su Jin by the scent of blood. Brother Dasan, it seems like progress on Villa number 1 is going very fast lately. Has Song Xiao Bao already come up with the plan? Zhao Dezhu glanced in the direction of Villa number 1 and noticed that the lights were still on. Yes, boss. They're setting up tools for decoration during the day, and at night, to avoid disturbing the neighbors, they're painting the walls. Dasan poured Zhao Dezhu another cup of tea. Song Xiao Bao is quite reliable, Zhao Dezhu said approvingly. When Song Yongyuan was alive, Song Xiao Bao was the main executor. Song Yongyuan made the decisions, and Song Xiao Bao carried them out. Dasan nodded. He's been tempered like steel. If we were to find a newcomer, they might not be able to compare to Song Xiao Bao, Zhao Dezhu agreed. His assessment of Song Xiao Bao's reliability wasn't just about the renovation of Villa number 1, but about all aspects of his work, including other matters, like cleaning up the mess at Dakang Group recently. Chapter 299 Gambling and Drugs Ruin a Life. This villa will be renovated by then, but most of these rich people were arrested because of this incident, so nobody's coming anymore, haha, Zhao Dezhu joked. Sima Nan and Dasan just smiled. They naturally knew Zhao Dezhu was just joking. Whether it's the wealthy circle or other industries, one group is wiped out, and another group comes along. The idea that nobody will come once this high-end club is built is just Zhao Dezhu's joke. Alright, you guys go back too, get some rest. I'm going to play a few games, Zhao Dezhu said after drinking a cup of tea. He's used to staying up late, and after drinking tea, he naturally couldn't sleep, so he thought he'd play a few games instead. Sima Nan and Dasan nodded. Zhao Dezhu's safety was protected by many people in shifts 24 hours a day, so there was no need for them to follow him all the time. After all, they also needed rest. The two left, and Zhao Dezhu returned to his room, opened Honor of Kings, and logged in. He hadn't been playing this game for very long. Before, he was focused on his studies, but after graduating, he gained the ability to foresee the future and was constantly busy making money, leaving him no time for games. However, he now realized that sometimes he needed to relax, like playing games or traveling. The first character he played was Angela. He felt this character was the easiest to control. After all, a second skill followed by a first skill and ultimate, and basically no hero could withstand it. So he simply changed his game name to only play Angela before entering matchmaking. After playing for several days, his rank had already reached Eternal Platinum. No one would have guessed that the bouncy, unreliable Angela in the game was actually a young man incredibly wealthy in real life. Damn it, Angela, do you even know how to play? Didn't you see the minimap? The marksman Little Lubin typed in the public chat, cursing. Zhao Dezhu ignored them and continued guarding the middle lane. It wasn't until after 3 a.m. that Zhao Dezhu finally put away his phone, took a shower, and went to bed. The next morning, before Zhao Dezhu even got out of bed, Dasan took Zhao Yuanyuan to the vehicle management office to take her written test, theory test. When Zhao Yuanyuan and the others returned home, Zhao Dezhu slowly got up. He went to the living room and just then met Zhao Yuanyuan running in with small, quick steps. Little sister, where have you been? Hurry up and get ready, Dasan and I will take you to the test. Zhao Yuanyuan rolled her eyes at Zhao Dezhu. Brother, don't you ever check your phone? I've already taken the test. What time is it now? Zhao Dezhu was speechless. It seemed he had overslept. It's already past 10 o'clock, Zhao Yuanyuan said speechlessly, and went back to her room. Zhao Dezhu picked up his phone to check the time just now and found that it was dead. So he didn't even know the time. Ugh, playing on my phone is such a waste of time. Zhao Dezhu slapped his forehead and called out to his sister, Yuanyuan, what was your score? Zhao Yuanyuan replied without turning her head, 90. Oh, Zhao Dezhu responded. Just then, Deshan parked his car and came in. Boss, you're up. Yeah, brother Deshan, you've had a hard morning. I overslept, Zhao Dezhu said with an embarrassed smile. It's nothing, it's our job, Deshan said, not minding at all. After all, his and his brother's mission was to protect Zhao Dezhu's family. Zhao Dezhu didn't stand on ceremony. Brother Deshan, where are my parents? Why aren't they home? Oh, Grandpa and the others went to buy groceries, Deshan said, standing beside Zhao Dezhu. But they have a lot of brothers with them, so don't worry about their safety. Okay, Zhao Dezhu nodded. Staying cooped up at home all the time was really boring, so Zhao Hai and his family always liked to go out and about. Often, even though they had 2 cooks, they would still go shopping themselves. This way, they could buy food and also get some fresh air. Zhao Dezhu originally intended to tell his eldest uncle to quickly call his family back from their current location so he could arrange jobs for them. As for his younger uncle, his mother and grandmother had called him, but his mother said she needed to send him some money first, as he claimed to be sick. This made the family suspicious. If he was sick, why didn't he come back for treatment? Treatment does cost money, but wouldn't it be cheaper to receive treatment at home? There's even an 80% discount. However, when his mother asked, his uncle just kept crying, refusing to say what was wrong, only asking for money. This was very similar to when he had previously cheated the family out of money. This chilled his mother's heart. Now the family had money, but if his uncle had a history of bad behavior, giving him money would only encourage him to continue his criminal activities. So his mother didn't give him any, and she wouldn't let his grandmother give him any either. Therefore, his uncle still hadn't returned. Otherwise, given the current convenience of transportation, his uncle should have been home long ago. Zhao Dezhu sighed. This was truly a difficult matter. After all, he was just a junior. So many adults couldn't understand this, so how could he, a junior, possibly have a good solution? When he was little, Zhao Dezhu always heard his parents say that if someone got addicted to drugs and gambling, their life was ruined. In fact, his uncle was the negative example, and now it seemed to be true. Now he really didn't know what to do. Should he tie his uncle up and bring him back? Or try to reason with him? Neither seemed to work. His parents and uncle had done both before. Zhao Dezhu even remembered that when he was a child, his family had found his uncle at a casino after he disappeared for several days. To get him to quit gambling, they had tied him to a pillar in their house. But he was a grown man, with hands and feet. He couldn't just keep him tied up forever, could he? After some persuasion, his family released him, hoping he would change his ways. However, he relapsed, and the rest is history. A while later, the family returned home. Sure enough, his parents were carrying bags of fresh vegetables. Following them were Sima Nanbai, 13, and others. "You're up early today," Grandpa said, looking at Zhao Dezhu. "Grandpa, work was relatively easy yesterday, so I went to bed early." "That's why I'm up early," Zhao Dezhu smiled, omitting the fact that he hadn't worked at all last night, just played games. Mom went to cook, and Zhao Dezhu didn't see the two housekeepers. Looking at his mother, he said, "Mom, why aren't the housekeepers here today? I thought I'd cook a meal for everyone this morning so the housekeepers could rest." Li Ying smiled. Zhao Dezhu didn't say anything more. Just then, he received a phone call. Chapter 300. The matter is settled. The call connected, and it was Yang Wenlong, who was on a business trip abroad. Yang Wenlong had been in contact with Zhao Dezhu recently, but Zhao Dezhu had told him not to consult him on business matters. After all, he didn't understand them. Previously, Yang Wenlong mostly texted Zhao Dezhu, but now he was calling, so Zhao Dezhu was worried it might be something important. He quickly picked up the phone and answered, "Hello, Brother Long. Boss, it's all done. I paid yesterday, but I was afraid you weren't fully awake, so I didn't want to bother you." To Zhao Dezhu's surprise, Yang Wenlong's voice was cheerful, not like anything had happened. In fact, it sounded like he had accomplished something. Zhao Dezhu understood. Yang Wenlong was abroad, and what was daytime there was nighttime here. Yang Wenlong and his team had finished the cooperation, but Yang Wenlong knew his sleep schedule. He usually didn't get up before breakfast, which was why he was only calling now. Upon learning that the matter was settled, Zhao Dezhu was naturally overjoyed. This meant that, just as he had previously envisioned, he could drive whichever he wanted, a BMW or a Rolls-Royce. Zhao Dezhu excitedly said, "Brother Long, now that things are settled, can you come back? I'll throw you and Sister Luoxu a celebration party." "Boss, we can return to the city today," Yang Wenlong replied to Zhao Dezhu. "Okay, then I'll wait for you at home." Zhao Dezhu said this to Yang Wenlong before hanging up. Zhao Hai, seeing his son's happy expression, looked at Zhao Dezhu with some confusion. "Dezhu, what's wrong? What's making you so happy?" His uncle and grandfather also looked over, wondering why Zhao Dezhu was so happy. Zhao Dezhu was like someone who had received their favorite toy, just like when he received the helicopter Su Jin had given him. "Grandpa, uncle, dad, Brother Long's business deal is done." Zhao Dezhu didn't hide anything, since everyone already knew about it. "So, it's about buying that BMW thing?" The old man glanced at Zhao Dezhu and asked casually. "Yes, it's about acquiring BMW. It's all settled now. We'll have a 51% stake, so we can drive whatever model we want." Zhao Dezhu gave a brief explanation, not caring whether his family understood. "Hey, it's just a car, look how happy you are, like a child." Li Ying happened to come out at that moment, looking at Zhao Dezhu. "Mom, you don't understand. This car is every man's dream. Of course I'm happy." Zhao Dezhu smiled, looking at his mother. "It's like women liking handbags or something, it's the same thing." "I don't like handbags." Li Ying laughed and scolded her son, then turned and went out. She opened the car door in the yard and took out a small package. "Mom, what's this?" Zhao Dezhu didn't know what his mother had taken out of the Rolls-Royce. "This is cardamom noodles, I just left it in the car." Li Ying waved the plastic bag over her shoulder and went back to the kitchen. Zhao Dezhu was both amused and exasperated. His mother and the others had actually used his Rolls-Royce as a grocery shopping car. If anyone else saw this, they'd probably be stunned. After breakfast, Zhao Dezhu led Dashan and the others out of the house and headed straight to Yafan's tea house. Wang Haixuan. Ye Fan saw Zhao Dezhu enter and immediately ran over. Brother Zhao. Yes, Xiao Fan, bring us a pot of tea. Zhao Dezhu glanced at Ye Fan. The usual is fine. He found himself starting to enjoy the way Ye Fan served tea. Mainly, he liked the atmosphere. Okay, Brother Zhao, but the room upstairs is full, someone's in it now. Ye Fan was a little worried that Zhao Dezhu would insist on having the room, so he told Zhao Dezhu before even brewing the tea. To his surprise, Zhao Dezhu remained as amiable as ever, smiling and saying, "It's alright, just arrange a room for us." Okay. Ye Fan breathed a sigh of relief. In his eyes, Zhao Dezhu now held a very high status. After all, even Song Xiaobao wouldn't dare to lose his temper in front of him. Ye Fan then led Zhao Dezhu and the others to another room on the second floor. Zhao Dezhu found it similar, only the view wasn't as good. After leading Zhao Dezhu and the others into the room, Ye Fan went to make tea. A short while later, Ye Fan returned with the tea leaves. Zhao Dezhu couldn't help but feel curious. In such a large shop, on their previous 2 visits, only Ye Fan had been there. Even now, he only saw a young woman at the counter, which was clearly illogical. So Zhao Dezhu asked, "Xiao Fan, I remember your dad went to a meeting last time. I haven't seen him since. You can't manage such a big shop all by yourself." Ye Fan, who was washing tea, looked up at Zhao Dezhu somewhat embarrassedly after hearing his words. "Brother Zhao," he said, "I don't know what happened a few days ago, but there was a big crackdown in the city. My parents were both called in for questioning. I heard it's because they gave a box of tea to a high-ranking official, and now someone has implicated them. Their other tea shop has been shut down." Ye Fan said helplessly, "I can't manage alone, so I asked a classmate of mine to help." Zhao Dezhu was stunned by Ye Fan's words. It seemed Ye Fan's parents were having a run of bad luck. This crackdown hadn't affected them. However, from Ye Fan's words, it didn't seem too serious. It was probably just about business. He gave a box of tea to a high-ranking person, and now the bigwig had been arrested and implicated. So they were taken in for questioning too. This shouldn't be a big deal, it'll be fine once it's investigated. Zhao Dezhu could only offer a word of comfort. "I guess so," Ye Fan smiled wryly. This was the guess his mother had given him after being summoned. As for whether it was true, Ye Fan didn't know. It was very likely just something his parents said to reassure him. Zhao Dezhu nodded. He himself hadn't expected the cleaning to be so thorough. Soon, Ye Fan brewed a cup of tea for each of Zhao Dezhu and the others. Zhao Dezhu then pulled a few of them into playing a mobile game. Sipping tea while enjoying the scenery, playing games in such an environment was incredibly enjoyable.